Okay, let's try this again. Never mind. I'm not even going to go through it. Welcome back, Crime Spies. Who's ready for day 3 of the injustice of this fine gentleman behind my head right now? And also welcome to the very first Crime Spies pajama party. I'm in my pajamas. All right. We are going to, I was up late because I went on Detective John's live stream last night after, my numb buns thing with us here. Talked to my daughter and Truman for a little bit, and then went in the kitchen and turned on my YouTube, and Detective John was on, and he was gonna drop a link, and a couple of the moderators were like, "Crime Spies, you should come on." I'm like, "Huh, well, I guess I'm already ready." So that was like a couple hours, lasted till 2 a.m. my time. Crime Spies is tired. Crime Spies slept till like past 10. Crime Spies never does that. Okay. All right. Let me just pull up the video we're going to watch. We are going to resume the testimony of witness number 1. Oh, another thing I forgot to do was check the timestamp of where we were. Okay, so here. Hello, Sal is here. Hello, Salvador. LawKong Express. Stray. Oh, you guys are so lovely. Eris is here. Huh. I wasn't 100% sure. I know LawKong Express, Detective Anschutz. But I had posted on my community page when I woke up, like I'd like to do a little bit of this today, or at least resume this guy. And I wasn't even sure if anybody was going to be here. And then Jamie commented back, and LawKong Express commented back, and it's just beautiful. So I just wanted to, I got to figure out, I think Jen RN is here. Holy crap, it's Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas, everyone. Everyone. I'm telling you, I'm in my pajamas, so don't judge. But I really want to watch this. Okay, so let's try to decipher where specifically we were in this nightmare. Oops, I need to do something else. Okay, here, hold on. Dum. Cut. All right, now maybe what I should do is just give me a moment, talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. The chickpea is neither a chick nor a pea. Discuss. Hold on. Do you remember that from Linda on SNL? I'm feeling verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. I think I'm actually reversed. Hold on. Flip horizontal. Cut. Is that the same? If the S behind me is an S and not a backwards S, then I'm in the right direction. Okay, here. I should have wrote it down. So, let's see here. Welcome back, Crime Spies. That's me yesterday. Let me see here where we were at. Oh, this is something else. So, oop. I just got it. Oh no. Please hold.
Your expertise in the line of contracting work. Sticking around.
Pause.
Look at this perfect, unseasonably warm. Re-ask the question.
509.22. 509. Oh, I think we were actually at the end of this day, weren't we? Here, let's listen.
I'm just seeing less of
Okay, don't let me forget to write it down.
to authorize a trial court to hire within the court's discretion. This is a much misunderstood aspect of the reliability standards.
Oh, that was my 509. Oh my goodness. I'm so. Oh, Sal, you're a genius. Hashtag I stand with Sal.
Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, I'm pulling up what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 63. This is...
Let's run here.
Oh my God, Sal, I love you. You get the brownie points for today.
And let's aim for about a 15-minute break. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Oh, Salvador. I'm sending you a virtual smooch through the interwebs. I was frozen for a second. Oh dear. You know what happened last night?
Okay.
Just to pause quick.
Yeah.
So yesterday afternoon, I used OBS Studio because my sister from another mister was my co-host. And then, like I mentioned, took like a 20-minute break and then was on StreamYard in Detective John's live stream. And I was like glitching the whole time. So I told his audience too, like, you should do OBS because it's not like Restream and StreamYard are run through the cloud, and it really gunks up your system, in my opinion. Okay, but I am in OBS today, so hopefully we're good. Dropped frames. Ooh, there was some dropped frames. All right, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to put up your chat, and let's continue with the cross-examination of Witness 1, Detective. I didn't do much detecting in this trial, in this case. Oh, one other thing I did mention in the live stream last night to Detective John, because he was a detective, if he wouldn't mind perhaps perusing through this trial. You know, that's another thing with this community is you've got, you know, in some cases we've got like paramedics and physicians and attorneys and law people, paralegals, law enforcement people. So, and he had, I think when I got on, he was like at almost 200 people. And then by 2 a.m., there was still like 100 people hanging on. So hopefully some of those people, whether they watch it through Crime Spies or through probably a more reputable, you know, like an attorney's website that covered it, hopefully we can get some more eyes on it. Alrighty, play. Thank you for joining me. I hope you're in your pajamas.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. All right, I'm pulling up what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 63. This is... picture of the dash in Mr. Anderson's van, correct?
I'm going to object, Judge. The detective has indicated he took a brief glance in without entering the van. I don't believe he's a witness who would be able to talk about details of the of areas of the van that are not the cut area in the back or the bleached area that he's testified to. So this is a close-up view. He says he took a brief glance. I don't think he's a qualified witness to testify to this.
Oh, shut up, you windbag.
He can respond if he doesn't know the answer.
I don't know what that is.
Okay, that's fine. That was 63.
I don't know what that is, huh? Wonder how many times he said I don't know during his direct examination. My guess is not much.
going to ask you about some dates and what you reviewed. If you need your recollection refreshed, just let me know.
Okay.
Do you remember on May 25th, 2020, reviewing video footage from a High Line gas station?
Yes.
Oh, he does remember.
And that gas station was located near Mr. Anderson's home, correct?
I believe it was at the interstate near the tree farm.
Okay. And so if it was in Ozaukee County or Sheboygan County then?
Ozaki?
Okay.
I'm guessing. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I could give you the locations you put in your report. I don't know if that would help. You said
Please.
located at Interstate 43 and County Road D.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So Ozaukee County?
Yes.
And the reason that that gas station was important was because if Mr. Anderson had traveled to the tree farm or back from his home, he would have passed that gas station, correct?
Objection. We don't. The detective would have no ability to know the route that somebody took to get to someone's home. Presumably, there's a number of highways, number of roadways.
I'll rephrase it. Why was getting and reviewing the surveillance video of that location important to law enforcement in this investigation?
It was a potential route of travel.
Okay. And you reviewed several hours of video, correct? For the High Line gas station.
Yes.
And you reported that you did not see Mr. Anderson's black minivan, correct?
So the cameras were substantial distance from the road. And at nighttime, it was almost impossible to tell what cars were going by. So I don't know what cars were going by. No, I didn't see a black van drive by.
And in your report, you were clear that you reviewed several hours of video and did not see the black minivan.
Correct.
You also indicated that on May 26, 2020, you continued to review video surveillance, correct?
Of what? What surveillance are we talking?
Yeah, I was hoping you could answer that. Can I show you your report?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
What? I'm strict here.
Did
that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, so we had hours and hours and hours of video from multiple locations we took. I didn't document what I looked at there, but we reviewed several locations. I don't know specifically what I was talking about when I mentioned that in my report.
But is it a fair guess that those were locations of interest due to potential traffic patterns of Mr. Anderson?
Potential routes, yes.
And in your report, you noted that you observed nothing of evidentiary value, right?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what nothing of evidentiary value means?
I saw nothing regarding a black van, a black Audi, or anything related to Mr. Anderson.
I have no further questions subject to redirect.
I'm going to start from the back. So you were just asked about some video that it sounded like it was a gas station location that you looked at.
Yes.
And that appeared to be on May 25th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
You wrote a report that memorialized those fascinating hours, I assume, right?
Yes.
Did he just say
Counsel
fascinating
read
hours?
to you, I reviewed several hours of the video and did not see the black minivan. Do you recall that just being read to you?
Yes.
Is the next sentence in your report, however, the video was from a great distance, making it difficult to make out traffic, especially during the hours of darkness. Is that what you say next in your report?
That's what I testified to as well.
And so when counsel read to you the first sentence, you had already also tried to testify as to the second sentence, and it's also in your report. Is that right?
If you just read it, it's in their report.
You have no reason to dispute it. Would you like to take a look?
Sure.
I'm going to object. This witness has already testified to that contents, and the video was poor quality and it was dark.
Well,
This guy Gravely is a snake.
Yeah. What page? Wait, actually, Mike, what page is that?
Look at him. Remember yesterday I said Dan Bongino calls certain people stupid smart people? That's what this guy
I was
is.
going to ask you to take a
He's
look
a stupid
at your
smart
report
person,
and ask you,
which
do
are
you
the most
agree
dangerous
that
of them
after
all.
the first sentence that was read, there is a second sentence, and it's what you testified to?
Yes.
Okay, so it's also in your report. Is that right?
Yes.
You were shown on the doc cam just a minute ago, or I'm sorry, before the break, the signage indicating what the 3709 address for apartment 1B. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that picture was one where you said that the sign was visible, correct? Like would be visible from the road.
Yes.
Do you recall
From
testifying?
15th Street. Right? From the road.
Can I see it? Yep. So I'm going to show that to you on the doc cam again. Does that appear as best you can see to be? Of course, I forgot that you got to do that. Does it appear to be a daytime photo, if you can tell?
It is.
Okay. At nighttime, would you expect there to be substantially different visibility?
I'm going to object. I asked this witness if he had been there at night, and he had said he had not. So it'd be purely speculative.
Well, I think he could.
No one wants to know what you think
At
there,
night, would
sir.
you expect that signage to be significantly more difficult to read?
I would.
Heavily raining?
Yes.
Was it heavily raining at night?
Yes.
Have you, and so if I add in heavily raining at night, would you expect the signage 3709 to be different and more difficult to read than it is in the current state of the daytime photograph?
Rain would obstruct the view of the sign.
It is Defense Exhibit 60. Whether the van, and this is the defendant's van as best you know, correct?
Correct.
You were asked if it appeared to have been meticulously cleaned. You recall that?
Yes, that's what I was asked.
Okay, now this is not the same view you saw. You saw the van during the day, for instance, correct?
Through a window, yes.
When you saw it, did it appear to have been selectively cleaned as opposed to comprehensively cleaned?
Yes.
Okay, and what left you to the conclusion that instead of someone comprehensively cleaning the van,
Listen to these
have you ever cleaned
questions.
one of your cars?
Yes.
Do you normally, detective, clean only small portions of your car? Say, if you have a minivan, do you only clean the back third?
Typically not. No.
Would you use bleach on just a certain low activity?
I'd clean the whole automobile and I wouldn't use bleach on a carpet.
Listen
Okay.
to him quiver
So
when he
when you
speaks.
observed what appeared to be to do something to that minivan that wasn't involved in just trying to keep it clean.
Yes, it definitely.
The box from your walkthrough of the scene.
I know there was a pizza box, but my walkthrough was what it is, a walkthrough. I didn't stop and do crazy examinations. I didn't
So he's admitting he failed.
evaluate evidence while I walked through the residence to get a gist of what happened.
So I guess I'm going to ask you plainly: are you the best person from the Kenosha Police Department to testify as to each of these areas or items and whether anyone collectively on this investigation did anything further? Are you the ideal person to ask those questions to?
No.
For instance, if a officer called the pizza place and made some determination that this was not an issue in this case, in other words, in terms of the timing, would you know that one way or another?
No, I know some things, I don't know others. I didn't lead the investigation, I assisted.
As to the specific fact I asked you,
Yeah,
If an officer made that call and determined it was not an investigative lead, do you know that or would you know that?
Not necessarily.
Okay, and in this case, do you know that?
No.
You were showed a picture that is defense exhibit, apologize, 76. Do you recall this?
Yes.
Do you recall that it was, I believe it was honed in and there's some garbage bags along the side of that particular building. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you were asked whether that was something you personally had reviewed, I believe, correct?
Something to that extent.
Are you aware that in the context of this investigation that those garbage bags were the remains of marijuana grow? They are potting soil and other remains from a marijuana grow.
I'm going to object on the grounds that, one, speculation, lack of foundation. As he already testified, he did not look at those bags, look in those. It's also an argumentative question.
Well,
Counsel brought it up. I didn't open this door. He's either aware that that's what the contents of the bag are or not. That would lead a reasonable jury to decide, is this an investigative lead about a missing body? If it's bags of potting soil for marijuana, then it would be reasonable to conclude that's not a place, that's not necessary in terms of this investigation.
well,
And I didn't bring the bags up, they did.
you're asking him about what his awareness was?
Yeah, which is what they asked.
Well, but the investigation is an entire
Uh-oh, I need to make a duplicate. Look, it covers them
group
both.
of separate inquiries. And
Oops,
if-
see,
if-
that's the
if-
problem.
if-
You gotta be quick.
having an
Not sure I
adequate
have
investigation
My skills are,
also involves
on
proper
point right
coordination
now.
Yep.
of various reports and observations. So you're
Oh my
asking
God.
him if he is aware.
Right. Which is my redirect question to their specific cross-examination. I'm using the same phrasing. He's either aware of it or not. If he's unaware of it, obviously I would have to put in any affirmative evidence of it with some other witness. But this is a question of whether he's aware, because the topic, I assume what my redirect is directed at is, if I am correct that these are marijuana potting soil bags, a quantity of them, then obviously they don't have an investigative lead quality here. And again,
That's argumentative.
apologize, they brought it up. So
Now,
Listen,
the objection is sustained.
as to his awareness, the question as to his awareness.
Yes.
Okay.
I hate
All
this guy. In front of the jury. This is just...
You were asked by the defense on cross-examination, counsel, whether there was any videotaping of the defendant cutting the carpet out of the van. Do you recall being asked that question? Whether there was any videotape available of him, of the defendant cutting the carpet from his van during this period of time? Or pictures, either
No
video or
photos.
pictures?
Yeah, and there was no photos.
Okay. Would you expect someone who is trying to remove blood evidence from their van to videotape themselves or take pictures of themselves during that process? Is that something you would expect?
I'm going to object. This question is tending towards argumentative.
Sustained.
Yeah.
We should have some kind of ticker to see how many times the judge makes a good call and sometimes a bad. See, now he's trying to spin a lie right now. He's spinning, what do they call that? Spinning a yarn?
You were asked whether on cross-examination, whether Anderson's home had any body parts at its location or any other blood evidence. Am I correct that the search warrants at Anderson's home were 2 days and 3 days after the time you believe that Mr. Gutierrez was murdered?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any specific reason to believe that at any point that Mr. Anderson either stored the body at his home or did any of the blood work at his own home? Do you have any reason to believe that?
No, we
Okay.
found nothing to suggest
Hello?
that.
Jurors,
And
did you hear
so,
that? He's actually
again,
asking.
Would a person having 48 hours to no longer be in possession of the body of Rosalio Gutierrez or of any of the blood evidence, would a person have enough time during that period of time to either not have that evidence at their home and also to dispose of that evidence? Is that a sufficient amount of time?
I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of my cross-examination. And it's also argumentative.
As to the first objection, as I think I commented the other day, I am always hesitant to limit an examination as not within the scope, unless it's really things that ought to have been fully covered earlier. So I'm going to overrule you on that. On the fact that it's argumentative and speculative. Speculative.
I thought the argumentative objection is me being argumentative with a witness.
Okay, nobody cares what you
I'm not
think,
aware of
sir.
argumentative being that there being another form of argumentative. I thought it
There
meant
are
to be
two forms.
Oh my
okay.
gosh, pause.
One is arguing with the witness.
Pause. Speaking of pause, Poppy is over on my bed. I think she's finally out of her, extra loving cycle, let's just say. So Jen RN is Soloman's wife? Broken Baker and their viewers just joined to say hello. Oh my goodness. I hope you guys are wearing your pajamas, because I am. Jen RN is Soloman's wife. Holy cow, really? You've been here a couple days now. I am very honored and blessed and humbled. Thank you so much. Holy cow. Broken Baker, Vielheimer. Look at Vielhammer. Look at your little logos down here in the lower right-hand corner. Baker Raid. Did Baker make Krumkakas today? The Norwegian delicious cookie? Although you need a Krumkaka like pan, like iron. Hello, everyone. Well, do I feel a fool? I'm wearing my pajamas. Please don't judge. Oh, look at all of you lovely people. Merry Christmas Eve. And Bella's here. Hello, Bella. Bella's little girl. This is her first Christmas. Oh, you guys are so wonderful. Would you like to see? Here, I have a special treat for you. We've got this guy here. We put him over some,
Which
let's
is
just
really
say
a lower, is a
baloney.
branch
Oh,
of
Merry
things
Christmas.
that ought to be taken up in argument, and the lawyer is simply attempting to have the witness
Oh, you warm my heart, everyone.
testify in
This
a way
guy,
which
however,
is
does not.
a substitute for the argument. And that's really the principal problem with argumentative questions, but it could be both. But it's also speculative. I mean, I think your question is, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think your question is, how long does it take to dispose of a human body?
Or, well, not how long, but can it be done in 48 hours before this search warrant is done?
Don't know.
Well,
I don't.
okay.
I've had lots of pathologists up here, and who will probably have it before this day is or before this case is done. Oh no, we won't. No, not in this case. But that would be speculation as to how long it would take to dismember or otherwise dispose of a human body.
This
Well, I
is
mean,
all in front of the jury.
I'm not aware of any specific evidence that there was a dismemberment. One can just bag up a human body and place it
Also
in a
true.
dumpster.
Also true.
Okay,
Oops.
Well, but dismemberment might be the more efficient way to do it. I don't know.
possibly.
Oh my goodness. Are we
so,
having this conversation in front of
Go ahead. No, but the objection is sustained.
So you were asked whether you saw a picture of the defendant in a flannel shirt. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And when that picture, and you don't know when the date of that photo was.
I don't.
Your reason for focusing on that flannel shirt is you have multiple witnesses who told you that just hours before Rosalio Gutierrez is murdered.
We don't know that
in
for
your
sure,
belief
sir. There was no
that,
body found.
He's wearing that shirt. Is that correct?
I'm going to
Objection.
object again on
Oh,
argument
see?
and grounds and foundation. There's been no testimony as to what time it's believed that Mr. Gutierrez was murdered
We don't even know he was. There was no body.
or went missing.
Well, the
look
the
at all
problem
of you
I'm
beautiful
stumbling
people. Hello,
on
everyone.
with question is what the detective's belief is. As I say, this gets into the argumentative, the subject we were just talking about.
Oh, Mom to an
about
angel.
this,
Hello. Look
is
at all of you people. Oh, you're so
really
wonderful.
part of your argument later in the case that is being attempting to be extracted from the witness. And the witness, in order to respond, seems to me has to employ a lot of speculation.
Wisconsin, Bella.
Well, he has a working theory as to when this occurred. And he
My neighbor
is,
to the
remember
east.
the flannel shirt is a focus of the search.
Right.
Okay? So the
Sorry, I'm going to pause the gas bag for a second. Bella, this was in Wisconsin, and actually, this is the same judge that was in Rittenhouse, Kyle Rittenhouse trial. So my question is, that one I was kind of nervous, to be honest with you, because you never know these days if people are getting. So I'm kind of wondering, that jury pool was a strong jury pool. They could have caved to the social media pressures and what have you. How in the world could a jury pool that got it right in Kyle Rittenhouse when that one was, it could have gone either way, really, and they could have caved to the pressure. But the same jury pool listened to this trial for 17 days and come back with a guilty verdict. Like I mentioned last night to Detective John. He's a detective. I'm like, you should really look at this because it's an injustice. I mean, this should be in like law school. That's how bad this is. Hello, Christine. Mom to an angel, half fire. Hello, everyone. And Merry Christmas Eve. Or maybe some of you are in Australia and it's Christmas Day. Merry Christmas.
cross-examination question was, well, you're basing this just on 2 witnesses. You have no photo at the time.
Oh my gosh, look at this. Today is Zach's twins' 8th birthday. Jen, I don't know if they're boys or girls. I'm a triplet mom. 8 birthdays. Okay, and I should have put this on the screen. Today, people, is day 1314 that Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated. That's a little over 3 years, 7 months, and, a handful of days at this point. This is horrifying. So basically, half of the twins' life, their dad has been incarcerated for a crime that, sure, he maybe should have been, interviewed. This is terrible. And somebody needs to... Okay, so I know his daughter is... Yep, 1,314, according to my calculations. But somebody should give... I have a whole basket of crochet. Actually, I'm working on that. I was going to work on this, but I've got scarves, hats, mittens, dishcloths. I've got of all kinds of stuff. So I'd love to send them, something warm. I've got hats, scarves. These are they're like little neck warmers. Like you pull them over your head so you don't have to like wrap around. You just over the head. So if someone could maybe contact me on like X and a DM with their address. I mean, they're not going to get it by Christmas, but that's all I do. Usually is watch the stuff and crochet.
So it is redirect to say, well, you have two witnesses and they are close in time because we have no photograph of him that day. They are close in time to your working theory of when Rosalío Gutiérrez is killed. So that counters with his
Working
testimony
theory, is that fact?
that
I don't
his
think
basis
so.
of focusing on the flannel shirt is that multiple witnesses say just hours before Rosalío Gutiérrez is murdered per his working theory, based on electronic evidence, etc., that they see him wearing this flannel shirt. So it's not remote in time, which is the suggestion of the cross. And so the redirect is to show that, not that it's true, right, but that he's been provided information that it is recent in time.
If I may respond?
All right.
Thank you. First, if the state wants to ask, do you have a theory about when Mr. Gutierrez went missing, then that's the proper question to ask to lay the foundation for this series of questions, not to ask a speculative, argumentative question without laying that foundation. I have not heard any testimony from detective about his theory of when Mr. Gutierrez went missing or was killed. So again, I maintain the objection.
Counsel and Cross did not ask any foundational questions in that regard either. Why would he have to explain the theory if he's simply indicating it's near in time?
Well, given the opening statement that was made by the defense,
Yeah.
I think that the existence of a, quote, working theory, unquote, may be a line that you might want to pursue and could, but
Is he giving hints?
That's not entirely clear thus far. And number two, the way it's being presented is, in my opinion, argumentative, and also it's speculative.
What's me, Josie?
The
Is
objection
here.
sustained.
Oh, look at you people, Pixie.
When were you
Merry
told that the
Christmas.
two witnesses who are your source that the flannel shirt was being worn? What was your understanding of the time that they
Alicia-
indicated they last saw the defendant?
Pause. Again, pause. Kitten pause. Dog pause. Pause. Alicia is one of the wonderful women on the team that put out the Wrongful podcast. And It's Me, Josie, is also, and two of them are in the chat. Make sure to say hello if you did not know that. I just found that out yesterday. I love your podcast. I actually mentioned it also on Detective John's live stream.
Defendant in the flannel shirt.
I believe it was around 4 o'clock Sunday.
Okay, Sunday is May 17th.
Yes.
So good.
And are you a person who has knowledge of the electronic evidence of this case, at least in the general sense?
I know some.
Okay. And is, on the same day, is Mr. Gutierrez believed, based on the electronic evidence and his absence of any more responses after, is he believed to have been killed at a time in the area of 10 p.m.?
I'm going to object. This is already extremely leading.
Well, you could say that.
Between 9 and 10 p.m. on the same...
Wait a minute.
I apologize. I thought you said yes. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said
Stupid smart person right here,
said it
people.
seemed it
Hello,
was-
greedy bloke.
leading,
Okay, I'm on redirect.
right?
Okay, so I'm
Yeah, we know
trying
that.
to direct him to the place that the court asked me to.
Boy.
The only other avenue I would have to ask this question is to ask him to explain what time, when he is not the detective who formulates that.
The objection to a leading question is based upon the fact that is suggestive of the answer. And the form of your question was suggestive of the answer.
What time period, in your knowledge, Detective, is the time period where it appears that Rosalio Gutierrez has been murdered?
Between 9 and 10 on Sunday.
How is this even allowed in
That's
there?
the
We don't
same
know
day
that
as
for a
the,
fact.
that, as you've indicated, around just before 5, that the two witnesses saw him in the same in a flannel shirt that seems to match the picture.
That flannel shirt, yes.
Oh my God, oh my God.
You were asked whether Michael Campbell had offered you information that on May 17th that his phone was at the home of Rosalio Gutierrez at some point. Do you remember being asked that
I'm
question?
telling you, this
Yes.
Gravely, he puts in
And,
stuff.
you knew that Michael Campbell was a friend of Rosalio Gutierrez.
Yes.
Did it cause you any concern that he did not, that his friend did not tell you that he had had some contact with his residents on some period on May 17th?
No.
And are you aware, pursuant to this investigation, that contact that they're speaking about is actually at 1:45 a.m. when you have just indicated that your thoughts on this case is that it would be 20 hours later, 9 or 10 p.m., that Mr. Gutierrez is murdered? So it would be 20 hours earlier. Are you aware of that?
No.
Here he's preparing to spin another yarn.
You were shown a picture of the bedroom of Rosalio Gutierrez. Do you recall that picture?
Oh, the one with the
Yes.
open window that
And,
nobody
that
checked out?
picture had a window in the far side of it, correct?
Yes.
Are you also aware that the reports in this case is that the slider that would face the street was also found open in this case?
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Okay.
I'm sorry, the sliding
Sliding door.
door
Yeah.
in the living room.
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about the bedroom window.
I apologize. I meant the sliding door in the living room. Are you aware that that was found open?
That's what I was told, yes.
The screen was closed?
Yes.
Okay. So that would be another logical method of entry, correct?
Yes.
Simpler method of entry than climbing in a window, correct?
Yeah.
The blinds were in no way disturbed that you saw in the picture, were they?
Not that I saw.
Did that picture include notes on it? I'll show you.
I believe on the pillow on the bed.
I'll redirect you there.
BRB, I have to go grab a banana muffin. They're mini.
Judge, if I can have a sidebar on this issue
After
of
the
line of
sidebar.
questioning.
You probably haven't had an opportunity to see all of my brewer's pictures in the bag.
Okay.
So why don't we take 5 minutes, Bill?
He's gloating again. He gloated the other day about how the Wisconsin Supreme Court always sides with him. He's such a
Able to do that.
Gloating
Opening day
again.
is coming. So
And-
please don't talk about the case during this very short break.
and a half comedian while this man's
preemptory,
life is
position that the
destroyed.
defense was noting here is there is
Thank
a
you,
piece
Veal,
of
for taking
paper
out that
on
break.
the pillow on the bed
gonna go
that's
grab
a
my
note
muffin.
from Mr. Gutierrez's daughter. The defense's position is that the contents of that note are not relevant to this case. I could see the potential argument that the state would want to make by introducing that there's a note on the pillow if they're going to try to loop in that, oh, he must have not slept there then that night of when it was put there. That's fine, but the defense would object to going into what the note says based on the fact that it's not relevant, and the defense's position would be that the introduction of what's in that letter would be simply to garner sympathy and appease to the emotions of the jury, which would be inappropriate.
I intend to just simply indicate the first thing that counsel said. I did not intend to ask about the contents of the note. I just intended to ask, is this a note that was determined to be a note from the daughter? When was the daughter there? She was there Sunday into the afternoon. And that is a piece of evidence that the bed was never slept in after May 17th. So I didn't intend to go through the content. In fact, I'm not sure he'd be able to read the content of the note. So.
And I think too, I mean, there's no evidence if it's from her daughter, the daughter, or the son. So as far as who the note's from, I think too is irrelevant. I think if the state wants to say there's a letter on the pillow, that should be the extent of the inquiry.
It's signed.
Is it signed?
It's signed by the daughter. Yeah.
Well,
And again, I'm not going to get in the content because I don't want her name to come up other than that it's the daughter. But again, I think it is another way to time this out. This isn't, this is an exhibit introduced by the defense for this witness. So obviously we have other witnesses coming, but I think it's valid redirect.
well, here's the problem, and I'm not criticizing anybody. This case is coming in with an enormous amount of evidence, which ordinarily would be totally inadmissible. And you, which ordinarily would be, this case is coming in with an enormous amount of evidence, which ordinarily would be totally inadmissible. And you said it a moment ago when we first started talking about this, you referred to it as a note.
Boy, if I was good at, video production and had copious amounts of extra free time. Okay, so this is another thing that I like about certain communities I like to follow is when you use their own words to make your point. That was perfect. Enormous amount of evidence that would normally be inadmissible or something along that line. Huh, interesting.
Which has been determined to be from the daughter. So there's some more that we're not apparently going to get into, but it's an example of how things, without any sponsorship, are getting into the record. And it really is bothering me quite a bit. Now, I'm not saying anybody's done anything that isn't right, but...
Pause. It's bothering him quite a bit. And again, isn't this in front of the jury? Why are they having these? Well, or maybe I missed something when I went to go grab the muffins, which actually 3 little tiny mini muffins is 410 calories and 54 carbs. And how much fat? Like 19 grams of fat. Oh my God. He just admitted it right there.
Well,
Thank you, Josie.
sooner we can move into what would ordinarily be received as circumstantial evidence, the better. Apparently, this is not a problem which is going to torment us. So I'm not going to worry about it, but just make a timely objection if you think something's going on that oughtn't. Okay? Now, let the jury on it.
Can we get a ruling, though, on the scope that the state can go into as it relates to that?
As I said before, I really can't pre-screen.
Understood, so I'll just
Go into.
understood, I will then just renew the objection where I find appropriate.
Thought his purpose, I understood, was to demonstrate that it did not appear that the bed had been slept in during the period indicated.
since she left, since the note was placed there.
Yeah,
Right.
okay.
Okay, as a reminder to everyone, this man here, and actually it was, It was said yesterday, I don't remember which one of you wonderful people told me that during the course of the trial, the
Didn't
prison
they veto a
guards
couple of them?
like purposely made noise
I
so he
didn't.
couldn't get any
I should've.
sleep. If you don't gain weight, well, I just said to Jamie, you know, pajama pants have that expandable waistband. Don't tell Baker.
What's that? Down on a contempt, yes.
Shall I proceed?
You please do.
Okay. Detective, I again ask you to turn your attention to Defense Exhibit 60. You've indicated previously that's the bedroom, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that there was no DNA, there was no blood evidence that you saw at, again, in your opinion, in this room, is that right?
Not that I saw.
Conditions were muddy and rainy on this day, is that correct?
Yes.
Was there any evidence on the windowsill that you yourself noticed that somebody would have entered knowing that it was wet and rainy over the last several days?
Not that I saw, but I also can't say I examined it thoroughly either.
That's not something you focused on?
No.
Is there a pink note on the bedroom pillow in this depicted here?
Yes.
And is that a note appears to be the author appears, at least by the note, to be the daughter of Rosalio Gutierrez?
I'm going to object as far as foundation and speculation.
Well, I thought that's where
I thought
that's where we drew the line.
That was my impression that was.
The defense's position is that it's not relevant what the contents of the note are or who authored it.
I certainly remember the first part. I'm afraid I don't remember the second part of that. If
He doesn't remember. Maybe it was time for him to perhaps step aside if you can't keep the facts straight,
the remark that I made at the time was
or lack thereof.
That it was again a question about the sponsorship. Objections overruled, but I think that was the understanding. That's as far as we're going with it.
That was my understanding.
Okay.
And I don't want the name of the individual, but does the note appear to indicate an author?
Yes.
And is that is the author a person related to Rosalio Gutierrez?
His daughter.
His daughter. Okay. And is the note placed physically on a bedroom pillow?
Yes.
Are you aware of when last Rosalio's daughter?
Shouldn't he have asked something along the lines of, and where was the note, instead of basically giving out the answer and having him say yes? I mean, isn't it the attorney's job to ask a question that the witness answers?
Daughter was located at
describes?
his apartment so she'd have access to his bed.
Yeah, she was at the house on the 17th through the early afternoonish hour.
Okay. So that pillow had a note on it, and that daughter is under 10, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she was last at the residence on the 17th in the afternoon.
Yeah.
That's just terrible. I've said it before. This jackass here reminds me of the prosecutor from Megan Emmeritz's trial. It was like a sport to him. He just wanted to win no matter what it took. And in that case, the judge, I'm not sure if you watched it, the judge, even though she was found guilty, the sentencing hearing like a month or so later,
Detective, what is your estimate
the judge
on,
actually gave her a break.
how many interviews you personally were involved in this case? What would be your general estimate?
$25 or so.
And
Around.
If Eelhammer's in here, I
did
love
that
how
involve
he puts
a
that up
number
on the
of people,
screen.
wide variety of people from all those different directions in this case?
Yes.
And at any point that you came upon something that was evidence that persons were involved somehow in the disappearance or murder of Rosalio Gutierrez, at each of those occasions, did you pursue that evidence when it was apparent to you based on all those
Oh,
interviews?
Christine sent Zach a letter. Thank you
If I
so
didn't
much.
directly, I would pass it on to other detectives that would follow through with that.
Look at him. He looks down after he answers. He knows he's full of shit. He's full of this.
Further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want me to pull up the...
He's so ashamed of himself. He should be. This poor innocent man has been incarcerated due to this injustice. Well, you wrote 2 letters to him. Oh. Pick up some stamps,
Thanks,
people.
Jessica.
The ladies at the cashiers, you know, usually have them in their drawers at the grocery store. Guidelines are the rules. Yeah, he's a stupid smart person. The most dangerous
So
of
the
them
state
all.
had in redirect asked you about that there were portions of the van that had been selectively cleaned.
Can you point
The
that out
area
for me?
under where the missing carpet is, that area, to your observation, had not been cleaned, correct?
I'm sorry, what area?
He forgets.
Where the metal is exposed, that there was dirt and other items that show that area had not been cleaned?
Objection. The removing of the carpet would be the cleaning.
Well, I'm asking if under the carpet was cleaned.
Irrelevant whether you've cleaned under the carpet.
Oh my God, he is.
I don't
That
think
is
that's-
total bullshit.
I don't want to preclude her examination, oral.
All right, so let's just, entertain this thought. Let's say, for example, there was a deceased human in the back of that minivan, and let's say that deceased human, after disposed of in whatever fashion, and said murderer removed the carpet that the person was on because it was stained, hypothetically. Don't you think they'd at least run a vacuum or something just as to be double, triple checked that there was no evidence left behind? Seriously. Any reasonable person can conclude that the carpet being removed and the underneath area not showing any signs of cleaning, any reasonable person can deduce that. I mean, there was no body there. I mean,
I can re-ask it, that in
Please.
that area, sorry, Detective, in that area where the metal is showing where the carpet used to be, there's a lot of dirt and other scrap.
pause. So for those of you that watched the Letitia Stokes trial, they did, luminol, pictures and stuff of the bedroom that he was viciously murdered in. And they had pieces of the carpet cut out, and then they had it pulled back, and the blood had seeped through the carpet. The blood had seeped through the carpet padding and had left a stain on the concrete because it was a lower level bedroom. And after he was deceased, she put him in a suitcase and then dragged him into the utility room in the basement, next door. So it's not like he stayed there and bled for a long duration of time before she packed him up in the suitcase and moved him. So, I mean, if he was in the minivan wrapped up in a 5'9" rug, I should go grab my 5'9" rug and see if it would fit around a 270-pound, 6'2", 270 pounds. It would hardly cover someone of my size. And then,
Indicating that that area hadn't been scrubbed clean, correct?
There is
jury
dirt
was allowed
and
to
there is
take
things
notes.
over the metal.
Okay. Thank you. I don't need Exhibit 263. Thank you, State. The state had asked you about the efforts that you observed in the minivan were concerning to you, and you had said that it was not normal, correct?
Correct.
But you'd agree there are plausible other explanations for why an individual cleans a work van, correct?
Sure, you could come up with some.
And the state had asked you about the screen door being open. You said yes, but you were not the first officer on scene, correct?
I was not the first officer, no.
So you wouldn't know how that door was observed when officers first responded?
Correct.
The state just now, the last question that it asked you, had to deal with all the interviews that you had with people, so I want to kind of break that down a little bit. You spoke with Michael Campbell, correct?
Yes.
He was just
Pause one moment. It's me, Josie. If that body was there all night, like Gravely claims, the blood would be soaked through. Absolutely. And remember, he claimed in his, was either his opening, I think in his opening statement, that Zachariah went to Walmart and purposely parked way, way far away whilst the victim was wrapped up in a carpet in the back of his minivan. So you know, the state is even claiming that he was back there for quite a spell. Unbelievable.
a friend of Mr. Gutierrez.
Correct.
You spoke to Eileen Knoll, correct?
Correct.
She was a friend of Mr. Gutierrez.
Right.
And they didn't provide you any
And another good point by Solomon's wife, Jen RN, who's in our chat. All the blood was concentrated on that one 3x3 piece of carpet. Okay, so I don't have a minivan, but I have an SUV, and when you push down all the seats, it's not a very big spot back there. I mean, it looks like the part he cut out was probably like the part, like where there's probably 3 rows in it. And it's not very big. And then I mean, did they take like a 6'2", 270-pound, dummy, wrap it in a 5x9? Well, actually, last night, Detective John, I told him, we were talking about like, the blood evidence that was left at the scene. And I said, don't they have like, fake things that they can use? And then, like the blood splatters, fake things. And he said they actually used to use cadavers when trying to determine, because I said, based on the evidence that was found, it could possibly have been that he was shot, but that wouldn't have left all that blood. And then it could have possibly been a knife, and it could have also possibly been, a baseball bat, like a baseball bat, and he was just beaten repetitively over and over and over and over again. Could have been that too. So he said they used to use cadavers, and conducted experiments to see, like, okay, we're gonna try this with a baseball bat. They did that with the staircase guy, didn't they? Do experiments to see which of their theories possibly happened. But he said they use fake stuff now. But this is just unbelievable. I mean, you'd think they would have conducted
any investigatory leads, correct?
Correct.
You then spoke to Sadie Beecham, correct?
Yes.
And it was your prior testimony that she had immediately stated
Christine
that
sent $5.
she believed her
Thank you very
ex,
much,
Zachariah
Christine.
Anderson, had something to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And you followed up on that one, right?
There's pigs. Oh.
Yes.
All right. And you also spoke to Olivia Anderson, correct?
I thought we were
Yes.
calling her OA.
And that was in relationship to Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yes.
You interviewed Mr. Anderson himself, right?
Yes.
And you interviewed Christine Remsburg, correct?
Yes,
That was the girlfriend of Mr. Anderson?
correct.
So she only dealt with Mr. Anderson, right?
Yes,
And you interviewed, I'm probably going to butcher her name, but Casalina Remsburg?
I believe she went by Cassie, yes.
And that's Christine Remsburg's sister, correct?
Correct.
Again, relating only to Mr. Anderson.
Yes,
And then you spoke with Andrew Schultz, correct?
correct.
That was a friend of Mr. Anderson's, correct?
Yes,
And then you spoke to Alex Wetzel,
yes.
again, a friend of Mr. Anderson's, correct?
I believe it was a cousin.
You talked to him only as it related to Mr. Anderson, though, correct?
Correct.
And then you spoke with an individual named Amber Stark.
Yes.
And she was the girlfriend of Alex Wetzel, correct?
Yes,
And that had to deal with confirming his whereabouts the weekend of May 17th through
Objection
May.
is to hearsay.
I'll rephrase the question, Judge. You spoke to her as it relates to your investigation of Mr. Anderson.
correct.
And then you met and interviewed Soloman Anderson, correct?
Correct.
And that's Mr. Anderson's brother.
Yes,
And then you interviewed Jennifer Libers, correct?
yes,
And that's Solomon Anderson's girlfriend, correct?
yes,
And then you interviewed Joshua Anderson, correct?
yes,
That's Mr. Anderson's other brother, correct?
yes,
And then you interviewed Zenith Anderson, that's Mr. Anderson's sister, correct?
correct.
Then you interviewed Stephen Lenz, correct?
Yes,
That's a friend of Mr. Anderson, correct?
yes, correct.
So who did you interview that provided you other investigatory leads other than Mr. Anderson?
I didn't say I found any.
I didn't say,
I didn't say I found any other ones.
No further questions.
Were you just asked whether you spoke to Umdine Lavora?
Yes, that's another one. Kim?
Was that included in the list you were just asked?
No,
Okay, so that's not a person related to Mr. Anderson, is it?
correct.
Okay, and when you spoke to Michael Campbell, he provided you information that Rosalio Gutierrez had given him that led you towards the defendant.
I'm going to object as far as hearsay. Also leading.
Judge, there's just been a whole series of people listed, and they said there are no investigative leads that you pursued. I'm suggesting there are investigative leads on certain ones, and I'm asking,
He's
again,
now-
using the identical list of people that they just talked about. I'm not required to only talk about whether he found any leads that don't involve Mr. Anderson.
Judge, if I may, the state asked him, oh, you interviewed a bunch of people and you followed all those investigative leads. I then went into all the people he talked about. I asked him about Michael Campbell. He answered it. Now he's trying to go into exactly the information that Mr. Campbell had allegedly provided. And additionally, if the state is going to make commentary about what he wants the witness to answer to, I'm going to ask that that be done outside the presence of the witness.
let's just, much of the evidence you're hearing throughout this case would ordinarily not be admissible.
He's saying
Under
this
that-
to the jury.
Big rule, the hearsay rule.
This
When I was in law,
Okay, I'm not a lawyer, but isn't this little section here, isn't this even grounds for an appeal? He's telling the jurors right to their faces that what they're hearing normally wouldn't be included. This is so horrifying.
school, had a book very like this. And,
God, here he goes to toot his own horn again.
about a third of it, a third of the entire book,
No one
was
cares
about
about
the hearsay
you.
rule.
Then why
The
are
hearsay
you
rule
letting
is a
it in
very,
there?
very, very complicated rule.
Oop, I'm not muted.
It has
Oops.
many exceptions, things that you might think are would qualify as hearsay. And hearsay is evidence of an assertion made by a person while the person was not in court, under oath, and subject to cross-examination, which is offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So
Oh my God.
it's not anything that somebody said.
Everyone, pause for a moment. Remember when I told you I was on with Detective John last night? He's in our chat. Crime Analysis 101 with Detective John. Detective John, were your ears burning? Because I was just talking about how you explained you use cadavers before when, like, you know, trying to recreate the scene to deter. He's a blood spatter expert as well. Holy crap. And Detective John, in the chat, you'll see Jen RN. She is the defendant's brother's wife. And it's me, Josie81. She's the voice on the Wrongful podcast. And Alicia is also part of the Wrongful podcast. Holy crap, Detective John is here? This is amazing. Chrissy's here too. Oh, I hope you're all wearing your pajamas because I am.
Who's not on the witness stand.
Oh my God, this is amazing.
Sometimes that's what it is,
Sal,
but sometimes a lot of it.
Sal, you must tune in to Detective John. We will talk later. He is amazing. He's amazing. And he was a detective, I want to say like 23 years. I could be wrong. Holy cow.
It isn't really being offered to prove the truth of the assertion. It's being offered to prove something else. And in those cases, it's not hearsay. Then if it is hearsay, it's subject to a large number of exceptions from the hearsay rule, which even though the testimony is hearsay.
Pause, Detective John. The detective I was talking about on your live stream last night is still on the stand. He's been his cross-examination was finished, and now he was like redirected and recrossed. And now the judge in front of the jury is saying most of the things that you're hearing would fall under hearsay. This whole conversation he's talking right now is in front of the jurors. Continue.
An exception permits its receipt into evidence. And believe me, we could take months and talk about this.
Oh my God.
But there are many times when hearsay does find its way into the court record. I've never seen a case in which so much hearsay has come in. And I'm not suggesting that it hasn't been proper or that the lawyers haven't used it properly, but you're hearing a lot of hearsay that would ordinarily not be brought in. The critical feature for almost all of it that you're hearing has been that it's not being offered to prove the truth of the underlying assertion. And we're at that point again now where I'm going to allow the witness to testify about what Mr. Campbell, what he claims Mr. Campbell said to him. And it's not being received for use to prove what Mr. Campbell is reported to have said is true. It's not being received for that purpose, and you're not to hear it for that purpose. it's being offered in response to the defense contention that the police investigation was deficient. And what the district attorney wants to show is that the police were investigating and did receive some information and then made a determination about whether it was worthwhile pursuing or not. It is, again, he's not the final judge of what's true and not true. It's just he has to make a judgment for purposes of his position about whether this is something worth pursuing. The burden of proof in the case is totally unchanged, and that is for the state to prove the charges against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And what leads the officer decides to follow and those that he doesn't are really not relevant to that. And that all this evidence that is coming in that is ordinarily hearsay is being received just in response to the defense claim that the case wasn't properly investigated.
Pause.
And I might
Pause. Detective John, if you got in here while this judge here, same judge that was in Rittenhouse's trial, apparently between Rittenhouse and this trial, he had an encounter with a flight of stairs. So I'm not sure if you came in when the two attorneys were talking or if you've been here just since the judge was speaking to the jury. And I also had meant to comment on your channel that the Wrongful podcast, Detective John has a landscaping business in Florida. It would be really, you can just go on Apple Podcast or whatever kind of phone you have, Spotify, whatever. They have 3 episodes out. Each episode's like 54 minutes. And so that's a really, like I said, 2 of the women, the narrator and I don't know if it was the writer. We had 3 women in here last night that are part of the team that puts together that podcast. But if you wouldn't mind checking that out, and you can listen to it, while you're out, driving from point A to point B, that'll kind of give you a good overlay. They're only on episode 3. But anyway, so here, let's continue.
add in my final comment is that the huge portion of the book about the hearsay rule, I can still remember the first sentence. There is nothing murkier in the law of evidence than the hearsay rule. So it's a very, very complicated rule, but I just want to caution you in this case that ultimately you must rely on facts which are proved by the case and are proved by proper evidence and that are sponsored by the person who, generally sponsored by the person who's making that assertion, who's here and subject to cross-examination. I know I could have done a better job of this, but is there anyone who has any question about this? Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection and permit the question with that understanding.
So, Detective, my question was, I'm not asking for the content, but was Michael Campbell a person who provided information to law enforcement that would conclude, that would lead them to go to further their investigation of the defendant?
Yes.
Did Eileen Knoll, when questioned about what circumstances she was aware of and helpful on, did that cause you and other law enforcement to further direct your investigation towards the defendant?
Yes.
Did Sadie Beecham, in her interview, give you factual circumstances and things to investigate consistent with the defendant being the person responsible for these crimes?
Yes.
Did the defendant's daughter, when interviewed, give you information, eyewitness information and witness information that would lead you to further investigate the defendant?
Yes.
Did Christine Remsburg, the defendant's girlfriend, provide you substantive information that would lead you to continue and further your investigation of the defendant?
Yes.
Did Cassie Remsburg, her sister, provide you information that was consistent with that as well?
Yes.
Did members of his family, of the defendant's family, provide some information that would direct you towards the defendant and continue your investigation focused on the defendant?
Yes.
Did Stephen Lentz, when interviewed, lead you to have additional information that would lead you towards the defendant?
Yes.
So all of those people, when you interviewed them, again, led you in terms of following evidence towards the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Nothing else.
Those people that led you to information about Mr. Anderson, none of them provided any information that they saw Mr. Anderson at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 17th, 2020, correct?
Jackson, that's outside the scope of my question.
I think it's exactly in scope of his questioning.
Well, actually, as I've repeatedly said, I'm usually not too rigorous in the application of that rule, but we're getting close to the point where my rigor may return. So you can have an answer to this one.
Could you repeat, please?
That those individuals that the state just asked you whether the individuals you talked to gave you information that pointed you in Mr. Anderson's direction. And I'm asking if any of those witnesses, or actually stating none of those witnesses, provided you information that they saw Mr. Anderson at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment on May 17th, 2020. Correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that specific question.
All right, you may step down.
All right, so that concludes witness number one.
Can I have 30 seconds just to talk to co-counsel and just inquire about the next?
Yes?
If
Does anybody know how many witnesses there are on this trial? And can somebody
How
tell
many
me who's coming up next?
Brewers fans here? One? One? Two? You don't have to be embarrassed about it. Three, I think I saw now. Cubs? Okay, 3-3.
You know, normally I watch these trials on like at least 1.25 times speed, but there's so much going on here,
Sometimes there's a few other teams.
and the body language is interesting to watch. That, you know, it's a PJ live stream. We're just going to casually, you know, meander through this.
I'll like the,
Short witness, we've conferred, this will be a very short witness, and then we have a stipulation to read, and then we believe we'll close evidence for today.
thank you.
Is that accurate?
yes.
Meanwhile, I'm going to work on my crochet. But I think, also Detective John last night, at the very beginning of his live stream, he had this lovely woman and her two children that are the offspring of somebody on YouTube called T-Rev. If you haven't had a chance, I should link that in the description box. Detective John was so generous, and
Raise your right hand, please.
you know,
Do
to make their
solemnly swear
Christmas
the
a little bit
testimony you're about to
merry.
give in this matter will be the truth, the
Was
whole
very-
truth,
was
and
very
nothing but the
touching.
truth, so help you God. Please be seated.
Ms. Swanigan, could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Marissa Swanigan, Marisa, Swanigan, Swanigan.
And are you currently employed in some way?
Yes,
And what in general do you do?
management.
I'm going to direct your attention all the way back to May of 2020. On May 17th of 2020, were you living at the Wood Creek Apartments, specifically 3709 15th Street, apartment 2B?
Yes,
And that apartment, was that on the first floor, second floor, or somewhere else?
the second floor.
So did you have a downstairs neighbor directly below you?
Yes,
And did you know him in passing, just being essentially apartment mates?
yes.
And did you know anything about his family situation in passing?
Just two kids that I would see in passing.
And were they young kids, probably 12 and under, let's say?
Yes.
Did you know if one boy, one girl?
What's this lady's name? She's the co-counsel? So she's going to be a delicious treat for our ears as well. Oh, I might have to have another muffin.
Girl, two boys?
One boy, one girl.
Okay. And do you recall having contact with law enforcement on the 19th of May of 2020 where they asked you, did you hear or see anything on the days preceding that caused you some sort of concern from the downstairs apartment?
Yes.
And what, if anything, do you recall telling law enforcement about your observations that
Yeah,
that they were
Bella's
asking
in
about?
here.
Just hearing loud banging, like against the wall.
And was this specifically on did you have a specific night that you had heard this?
It was a Sunday night.
So that would be May 17th?
Yes.
And when you heard this, approximately what time was it, if you recall?
Between 10 and 11
And where were you in your apartment when you heard this noise coming from downstairs?
in my bedroom.
And at that time, were you living in a one-bedroom
I'm
apartment?
on it,
Yes.
Chrissy.
And was your bedroom at the back end of your apartment, so all the way through?
Yes.
41.
And based on where you were in your bedroom, could you tell in general where this banging noise was coming from?
Yes.
And how are you able to make that determination?
It wasn't coming, the sound wasn't coming directly from under me. It was more so further in front, but below me, if that makes sense.
And so in your knowing the layout of the apartment, what room of the apartment below you did you believe this banging to be coming from?
The living room.
And approximately how long do you remember this banging to have occurred on the 17th between approximately 10 and 11 p.m.?
About 5 minutes.
And at that time, did you hear any speaking or any sort of anything else, or just the banging?
Just the banging.
And in your experience as a human being, did you have any sort of thought as to what that banging could be in your mind while you were in bed hearing it?
I initially thought maybe something that was really big might have fell, or if the kids were still there, that they were playing around and they knocked something over.
And you said the banging went on for approximately 5 minutes?
Yeah.
And then once that 5 minutes stopped, did you hear anything further?
No.
And obviously, hearing that banging, knowing that kids sometimes are downstairs, you didn't call 911 that night?
No.
But when asked about, had you heard anything in the days preceding the 19th of May, that's what you were able to tell officers?
Yes.
And you were for sure it was Sunday night between approximately 10 and 11?
Yes.
Sunday night, the 19th, between 10 and 11. (10 and 11 p.m. or 10 and 11, like before noon?
I have nothing further, thank you.
Nothing further. If she was a
Kim?
witness to the
Thank you.
sound.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hey, so just a couple of follow-up questions. This banging or the sound that you heard, you said in between 10 and 11. Do you remember if it was closer to 11? Do you have a more specific time?
I would say closer to 10, like a little after 10.
And when you spoke with law enforcement, do you remember telling them that you didn't see anyone or you didn't see any cars?
Yes.
Did you look out your bedroom window?
No.
Okay, so you were just staying in bed.
Yes.
Okay. And so all your observations was this sound.
Bye, sweet.
Yes.
See, Swep. We'll see you
And
later.
prior to hearing
Thanks
the
for
sound,
stopping in.
hate to go into your whole sleep schedule, but gotta do it. How long were you in bed prior to hearing that sound?
Maybe 2 hours?
Okay, and were you awake and in bed?
Yes.
Okay, and prior to hearing this banging sound, did you hear anything else suspicious?
No.
So you didn't hear any screams?
No.
You didn't hear
Arguments.
anyone arguing?
No.
I think I'm psychic.
And I want to talk about the apartments in general. How long did you live there for?
About 3 years?
Okay. And clearly you could hear what had happened when you heard this banging, but in general, tell me about how private that apartment building is as far as being able to hear what's going on in your neighbor's apartment.
It's pretty quiet.
So somebody, Lynn, I think
but
in
can
the
you
chat
hear-
yesterday said she knows somebody that used to live in in that whole complex, and the walls are paper thin.
Are things coming from the apartment across from you or below you?
It would have to be really loud, but if it was, then yes.
And so after and you're sure that this was Sunday night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear anything the following day?
No.
Okay. Did you see anything the following day?
No.
And were you there the following day, or were you at work?
I was there.
Okay. All day?
I believe I went to work at 9 o'clock Monday night.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that you didn't hear any sounds of glass breaking?
Yes.
Okay. But you said that I'm just trying to really get what the sound was that you heard. I know it's hard. I know it was a while ago. And
Was there any evidence of any
previously
broken
described
glass?
it as something falling off the wall. But is there any other way that you can describe this sound?
It sounded like just something big being forced against the wall.
Okay. In the living room?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
Chrissy just said, no, I can't describe the sound
nothing
because the
further, thank you.
prosecutor
You may
didn't
keep
give me
talking.
that answer when he coached me. Well, that was fast.
I think you folks have put in a full day, and it's a good time to stop.
Can we,
Can we read the
can we read the
stipulation?
stipulation?
You may.
Okay.
Well, let's see. We're on for an hour and a half now.
Yes, I would
Should we just continue for a while?
And you my copy? I'm happy to do that.
Okay, sure, thank you. So cordial. So we have a stipulation. I'm going to read the first part, Judge, and then the state will read the second part. The following are statements attributed to Lene J. Douglas, who is an unavailable witness in this matter at this time. The parties have stipulated that these two statements should be read in their entirety to the jury in place of testimony that Ms. Douglas would have made if she had been available. Officer Paul Chase, on May 19th, 2020, reported, quote, I did speak with Lene J. Douglas in number 2C, end quote. Quote, Douglas told me that she thought that she heard an argument from apartment 1B yesterday, May 18th, 2020, afternoon, around 13 hours. She knew that the subject in 1B had kids and did not think anything of it. Douglas went on to say that she did not see who was arguing, end quote.
Members of the jury, the second part of the stipulation is as follows. Lene Douglas telephone call on March 10th, 2022 with DA Mike Gravely and victim witness coordinator Heather Beasy. Ms. Douglas was asked.
Could one of you find women that are a part of the Wrongful podcast or Jen, Soloman's wife? So the defendant's brother's wife, sister-in-law, answer Detective John's question. Is this testimony they are stipulating to a part of a deposition? Question mark.
asked about her verbal statement to Officer Chase,
If anybody
in
knows,
which
they would
he had
know.
her saying that she had heard an argument in 1B on May 18th, 2020 at about 1 p.m. Ms. Douglas stated that she could not be correct. Stated that could not be correct because she was working with headphones on for her job from her back bedroom on Monday, May 18th at that time, and would not have been able to hear anything. She stated the officer must have misunderstood what she told him. She stated that when she heard something concerning apartment 1B, she was in her main living room, comma, it would have been about 9 p.m. because she was watching TV. She stated that it was in the few days prior to May 19th, 2020, when she heard at approximately 9 p.m. a scream in the hallway by 1B. She described the scream as high, as if someone was in pain and surprised.
Okay, now keep in mind for those of you who are just now new to the case, one thing I do know is his apartment door was right next to the mailboxes. Continue. Perhaps somebody was checking their mail and they had a small child with them. I'm just saying.
She stated that she could not hear anything further, which surprised her because based on the original scream, she thought she might.
Detective John Alicia, who is the writer for the Wrongful podcast, responded, I do know the defense filed motions with the court and tried to question this witness, but she dodged them. Then she was unavailable for trial. Couldn't they have compelled her to testify? Police must have confused Monday at 1 with Sunday at 9. Typically, they would have deposed this witness and they could stipulate and read the transcripts. Yeah. Okay. Couldn't she have testified via Zoom or something? I mean, wasn't this in like April, May-ish of this year?
Hear a call for help or something. That's the completion of the stipulation, and of course, this has been filed with the court. It's been provided to the court.
Right. Folks, again, when there's a stipulation, that's something the parties agree as being the true fact. And so that's something that you should accept. And no further proof will be received or received to either prove or disprove what is agreed to. Any question about that? Okay. Anything else?
No.
Okay, let's break for the day. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please don't read, watch, or listen on any account of the trial.
Wait, there's 45 minutes
Don't discuss
left?
his even with fellow jurors or members of your household, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Van Wee-Daubert issue, I don't think we've had that yet. And
You're right. Yep, I think that's a good idea.
Oh, what is this delicious treat they're going to discuss now for 44 minutes?
Yeah, this is a good time to tell me get out of here. All right,
Doesn't this fine
have a
family
number of
back here look like they
observations
would
on the Van Wheat
could find
testimony.
use out of, neck warmers and matching hats?
Offered testimony.
See, look, I got the matching hat. Wouldn't that look lovely on a member of the family? I think these are matching. Oh, wrong color. Also, Detective John, I still have to email you and get the names and addresses of that fine family you had on last night, because I have all kinds of lip
The
gloss
first
for that
observation that I want to
cute
make
little
is
girl.
I thought it was very
And some,
clear
you know.
from the argument that has been made here that there is no dispute as to the scientific basis for the methods and principles which were employed in this case, although there's dispute as to the qualifications of Officer Van Wee. and the method in which he did his observations and analysis. But I did not understand any dispute as to the basic science of it and the requirement for the admission of this type of testimony, as stated in 907.02 subsection 1, is that scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the jury to understand or determine the fact and issue, that the expert witness testifying is qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, that the expert testimony is based upon sufficient facts or data, that the expert testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods, and that the expert testimony has applied the principles and methods reliably to the facts in the case. And the defense objection states that the defendant maintains that Officer Van Wee's testimony regarding his observations and conclusions of the blood evidence is not admissible for the following reasons. One, that he is not qualified as an expert in the field of blood stain pattern analysis. Second, that he does not comply, his report does not comply with industry standards and requirements. And third, that Officer Van Wee failed to reliably apply principles and methods and made substantial errors in his report. And the defense position is largely based on a report submitted by Dr. Marilyn Alice Tebbs Miller, and she has made a number of attacks on Officer Van Wee's
Is Jung still
performance
here?
in this case and the
Here's the kitten
contents
you
of his
requested.
report.
Oh, she doesn't. She may or
But
may not.
then we discussed it some length the other day, and I
Here, look at nice and warm. Look at
ounced as I
over here.
frequently do
Stay a while.
when
Oh, it's a baby.
Attorney Mueller talked, well, we'll start talking about standards and requirements, and I challenged that to basically according to whom, and I think the response was the Department of Justice, and I have to say, I haven't made an exhaustive search, but I haven't found these standards from the Department of Justice. I think I made pretty clear that I'm not familiar with any authority that I'm required to follow standards of the Department of Justice. I'm not familiar with any legal authority for the Department of Justice to proclaim or enforce standards on the state courts. And I'm not suggesting that the Department of Justice may not have done so, but the Department of Justice has done a lot of things that are in the courts right now, actually, and in the Supreme Court right now, as to the reliability and the legality. But even assuming that they've made suggestions as to what standards courts should apply, I'm not familiar with any standards which I am required to employ. Certainly, I've not heard of any constitutional, under the federal constitution, that I would be required to do so. And I've not seen any that set the standard for state law. And in fact, both the United States Supreme Court, from the beginning of Daubert, and the state Supreme Court from the beginning of Wisconsin's use of Daubert, has, I think, have deliberately veered away from a course of imposing strict standards on trial judges, and to the point that, as I mentioned the other day, Judge Apremian's article,
Solomon
which
is here.
whatever they call the Wisconsin lawyer now.
Pause.
Uh,
Pause. Solomon, welcome back, and Merry Christmas Eve to you and your family. Somehow I need to get your address because I think some of the things I am making, you know, hats and scarves, etc., would look very nice on your stepmother and your dad, and you and your wife, who's here, Jenna Wren, and anyone else, your sister perhaps. Also, Solomon, I'd like to introduce you to Crime Analysis 101 with Detective John. There he is. He was a detective for 23 years. I think it was 23 years, 20-ish years. Well, he's got, you know, it is Christmas Eve, but he did pop in. So, Solomon, Detective John, Solomon. There you have it. I appreciate all of you for being here, even if you just come to say hello. And yeah, Detective John, if you could, if you have any windshield time, let's just say, between your house and anywhere else, over the next, whatever, you should really check that out. All right, let's continue. Merry Christmas Eve and Merry Christmas.
I guess it's the Wisconsin lawyer. Comments on Professor Blanca's splendid primer on Daubert evidence, and the fact that Professor Blanca said Wisconsin was a lax Daubert state when it's in assessing what the appellate courts have demanded of the trial courts, and Judge Apremian has not necessarily agreed with that. I think he's suggested that the individual states' laws have really defied easy definition of what is a lax and what is a strict application. But so as I say, I think that Ms. Mueller made reference to controlling. I think that was my word, controlling. But on the idea that these standards are to be followed in order for...
Wait, your mother is standing in front of you? Hello, Mother. Can I interest you in some, you know, warm beanie hats and perhaps like a cowl scarf around your neck for the wintertime? I'm in Minnesota. I've got a big giant pile down over there. I'll have to post some pictures maybe on X later, and you can take a pic from the selection. I'll send it over to you. We'll not make it by Christmas, but a post-Christmas.
Or the witness to be qualified.
Jen. Okay,
And,
well, same thing. I'll send her some too. I've got so much. You wouldn't believe it.
I don't think there's any control element in it. she's advocating adherence to the standards of the organization to which she
Oh, I got it.
pays dues and belongs, and I think has been an officer. But why they would be preferred to a lot of other criteria. And I mentioned the other day that I thought they were very firmly rooted in,
Oh, thank you, Stu, for doing that. You guys all love him.
and for example, suggesting that to be qualified for this analysis that was.
Sorry, one more rave about Detective John. I don't know, for those of you that watch Dan Bongino, you know how he basically, has a mission for truth and justice and uses the phrase cojones. He has a cojones to stand up for what's right. Detective John is kind of the same way. Well, it is the same way in like the true crime community. And you know how we've discussed a few times, the role that the media is playing in trials like this and contributing to the injustice with their sensationalized headlines that they have for these trials before they've even begun. And so Detective John started his channel specifically to address some of the other, live streaming channels where that kind of fuel the rumor flames, let's just say. And he's doing really incredible work. And he's got, let's use Jan Bongino's phrase, the cojones to take on the heat that comes back. Yeah, Christine, you'll love him. He's busy. He's got 5 children, and he's just really, that's another thing that really bothers me. We've talked about this before, the hive mind mentality. You know how you engage in conversation on some type of social media, whether it's a chat on a live stream or on the interwebs of some sort. And if you don't go along with the narrative in some instances, you get eaten alive. And so I don't know, it's a really great mission that he's on with his channel. And I think that's what we're all searching for. We're searching for the truth, and we're searching for, an environment where we can ask questions and ponder and discuss and not fan the rumor flames, if you will. So
Done here that the officer ought to have had a bachelor's degree and have taken a course in trigonometry. And I've been in this position for 40 years. I was district attorney in the district attorney's office for 6 years.
Oh,
and
here we go,
private
Judge is
practice,
tooting his own horn again.
for I think 7. And
Can I turn him? I'm going to turn his speed up a little bit. So I'm starting to get a little nauseous. I really wanted to have like another one of those
have had
mini
this type of
muffins.
testimony come up numerous times, most notably in a case called State against Perez, which I won't get into. But
Chrissy says, and so in short, you definitely want to avoid L&C chats. Jamie has a story that she shared about being in one of those chat rooms, and I don't know, people are horrible, and they have like, what is it? Like some kind of, they think they're invincible, sitting in their, recliner, typing on their keyboard. It's terrible. People are so angry and mean.
Trigonometry was never part of my analysis. Now, I'm not saying it wouldn't be an improvement of my analysis to apply some trigonometric principles, but first I'd have to take trigonometry, because I didn't. And I suspect many of my colleagues in the judiciary would not have taken
Why would that have anything to do with law? I mean,
that course or those courses, and even a lesser number of police officers, including those who've done a lot of this work and we've relied upon for many, many years in the criminal courts, that would not be viewed as a prerequisite qualifying as an expert. I understand there were some substitute courses in that, but as a general statement, I did feel it was the viewpoint of these standards, which, well, I think they appear to be a product of the academy, and they are biased in favor of an academic background for the examiner rather than an experiential background. And from what I've read on the topic in case law over the years, both from Wisconsin and from elsewhere, as a general statement, I think the vast majority of the persons who have qualified to give opinion in this subject, while many of them have taken academic programs and have degrees of various types, but it's very likely a experience-based science. And Professor Blinka gives the example of the perfume tester who tests and distinguishes between 140 different perfumes from experience alone by smelling them. And there's no way you could scour the world, even at the Sorbonne, and you'd not find someone with the credentials to do a better job than someone who's just been doing it for a long time. So I'm not saying no that the doctor is wrong about this, and
how many of these stories are we going to be hearing about that have nothing to do with anything? Are we going to start hearing about Corn Pop eventually? Did he have like a run-in with Corn Pop, maybe?
She's trying, well,
Credential
to
perfume
try to move
sniffer.
this into.
Actually, you're supposed to sniff coffee beans in between perfumes to cleanse your nasal, canal, channel, your nasal cavity there.
A more disciplined area, and certainly education is a component of that. When I say education, we get education in a lot of ways. Sometimes just by failing, but so she's trying to get.
And he's got these little
more
tiny jokes.
standards.
They're
and,
not funny,
and,
sir. Man's
and
in
ensure
jail.
that people are having some good background in some of
Prison.
the aspects of bloodstain examination and opinion, but I don't think what she's advocating, what these standards, as they're referred to, suggest are prerequisites to admission of the testimony and analysis of someone who is otherwise knowledgeable. And I remember there was some of you may remember it, but I certainly don't. When Daubert was adopted in Wisconsin, there was almost a panic. There was almost a panic. What's going to happen? And hearing two different presentations, one by Professor Blinka and the other by a judge from a magistrate judge from the Western District, whose name I have to apologize, I don't recall, and also a presentation by Judge.
Pause. I need two little tiny paws to put up on the screen. Pause. So Jen RN, who is Soloman's wife, Saul made sure to tell all of the LNC figureheads he spoke to that they were part of the reason of Zach's wrongful conviction with their slanderous headline. They didn't like that. That's exactly what I've been saying. I said that on Detective John's thing last night. I said it, I'm pretty sure, well, you've heard me say it quite a bit. Like that's part of that's a big part of the problem. You're telling me that when they put up obsessed boyfriend murder trial, or like with Megan Emmerich, sleeping father murder trial, or actually, I think in some cases they actually said like sleeping father murderer trial. Okay, well the trial hasn't even happened. So how can you say that? Number one. Number two, it's just wrong. Detective John and I talked about that last night. Like legit, you should just put in there what Vielhammer Media has. Wisconsin versus Zachariah Anderson. Day 3. You know, witness name, or just day 3, period, full stop. No, they have to embellish it. And like Detective John calls it, like clickbait. It's like clickbait. That's another reason why his voice is so important, because like he was saying with the Idaho 4, there was a channel, I forget who, was implying basically that, well, all sorts of things. And then they just spin it and spin it and spin it, and people eat it up like, like they're being spoon-fed a bunch of garbage. And I said that's why I like to watch these trials, because you're listening to like what's being presented. This is the proper way to conduct, an opinion, to form an opinion, is by listening to the evidence and considering the charges against the person versus the evidence presented. And do those line up? They overcharge, the prosecutors, in my opinion, overcharge. And the jurors and their McJustice system, fast food approach to justice, is ending up in travesties that we're watching unfold here. It's horrible. Reminder, top of the screen, 1,314 days. Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated.
From the Court of Appeals, who was a judge in Janesville, and there is now, I can't suddenly come up with it,
Yeah.
very knowledgeable judge. And they all gave basically the same message. There's not much change from what the rules were pre-Daubert. It's my own opinion, from having lived through that period and having tried cases
It's a
under
big problem.
the pre-Daubert approach. There was a word for it that's widely used at the time. You don't hear it too much anymore since Daubert. There was a lot of junk science coming into the courts. And I heard things said on the witness stand that I think, you've got to be kidding me.
Pause. Remember, what was his name? The Christian boy that was slandered. Nick? No. Remember the all boys Christian school went and they called him like a racist and stuff? Sandman. Wasn't it Nick Sandman? Remember what happened when he was slandered? Just saying. They just continue to do that and tell you, yeah, Nick Sandman. Until you use your voices and stop the insanity, it's just going to continue and get worse and worse and worse.
But we had such loose standards in those days about who qualified as an expert and what opinions those experts might convey. That's what was the driving force
I'm going to quick go fill
in
up
the
my
adoption
water.
of the Daubert rule in Wisconsin. But these very capable people with terrific federal experience who had worked with Daubert said there's not that big of a change. And there is no doubt in my mind that under pre-Daubert approach, Officer Van Wee would have qualified. There are only a few areas where I think the defense has scored some legitimate points, and I'll get to those. But in terms of the first 5 areas of the inquiry, whether it's really a science, whether it's verifiable, you made mention, Ms. Miller, of the peer review. And see, to me, the peer review referred more to the determination of whether this is really scientific evidence and had been tested, and that there were available statistics as much as possible for its reliability. Well, does anybody know, was the issue of the so-called shaken baby syndrome ever been resolved ultimately in the courts? You used to hear that. I used to go to judicial programs all the time, and we'd spend days on shaken baby syndrome. Only the last time I ever heard of it was a presentation with some very eminent scientists and lawyers And the consensus was that there's no such thing. I haven't followed up on it since. I haven't had a case like that come in here since. I don't know if Daubert spelled the end of that or if it's still being pursued, but there were enormous amounts of money being taken from one pocket and put in another on the basis of those lawsuits. Same thing with the tire cases that the combo, is it combo case, and the breast implants and the needless suffering which was endured because of people being afraid, because of what in the end wasn't really accurate science. That was what I think the objective was, is to shoo that stuff out the door. And peer review was part of that. Whether when you made a Daubert analysis, whether it was verifiable information or just somebody's theory. I had a person come in here from an academic background and testify that when a person is driving an automobile and is going to turn right, that motorist will always initially start to turn left to set up for the turn. I was embarrassed to be submitting that case to that jury with that kind of information. But so that was, I think, what
Wait,
the
I
Daubert
missed
rules
that. I was
were aimed
gone.
at.
So he is saying that shaken baby syndrome isn't. Did he say it was junk science? How? I mean, that's not true. There's plenty of evidence.
And have
Again, I'm not an attorney, but this is another example of him just pulling stuff out of his hiney.
largely accomplished.
Again,
but
I
have
missed
to say,
part of that. I was
having
looking
lived
for
through
water.
now,
I actually got juice.
10 years of Daubert, 10 plus, I haven't noticed the difference. I'm just seeing less of the junk. So in terms of the what Professor Blinka refers to as, in his article, March 2011, Wisconsin lawyer.
Oh no, Alicia.
Well, at page 18, these three foundational elements, relevance, qualifications,
So
and helpfulness,
sad.
are the target of the rule. And under 907.02, the qualifications element should speak to the reliability of the witness's principles and methods and their application to the facts. He comments, experts sometimes, he's quoting, experts sometimes reach different conclusions based on competing versions of the fact. And that the rule is not intended to authorize a trial court to exclude an expert's testimony on the ground that the court believes one version of the facts and not the other. And I made reference to that on the first day we discussed it.
Does he just continue to talk about this? Because should we maybe
this is not my
fast
decision to make.
forward?
This is for the jury.
He's giving me a headache.
Professor Blinka continues, there is no
I'm gonna
definitive
take
list
it
of
in the
reliability
tracks for
factors
this guy.
that must be applied in all cases, nor is there a hierarchy of factors that ranks them in order of preference or weight. Which factors apply and how they are weighed are within the court's discretion. This is a much misunderstood aspect of the reliability standard. In Daubert, the Supreme Court discussed 5 non-exclusive factors in the context of scientific evidence. 6 years later, it quelled a circuit split when the court clarified in Cumho attire that the reliability analysis also applied to non-scientific expert testimony. But he goes on. On page 5, no, 19, page 19, at point 2, whether the technique or theory has been subject to peer review and publication. And I don't think either the general technique or the theory are at issue here, and that they have been widely subject to peer review and publication. And I don't think there's any question now. I shouldn't say any, because I'm aware that there is one case that's ongoing now that raises some issues about its reliability. But I won't get into that because I don't think it has anything to do with this case anyway. But And the Supreme Court said, moreover, Rule 702 is broad enough to permit testimony that is the product of competing principles or methods in the same field of expertise. Finally, the United States Supreme Court has expressly recognized that the trial judge must have considerable leeway in making reliability determinations.
I was just thinking, listening to this clown here talking, giving me a headache. Like, this case is so important to the people that are sitting in the chat and discussing and listening. And it's Christmas Eve. For Pixie, it's Christmas Day. She's in Australia, it's my understanding. That kind of like punctuates how important it is that, you know, we're focusing on someone who's been in prison for prison for 1,314 days. I don't know how big your closets are, but I'm guessing mine is like 4 by 10-ish. I don't know how big prison cells are, but I'm pretty sure the square footage is probably similar, maybe, sort of. Can you imagine living in your closet for 3 years, 7 months and change? Because this guy here was an incompetent nincompoop and Gravely is an overeager, stupid, smart person. The most dangerous of all the people. This is horrifying.
Disputes among experts centers on the principles and methods. The focus must be on the principles and methods. Appellate courts give short shrift to trial judges who unduly focus on the witnesses' qualifications. The court is required to make a separate finding that the witness reliably applied otherwise reliable principles and methodology.
Oh, shoot, I missed a stitch.
At page 60, professor says, experience alone or experience in conjunction with other knowledge, skill, training, or education may provide a sufficient.
Okay, Mira M. Gravely is corrupt and stupid. You know what would be interesting? For those of you who may have dwelled in the underground world of truth and justice the last couple of years, I think LawKong Express had said earlier, follow the money. That would be an interesting road, wouldn't it? With Gravely. Something to ponder. Stick in your Christmas cap, perhaps.
Reliable basis. In certain fields, experience is the predominant, if not sole, basis for a great deal of reliable expert
I want to
testimony.
kind of fast forward through him, but actually I want to hear what he, like this
And
is an
getting into,
understanding of his mental
Dr.
incompetence.
Yes, Miller's report.
Oops.
She's made some observations of this, about this case, the most glaring of which was brought up by Mr. Gravely the other day, that she, as I said, I thought she succumbed to what a lot of us do now in the computer age and just took an earlier report and made some modifications. Nothing wrong with that. Made some modifications and issued it, but at page 4 of her report, Exhibit 3 that you've offered for the defense, during my review of Officer Van Wee's report and the case materials, including crime scene photographs, autopsy reports, and forensic laboratory testing results, I was able to identify several blood-stain pattern identification errors made by Officer Van Wee. Well, of course, there was no autopsy, so she's grossly misstated what was available for her in her critique, in order to make her critique. Reviewing in reviewing Officer Van Wee's report, he has experience. I heard a former police official being interviewed on television last night. I think the individual was from New York, but while New York's problems get more publicity, its experience is repeated around the country. This person who was very high placed in the New York Police Department, if I'm right about the community, said, we can't get police officers anymore. It's been made into a very unpopular occupation. It's a dangerous position. Number one, it's dangerous just in doing that line of work, and I understand there was a police officer killed in
Yes, Alicia, he's still
Chicago
talking.
again last night, one in Milwaukee a couple of weeks ago. And then these people have to make life and death decisions in less than a second.
Mm-hmm.
There was one on trial in Milwaukee, 5 or 6 years ago, and Attorney Smith, used to be with Jerry Boyle, I can't think of his name.
Jonathan.
Smith
Yeah.
defended him, and there was a video of the incident, and there was no question. The district attorney didn't even claim that the officer's first shot, which was non-lethal, was legal. But
I'm
in, I
writing
think, about
this down for
7/10 of a
Detective
second, the officer
John.
took a second shot, which was fatal.
Hopefully he'll come back and
And,
watch
got
on the
criminally charged.
replay after the holidays are over.
For something that happened in less than a 1 second.
1853.
It's a big disincentive to taking that kind of a job. So there are decrees. I think the particular, I may have read this in part of this in an article too, just this morning. Someone talking about the lack of applicants for police jobs and how we used to have 500. No, it was Chief Deputy Levin who retired the other day, and he said we used to have 200 people apply for these jobs, and now we have, I don't know if he said less than 50 or if he said 20, but that's the problem. So where do you get all these qualified examiners?
This is another plug for the fallofminneapolis.com. Okay, so it has to do with the Derek Chauvin trial. The woman in the video is Liz Collin. She's one that interviews all the police officers. And then she's married to a good friend of mine, Bob Kroll, who used to be the Police Federation Union's president for many years. They're married now. She was on with Megan Kelly like a month ago, right around the release, and also JC. I always forget his last name. That's a very interesting documentary. They did crowdsource it, so there's no cost to watch it. And it's about 2 hours long. And at the very, very end of it, there's like a ticker. Like Minneapolis had 800-ish police officers at the time the riots happened. And now they're down to about 40% of that. And basically the hooligans are just running our big city. I won't go down. I won't go to Minneapolis. We went there for Ed Sheeran, and that was about it.
If you impose even stricter criteria for them to testify as experts in the court. So you not only have to...
Okay, so we're not the only ones Irish.
You already have a limited number of people applying for these jobs, much less than in years gone by. And then to go with everything else. And of course, there are some officers who either make mistakes or, in some cases, worse. But some people will paint the entire profession with just awful accusations when they're just trying to do their jobs properly. So you have an already diminished number of applicants. And
Look
then
at the body language of the gallery. It's kind of fun to watch it in like
in order to
1.5
do this
times
work that the
speed.
police desperately need to have done. They have to have blood stain analysis done
Checked
as part of their
out.
work. They have to employ only those who have completed trigonometry courses and have a
Oh, Solomon, you work downtown
degree
Minneapolis?
of
Whereabouts? I used to love to do accounting contract work downtown. Loved it. Especially in the summertime, because you'd have like little flower markets and there'd be like little musicians out. And like I said, I don't go downtown anymore. I wouldn't go without packing some heat, if you catch my drift. And the hooligans just run the town. Minneapolis once was absolutely beautiful. And now it's just a train wreck, except for that beautiful stadium we have.
various
Belinote
academic stature. So that is not part of the calculus for
and 7 Steakhouse and Sushi. I've been there many times. So many times. Belinote and 7. Oh my God. So I don't eat sushi, but then they have like the caterpillar roll, which is like basically just deep fried cream cheese. It was delicious. Been there many, many, many times. Wait a minute. Do you know Angie Gilbert? She was a waitress, I think, at 7? Question mark. Really pretty redhead. Her and I used to work together a long time ago.
For me, in determining who's qualified as an expert.
Deep
And
fried cream cheese.
I think Officer Van Wee
Anything deep fried is delicious.
testified very capably about his experience credentials. And yet, the defense says at page 3 of its brief, or its motion, the only qualifications the state claims is that he has experience as a police officer and completed a 40-hour course in bloodstain pattern analysis. Skipping. Additionally, a 40-hour course did not make someone an expert in the respective field of study. But there's no support for that claim. I didn't see any citation to any authority that one can't learn this particular
I bet both Bellanote and 7 Sushi
scientific analysis.
are closed.
a 40-hour
We used to go to
course. I'm not
Capital
saying it
Grill
can,
all the time.
but
I knew the manager there.
I'm
Nick
satisfied
Phelps,
with
or
all of
Nate
his credentials,
Phelps.
all of his experience. He is
I gotta turn the fan on. I'm getting hot with this hat on.
shown to have sufficient experience to
Is he
qualify as
almost
an
done?
expert. The defense characterizes at page 4 Marilyn T. Miller, a national expert on blood spatter.
But he's almost finished.
I don't know if she is or not. I never heard her name before. And there's no citation of that, and that's always, of course, something that isn't easily quantified anyway. I'll still say, I don't care what anybody says about Willie Mays or Mike Trout. I'll still say that Henry Aaron was the greatest baseball player of all time. So, that's just somebody's opinion. So I don't know who said she is a national expert on blood spatter analysis, but it did, and that's supported claimants.
I'm secretly
As far as I'm
hoping
concerned,
Detective
the defense
John
quotes from her report about how he doesn't have the undergraduate degree
continues to watch
with
this
coursework
trial.
and trigonometry and science-based
His
coursework
opinion is very
and specifically
valued
laboratory work in
his
biology, physics, and
experience.
chemistry. I don't see where that's necessary to the job. I really don't. And
And he knows. Wait,
in the event this ends up in a different court taking a look at it, I don't know.
I just thought of something. He is very, very well connected. Very well connected. Put that feather under your Christmas cap, if you will.
I just don't see those as prerequisites.
Oh.
Documented mentorship program, those would all be positive and pluses, but in terms of the reality of the world in which we live, I do not embrace that claim. Not being certified with the International Association of Identification, that would not make a big difference to me. These standards, so-called,
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I really need to use the restroom.
oh yeah, by
So-
all means, go ahead.
Okay,
No,
Or if-
I'm almost
if we
done, but I don't want you to wait. No, go.
I can wait if it's gonna be,
No,
it's gonna be
I would never
quick.
do that to someone.
I'm
Oh,
telling you I
for
can wait,
Pete's
Well,
but I want to be sure that I'm not, I don't want to feel like I'm rushing anyone here.
I
but-
don't feel rushed.
Okay, so I can wait, but if it's gonna be
Day
like 20
five,
more
yes,
minutes,
I
I
will.
probably will want to take a break.
Let's do that, we'll compromise.
I'm going to start
You
a
can
very
stay
own
and-
page of
and
notes for
hold on
specifically for
and
Detective John.
I'll finish up within 5 minutes.
Great, I appreciate it. Thank you, Judge.
Feel free to,
If I need to leave, I will, and I'll
yeah.
leave John and Kirk here.
all right. These standards, they didn't even start assembling them until 2 years before this incident. So, now, there is something about Officer Van Wee that I do think the defense makes a good point. He's not going to be permitted to testify to what was and was not blood, because he hasn't got credentials for that. He can testify to what looked like blood,
Okay, sir, do you know what it's like when your back
whatever
teeth are
characteristics he
floating and
wanted
you
to
need
see,
to use the
which
bathroom?
probably wouldn't be expert material anyway.
Why must you
And somebody walks into
continue?
a scene like this, a totally lay person is perfectly capable of very quickly falling into discussing it in terms of it being, oh, there was blood all over. But he's not going to be able to characterize anything as blood, at least not on his own credentials.
Oh my God. Nicole with the circuit.
And this is a business about his usage of the terms, the victim was attacked in the hallway outside his apartment door. The bloodstains indicate the
Just
violent
keeps
attack
going.
continued. To the extent that that is prejudicially emotive, that's got to be controlled. This is not an exercise
This is terrible.
Size for him to advance the theory of how the crime happened. His job is to report what he saw, and what he's qualified to report on is the pattern and the like. And
Keep in mind we're watching this in 1.5 times speed, so the time is
I
really...
think I'm going to wrap it up.
Oh, really?
with
You think
that.
so?
So that's the reason I gave the ruling that I did. And
What's the name of that band that had the Wrap It Up song?
It looks to him like blood based on his experience.
Something the
There's literally
Thunderbirds?
no one knows the police department who's dealt with things in
yeah,
he's,
I would expect someone with even a few months, definitely a few years, on any police department, at least around here, to be able to say, use the word blood with considerable
I couldn't imagine
reliance.
He's
Solomon.
allowed to express his opinion that it's blood. He's just not allowed to. He's not allowed
when
to.
he's talking scientifically, no.
Say one more time.
He can't do it scientifically, no.
Similar to what we just had.
We'll work it out. I'm not worried about it.
Okay. And so I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
What did I tell you, 9 o'clock?
9?
Yes.
Yeah.
You told the jury 9. Okay.
Okay,
Oh,
please don't rewatch the rest
Yellowhammer,
when
if
it
you're
comes to
still in
trial.
here.
And enjoy the evening.
All right, now we're going to go to the next day. Should we pause for a bathroom break for everybody? All right, so who wants to tell me what we're going to expect today? Day 4. Those benches don't look comfy. You know, there's a rumor I heard. You know when people in the House of Congress, what do they call that? Filibuster? Do you know Nancy filibustered? I call her Slushy. Slushy filibustered for, I think it was like 8 hours straight. And it was rumored that she wore diapers, so she wouldn't have to like stop her thing to go to the bathroom. I don't know if that's true. I don't want to slander her with false rumors, but it's plausible. Yes, Fabulous Thunderbirds. Wrap It Up. I used to love that song. It's bad. Oh my goodness. Jen was pregnant during this trial. So you've got a brand new baby. Is Bella Italia still in here? Her little girl, Sophia. This is her Christmas too. Her first Christmas as well. Oh my God. Well, I'm sitting in a recliner and just sitting here for 5-ish hours yesterday afternoon. My bum was numb. Oh, 8-month-old now. Oh my God, in my urine pile. Like if I start one of these hats and I'm not paying attention when I count, it ends up being very small. Like I'll go, oh dang, and I don't want to like unravel it. Is it a boy or a girl? I might have to make a note of that. So then I just like make it into like a child hat. Or if I really screw up and I'm really not paying attention, it's like an American Girl doll hat. Oh, a boy. Oh, well, I have some blue here. I don't really have a whole lot of masculine colors. Oh, where is it? Somewhere around here I have a gold that I was going to use to go with all my Minnesota Gophers stuff. But you know what? I mean, Packers are green and gold. We could do a gold colored one. I don't have any green and I don't have any red. Frankly, I'd like some ivory. All right. Well, like I said, I'll take pictures because I just keep making things and, you know, got to find a good excuse to get rid of it. It's very soft. Okay. Warning. The feed out of the court was really poor, causing the audio and video to be out of sync and some digital noises that are hard to remove without tampering with the recording. Thank you, Veilhammer Media, for that note. Well, so here we go. Wait a minute. Is she wearing like a red colored blazer? Huh, interesting that it is Christmas Eve and, you know, the color is red. I've got my red jammies on. And last night, I don't know if Ostray mentioned that we ended on 11:11 Eastern Standard Time. 11:11, isn't that when you're supposed to make a wish? Which in my world is kind of like a sign we're all on the right journey. I don't know. You know, I'm weird like that. Alrighty, here we go. I'll stay here as long as you want me to stay here. KK,
Good morning, everyone.
what's the girl say? Oops.
Let's continue with the state's case, Mr. Grayman.
All right, I'm going to turn it back down to normal speed.
Or I just have not turned it on. I apologize.
Guilty is charged. All right.
Oh, the judge with another funny. 11:11. It's a sign, in my world at least. Now, who is this woman?
Good morning. Tell me by the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth.
Is this the
The whole
girlfriend?
truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Ms. Ramsberg, you need to speak right into that microphone.
Oh, this is the
okay?
girlfriend.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to mute my microphone. I want to hear her. Oh, she's a little tiny thing.
Okay.
Can you state your first and your last name, and please spell both your names for the record?
Christine Rensburg, C-H.
Let me guess. Gravely is going to continue with his jackassery with her. She's tiny. Look at her.
Ristinremsburg.
And Ms. Ramsberg, how old are you today?
33.
I'm going to show you what's been marked.
Okay, so pause again. The audio and video are out of sync according to Vielhammer's little thing there. So now's a perfect time to go put those Christmas cookies in the oven and put our live stream right next to you so you can hear it. I'm going to be crocheting.
As State Exhibit 42.
There might be a banana nut muffin involved, or 2 or 3. Look at his sad face.
In the meantime, Ms. Ramsberg, while this is being done, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
And how many times?
3.
Ms. Ramsberg, again, I'm going to show you what's been marked as counsel's edit. Again, is it 42, Defense Exhibit 40, or is it State Exhibit 42? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 40.
Actually, at a protest. Wonder if I'd be able to set up my live stream in my closet for the next 13 days of testimony as a sign. Remember how people used to like sleep on billboards as protest? Maybe what I should do as a symbolic gesture is spend the next 13 days of testimony in my closet.
42 up on the screen. Do you see that picture?
Yes.
And do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
What is that individual's name?
Zachariah Anderson.
Do you see what that person's wearing in terms of above the waist clothing?
Yes.
And how would you describe that outer garment?
His flannel coat.
Is that something that you recognize as a item regularly worn by Mr. Anderson?
Absolutely.
And is this an item that
So for those of you who don't live in a cold climate like we do up here in Minnecolda, that looks to me like pretty standard. It's like I can't tell, but it looks like it's flannel on the outside and kind of like fuzzy on the inside, like a thick polar fleece, not polar fleece, but you know what I'm talking about. And it's like a jacket. You know, I don't know if that makes sense.
you ever came in possession of? In other words, after 2020, was this either left at your house or ever something you had?
Oh no.
A couple times, like when he would stay over, it could have been left at the house, but I never took it to him or anything like that, and I don't know where it is.
Have you moved from the house you lived at back in May of 2020?
Yes.
And was it at your house when you moved?
No.
So you do not believe it was left at your house after your relationship with Mr. Anderson was over? Okay. is the person you've identified as Mr. Anderson, is he here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you point out where that person's located, what they're wearing? What is the person wearing?
He's wearing his blue suit.
Can you give me a description of any other item?
His tie.
And what colors are the tie?
Blue and red.
I'd ask for the record to reflect the identification of the defendant.
If I start crying,
She's
don't
indicating the
judge.
defendant.
Ms. Renford, during the period of May 19th, 2020, were you over at the defendant's home in the evening hours?
I'm going to turn him down just
Yes.
How did you come to be at his home on May 19th?
He invited me over for a movie night.
And how many times do you
18.
believe you had been to his house before that?
Around 3 times. Okay.
And on the 19th, when you were present, did you see something happen to Mr. Anderson? In other words, was he removed from his home?
Yes.
This
So
is
what
the
happened to the
18th,
defendant?
19th.
He got arrested.
Okay. And how had you gotten to his home on the 19th of May?
19th.
I drove the 2009 Audi.
Okay. This is something I asked yesterday, and it just dawned on me again for Solomon and Jen and those of you. It's me, Josie, and Alicia who are involved with the podcast. So just so I'm clear, Tuesday, May 19th, around 11-ish a.m., Sadie calls 911. Tuesday, May 19th, approximately 3 hours later, Michael, what's-his-face, shows up. Because Eileen Noel had contact, who was apparently the victim's old flame, had contacted Michael because the victim was doing work on her house and hadn't shown up for a few days. Again, that's super suspicious that she just Sadie happened to just fall upon the scene, happened to call 911, and he happened to show up within 3 hours later. And then now, also noting the time for Detective John, we are at 2 hours, 40 minutes. So at what time on Tuesday the 19th did they arrest him? Not question him, arrest him. How in the fook can they arrest him? So it had to have been from 2 p.m. when Michael showed up until midnight. That's 10 hours. So in that 10-hour window of time, well, technically in that 13-hour window of time from when Sadie called 911, they had arrested him. So Detective John noting, is that like a normal, like, time frame? Question mark. Oh yeah, he was originally arrested for
I'm going to show you what's been
stalking.
marked as State's Exhibit 1, Photo 271.
Oh, they
It's going to
use
go up
that
on the
as an
screen. Just tell me if you
excuse.
recognize that item when it comes up.
Sorry. Have we ever established whether or not Sadie, Michael, Eileen, or anyone else has any connection with law enforcement? May 20th at 1 a.m. Question mark. Again, timeline. All right, I'll quit interrupting. I'll just write my questions down. Actually, your website's so good, it's probably already on there. Oh, and also I think I remember to put the chat
Do you recognize that?
replay up.
Absolutely.
What is that?
The Audi.
And you drove that, and whose car was that in May of 2020?
Zachariah Anderson's.
Okay, so how did you come to be a person driving that over to his house on May 19th?
I didn't have a car due to a car accident I had, and I needed a way to get back and forth to work when I was able to go to work after COVID.
Prior to May of 2020, how much earlier than that, how many weeks or months or years before that, did the defendant give you his Audi to drive, to be your normal transportation?
That was the first time.
For how long, though?
4 to 6 weeks.
About 4 to 6 weeks
Yes.
from the date of his arrest?
Yes.
Okay, and during that period of time, did you have that car on an everyday basis because he had lent it to you?
Yes.
Okay, so what vehicle, if you know, did the defendant drive during that period of time?
His minivan.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, Picture 254, and ask you if you recognize that, particular vehicle.
Yes.
What vehicle is that?
That's his minivan.
That's the minivan of the defendant's?
Yes.
So while, during that 4 to 6 week period, you were driving the Audi, to your knowledge, what vehicle was the defendant driving on an everyday basis?
The minivan.
The one I've identified in this picture?
Yes.
How often were you in that minivan during the time period of April and May of 2020?
Not very often.
What sort of circumstances would cause you to be in the minivan?
It was probably before that, but just going to the grocery store.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, Picture 263 for just a moment. If I told you that's the back of the same minivan, do you recognize the carpet being removed from that minivan? Did you ever see the van like that?
No.
Did she ever
On
look in the back of the
May
minivan?
19th, 2020.
Maybe she never opened the back of the
You were present at the
minivan.
defendant's house and he was arrested. What was the status of your relationship, if any, with the defendant?
We were dating.
And how long did you believe, or do you believe you had been dating the defendant prior to that time of May 19th, 2020? How long had this been going on?
About a year, give or take.
About a year?
Yep.
And how often were you seeing him, let's say, per week during that year?
4 to 5 times a week.
And when you say you were, or when I say you were seeing him, when you say you saw him 4 or 5 nights a week, what did that mean? So in other words, what was going on?
He would come over shortly after I got done with work or whatever was going on with his day. We have a movie night, spend the night, and we take off to work and do our own thing in the morning.
Okay, so I want to be sure I have this right. May 19th, 2020, you're saying, give or take for about a year, the defendant's been coming to you, you guys have been spending the night together 4 or 5 nights a week. Is that accurate?
Accurate, yes.
How many of those nights did you spend at his house? Of those 4 or 5 nights a week, how often had you spent the night at his house?
It was always my apartment.
Okay. When's the first night, if ever, that you spent a night at his house?
I never spent the night over at his house.
Was the plan that you were going to spend the night on May 19th?
I don't know if that was the plan. It was just being invited over for a movie night. But yeah, at the time, yes, I would.
You believe so? Okay. Where were you working during that period of time?
Libby, Montana's.
Now, on May, so that was a Tuesday, May 19th, that he was arrested. When the defendant was arrested, did law enforcement then also speak to you?
Yes, the same night he was arrested.
Okay. And did they want to know about the previous Sunday? So 2 days earlier, 2 nights earlier.
Yes.
They were kind of focused on that, weren't they?
Yes.
And what did you originally tell them that you believed was the whereabouts of the defendant?
Wait a minute. So she's testifying for this gravely a-hole. this has got to be extremely difficult for her. And I'm assuming, don't they just like threaten you, like compel you to testify, even if you don't want to? Question mark. Sometimes my brain takes a while to get the two cells to connect together.
On the evening of May 17th, which would be that Sunday, what'd you originally tell him?
What I originally told him is that he was over, but like I told them when they look on my phone, it says on my way, he was over. If it doesn't, he wasn't there that day.
So originally you said you thought he was over there.
Yes, originally that's what I said, yes.
And did you tell him you thought he came over around 6 o'clock after you got off work? Is that what you told him originally?
Yeah.
Did you tell him, and then he never left the house? Did you tell him that's what you originally thought?
Yeah.
And did you say he stayed until about 11 a.m.? Is that what you originally told him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you also mention to him that there was another person who might...
So Soloman, in my world, that's like getting the Mike Flynn treatment. We're going to threaten you and sue you and throw you in the clink unless you plead, or we're going to bankrupt you. This is, again, part of our injustice system in America. Crime Spies. Do you have a... It's covered up by a heart. Do my into yard stream. Let me look and see if I can decipher what that means.
might be even a better source on whether he was at
Once
your
it
house or
pops
not
up.
that night. Did you give him another name of somebody who might know even more or be more sure?
What do you mean by that?
Well, did you mention that your sister might be somebody who would even know more information or be more sure about it?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, did the officers come back to
Stray,
you
live it up.
Yes.
and re-question you about the 17th? In other words, what had happened 2 days earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And when they did that, did you decide that, in fact, he had not been at your house on the 17th?
Yes.
Okay. And is one of the things that happened is that you went through your phone, or that there was phone evidence where you could tell that he had not come over?
I'm going to object as far as leading.
Okay.
Do you know how to use Yard
at some
Stream?
point,
I've
did you
never heard
share
of
phone
Yard Stream.
evidence
I've heard of
with
StreamYard.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 164.
Christine, I use OBS, but when I started live streaming, I use StreamYard, so I know how to use it.
Sorry, I don't have my glasses.
Is this hard for you to see?
Yeah.
Okay. So if, Ms. Renford, if you have to get closer to be able to see it, please let us know, okay?
Look at his
That'll be okay.
face.
We'll have you hold
Look
a
at his
microphone.
face.
Judge, do you still have that microphone up there if she needs
I
it?
do.
She could have been his lobster. And this clown Gravesley in his
Right there.
Oh,
DA's
sorry.
Turn it
office.
on. May I have it, please? Well, you're younger than me. You probably can turn it on.
Squash that dream. This is
First try. Very good.
so heartbreaking.
So, and I'm going to approach this close enough so I can see.
It's from Phoebe Buffet.
Did you receive a text
On Friends.
from Zachariah Anderson's phone to you on your phone at 4:57 p.m. on Sunday, the 17th of May, where he says cool?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
at
at
his face.
6:35 p.m., do you text the defendant's phone and suggest to him you got a movie in mind?
Yes.
And so does that text, is that a text you sent him?
Yes.
Okay. And without, so you don't have to read it. Does the text, is that all right if I just read it as opposed to making her read it?
Fine.
Okay. Does the text at 6:35 p.m. to the defendant say from you, Alice in Wonderland, Land 1933. Gotta find it and watch it. It's my new mission M. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, that's a movie that you're discussing?
Yes.
And are you expecting the defendant at that time to still show up at your house?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. I mean,
Oh,
you had
man.
plans with him, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. And
Are we doing shots now? I wish I bought some alcohol. I don't drink much. Usually never. Sometimes in the summer. Frankly, I did during Letitia Stout because it was worthy. This guy's worthy too. It's probably too late now. It's okay. I'll just enjoy my juice I found.
And so you are suggesting for our movie night, here's what I'm thinking.
Oh, you're watching baseball.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Any response from him at that time?
No.
Okay. Now I'm at 9:20 p.m. Up to then, have you received any texts from him or calls from him since you told him, hey, the movie's Alice in Wonderland? Has there been any, has he been in touch with you in any way?
No.
Okay. So now at 9:20 p.m., you text him and you say, get to keep kiddos tonight? Is that true? Did you text that?
Yes.
And you're at 9:20 p.m., right? When you send that, 9:20 p.m.? Okay. Still no response until the next time you text at 10:31?
Correct.
Okay.
Actually, I take
At
that back. I want to see her
10:31 p.m.,
face.
10:31:09,
Body
you text
language
the defendant,
analysis.
whatever, going to bed.
Jesus Enrique Rosas taught me well.
Fair to say you're not happy at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And is the first time you hear from the defendant a text from him that says, fell asleep, sorry, missed afternoon nap? Is that what he said?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, did you receive a call
I'm
from
going to
him?
object to leading again.
That's sustained.
What, if anything, can you say about later whether you got a call from him?
Oh man, I got Mrs. Gulch music somewhere.
Yes, I don't remember the whole phone conversation.
that.
What it was about, but usually we
I actually
just
sent it
talk
to
about our
Detective
day
John.
or how we
Should be
feel
here.
and what's going on.
All right. And did he ever arrive at your home that night?
That night, no.
Okay. Then the next day, did you have an opportunity to be in texting conversation with the defendant again?
Hold on.
Yeah. Is the mic still working? You can speak into the normal mic.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the question?
The next day, is with the defendant.
Yes.
Okay. And so I'll ask you if you recognize this text. Can you read that text? It's going to be a long day. Still haven't got to work. Hit you up later.
I'm going to object at this point. I'm going to ask that he ask a question and she responds.
Okay. Well, I'm reading the text. These are stipulated records. I'm reading them and asking him, is he familiar with them?
I'm not sure if you're suggesting that this is becoming a narrative, or
Did you hear it?
if you're objecting to.
Did you hear the Gulch music at 6 seconds long? I couldn't hear it. Okay, I'm not really good at this part of like the OBS thing. Oh, I do see it's down here. I probably had it too loud. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, continue.
This as being leading or something?
Well, one, it's leading. Two, it is a narrative if he's just going to be reading things and at her. And not sure what the relevancy is of reading every single text message between them. So if there's a question about a particular text that he has, then I would ask that he ask that question.
Well, I think he can.
Okay, I figured out now I'll be able to hear it.
I'm
Sorry.
The objection is
maybe
overruled.
Okay, so again, I'm going to read it just for purposes of you not having to approach, I'm going to read you the content of the text again.
Okay.
It's going to be a long day, still haven't got to work.
Pause. Okay, so just so you know, now I fixed it so I can actually hear the Wizard of Oz. I'm sorry. I didn't know, like, when I dumped it into the source that it was going to play and I couldn't hear it. Now I could now be able to hear it. So I apologize. Maybe I shouldn't use it. That's what I was going to do. I was going to play it each time they showed Sadie. That was my intention. So now I'll be able to hear it when it plays. But what did he say now with regards to these text messages? Are they going to read their text messages? Did he, like, overrule the defense's objection? I missed that in my panic to not frighten the bejesus out of you. It is Christmas Eve.
Hit you up later, babe. Is that a text you received from the
God, I
defendant's
hate
home,
him.
on a time period that is noted as 8:54 a.m.?
Yes, it was over. Oh, for F's sakes.
Is that a time you received that text?
This guy.
Yes.
Okay. So when the defendant texted you and said, I've had a nap, and so that's why I haven't answered any of your texts, you don't know for sure if he had a nap.
Objection leading.
Well, this particular question I don't think is suggestive of a particular answer.
I think it is, because I think the proper question, Judge, would be when you received that text, did you know exactly what Mr. Anderson was doing?
Well, that would be a better version. I'll grant you that. But it's I don't think it's one where there's particular concern about coaxing the witness into a particular answer. So the objection's overruled.
Did you know one way or another whether he was taking a nap when he texted you or had been?
How could I? I was at home.
Okay. And when you received the 8:52 text indicating that the defendant had not yet arrived at work, you had no idea where he was, did you?
Absolutely not.
Else on those things. You can take those off.
So Christine, I'm just like well, I'll just say it since there's a pause. Christine has a channel. She's interested in interviewing Soloman. So I think what you should do is you and Soloman figure out like a time and a date that would work out for you. And if I'm available, I'd love to join you. I'm not much of an interviewer, and I kind of hijack people's live streams, so I almost would rather just sit that out and watch, if you don't mind. And we can talk offline about that. You know who would be a really good person to interview Soloman Anderson? Is Detective John. He's really good. So Christine, well, anyway, that's what I would do if I were you. I'd be happy to join you in the chat, but I'm not really an interviewer. Nick Rakita, he's in Minnesota. Okay. Well, like I said, we'll talk offline about that. Ian Runkle is my secret crush. Shh, don't tell anybody. Now, what are they pondering? Look at this poor man who has been sitting in prison for 1,314 days. Imagine.
On that Monday, when, after the text that said, I'm not at work yet, do you recall when the first time you saw the defendant was on the 18th? Like, what time did you first meet up with him in any place? Your place, his place on the 18th?
Was that Tuesday?
It was a Monday?
Tuesday.
So, what?
Was it Tuesday?
It was a Monday. Only if you know.
I don't remember. I just know on Tuesday is the movie night, and I was over there around 7.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that on May 18th, you went to his home about 6 p.m.? So that would be the Monday that you also
Oh, I'm just confusing dates. Okay.
Did you do that on
was Monday.
on Monday?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, another thing about Detective John, last night we were talking. Keep in mind, he used to be a detective. I've said in the past that, number one, if I was ever questioned, even if I had nothing to do with anything but like formally questioned, I would probably plead the fifth until my attorney showed up, just as a precautionary measure, number one. Number two, if somebody like Detective John interrogated me without an attorney, I'd probably cave and confess to something I didn't do. He is really good. So he'd be a really good one. And also, look at Zach's face. It's so sad. Gravely is. Well, here, this is what he is. That, right there. Not even with the hat. That was just for, Christmas cheer.
But were you also there on Tuesday, the day he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. On the 18th, when you went over to his house, so that's that Monday, did you have the Audi that day as well?
Yes.
Jamie, how many Spritz cookies did you eat for me yesterday? Those are my favorite. They taste like cherries.
Questions.
Okay, keep
Question
in mind the
seven.
audio and
Thank
the
you. Good
video
morning,
is out
Ms.
of sync.
Remsburg.
Hi.
So I want to go back a little bit. The state had been talking to you about the first statement you gave law enforcement on the 19th, and then the second time you talked to them 2 days later. You had told law enforcement on the 19th that you had memory problems, and that's why it would probably be better to ask your sister, right?
I didn't specifically say that I have memory problems. No, but considering me and my sister lived together and I was going back to work and I do have shit drinks, so no, I'm not good at remembering dates, but knowing my routine. And that was what I told the authorities.
So, but when you told them that, it was because you weren't 100% sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Because usually he was over there. The only time that
Was
he
that better?
wasn't over there, either we were working or he was with his kids.
And so then on the 21st, which was 2 days after you first spoke with law enforcement, you told them after seeing more information that he was not at the house on the 17th, correct?
Correct. And when I got asked and I thought he was there, I even had them look at my phone. So for them to say that I lied or I was covering up and harass me about it is not right. It's not okay.
Oh my
Because
God.
you weren't covering anything up, correct?
No, I was just going by memory. I got hit that my boyfriend's in some kind of trouble. I asked the captain what's going on and he couldn't even tell me.
Oh my God.
I didn't know until later on at all, nothing. And everybody feels like they're attacking me from authorities from this way and this is going on. No one really cares about what I go through. I didn't want to come back here because of the harassment I've been through. And I'm here.
Oh my God.
And it's because law enforcement never really wanted to hear your story, right?
Exactly.
You felt like they were pressuring you into what they wanted you to say.
I just felt they were thinking I was hiding something, pulling something when there was nothing there to pull.
Detective John moment. Please watch this.
Because when you were with Mr. Anderson on those days and talked to him, there was nothing suspicious, right?
Objection. Objection.
Oh,
Call for
shut up,
hearsay.
Gravely. Windbag,
the
gas
objection-
bag,
the
freaking
objection- well,
jackass.
It's leading.
This is cross-examination,
Right.
so I can lead.
Yes, you can. Yeah. That was in first year of law school.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
This is
Yes, you're correct
disgusting.
about that.
Let's pause the judge for a moment. I am making a note for Detective John for watching what she just said. Also, my train of thought that got a little lost in the last time when I said I'd probably confess if I was under his, proverbial white light. He said, instead of saying, I don't remember if this ever happens to you and you're in the situation, just say, I don't recall, because you can always recall at a later date. If you catch my drift, if you're picking up what I'm putting down, so to speak.
Well, the objection's overruled.
Oh, that would
Do
be
you want
better,
me to re-ask the
Christine.
question? I just said that during the times from May 17th to May 19th, 2020, when you either saw or were talking to Mr. Anderson, there was nothing suspicious.
That's an argumentative question based on my new understanding of what argumentative objections are in this courtroom.
I'll rephrase it.
That's to make a conclusion, and it's an argument.
The objection is sustained.
When you spoke with Mr. Anderson on May 17th, 2019, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And the text messages before that the state had read to you about Mr. Anderson taking a nap, you remember receiving that text?
Yes.
And you said you had been dating Mr. Anderson for about a year?
Yes.
And during that year, I'm assuming you've known Mr. Anderson to sleep.
Yes.
And were there times where he would also nap?
Yes.
So receiving a text that he was napping, that wasn't anything out of the ordinary from your experience.
No.
And it's true too that during your entire relationship, there were times where perhaps you had planned on meeting up, but then that didn't happen because something else came up.
Yes.
Like sometimes Mr. Anderson would have his kids.
Yes, the schedule would change with the kids often.
And sometimes he would be tired from work.
Absolutely.
So it wasn't bizarre that he wasn't able to come over that evening.
Judge, again, this is propensity
Shut
evidence,
up.
and it's an argument.
It's actually a follow-up of the state's questioning of.
This is what the jackass does. As soon as she's getting somewhere, he interrupts. Again, the stupid smart people are the most dangerous species amongst us.
her.
Objection's overruled.
You can answer that question if you remember.
Could you repeat it?
Yeah, of
please?
course. I
God,
said
this
that there was
poor-
nothing
look at how
bizarre
little
then on
she
the
is.
17th about him not coming over because he had fallen asleep.
No, it's not bizarre, no.
And when you talked to him, there was nothing out of the ordinary about the conversations that you had with him that evening, correct?
It calls for hearsay. It's the words "talk to him" are in it.
I'm not asking what he said.
The objection's overruled.
It's a characterization of a conversation. Apologize, Judge, but I do think
It's a characterization, but it's not. It is not seeking what is asserted in the conversation to prove the truth of it.
would have to be based on things that this defense attorney is
Where is
not
everybody?
allowed to bring up. So it is hearsay. If you say, I don't want you to say what was said, but I want you to tell me whether the conclusion was X, Y, or Z from it.
Who's running this
and the whole
courtroom? Is
basis
it
of
Gravely
is
or the
verbal
judge?
or is something that was said, that's hearsay. The defense is not allowed to bring that.
I agree with that, but I don't think that what is being asked here is demonstrative of that.
The question began with based on what he said, and then the question was draw a conclusion based on what he said. What he said is hearsay from that side of the
objectionable part is not whether the
Overruled,
witness
shut up.
drew
Yeah,
a
I agree.
conclusion. It's if you offer either the conclusion or the underlying statement.
You know, that says something about a family, like the Anderson family. They still have their sense of humor after all of this nightmare and continue to put on the armor of God, if you will. Where's that poem? That's a good poem.
Prove the truth of the matter asserted, which would make it hearsay.
I'm
not going to argue about it anymore.
Okay.
Overall.
Thanks.
So does he just continue to argue and argue and argue until he gets his way, like a little
suspicious about that phone call?
temper tantrum?
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sure. I'll repeat it in full. The phone call that you had with Mr. Anderson the evening of May 17th, 2020, there was nothing suspicious about that phone call, correct?
No. I would have remembered something otherwise. To me, it was just a normal phone call. I don't remember exactly what we talked about even then. It's usually around the same thing. It was nothing I need to put on the schedule, so why would I?
And then you spoke with him, and then the next morning he texted you that you texted him, and then he texted you back that he was heading to work, right?
Yes.
And was that normal from your observations of Mr. Anderson that he would go to work in the mornings?
Yes.
And you were aware that Mr. Anderson was doing construction contracting work at a home up in Belgium, Wisconsin?
Yes.
And your understanding, where was Mr. Anderson going to work on that morning when he texted you?
I'm not really sure because the boys always did side work and that's the boys' thing, you know.
But you knew that he was working at that home around this time?
I don't know if it was that day, but I knew they were working on that project, yes.
Okay. While you dated Mr. Anderson for the year, did you know him to have any sort of injuries?
Like what type of allergies are you talking about?
Like any sort of things that would prohibit him from moving around freely, any back problems, leg problems, anything of that sort?
He has back problems.
Okay, can you explain what you know of those back problems?
Sometimes he just can't move. He either has to lay there or he has to stand up and just keep doing stuff. It's serious pain enough to where you hold your back and you can't move.
Okay, and did you ever see him when he would have these moments of back pain?
Yes.
Objection irrelevant. Whether she's seen other moments unrelated to this time period is relevant.
Overall.
And how frequent did this happen?
Same objection.
Shut up, Gravely. Good.
How frequently did Mr. Anderson experience back pain and issues?
It was daily. Sometimes it was worse. Sometimes some days were better.
And do you remember if there was anything that would cause him to have back pain?
Heavy lifting that he would end up doing.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was it hard for Mr. Anderson to do heavy lifting because of his back issues?
Yes.
So you had gone over to Mr. Anderson's house from May 18th and on May 18th and May 19th?
May 18th and May 19th, you said?
Yeah.
Yes.
And when you were there, Mr. Anderson, was he with you?
Yes.
And you never saw Mr. Anderson with bloody clothes, correct?
No.
And did you ever see him getting rid of what appeared to be some sort of evidence?
No.
Was it just a normal weekend and day was for you? Like how he was acting and what you guys were doing?
What
Objection. Council Monday would be the 8th, would it be a Monday, 18th and 19th, Tuesday.
Okay, so when you, I apologize, you know, sometimes us lawyers get our days mixed up too. When you were together on Monday and Tuesday, what were you guys doing?
That's what we normally do. We sit around and talk and just enjoy each other's time. We eat. I would cook breakfast.
Okay, so there's nothing out of the...
Nothing out of the ordinary at all.
Okay. And on the 19th, so that would have been the Tuesday when you were there, the day Mr. Anderson got arrested. Do you remember people coming to the house?
I sat in the living room. He told me there was past pastor, so I sat in the living room, acted like I was playing a game on my phone. I knew he was on the phone as either his dad or his brother. And then he called the police, and we went to meet the police in the driveway. I remember that day like it was yesterday.
Okay. Why don't you talk a little bit more about what you remember?
Again, the objection is that it's not a specific enough question because it potentially calls for hearsay in its general form. So I'd ask that it be more specific simply to prevent hearsay from being presented. Because what the defendant told her would be hearsay. So,
if I may respond, the first question I asked her was, May 19th, what do you remember about two people coming over? And she said she remembers that day vividly. So then I just asked her, well, what do you remember about that day? That's a fair enough question.
so she's already, I apologize, finish. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
I didn't ask about what any statements were said by Mr. Anderson. I'm simply asking her what her recollection was of May 19th, 2020.
And
All right, yeah, go ahead.
her answer to the initial question was what included a couple of things that he told her. Okay, so to ask the general question again, to have her be more detailed about the general question, does not preclude the hearsay.
And
I'm just hold on just a minute, Counsel. I'm just trying to make sure we're a steward of not presenting evidence that's not permitted. So if I was a lay witness and I heard and I just reported, here's what happened, here's what somebody said, and then I was asked, can you tell me more about that? I would, of course, go back and report those things again. The first question did not call for that, but the answer included it. And so now, from the state's perspective, to be a good steward and try not to present hearsay evidence, we simply have to ask that the question be more structured.
In order for hearsay to be hearsay, it has to be a statement that's used for the truth of the matter asserted. Anything that, if I may, Judge, thank you, anything that Mr. Anderson told her about sitting down and then her going in and sitting down would be an effect on the listener exception. I'm not looking to seek any of that into evidence, nor do I think that's what's been elicited here.
It's my interpretation he is making a precautionary objection to prevent hearsay from seeping into the record. You've inquired about the event, and there was reference in the witness's answer to conversational matters, and that is an area of high risk that the witness will stray into something that would be hearsay. He hasn't claimed that there's been hearsay. I think what he's asking for is more like abandonment of the
Sure.
narrative type answer and ask specific questions
Sure.
so as to reduce the risk of hearsay.
Sure.
So there's nothing for me to sustain or overrule other than I think it would be prudent. And let's try that route.
So I just want you to talk about what you personally saw. Does that make sense? Not anything that Mr. Anderson would have told you.
Yes.
So in what you personally saw, did you see the people who were trespassing on Mr. Anderson's property?
No, because why would I step out of the house in danger where there's trespassers? When there's a man there calling the cops, the woman should stay in the house and be protected.
And did you feel protected by
Yes.
Mr. Anderson? And in your whole year of dating Mr. Anderson, did you always feel protected by him?
Yes.
I want to cry. Don't judge me if I cry. I have tissues down there. Look at how sad. Look at his face.
Your relationship with Mr. Anderson, it was relatively serious, right?
Yes.
You guys had very strong feelings for each other.
Yes.
Did you ever feel like Mr. Anderson was not trying to date you?
No.
And were you aware of of who Mr. Anderson's children's mother is?
I didn't know what she looked like, but yes, I knew her name and I respected
remember.
their relationship and him doing his best to be a single dad.
Okay. I have no further questions, subject to recross.
Ms. Remsburg, you were asked a question about whether there was any reason for you to believe that you were not in a serious relationship with strong feelings for each other. What, if
I
anything, can you
disconnected.
tell us about whether you were aware of any texts
I'm not crying,
or
you're crying.
meetings or efforts by the defendant to get back together from January of 2020
Sorry, I
through
missed to
May of
say my
2020
tissues were
with
a
his
little
ex?
out of
Were you
reach.
aware that he was making
He
efforts?
did have a dinner with her and he did tell me about it, about where the relationship fell apart, if it's better to get back together. He knew I was willing to let him go, but he showed me that's not what he wanted.
So he was telling you, I don't
His
want to get back
face.
together with her during that period of time? That's what you were hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that the defendant sometimes had back problems, but you also knew he worked as a contractor,
I'm not even
right?
going to do the witch
Yes,
thing
well,
right now because I want to hear her.
Man, that's older. Everyone's got backgrounds.
Look at her
but
stupid-ass
he
face.
has some severe
I'm gonna do it.
backgrounds where he would have really bad days like you. Do you have really bad days and really good days with your back?
I, in fact, do. Yes.
Yeah.
So there were good days as well.
Yeah.
Okay. And then sometimes when heavy lifting happened, you are aware that the defendant would have to call and get some assistance for that. If he did some heavy lifting, he would need to get...
I wouldn't be aware because I wasn't at work with them.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I thought you said that you knew that then he sometimes got help for it if he had heavy lifting.
No, I wouldn't know because I wouldn't be working with them.
Got it. But sometimes after heavy lifting is when he appeared to have that back problem. Is that
Yeah,
right?
of course, when someone you're seeing comes over, you can tell when they've been in pain because they hurt their back from work or something that day.
Okay. So you indicated that on the 18th and 19th, nothing seemed out of the ordinary to you. When you saw him on that Monday and Tuesday, nothing seemed different to you.
Nothing to send any red flags, no.
Okay. So now I want to turn your attention back to a time period around April 24th. So just a few weeks earlier. Okay. During that time period, were you also have overnight with him 4 or 5 nights a week?
Yes.
Okay. And did you notice anything out of the ordinary during that period of time?
No.
And now I'm going to turn your attention to May 8th and ask on May 8th, right after, in that week or time period right after May 8th, were you seeing him 4 or 5 nights a week?
Yes.
And was there anything out of the ordinary in his conduct or how he acted towards you or anything during that period of time?
No.
What about May 13th? Immediately after May 13th, did you have anything that happened that seemed out of the ordinary in your mind?
No.
So you indicated you had heard and knew that the defendant worked as a contractor. Were you aware that he was also making money in the growing and sale of marijuana?
I'm going to object. It's argumentative and non-relevant to this case, Judge.
So I want to make an argument about relevance.
If I want to, I'd like this to be heard outside the presence of the jury.
Good.
I guess it's time for you to leave us alone. How about a little break? Don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. I'm going to say let's say 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I'm told one of the jurors threatened to bring a stopwatch.
Oh, Judge made
yeah.
another funny.
Upstairs. Thank you.
Look at his face. Look at his
Could she leave
face.
the stand for the
You
period
can.
of time? Okay.
If that doesn't make you shed a tear, people, you're dead inside. Which I'm pretty sure all of you fine people have hearts of gold. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here on Christmas Eve, sharing in this family's pain and injustice, in my opinion.
The question I asked was whether Ms. Rensburg has knowledge of
Turn on your mic, you dipshit.
marijuana grow operation taking place at the defendant's home that she's at those 2 days.
Right.
So from the state's perspective, this is.
I
this
still
only
need to
becomes
plant my
relevant,
seeds. Apparently, it's
under
supposed to
a
be
line
as
of
easy to grow as
questioning
tomatoes.
where Christine Rensburg is
I grow a
asked,
mean tomato plant.
during this relationship, have you noticed anything suspicious during these time periods? Is there anything that was out of the ordinary or something that you believe is suspicious? So at this point, a very valid argument from the defense would be Ms. Rensburg, who's in a long-term relationship with him, knows
love
him
a
well,
peanut.
spends 4 or 5 nights a week with him, is a purported witness that based on what she knows about him, that there is nothing alarming or suspicious in his conduct that she is observing of. So her quality as an observer certainly now is an issue. And here's my offer of proof to the court so the court knows where I'm at. She accompanied the defendant to a court hearing on a South Dakota drug case that the defendant had pending during this case. It's a
Judge, sorry
let me
to
finish.
interrupt. No, this is not, it's more of a technical thing. Just because we might be discussing other witnesses' testimony, things of that sort. Ms. Remsburg's in the courtroom. I would just ask for purposes of this discussion that she not be present due to the exclusion order.
I agree with that. I think it's probably best that she not hear the discussion. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah.
It's horrible. Look at her. She's so tiny.
I
Look at
wasn't
how
aware there
little
was
she
an
is.
exclusion order, but that's fine.
Look at
There
her.
was.
She could be. She could have been. Maybe she's Zach's lobster. For those of you who are fans of
Yes, we
Friends.
should read.
Yeah, maybe say it again. Yeah. Should I finish?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, why not? You're gonna
I'm
anyway.
aware that
Why
Ms.
are you
Rensburg
asking for
actually
permission?
accompanied the defendant to the South Dakota to a hearing, a substantive hearing on that drug case in South Dakota. The allegation in that South Dakota case, which the defendant, I believe, had pled to and was pending sentencing when this case occurred, when our case occurs, Judge, is for more than 10 pounds of marijuana. So she's aware that it's a significant case. You know, it's not the end of the world, but a significant case. So she's present for that, and then while that proceeding is going on, while those court proceedings are not concluded, there is significant evidence of a substantial marijuana grow at this location. So not only is there the potting soil with marijuana accoutrements that the court saw
How is
in
it
terms of the
relevant to
bags
this
that were there,
missing
but
man?
this search warrant found about 2 pounds of marijuana at the defendant's residence, an operation
Pause.
where...
Pause. Making a note for Detective John, if you're watching the rewatch, 3 hours, 32 minutes. Can you please explain to me when you were searching suspect's property and stumble across something that may be illegal in that particular state at that particular moment or whatever, but does not pertain to what you're there for? Don't you have to get a separate search warrant? I mean, can you just like scoop that up? Is it like just like a big net that anything you find, like let's say for example he had some like contraband plastic bags, wasn't that like I think Tucker Carlson said, or plastic straws? Like what if he had some type of contraband, plastic straws in his home? Like, can you just scoop up everything? And then also on top of it, how is that being introduced in this trial? How is that relevant? How the warrant is written. Okay, well, I'm going to make a note. If I can find... I keep losing my pen. I'm going to make a note. 3:30 something. Plus, on top of it, in Minnesota, it's legal now. Now, that stuff makes me puke. My experience when I was younger. But the gummies actually help me sleep. But now that it's legal here, like the gummies are super expensive. So I said, well, why can't I just buy these seeds you're offering right here, sir? And he goes, if you can grow tomatoes, you can grow weed. And then he was saying his grandma said his grandma had like the best tomato plants. Honestly, I can grow tomato plants with my eyes closed. But he said his grandma was just waiting for it to become legal. I think she died before it became legal. And then they actually want me to come back and give him a status. I'm still too afraid to. There's 4 of them, and where is it? I know it's off topic, but it's like a local Minnesota one. So, and apparently, if the seeds that you buy don't sprout, they'll actually send you replacement seeds. Like they guarantee each seed you have is going to sprout. I don't know. I just want to make some gummies. Oops, I'm clicking on the screen. Oh my goodness, I might need to go get some
There's
coffee.
a process by which you either liquefy or tar the marijuana. This is one of the ways marijuana is produced and sold to individuals. That operation, there's significant evidence of. There's an entire a box or container of labeled seeds, which are marijuana.
Actually, Stray, the first time, I think it was like last summer, my next door neighbor who has subsequently moved, him and his wife, he was a paramedic. And for those of you who are longtime Crime Spies people, you know that I can hardly turn my head this way and my back is terrible. But he was a paramedic and he goes, well, these Delta 9 gummies work really good for pain. So I went and there's like different varieties. I don't know. It's a whole thing. I haven't quite understood. For me, it just made me sleepy and wake up. But it does help with sleep. It didn't help my pain, but it helped with sleep tremendously.
Seeds, they have their own sort of handwritten labels of the different categories or types or brands or I guess strains of marijuana.
Strains, thank you.
That are in there. Olivia, the 12-year-old daughter in this case, is able to identify the exact number of plants that were being grown and describe in detail that operation.
Lies.
So I'm only
All
giving you that
lies,
as an
sir.
offer proof because I believe Ms.
Pause. It's my understanding that when she OA testifies and they show her a picture, who said that? I think it was LawKong Express earlier said when she was shown a picture of these, Mary Jane, if you will, plants, she's like, what's that? This is lies coming out of his mouth. It's my understanding.
Remsburg would testify she's unaware. I'm not saying that I would bring up all those details. I'm simply indicating I believe she would say I'm unaware that any of these, that this is occurring, that there is a marijuana grow occurring. And from my perspective, that piece of evidence indicates to a jury whether she is a credible witness, not
These
about
are
lying, but
Gary
about her
cream
degree of
cheesecake.
actual knowledge about
Gary
the activities
Payton
of the defendant that he
times
doesn't wish
ice
to share
cream
with her.
cake.
So the most
Indica.
positive side of his nature. And so, again, it's only relevant because the defense has asked her a series of questions, how close they are, and then nothing suspicious. You saw nothing. And at that point, whether she is a accurate or clued-in observer to his activities, I think is directly relevant.
It's called
Thank you, Judge.
Legit
Last time I
Growers
checked, there's
LLC.
not a single count before this jury for possession of marijuana, possession with intent, manufacture, not a charged offense. It is a charged offense for the exact 2 pounds of marijuana and grow operation in 20 CF 151 in Ozaki County. That's still a filed only status case. Given that this, there are no charges in this case pertaining to drugs or marijuana, any evidence that the state's attempting to elicit for that is, one, not relevant, but more importantly, falls under the curtails of a prior bad acts motion or another acts motion. That if the state wanted to get into information that is charged information in an open case that's not relevant to the charges here, but they wanted to use it for some purpose, then that motion should have been brought. When asking about suspicious activity, it was about why we are here, not about drug growths or anything like that. And even if the state wanted to try to use that to try to impeach or bolster a position, they still can't use other acts evidence to do that. There's proper evidentiary channels that the state has to go through in order to admit that type of evidence against Mr. Anderson, and they failed to do that. And throughout this trial so far, there's been multiple references or attempts of references to this grow operation, the marijuana fertilizer that was tried to come in yesterday through Detective Anschutz. But now to be going into whether she was aware of Mr. Anderson's dealings with marijuana is wholly irrelevant, and it's not, it cannot come in as it's other acts evidence that has not been decided on.
Well, it doesn't appear to me that it is being offered to prove what you just said, that is any activities of the defendant with respect to marijuana. And that's actually the target of the rule, the other crimes, wrongs, and acts. Rule is actually a rule against showing other behavior of the accused or any other person, but to show that he acted in conformity with a character trait or something. He's not even close to trying to do that. He suggests the reason he is doing it is to demonstrate that Ms. Bromsberg is either does not have the wealth of knowledge that was suggested in the in your examination, or it could also fall upon her believability in terms of and that is a little bit more circuitous route because of the well, it's, as you correctly said,
Oh,
it's
for
an
F's
extrinsic matter.
sakes. After
So
all
I
this,
don't
the
wanna
judge says, sure,
touch
bring that in
much, other
too.
than to suggest that from what the jury's already heard.
Hey, Mr. Judge. There's a book that is available, a very old book on Amazon, if you can find it. It's called Medicinal Weeds. Okay, so full disclosure, I do like to garden in the summertime, even though our gardening season's really short. And last summer, like I was on this kick because, frankly, the junk that they put in our food, etc., makes one think that they should have a farm somewhere and, cows and chickens and, your own produce section. So I spent the whole entire summer last summer investigating like the certain healing properties of mallow and this narcissus, I don't know what it's called, it's very spicy, etc., etc., etc. And I have this app called Plant Snap. And so some of the things that were popping up in my garden, normally you pull out as a weed, actually had some interesting properties. So then I took out the blender and I started making salves, etc. My neighbors are like, well, what if you accidentally misidentify something with that fancy app you've got there and you're, accidentally die? So kind of put the brakes on that. One of the things called weeds, I should actually go find that app and tell you what it was. Tasted just like a melon cucumber drink when you'd like chop it up. Anyway. But what happened before the pharmaceutical industry got a hold of all of our, drugs? What did they, people went to medicinal shaman. So this book is all about like the different weeds, like not necessarily Mary Jane weed, but just the things that grow in your garden. Oh, it's up one in the back. And it's amazing how many things that we pull out and actually weeds do grow like weeds, like super fast. And we've just been trained. Clover is another one. It's got some type of healing properties. There's a lot of things for anti-inflammatory purposes. And in fact, well, this is a road Crime Spies has gone down somewhat. But in fact, dandelion is really good for water retention, keeping your blood pressure down, blood circulation. Who knew? Until you actually research it, and you got to make sure that you get them before the dandelion tea is so good. I've got okay, one more little tiny story. Aaron Rodgers from the Packers. He was on, I think it was Joe Rogan a while ago. I don't remember the name of the book, Lil Peanut, but I'll find it. It's Medicinal Weeds. And it identifies, and then you just get the Plant Snap app, and it'll tell you like what part of the country you live in. People go foraging for them. And you just come home and wash them up like you would like with lettuce that you pulled out of the garden or whatever. Try to find them on your property prior to the, weed man coming to spray them down. But it was a fascinating journey all summer. Not this past summer, but the summer before. I'll find out for you. My grandmother was a nutritionist that's specialized. Her specialty was in cancer patients after she had cancer. My grandfather was out of the second graduating class of Northwestern Chiropractic. And Aaron Rodgers' story. I think he was on Joe Rogan, and he was talking about some type of something that had like a hallucinogenic property, but it helped him with, I forget what it is. I should probably write it down. And then also he mentioned Essiac tea. Well, my grandmother, who specialized in treating cancer patients, some of which she could not obviously help. I don't think she really cured any people, but she, she extended their life for years. She kept some of those people alive a very long time, well past what they were, intending on living. My point is, Essiac tea was one of the things that she strongly suggested for us to give our dog when our dog had a tumor at the roof of his mouth that he got that was inoperable. And it's Essiac tea. I get mine on Amazon. It's not the best. But he said, the reason that they don't want you to know about whatever that was, I want to say it's like ashwagandha, but I don't think that's right. That and Essiac tea. He's like, there's a reason why they don't want you to know the healing properties of like Essiac tea. So just put that feather in your cap. We can have a separate live stream to discuss that. My point is, there's long history of, it was cancerous tumor. We waited until like basically he couldn't eat anymore. We brought him to the U of M, and there really was no hope. There was a treatment for an experimental treatment for him up in, I think it was Canada. He wasn't even quite 3 when he died. I don't want to talk about, his name was Jarvis. Rest in peace, Jarvis. Yeah, it was cancerous tumor at the roof of his mouth. Sad. I mean, the Essiac tea kept it. I mean, he probably would have died earlier even. It's awful.
There's reason to believe that there were...
Sorry, I got to finish my point. My point is, now it's legal in different places of the country. My point is, and my book over there, RFK Jr.'s book, The Real Anthony Fauci, the audiobook's on my Rumble channel. It's 28 hours long. And Germ Games is the final chapter. Even RFK Jr. has said, if you don't have time to read the whole entire book, read the last book first. You would be shocked what's in there. That's the book I wanted to send to him, if I can. That'll keep him occupied, let's just say. I had to write that down. Fauci book. Okay. But yeah, again, living in the underworld of news, there's all kinds of things. There's reasons why things are purposely kept from you. Which also, ayahuasca, that's it. That sounds like it. Thank you, Stray. All right, let's continue.
Opportunities for her to have seen things that were, what was your word on your examination? Suspicious?
Correct.
Yeah, that would be suspicious now. Maybe not suspicious with respect to the case involving Mr. Gutierrez, but it would be suspicious. I walked in here one day and there's a big jar of marijuana seeds. That'd be suspicious.
Oh, the ones I have over here. These.
So I don't see it. I definitely do not see this as evidence of other crimes, wrongs, and acts, and definitely not being offered to prove any character trait of the defendant.
If I could be further heard. So the defense would disagree in that, sure, the state, then why even ask the question if it's not relevant or going to some point that the state's trying to go to? But under 90403, the defense would maintain the position that even if the court would find that this isn't other acts and that it can go to her credibility, that introducing this type of evidence would be prejudicial to Mr. Anderson.
Well, there's an issue as to whether or not I need to give a curative instruction. But and particularly in this day and age, when so many states are altering their laws, and the governor wants to hear, it doesn't bear the social scorn that it once did. So I don't think the risk of taint is so great, but I definitely don't think it's being, we can lose sight sometimes of what the real purpose of the rules of evidence are. And this particular rule, what is to be avoided is introducing evidence that the defendant is reprobate, has a character trait, or bad character, and to try to offer that to prove that he's acting in conformity with that. That's not even close to what the state has attempted to do thus far. And to the extent that they would, I can assure you that there'd be extensive discussion.
God, every
as to
time
whether I
he
should
talks, he
let
just
it
goes
in.
on and on and on.
Those enumerated exceptions are directly relevant to the thrust of the rule, not to whether there's some casual reference to marijuana that is prohibited by law being available for easy sight under the control of the defendant.
So a couple things, Judge. First, this is an attempt, how I view it, is this is an attempt from the state to continuously use Mr. Anderson's alleged marijuana dealings. This is not the first time the state's brought it up. He's going to bring it up again. The state just admitted to you that he intends on doing it with Olivia Anderson.
Yes, and I commented the other day, several times I commented, I don't have 1% of the knowledge you folks have about what the evidence in the case shows. Are you suggesting that at some point the state is going to introduce evidence of drug manufacture or dealing as motivational in respect to this charge?
I think what they're attempting to do is to introduce this so that the jury itself can make an inference about people who deal with drugs. And although, sure, this state, are we on a different trend towards the legalization of marijuana? Sure, it's still illegal. And there still are a lot of people who have very strong feelings about people who manufacture THC products and deliver marijuana. Not to mention, given that we're not here on a drug case and there was no other acts case, we did not voir dire on this issue. So I don't know if an individual on our jury has a bias towards drug dealers.
Okay, here's a thought. It's not like he's dealing with fentanyl or something like that. Frankly, I think I heard somewhere if you drink too much water, you can die. Does that make any sense? This is like a fairly harmless, proven science, medicinal plant. And is introduced intentionally to put his character into question. This is how is this even relevant? This is a unaliving case. This is so wrong. Yes, your brain can only take so much water. Like I said, this is not like he's coming up from Mexico with bags of, fentanyl. Oh, it's terrible. And so he's going to allow this.
I'm going to look at the case differently if there's some suggestion that the defendant was involved in this incident, if he was involved. I'm talking now about what the district attorney is thinking rather than what I'm thinking. But if there's a suggestion that the state is trying to prove that the conduct attributed to the accused in this case was more.
So basically the thing with water is he's got a faucet. So, I mean, he could unalive someone with too much water. Ooh, that means all of us could be suspected.
Motivated
this is
by something to do with drug trafficking or manufacture or sale, that would make a big difference. Although it would also make it more likely the evidence would be received. But in the absence of that, then I think it's a casual matter, which in terms of the 90404, and I don't think it's objectionable.
And I think...
where is it?
Yeah.
I missed it.
I'm going to stand by the point of that it is prejudicial, especially since I didn't voir dire on the issue, since we were given no notice that the state would be going into these types of other acts. And
knowledge that the witness
because
was
one of the...
Did have knowledge that the witness was going to testify as she did?
Yes, she's testified consistently.
That's about suspicious. You opened the door.
But But when you opening the door, when we have a case where you're in a case where you know what the charges are and what the evidence is, when I'm asking about
I'll
whether
put it
something's
back down to
suspicious,
normal speed
the reference was
once
to this
this
particular matter, why she had been
injustice is
investigated. She was never
over.
investigated about Mr. Anderson's alleged drug dealings. She was investigated dealing with the suspicions of Mr. Anderson's dealings with Mr. Gutierrez. And I not once asked outside of the curtail of other suspicious activity that didn't have to deal with this case, nor did the answer elicit anything that didn't have to deal with this particular case. Back to my issue about the jury and not knowing certain
Please hold. This just popped in my little brain. Did Mr. Rosalio, how was his criminal history? Did it contain anything to do with, oh, I don't know, Mary Jane or worse? Question mark. Was that testimony allowed in? I mean, you're not supposed to victim shame, but I don't know.
biases.
This is just
if I knew
terrible.
the state was going to be
It's
introducing
just
evidence or attempting
disgusting.
to introduce evidence to paint my client as a drug dealer, I would have questioned the jury on who here thinks that drug dealers kill people.
That's a really good point.
Because there's a lot of people that have that thought.
So that argument's been repeated a couple times to the court. So the court's heard that now. That's the third time I've
Oh
heard
my
that repeated.
God.
So I want to make a record of just sort of where I believe that revisionist history is being declared to the court. So the first of all, no opening part of any statement indicated anything about marijuana or the substantial evidence that during the search warrant found of a large quantity of marijuana or the search warrant. The first time this came up was when defense cross-examining Detective Anschutz asked him whether they believed his primary source of income was as a contractor. If the court remembers, I indicated that I wanted a sidebar. Does the court recall this?
Right.
I asked that I wanted a sidebar because it was important to me that door not be opened unless counsel really wished that to be done, because I'm aware that the defendant is alleged by his daughter and the search warrant appears to confirm the basic facts that he was growing 72 marijuana plants. I'm also aware that 72 marijuana plants, when I did drug cases a few years ago, is $72,000 of
Or the
tax-free money.
diffuser that
Okay?
lasted
So
two
there's no
times
way his
its
primary income or
expected.
his income, when that is the type of operation we're talking about, is as a contractor. Rather than have the detective who was at the search warrant potentially answer that question truthfully, which is, well, no, I don't.
I shut off this gas bag a second. It's me, Josie. Excellent point. It's not victim shaming when victim's lifestyle should be considered as a reason why he might have been unalived. Huh. Interesting. I wonder if he owed anybody money, for example. Plus, did they determine a motive? He was jealous, really? Well, it sure seemed to me like that Christine lady was a lovely, lovely woman. It sounded like things were going well. It sounded like, potentially she could have been his lobster. This is disgusting.
I think his primary source of income is this. I tried to head that off. Now, counsel changed
By
the
the
question, right? Asked
diffuser.
the question specific to, is part of the job, is part of what this defendant does as a contractor. That appears to be the case, right? So that was me trying to be cautious. The second time I brought this up, Your Honor, was again on cross-examination of Detective Anschutz. She asked about a number of bags up against the barn. I think there are maybe a dozen bags there. And Detective Anschutz was asked, did somebody go through this? As if this is an inadequate investigation, as the court has heard me talk about several times. Well, those bags are the potting soil and the remains of, from the state's perspective, the 72 marijuana plants that his daughter says has just been harvested just before this case. That's why that potting soil, it's consistent in terms of what a grow operation would look like. So the true answer is,
I
no, we
know.
didn't spend a lot of time in those bags.
Okay, so according to the guy that I talked to, you have to have a controlled condition. It has to have X amount of light, X amount of humidity and air circulation. I believe there's a period of darkness in the beginning. Was that evidence found, or do we just have, some garden pots and it's like the middle of May, and they're out because they're going to be going to pick up some, stuff to put into their planters for, the upcoming Memorial Day official start of summer? Question mark.
Because those bags are X, Y, and Z. That would have been the true answer, and that was the first time the door was open. Now the court's already heard my argument about why Ms. Rensburg is not a valid or a appropriate reporter of whether there are suspicious circumstances going, because I believe she will offer, even though I was at a court appearance of his and knew that he had a marijuana case that everybody was concerned about, I had no idea that he had a marijuana grow operation while I'm seeing him 4 or 5 nights a week. That's not the degree of knowledge where a jury should feel like it's reliable to say, well, she didn't see anything suspicious, therefore we should adopt that in any way. And that's the current state of the cross. So, I think the court's made its ruling. I don't want us to continue to repeat arguments, but I did want the court to know.
Oh, really? Because that's what you continue to do, you jackass.
And here we are.
Not repeating my arguments, making a legitimate full record. Very different. As far as the testimony that's come in, Ms. Remsburg stated that they hung out 4 to 5 nights a week at her house, not his house.
His
That
house was under
really,
construction, it's my
as the state nicely
understanding.
pointed out, the only time she really spent there was a couple of days around this time. That the majority of the time, she's not there.
Good point.
So, additionally, if he's trying to say that she's aware of his South Dakota marijuana case, and then she's aware of the fact of what his dealings are with marijuana, so if someone's already aware of that, it's not going to be suspicious. If the state wants to go down this line of questioning, it
Depends on what the witness understood question to be asking.
sure.
Well, it could have been probed, and it still can be. You both got an opportunity to question or more. But as Mr.
He
Greeley
doesn't
has so
pontificate when
eloquently
the other
stated,
gas bag is
removed.
talking gravely.
I don't see
But every
this
time
as
she
objectionable.
speaks, he has to
So to the extent you're
interrupt and
objecting,
pontificate.
it's overruled.
Well, I then ask
be
that
the
there
right
be
word.
limits placed because I want there to be a record that if Attorney Gravely goes into this in any other sort of situation, that there are going to be firm objections coming from this table, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll get there when we get there. What?
I said I'm not going to squelch you. She can make her objections.
Sure. Yeah, I think we'll get there when we get there. I intend at this point, if she says I had no knowledge of it, then I think I have to show that this existed so that, it's not a fantasy. Maybe they want to skip to the circumstances I've talked about. Maybe they want to say, yeah, he grew, but it's not real unless, it doesn't mean anything to a jury unless after she's questioned, if she says I knew nothing about it, well, then I have to do something substantive to at least say that, what's in the bags that you've pointed out. And I don't think, I certainly doesn't need to be extensive. And I understand I can't make character arguments about it. I have to stick to where the door's been open. So we'll get there when we get there.
To
Rosette
that
Leo
point,
owed
that he
people
still needs
money.
to lay a foundation. Did you ever go in the basement of Mr. Anderson's home? That hasn't been testified to.
You know what? I'm not going to pre-screen what may or may not happen. If you feel his presentation is deficient, then you can enter an objection as you've indicated you will, and then I'll rule on that.
Well, that's what they
But,
did with the Murdaugh
at this point,
trial.
I've orally your objection, and
When they squabbled about what questions could or could not be asked, they put the witness on the stand and they, with the jury outside the presence of the jury, and went down kind of their road, and then the judge allowed and they objected and whatever, and then it was the jury brought in once they agreed on whatever it was. The jury was brought in. Why don't they just do that with this one then? Oh, hi, Broken Baker. How's those groom caucus coming? This DA makes my blood boil. Yes. Me too.
if you like, I'll give the jury a short instruction now that they've heard some mention of
Ex-girlfriend see
growing marijuana,
puddles of blood?
and,
No,
that,
I don't think she did.
that's not relevant to this case. I don't want to say that. He's not charged with that. He's on a trial for that, and it's not.
Okay, it's me, Josie81. You mean the Murdaugh financial trial that had a week of murder in it? Yes, that one. Actually, I did cover his hearing, I think on all of my channels a couple weeks ago, where he spoke for like an hour. The judge should discuss you, and he does. You don't make those for Christmas? Thinks it's only Norwegian? Oh, Grandma always made kroonkakas and rosettes for Christmas. But you do need a special griddle for both.
Not something that
Which I only got her lefse making equipment.
ought to be considered in terms of any wrongfulness of that behavior.
I think what I will do is not ask for that instruction at this point, Judge, because it may just call more attention to the issue.
Makes sense.
What I may do is ask for cautionary instruction 274, other conduct at the end of the case, which I think would address this issue. That would be the defense's position on
And
that.
that's fine. And the only thing I'm going to say on that, I probably will, when you get the preliminaries, it'll probably be in there. But if it's not, you better object.
To the 274.
Requested.
Requested.
Yeah, requested.
Understood.
Okay. Anything else? All right.
Okay, here comes the jury. I'm going to put it back in normal speed. And then I'm going to go take an
Come down, please.
Imitrex shot.
He's
Because
always so nice.
this is giving me a headache. And I'm going to go make myself some coffee.
Is there something that's going to?
And probably have another banana muffin. Miriam, the diffuser, has been seen, but you should see it in the Eric testimony
I
and
saw it in the
Van
photo,
Wee
of course.
testimony. See, all I want to
is there
do
a
is
light
watch
on or,
this
near you? You know, it could be
until
a
I'm tired,
meat
and then
if
I want to
need
go
to.
to sleep, and then I want to
I've
wake
done
up,
some
and I want to
typing this morning,
watch it more. So you're going to be sick
No, I
of
turned it
me.
off, but it was on for a while.
You're going to be sick of Crime Spies.
Yeah, they can look at it.
And it is Christmas Eve. Has anybody had, should we put up the Santa for those little ones? Maybe you've got a little one in your lap right now that doesn't understand English, but, you know, is near and dear. Isn't there like a Santa, like, tracker? We could put that up. Or just to entertain us. Let me see if I can put two brain cells together and find it.
No, not at his residence.
There's our poop emoji. Okay, I gotta put the. Oh, sorry.
You've been to South Dakota with the
Sorry,
defendant
I'm
in the
gonna
months
turn it down.
before May of 2020.
Where's my mouse? Oh no.
Hold on, let me finish. As he was going through
There
court
it
appearances
is.
on
I need to make it bigger.
marijuana case in South Dakota.
Pause.
Yes, I was there for one of his court cases
Normal.
to be there for support.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. You have to listen to this jackass.
No, not at his.
There. Pause. Okay, we're gonna continue. We're back at normal speed. I'm gonna look and see if I can find a Santa tracker.
Defendant involved in a row of
There's my poop
marijuana
emojis.
plants at his residence.
No, not at his residence. No.
You were, had you been to South?
Speak in the
You've
microphone,
been to
sir.
South Dakota with the defendant in the months before
Dip
May
ass.
of 2020.
When-
Hold on, let me finish. As
No
he was going
red
through
track
court
Santa.
appearances on a marijuana case in South Dakota.
Yes, I was there for one of his court cases to be there for support.
Okay, and to your knowledge, had
Thank you,
that
Broken
case
Baker.
concluded
Merry
by
Christmas.
May 19th, 2020, or was it still
Heart.
going?
It was still going.
And
He had another
this.
court date, and then he got arrested for this case.
Okay, so knowing that case was pending, in a relationship with the defendant, as you have described, you have no knowledge of a grow of marijuana at the defendant's home during the same time period as that court case and as the rest of this.
No.
I have no other questions for Ms. Remsburg. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, guys and gals.
You
There's
may
our
step down,
Santa tracker.
you may step down, ma'am.
I'll actually put him over my face. Oh, see, now this is a problem.
Assertively.
Look at how sad. Oops, oops. Pause, rewind. Pause, rewind.
You may step down, ma'am. You may step down, ma'am.
Your Honor.
Assertively.
Look at how little and tiny she is. Look at, they could have been lobsters. Sad. I don't know how you couldn't have heartbreak in your heart watching this tragedy unfold. This injustice of justice. So sad. All right, I'm going to get you started with your next witness, and then I'm going to take care of my headache and get a little caffeinated beverage.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony that you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So if you got, please be.
Let's see. There. Cut.
Officer Wagner, can you state your first and last name for the record?
Eric Widener, Weidner.
Eric
And
Wagner.
officer, how are you employed?
Kenosha Police Department.
How long
You're
have
going
you
to be
been
on my
so employed?
mobile. You're going to be in my
Over
pocket.
23 years.
And did you work last night?
I
I have
did.
a
Are you a
pocket in my
third shift
pajamas.
officer?
I am.
So what time did you get off work?
6:30 today.
And have you had any substantial amount of sleep since then?
No.
Okay. Officer Widener, what are your current duties? So in the capacity you're now employed, what do you do?
Oh, goody. It
I'm
sounds
a
like
third
he's
shift
going,
patrol officer and
he's
also
going down the
senior
road of
evidence,
let's feed him
technician
some
for the police department.
information.
And does that mean that at times at crime scenes, you are the person who's detailed with both documenting and then collecting evidence?
Yes.
Does that include evidence at scenes where blood is located?
Yes.
How long have you done that in your career, where you have been an evidence collection tech?
My first class for when I got certified into it was 2002, so 21 years.
And within the Kenosha Police Department, are you the most experienced of the evidence techs at this time?
Yes.
How many scenes do you believe that you have been at and had to make decisions about collecting evidence and then did collect evidence at in your career?
Hundreds.
Back on the time period of May 19th, 2020, were you dispatched to a location at 3709 15th Street, Apartment 1B?
Yes, I was called in by the Detective Bureau.
And that's not your shift, right?
No.
Okay. And so about what time do you believe you arrived there?
It was noon, something like that, noon.
And again, were you called in off shift because of your experience and capacity as an evidence collection tech?
Yes.
Okay. While you were at that scene, did you observe things that caused you enough concern that you felt, okay, I do have a role here and I am going to be collecting some evidence?
Yes.
So in general wide terms, if you don't have to be specific to all the different areas, but in general wide terms, what was the situation you saw at Apartment 1B when you got there?
There's a significant amount of blood evidence inside the apartment.
And was that located in one isolated area or was it in several locations?
Several locations within the apartment.
Now, was there anyone else there at that apartment who was also involved in evidence collection with you?
Yes.
And who was that?
Officer Van Wheat.
And did you divide up duties in some fashion that the jury should be aware of?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the division of labor?
He was documenting the blood stains and I was collecting samples of the blood, possible blood stains.
And so pursuant to that, are you the individual who then specifically took samples of the blood stains you felt were at least of immediate relevance?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you have any estimate at the number of individual like droplets or specks or however, how do you want to describe, what's the terminology you would use for each individual's place of blood evidence?
I would say blood spatter or blood droplets is pretty much what we're finding.
All right. Did you take account of all the blood droplets? In other words, did you take a total number?
No.
Okay. Would that number have been possibly in the thousands? Had you, yes?
Yes, easily.
Okay. At this scene?
Yes.
Okay. And so as an evidence tech with the experience that you've described since 2002, how do you make a decision about which of those thousands of possible samples to then take to then take more evidence from, other than just photos or observation?
Well, it depends on what I'm looking at. So I divvy up into different walls or different sections of the carpet or the flooring, and then I would take different samples of that.
And are you making a decision believing that you would ever collect all thousands of those samples individually?
No, we would never collect that many.
Okay. And why are you collecting these? So like, and I'm not saying you know all the details, but you're collecting them for what to happen next in general?
In general, we'll collect them and then we'll send them to the crime lab, State of Wisconsin Crime Lab, where they'll analyze it.
So you yourself don't do any testing of them?
No.
Okay. Now, mechanically, is there a different process for if you're just trying to collect DNA than if you're trying to specifically collect something where you suspect it's blood? So in other words, if you see no blood, are you doing anything differently than if it's something where you say, I have a opinion that's blood?
DNA, you mean touch DNA?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we would do a different process.
Okay, so first tell me on touch DNA, if you see that, you would only do that, I assume, if you see no obvious evidence of blood. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. just very briefly, layman's terms, what does that process look like? What are you doing?
As a door handle, we'll say, as an example, with no blood on it, I know the suspect may have touched it. I want to collect the DNA samples from his molecules that are on the skin samples that are on the doorknob. So I'll take 2 swabs, sterile water, and I'll wet one of the swab tips. Then I'll wipe it around the handle to try and collect that DNA off the handle. And then it's still a little bit damp from the swab. Then I'll take the dry swab and I'll wipe that. It's called a wet dry method. And then I'll package them for processing.
And on this particular scene, you had no idea if anyone who had touched a door or any other surface was wearing gloves. Is that correct? You don't know that in this scene, do you?
I have no idea.
Okay. Is the method you just described, the touch DNA method, would you expect in your training and experience that would have any results that would be, have any results if a person was wearing gloves of some kind when they touched the surface?
Most likely it wouldn't pick up his DNA if he had gloves on.
Okay. So you mentioned how you do touch DNA. So what do you do if you see a surface where you think, I think there's a good chance or some chance there's blood there? What's different about your process?
So same kind of swab. It's a sterile swab. We open it up, and if it's blood and it's wet blood, we just dip it into the blood, let it soak up the end of the swab, and then we package that.
So if it's still damp blood versus dry blood, is there a different method or is it exactly the same method?
It's a different method. For that method, we'd have to use the sterile water again and damp the tip of the swab and then work it inside the stain that I'm trying to collect, and eventually we'll collect it. It'll get it wet enough, it'll collect onto the end of the swab.
So were there a number of surfaces where you sought to collect what might be blood evidence at this scene that we've spoken about thus far?
Yes.
And would you characterize them all as either wet or dry, or did it differ depending on what surface you were looking at?
It was different depending on where I was inside the apartment.
Okay. And so your method would have altered in that slight way you mentioned. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you attempt to take samples from the locations you felt were important in terms of making determinations about what might have happened at the scene?
Yes.
Did you prioritize those things you felt were most important?
Yeah, systematically we went through and determined what we needed to collect.
So, and did you then ultimately document what items that you yourself took swabs from?
Yes.
So, is one of the places you took a swab from the top of the dinette table?
Yes.
And in general, do you remember where that was located in the residence in general?
Yes, it's next to the kitchen by the hallway leading to the bathroom and the bedroom.
No, just,
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 78. Good news, we're not opening any of these, okay? I'm just going to show you from the labels and from this whether you can talk about it, okay? So Exhibit 78, I'm going to show that to you briefly and ask you if, based on the documentation on there, you can see that that is from the dinette table and is something you yourself collected.
Yes, this is my seal, my initials and date on it, and also the label that we put on it. This is something I collected.
Okay, and it's the apartment we talked about, and it's in that process we talked about, correct?
Correct.
Was that a place where you believed there was blood, or at least a high possibility of blood?
There appeared to be blood stains on top of the table, yes.
And that's what you were focused on, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also collect in the center of the living room in a large blood stain saturated carpet? Did
Yes.
you also collect there?
Yes.
All right, and then, so I'm going to show you exhibit number 79, counsel, and ask you if that is, if 79 is again something you can confirm for the jury is a place where you did the same swabbing process you talked about, and then documented and stored.
Yes, this is, again, my initials, my date on it, and also the sticker I put on it, labeling it as saturated blood area.
And in general, can you orient us where that was? So where is this large blood stain at the center of the living room?
There's a large amount of blood on the carpet, the main carpet of the living room, between the TV and the sofa.
Then, I'm going to now show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 82, asking, were there multiple locations on the living room ceiling that you took swabs?
Yes.
And why did you not just take one location in the living room ceiling? Why did you, in fact, if I count correctly, why did you take 5 locations in the living room ceiling at different spots?
The ceiling had blood stains on it, and it looked like it was from different events or different times it was put up on the ceiling based on the directionality that we were looking at with the blood stain. So I tried to take samples of each of the events that we noticed.
When you say event, is that some object striking blood causing it to fly? Is that what you're speaking about by an event?
Yes, the way it was put up onto the ceiling, possibly without knowing what actually happened during this event, it appeared to be either cast off or forcible blood being put onto that surface.
Okay, so at the 5 separate locations that are living room ceilings, you felt it was different than the other 4 in each one of those, and so significant to put it in to look at that space. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so again, back to Exhibit 82 then, is this one of the 5 locations on the living room ceiling that you took swab and preserved it?
Yes, this is one of the swabs that we took from the ceiling with my initials and date on it.
Again, all told, you took specific stains from 5 locations on the living room ceiling. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you take a sample from the exterior door frame?
Yes.
When you say exterior door, do you know if specifically are you speaking about the hallway door or the sliding door?
I'm talking about there's a shared hallway for the apartment building, and this is the door leading from the shared hallway into the apartment.
What did you observe on the frame that caused you to think a swab should be necessary and taken in that situation?
Again, possible blood stain evidence was on there.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 85 and ask you, is that a sample that was a swab from you on that exterior door frame into the hallway?
Yes, this is. It's labeled exterior door frame and also has my initials and date on it. So this is something I put into evidence collected.
Yeah, we've spoken about that exterior door. Was that a red door, by the way, if you recall?
It was painted red, yes.
Okay. And did you also see things that concerned you in the center of the exterior door?
Yes.
Okay. And again, was that possible blood?
Yes.
Did you swab at that location as well?
Yes.
This is now the part of the door that faces out in the hallway, correct?
The exterior part of the door, yes.
Okay. And it's in essentially around the center of the door?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87. Is that a blood swab, again, taken from the exterior door center? by you and documented?
Yes, this is one of the things I put into evidence, showing the exterior door center area.
Use the same process?
Correct.
Okay. So see something that you felt was appropriate to swab in the exterior door on the north side of that door?
Yes.
And was that a separate item or separate area from your perspective than the center of the door that we've already talked about?
Yes.
And the door frame?
Correct.
Okay, but it's also still facing the hallway?
Yes.
Okay, and at that location, did you decide to do a separate swab?
I did.
Okay, and that's because you suspected it to be blood evidence?
I suspected it to be, yes.
And so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86 and ask you, at the exterior door on the north side, is that the swab that you collected and documented based on what you can read and see?
Yes, this is with my date, or my initials and my date, and also exterior north side of the door is the label. So it is something I did collect.
Now, I want to go to that same door, but now on the interior side of that door in the apartment, okay? Was there something regarding the doorknob that caused you to take note and feel it was appropriate to take further action?
Yes.
And what did you see there?
Possible bloodstain evidence.
On the knob itself?
Correct.
And that's on the interior side of that knob?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you take a swab at that location?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 80 and ask you, again, based on the way you document this, are you able to tell us that that's that interior doorknob and that is your packaging and documentation?
This is something I put into evidence and is labeled interior door with my initials and my the date on it. So yes, I did put in evidence.
And that is the packaging that you put into evidence?
Correct.
Now, I'm still on that interior door, the same door, but now at the center of the door, about 4.5 feet up vertically on that door. Did you see something there that caused you to take further note and believe further action was appropriate?
Yes.
What did you see there?
Some more bloodstain evidence, possible bloodstain.
And based on that, did you then swab that location?
I did.
Okay, again, that's interior door, and it's about 4.5 feet up?
Yes.
Did you feel that it was at least worth the swab based on it possibly being a separate, why was the door handle not enough if it's on the same door?
There's a lot of bloodstain evidence, so I wanted to make sure if there was 2 sources of blood, we got enough swabs for that determination when it comes to the crime lab.
And in that regard, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 84 and ask you as to 84, is this the swab you took from the interior door center based on what you have described thus far and that you documented?
Yes, it's my initials and the date, and it's also the interior door center. I did collect it and package it.
Officer, at some point, did you also decide to take a swab from the interior patio door handle?
Yes.
And what were you seeing, if anything, there that caused you to think, okay, this patio door handle is also a place I should preserve the possibility of some evidence?
That was more for touch DNA, just to see if the suspect may have touched that door on the way out of the scene.
And so that's a touch DNA swab?
Correct.
No obvious blood present?
No.
And the collection, you've already testified that how you would have collected that, is that correct?
Correct.
This is Exhibit 81. Ask you to take a look at 81 and simply tell me whether that documentation confirms that that is that interior patio door swab that we talked about.
It is. It's labeled that way, and my initials and date are on this, and it is something that I collected and packaged.
At some point, did you focus on the living room floor and things you believed might be hair?
Yes,
Did you collect those?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 96 and ask if 96 is something that you documented from the living room floor, noted you believed it to be hair, and packaged it in a fashion that's reflected in the exhibit.
It is something I collected and packaged, and it is labeled hair with my initials and date on it.
96.
I did collect it.
Were there multiple locations where you collected hair samples on the living room floor?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 97 and ask you as to 97, was this also a individual or separate item of hair that you picked up, packaged, and documented as you have described on so many of these other things?
It was separate from the last one. It's two different pieces of hair, appear to be hair. With the label, my initials and date on it, and I did collect it.
Was there also somewhere on the living room floor something that appeared to be a piece of wood that had possible blood and possible hair on it?
Yes.
And where was that located in general in the apartment?
It was next between the sofa and the kitchen. When you come in the door, it's like a little entryway. I think you would call it entryway, and it was right there.
And in general, you said piece of wood. Did it appear to be a log, or did it appear, if you recall, do you remember any characteristics of the piece of wood?
Appeared to be like a construction wood. It wasn't like wood that you would hit off a tree, like a tree branch. It was like a construction type pressed wood.
Okay, so an example of that would be a wooden baseball bat.
Yes.
Or a handle of an axe or a hammer or something like that, as long as it had a wooden handle.
Yes, it was something manufactured.
Okay. And did you collect that as well?
Yes.
And you believed it might have value because it had both blood and hair on it? At least that was your theory as you looked at it visually?
It had both red substance on it and also hair, and it was on the flooring, and nothing else was around it like that, so it's kind of odd.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 98 and ask if the item you have so far described to the jury is something you packaged in this particular package, and whether that appears to be accurate in terms of that particular exhibit is the processing of the item we just talked about.
Yes, my initials and date are on these, along with the label. I did collect it.
Did you also collect did you also collect a swab from the sofa middle seat of the couch?
Yes.
And what was significant about the sofa middle seat of the couch that you felt was appropriate to swab?
It's saturated with possible blood on it.
Was that one of the largest poolings of blood at this scene?
It was a larger one for the couch, yes.
Okay. And so did you take a sample from within that pool?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 83, Exhibit 83. Does this appear to be a swab of the sample you took from the pooled blood or pooled suspected blood on that couch?
Yes. It's one of the items I did collect from the middle of the couch cushion area. My date, the date and my initials are on it, which means I collected it.
We just need half a second, sorry.
How many presents has Santa delivered?
Apartment 1B.
Yes.
There
And
may
where
or
is
may
the
not
kitchen
be some
counter,
macaroni and
in comparison to
cheese
the other places
that
you
I
spoke
brought
about?
up here.
When you first walk into the door, it's to the left.
What's 5?
On the other side of it is an opening for the dinette area.
And was there something of concern from your perspective in terms of what you would do next on the kitchen counter?
I believe there's blood evidence on the kitchen counter too.
And did you swab at that location?
Yes.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as State's Exhibit 88.
I should have brought some crackers.
And
I love
ask if,
crackers with
this
honey and peanut
exhibit
butter.
Demonstrates there is the packaging and swab that you got from the kitchen cabinet.
Have we seen much of the ho ho ho? I've been listening.
I'm
You've
sorry,
been in my
kitchen counter.
pocket
Did I say cabinet?
and in my heart.
Okay. You're good. Oh,
Kitchen counter.
right.
Yes. This actually has Officer Van Wee's initials on it, so I believe he may have
Oh,
collected
Van
this
Wee
one.
isn't the one we have the
Officer
pleasure
Van
of
Wee.
hearing
Okay.
on
Is it
day
something
5?
that you can confirm is a collection from the kitchen cabinet?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Counter.
It has a label on it for a kitchen counter.
Ooh,
with the-
Jamie
with the date,
Family
his,
Dollar.
His initials. Again, we were doing the scene together, so.
We don't have Family Dollars around here. We have Dollar Trees, which are now like $1.50 trees. Biden economics at work. Oh, the one thing I forgot to do is bring something to clean these glasses. I should plug this in too. For those of you over on Rumble, I hope you're enjoying a Merry Christmas
After
Eve.
your initial evidence
Christmas
collection,
Day, depending on your part of
was
the world.
Did you come to hear
Promise
that a
I'll go
phone
over
had been
there and
recovered
check.
from the freezer at the residence?
Yes.
You had not found the phone. You and Officer Van Wee, is that correct?
Correct.
And at that time, did you collect swab evidence from the phone?
I believe so.
Did it appear there was blood on the phone?
I believe there's some
Okay.
evidence of that.
And would you have also swabbed other areas of the phone that maybe didn't have blood, but just based on your knowledge that people touch phones and use phones in ways that might be promising otherwise?
Yes, it would be a touch DNA then.
So I'm going to show you Exhibit 90. Ask you if this is the blood swab taken from the phone found in the freezer.
You know, there's not a
and
whole lot of
the
people
phone
sitting
of
in the gallery.
Rosalio Gutierrez.
This guy, he grates on my nerves.
Yes, it was taken from the phone. Possible blood stain collection.
Again, consistent with the packaging and processing that we've talked about on all the other cases.
Yes.
As to Exhibit 91, I'm going to ask you, is this the touch DNA, sort of DNA swab of that same phone? Again, Exhibit 91.
Thank you for notifying everybody tomorrow.
Yes.
Baker's
It would be
Christmas
the
hangout.
sides or the areas that did not have
I have added
blood
it to
on.
the list.
We just did the swabbing for touch DNA on that.
Do you recall an item having been found in your initial collection of evidence? So I'm back on May 19th. That was on the couch. Remember an item being lying on the couch?
You had to be more specific.
Yeah. Did you see a wallet or sort of a credit card holder that was located on the couch?
Yes.
And did you take that? Was that taken into evidence as part of this case?
Yes.
Exhibit 99. So as to Exhibit 99, again, just based on the packaging without opening it, can you tell us, does that appear to be the packaging and the labeling of that wallet?
Yes, it is.
Lake District National Park. Where is Santa right now? Is he in Michigan? Boy, I tell you, that Santa, he's a miracle worker. Oh, he's heading for Durham, England in 11 seconds. He's last seen in Cardiff, Wales. I could do that probably. Oh, I could sing to Baker my Norwegian finger song when he's finished. Oh, Santa's heading for Carlisle, England, for those of you young viewers watching this injustice of our justice system. How could Santa below it?
So what would be your estimate on how much time that you spent at this location collecting these items based on the division of labor you two had? In general?
Estimation, multiple hours.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
Here we go. Hi, Beep. Do you want to say hello? Here, say hello. Right up here, Poppy.
So the state just introduced through you several,
on my lap?
a lot of exhibits.
Oh, it's a baby. Oh, don't press the keys on the keyboard, though.
Go through them kind of order.
Baby. Okay, this is what I take notes on.
So exhibit 91, which was touch DNA swab from the phone, correct? From the freezer?
Correct.
Touch DNA.
Kahoot.
Exhibit 90 was blood DNA from the phone, right? Are you not going to remember? Correct.
There's a lot of them.
It's fine.
Yes.
All right.
Don't hit
You're
the
not going to remember
keyboard.
them all. I'll be more efficient.
Hopefully she won't hit the end button. It's okay. Why don't you just lay down and take a nap? Here. Poppy says Merry Christmas.
No, it's not necessary. Thank you,
Oh,
though.
look, there's Sadie. We don't like her.
80.
Here, let's bring out our kitty claws for this one. Oh, wait, my song. As soon as I have to have it on standby. Baby.
Okay, so out of all of these swabs that were taken, there's only 2 swabs for touch DNA that were introduced. Exhibit 91, which was from the cell phone, which you just previously testified to, correct?
Correct.
And Exhibit 81, which is the swab from the interior patio door handle, correct?
Correct.
So
Jamie, pick up ingredients to make spritzes. They're the best.
You only swabbed 2 locations for touch DNA?
No.
Okay, what were the other ones you did?
There's a bottle of beer. I swabbed where the mouth would be on a bottle of beer, where you put your lips on it. I swabbed that, and also a water bottle that was over by the TV.
Okay, and?
And you also swabbed the for DNA for touch evidence, the main door lock too, correct?
I would have to look at my photographs for that. I'm not sure if there's blood on that lock or if it was touch DNA.
Is he objecting?
But that was it.
Yes.
Oh, your claws are deadly. Imagine this innocent man, according to what I'm seeing so far, this Christmas Eve it would be, I'm assuming they're 1 hour ahead, close to 7 p.m., sitting in his cell. His twin boys are 8 years old. The daughter, I think, is like 12-ish. Another Christmas without dad.
Pulling up what's been previously marked as defense.
Oh, goody, the window. I want to hear this. Poppy.
While you're looking at that exhibit,
I am not your love muffin. I'm not your love
exact
muffin.
words. That it's important to look at areas that the suspect might have touched, correct?
Correct.
Oh, dear.
And when you're analyzing areas that a suspect might have touched, it's important to look at any points of entry into a apartment,
Right back.
correct?
I think I have to situate her somewhere.
So in this
We're
case,
gonna
you
get
did swab
unplugged.
the main door for DNA evidence, correct? The front door,
Correct.
the interior and exterior.
Yes.
And you swabbed the patio door,
Yes.
the interior and exterior.
Correct.
In Exhibit 60, Defense Exhibit 60, you can see that there's a open window.
Yes.
And you spent several hours at this location, so you're aware that you can access that window from immediately right outside the apartment, correct?
Yes.
And so, did you swab the window?
This is in the bedroom?
Correct.
No, I did not swab the window.
And you agree that could be a point of entry?
It could be, yes.
So, and it's important, like you said, to swab areas that could have been a point of entry, correct?
Yes?
So was this an oversight?
No.
So why did you not swab this then?
Window had absolutely no indicators or evidence of entry or forced entry. It was only open 3 inches. The screen was still attached to it. There's no scrapings on the screen that showed someone pried it open. To get a screen off from the outside, you would have to have pry marks most likely, because you take the screens off from the inside. And I saw absolutely nothing that would indicate that someone would have touched, made entry into that window in any way.
Well, the window's open, right?
It was open 3 inches.
But that would indicate someone opened it 3 inches at least.
Well, based on no evidence on the outside showing forced entry, it looked like someone opened it for ventilation on the inside. That's why there's nothing
But
done to that window.
But do you know who opened that window?
I don't know anything about this scene, ma'am. No, I don't know who opened the window.
You don't know anything about the scene.
When I came to that scene, I did not know who touched what.
Okay, so you have evidence in a crime scene that there's a window accessible to the outside that's been opened at some point.
Objection, this is repetitive and argumentative at this point.
You have a window that's been opened at some point. You don't know by whom, and you chose not to swab that for touch DNA.
Objection, all of those points have already been covered, asked and answered.
Like I said, Gravely, he complains
When
the
you
loudest on the weakest parts of
Arrived
his
on scene.
case.
Were you in charge of determining the locations that you were going to test yourself, or did people direct you to certain things?
Between Officer Van Wee and I, we determined what needed to be swabbed.
Okay. So on May 28th, 2000, and I can take that off the Elmo. On May 28th, 2020, you had returned back to 3709 apartment 1B because of the cell phone and contents of the wallet that had been found in the freezer, correct?
Correct.
And you swabbed the cell phone for touch DNA.
Either I did or Officer Singh did, who was with me. He's also evidence technician.
So going back to why it's important to swab areas that you believed a suspect could have touched, did you swab the cards that were found in the freezer?
Cards, what do you mean?
There were other items located in the freezer other than the cell phone, correct?
Correct.
There were credit cards.
Correct.
There was a license.
Yes.
Okay. So did you swab any of those items?
Here's a question. Okay, so full disclosure, sometimes when I have my mobile devices outside, they do overheat in the sunshine. And the quickest way to get the temperature thing so you can continue to listen to or watch or do what have you on it is to stick it in the freezer for a little bit. But I certainly don't put my wallet in there. I mean, unless it's like a cell phone holder that has like the wallet thing on the back, which a couple of my kids have that. Really happened. Interesting.
No.
Chrissy, I might write that
why
question
not?
down if they have a theory.
I'd have to look at the pictures, but I believe they were in a wallet of some kind. Are
Okay.
they just loose? I'm not positive. I have to look at the pictures.
It
Was it
a
like a
money clip?
separate?
It was some
Maybe.
sort of clip.
Maybe.
And did you swab?
Okay, so do you know what I'm talking about? If my children were home right now, I'd have them hand me the phone, but they're all at their dad's house because it's Christmas Eve, and he always gets all of them on Christmas Eve. And no, it's like a cell phone holder, and then in the back of it is where they keep, their debit card and their ID. Hi, Jungle Minx. You just missed Poppy. She was just here like 5 minutes ago. You must have felt her kitten vibes. Now she's over on my bed. Yeah, we're just going to keep going as long as people are watching. My kids are at their dad's house, so. And I just appreciate you being here. We do have a Santa tracker. Wait, while I'm over here. It appears Santa is, he's heading for Reykjavik, Iceland. I've been to Reykjavik and their airport. He'll be there in 1 minute, 6 seconds. So far, he's delivered 4,382,000. He's delivered a lot of gifts. There's a 4 billion. I can't see very well. You're here for it. Okay. Well, I'm fine as long as you're fine. Now I've got some, well, I may or may not have some mac and cheese over there. So, I'm good as long as you're good. Oh, you're knitting your dog a blanket? I am crocheting. Well, I've been trying to. You just make this is like one of those neck, I don't know where the camera is, but, instead of tying a scarf around your neck, this looks like this when it's finished, and so you just slide it over your head, and then it's on your neck. But it's crochet, and I tried to knit, and I'm not coordinated enough for knitting, but I do love crocheting. So you'll have to show us what you'll have to I could actually put on my Twitter account /X account, I should put a little place where you can send me snapshots of what you're working on while we're watching this injustice unfold. All right, continue. Boy, that Santa, he sure gets around.
Whatever was holding the cards?
Oh.
I don't believe so.
And that's something that the suspect could have touched, correct?
Could have.
Did you swab the freezer handle?
No.
Huh, why not?
That's something the suspect could have touched, correct?
This is multiple days after the crime scene has been
contaminated.
processed, and I believe his mother was in there cleaning the kitchen.
Oh.
And she's the one that opened up the freezer and found it and called us. So she has already touched that. So now we're going to have multiple DNA samples on that, if not wiping away the DNA from whoever initially touched
Well, wouldn't
it.
you at least
But she
try?
also admitted to touching the cell phone, right?
I don't remember that.
This is not justice. This is injustice.
When you
Merry
came
Christmas.
on scene, the cell phone and the contents of the wallet were on the counter, correct?
Correct.
And Miss Patterson told you that she had put them there, correct?
I better make sure they're back where we need to be.
All right, possibility, yes. I don't, it's not on top of my head, I'm sorry. I can't remember how I got there.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of your report, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I hope you enjoyed that. Well, I'm getting better at entertainment.
Oh.
Pixie, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. My screaming goat is fantastic. My son was trying to explain to me why my screaming goat is not working the way I want it to. He's far smarter than I ever could be.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. So had Miss Patterson admitted to you that she touched the cell phone?
Yes.
But she touched it, but you still swabbed the cell
You
phone,
lost your wallet
right?
on the plane
For
or
touch
airport.
DNA.
Everything is under control, but
So,
man, I'm going to get a whole
Someone touching
new
something doesn't preclude you
wallet game
from
nuts.
still swabbing for touch DNA.
That's frightening.
Again, it's argumentative based on my current understanding of the objection.
Do you notice
Argumentative.
Do you notice a pattern with Gravely? As soon as she gets on a roll, as soon as she gets
You've
to
been
a
in evidence
point,
tech for many years, correct?
Correct.
as soon as she gets to a point that he knows is a hole in his theory slash case slash injustice, he gets real loud. FFS.
In your training, you're not precluded from swabbing for touch DNA because more than one individual might have touched an item, correct?
Depends on the surface area and what they were touching and how they were touching it.
But just in general, doesn't preclude you.
Yep.
Irrelevant whether his training
Here
actually
he goes.
precludes him from testing
Okay.
an item after it's been touched
Pause.
prior for touch DNA.
Okay, as soon as he starts talking, watch the officer's face.
Irrelevant whether his training actually
Do you
precludes
see him?
him from
He
testing
he
an
bit
item
his
after
lip
it's been touched
and shook his
prior
head.
for touch DNA.
One more time.
Irrelevant whether his training actually precludes him from testing an item after
You
it's
see
been
that?
touched prior for touch DNA.
Jesus Enrique Rosas taught me well. Shook his
This witness
head
is-
because he
If
knows.
I may, this
bit
witness's
his lip,
prior
licked it.
reasoning as to why he didn't swab a certain area in the apartment was because more than one person would have touched it. So I'm now going into that line of questioning to attack that answer.
The objection is overruled.
Oh, good. It's over.
You can answer the question if you remember.
I don't remember, sorry.
It's okay. More than one person touching an item doesn't preclude you, generally, from taking swabs for touch DNA.
I think generally you're correct.
Okay. So in this case, you had the cell phone, which had been touched by more than one person, to your understanding, and you took the touch DNA swab, correct?
Objection, that's been asked and answered.
Shut up, Gravely.
I'm going just back to where I was in the beginning, given the officer's answers.
Well, that would fit right into the objection that it's asked and answered if you're going back to where you were before. Go
Just
ahead.
so we're not confusing,
Go ahead.
thank you.
Yes, I took a swab of the phone.
Okay. And so back to the freezer door handle, you could have taken a swab for touch DNA as well, correct?
Objection. It's been asked and answered. She's already asked him, could he have done it?
She's
He said he
clarifying
did not.
gravely.
And then
Pipe
he could have.
down.
He's already answered this.
Look at the spoiled, what do they
You wanna
call that?
respond?
Sure, it's
Unsportsmanlike
not really,
conduct?
Before his answers to the questions were that he didn't say, he
Oh,
said
chain
no
of
because
custody,
someone
hello.
else touched it. So now I've already established,
You're
I'm now
welcome.
going back, I had established that he can take touch DNA swabs when another person has touched it. And now I'm revisiting the issue of the door handle of the freezer
All she's,
under that context.
what's been established is his training does not preclude it. And now she's asking the identical question. She already has the answer. He didn't do it.
Well, it's going to take more time to argue about it than it is to get the examination. Can you answer the question? You might want to.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, what was the question? I'm
Why
sorry.
don't you rephrase the question?
Yeah.
Sure. That even though someone else had touched the freezer handle, you can still swab for touch DNA. Or you could have swabbed for touch DNA.
I could have, yes.
And just like the exterior door handle of the main door, it's more likely that more than one person touched that door handle, correct?
Okay, yes, I guess.
And you still swabbed that one.
Yes,
Okay, and the patio door, the exterior and interior, it's possible that more than one person touched those door handles, but you still swabbed that, correct?
yes,
Okay. So back to those credit cards. You could have swabbed those, but you didn't, correct?
I did not because they're inside the holder still.
Okay, and the holder, you still chose not to test that.
I did not.
I lost my hook.
And those are all things that the suspect could have touched, correct?
Could have, yes.
Gravely is like
And
a
so
child having a
now,
temper tantrum.
About what time did you respond to the scene back on May 19th, 2020?
My report has it in there. I think it was noon or 12:30. I got notified of it.
So earlier on in the investigation then?
Correct.
And you were aware that, or were you aware that when law enforcement entered in, the lights had all been turned off?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, did you take a video or was that another officer? A crime scene video?
I don't remember.
Okay. In your experience, if you knew that upon entry, every single light switch had been turned off and this bloodshed
gonna ask
event
you
had
that.
allegedly occurred, would you want to swab the light switches?
If there's evidence that there's blood on those light switches that I wanted to collect, then I would. Or if I had any indicators that the lights were turned off by maybe a suspect or the victim, then yes, I would have done that.
Okay, and to your understanding, there were no touch DNA swabs taken by you of the light switches in that apartment, correct?
No, I did not.
Did you take any touch DNA swabs of any kitchen or bathroom faucets?
No,
Did you take a touch DNA swab of strike that. Were you aware of a door mat that had been moved in the apartment?
yes,
Did you swab that for touch DNA?
Xiang, look at here
It's
she is
possible the
again.
suspect had moved that, correct?
Poppy, say hello.
I'd have to look at the photographs, but I think there's blood evidence on that.
And there was blood evidence
She's
behind
got-
the
she must
shoe
have
mat,
dumped
correct?
her water.
I can't remember. I know there's blood evidence somewhere around there.
She's got
Okay.
water on her back.
And then the couch had been moved as well, correct?
The couch? I
Yeah,
don't remember the couch. I remember the dining room table has been moved.
okay. Well, we'll go back to the couch. We'll stick with the dining room table. The swabs that you mentioned that were from the dining room table, that was exhibit 78. Those were swabs taken of what appeared to be blood, correct?
Correct.
You didn't take any touch DNA swabs from the
Poppy,
kitchenette
no.
table, correct?
No,
But you knew that that table had been moved, right?
it had been recently moved, yes.
Potentially by the suspect.
Could have been from anyone, I don't,
It could have been from the suspect too, correct?
could have been, yes.
Okay. The chairs to the dinette table had also been moved, correct?
Correct?
Possibly by the suspect, correct?
Possibly?
You didn't swab the chairs for touch DNA.
No, I did not.
There were also two small white tables that were located close to the sliding door. Do you remember those?
By the patio door?
Correct.
Yes,
You knew that those had been moved at some point too, correct?
I did not know that.
Okay, but did you swab those for touch DNA?
No,
Okay. How about the remote?
for TV?
Yeah, the TV was on, right? Do you remember?
I don't remember that.
I'll show you an exhibit.
Okay.
Okay, I'm trying to type and she's like humping my arm. Pardon. We need to have her fixed.
You want me to stipulate that the TV's on?
Okay. Can you just? There's too many cords. Maybe you just go like.
Judge, I'll stipulate, we've already had
honey.
Detective Anschutz, I believe, testify that when he entered the residence, the TV was on. So that's in previous testimony.
So did you swab the remote to the TV for touch DNA?
No,
Okay.
I did not.
There was a game controller. Do you remember that?
Take a little nap.
Yes.
You just crawl into
You
it,
didn't
your
swab that
tiny
for
little
touch DNA, correct?
No, I did not.
Um,
Oh dear.
the water bottle that was next to the Corona bottles, you didn't process that for DNA, correct?
What?
I did one water bottle that was near the Corona bottle, by the TV area, the stand area.
Did you do that for DNA or for fingerprints?
I did that for DNA of the mouth area.
Okay. Did you do any fingerprint processing evidence?
Was there any result of the DNA test?
I do not believe so.
Okay.
Thank you
Did
for
you
putting that link
survey
in straight.
outside of the apartment too to
You're
look for
awesome.
potential evidence, like the grassy area in front of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Yes, I did.
Once Poppy settles down, I'll be able to type better. I'm afraid she's going to unplug things with her passion. Oh, Stray, I did too. Well, I would listen, when I found out about it, I would listen to it before I went to bed, because by the time I was done, you know, up here, she is so good. So good. Look at this face. Day 1,314. Oh, the cigarette butts. Let's listen closely for this.
Apartment sliding door, correct?
Yes, their patio cement and it went to dirt and then grass. Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 127. Is this an accurate depiction of that area that you've been referring to?
Yes, the patio doors are up on top. And then on the left, you can see the little cement.
right
That's where the
back. I'm
main
gonna settle her
shared
somewhere.
hallway is, the main door going into
she's
everyone
kicking
would
me like
use that lives
Thumper.
there.
Okay, and Exhibit 131 is
No.
similar, but it is a little bit more of a close-up, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to zoom in here to see the cigarette butts that you observed on that day.
Yes.
Okay. Zoom back out. Okay, Defense Exhibit 106. This is one of the cigarette butts that was seen and documented, correct?
Correct.
Did you send that for DNA testing?
I don't send anything for DNA testing.
Did you process that for DNA testing?
No, I did not.
Defense Exhibit 107, same question. You obviously didn't send it for DNA testing. Did you process it for DNA testing?
No.
Defense Exhibit 108, this is another one of the cigarettes, correct?
Correct.
And you also did not process that cigarette for DNA testing.
No, I did not.
Defense Exhibit 128, you agree this is another photo of a cigarette butt, correct?
Yes.
And you did not process that for DNA testing.
No, I did not.
This is Defense Exhibit 129. These are two cigarette butts right next to each other, you agree?
Correct.
You did not process either of those for DNA testing.
No, I did not.
I'll be back, Judge. Say another something.
She's part about a break.
No, I'd like to have her finish before the break, if we can, so that there's a logical break in the, that's my preference.
I'm going to let the jury decide.
Sure.
How many would like to break now? How many would like to give it a little while? Let's want to break now? Raise your hands, please. I'm not even going to.
Cool.
Let's proceed.
Thank you. Before, I had asked you
Oh,
some
I
questions
thought I had
about
just-
a shoe mat.
Never mind.
Do you see that shoe mat in this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And it's that black rectangular item up against the wall.
Correct.
Okay, and that's an item that could have been touched by the suspects, but that you didn't process for touch DNA.
I did not process it.
Sure, sorry. Madam Court reported that was, Madam Clerk. 133.
Doesn't this kind of make you wonder, like, there are only so many trials that are actually shown on what we could call mainstream, like court TV, law and crime. So, but I mean, think of all the hundreds and thousands and whatever trials that go on that aren't televised. Doesn't it make you kind of wonder, how those ones go? There could be hundreds of Zachariah Andersons. Yeah, I can stream tomorrow. So tomorrow I normally get the kids back, but my dad and stepmom are going to Iowa, so we're going to do Christmas after Christmas because my dad's turning 80 and my son is turning 21. So, and everybody lives like super far away from each other. So, and the kids are actually thankful because then, everybody, I'll talk later. So yes, I can do it tomorrow too.
That had been placed on the couch. Was this the wallet you were
If you'd
referring
like.
to?
Yes.
And just for the jury's purpose, that's what's located next to evidence marker number 7, correct?
Correct.
You didn't process that wallet for touch DNA, correct?
No, I collected it.
You collected it, but you didn't take any swabs of touch DNA.
No.
And you had observed that there was blood underneath that wallet, correct?
Correct.
So implying that the wallet obviously then had to be placed on top of that couch at some point after the blood had been there, correct?
Correct.
So it's possible that the suspect touched that wallet then.
That's possible.
Okay. the couch, can look towards where the feet are. You see that there's indentations on the carpet from where the couch had previously been standing, and you can get up and look closer if you need to, or I can also hand you the exhibit.
I see it.
Okay, so you'd agree that there's some indication, some evidence that that couch had been physically moved.
Has been recently moved, yes.
Recently moved.
Yes, based on the carpet still is depressed.
Okay, but you did not observe any blood around the base of the couch, correct?
I don't recall.
Or suspected blood?
I don't recall.
All right, but you definitely didn't swab any areas around the base of the couch or other areas other than the alleged blood, suspected blood, correct? There was no other swabbing done.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 145. Before I'd ask you about some white tables, does this refresh your recollection as to where those were?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree that there are several items on the table?
Yes.
Have any of them, they seem to be in an exact location as if they haven't been moved, correct?
I couldn't hear you, counsel.
I can't testify to that. I don't.
So they're nicely placed items, you'd agree?
Nicely, I don't understand what you mean. They're placed on there.
They're placed on there, they're not on the floor, correct?
No, they're not on the
Pause.
floor.
Okay.
Pause. Dog pause, kitten pause, pause. So, Gravely, I think it was during one of either his direct examinations or opening statement, he was able to use things like, pristinely placed, etc. But yet, when she does, it seems like everybody gets their feathers ruffled.
Items that could have been on the floor at one point.
Objection calls for speculation, whether they were ever on the floor at some point.
Oh, see?
I can lay a better.
Pause. Chain of Custody. I just started a new series, I think it was a week ago, called Crafts and Crime. Unfortunately, with YouTube, I couldn't, play the whole thing. But I also am simultaneously on Rumble and Kick. And those two platforms let me do as I please. We watched Mother God, the cult of Mother God. It was really good. And so crafts and crime, because it is wintertime. I'm in Minnesota. I'm not sure where you are, but wintertime, is crafting time. I'm so happy you could join us.
Thank you. I will do that. You're an evidence tech, right?
Yes.
When you process a crime scene, you're to search for every possible piece of evidence that you can find, right?
Yes.
That's your goal.
My job, yes.
Not to leave any rock unturned, correct?
Yes.
Oh, so it's
So
warmer
if
there.
There are items that could have been potentially touched.
Still, it doesn't matter. It's
or
the
moved.
holidays.
In a case where you're trying to determine
We craft.
who's responsible for touching and moving them, it's imperative, it's critical that you test them, correct?
Argumentative.
Oh,
This is
shut
her
up.
argument.
I'll move on.
It's a good thing I'm not a drinker.
You didn't test any of those items on the white
This
table,
could get
correct?
ugly.
Objection. That has been asked
No,
and answered.
it has not been. I asked about specific items before. Now I'm asking about all the items.
How is asking
All of the items, not include
All items include not the specific items. So I didn't previously ask about the rocks or the plant or the other things on these tables. So now I'm asking him that whether he did not process all of those.
I did not process those items on the table.
Showing what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 146. The glare on this is really terrible. If maybe we could have the lights turned off for this one.
Just watch Gravely object. Objection! These lights are totally fine.
Light, glare. Okay. Still not the best. I might just hand you this exhibit, all right? Defense Exhibit 146. That's good, Pam. You can put it back on. It still didn't work. Do you see that dinette table in that exhibit that had been allegedly moved?
Yes,
Okay.
it's in the background.
Okay, so I'm going to put it back up here just so then the jury can kind of get a glimpse, even with the glare. And the judge has this really great stick that you can use. Judge, if you can have that pointer, if you don't mind, officer, just going up there and pointing at where that moved dinette table is.
Here.
I don't think the mic.
Well,
Okay. Thank you. Now I'm going to show you the Martha's Defense Exhibit 147.
Salvador is still here. Hello. Okay, pause.
So in this
Salvador says, objection, can we extend court an hour? My wife doesn't need me home because she is on a date with her boyfriend. Oh, Salvador, you make me laugh all the time.
Previously I'd asked you about whether the TV was on. You couldn't remember. The state said they'd stipulate.
Yay!
But in this picture you see that the TV
We are
is
still
back
here.
on, correct?
It
There
is
may
on,
or may
yes.
not be some macaroni and cheese.
Objection. Judge, now we're
on the
asking
table.
questions about stipulated facts.
Ivermectin, Merry
well,
Christmas to
you
you.
I did not hear what the officer said. So,
Do you ask him to confirm
Yeah,
stipulated?
Pause. Salvador is back. Welcome back. Ivermectin is here. Merry Christmas. We do have a Santa tracker. Let's just take one moment. And let me switch over here. Santa. He is heading towards King Edward's Point, South Georgia, and South Sandwich Islands in 6 minutes, 22 seconds. I think that's Georgia, the country. He was last seen, Salvador. He was last seen upper left-hand corner in Salvador, Brazil. See? That is so weird. Salvador came back as Santa. Wait a minute. Salvador, are you Santa Claus? You were just in Salvador, Brazil. Is that why you popped in here? Question mark. Oh, you people are wonderful. All right, back to the jackass.
this was,
Sure, I guess I still want to get the exhibit in, so I have to do it with some witness. So,
I thought there was a stipulation on the exhibits.
There is.
For reals,
All
you were
pictures
Santa
are
that
stipulated.
smart?
move it in at some point, so
Well, that's different.
I'm moving on, Judge.
Okay?
Defense Exhibit 148. Did you process the knife in this picture?
No. No, I did not.
Oh, the cords are the biggest pleasure of my life. Said no one ever.
Defense Exhibit 149. Did you process for touch DNA the Canada Dry ginger ale bottle in the garbage?
No, I did not.
Did you process the Corona bottle in the garbage?
No, I did not.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as a Defense Exhibit 150. To the right of that diffuser, there is an item.
Wait,
that
is there a
has an
diffuser
evidence
conversation
marker
coming up?
15. Do you remember
I'm gonna
what
mute
that item
myself.
was?
I do not remember
Okay,
that item.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 151. Again, this glare is very bad.
Sure
I'm gonna
looks
hand it
like
to you
that
so you can look at it
diffuser
first.
I see it.
Right.
is
You'd agree that
operational.
that's a switchblade knife,
I don't know if it's switchblade, but it's a folding knife of some kind.
folding knife
Yeah.
of some kind. You did not process that for touch DNA, correct?
No, I did not.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 152. This tool belt was right in front of the sliding patio door, correct?
Correct.
and these tools were laid out right next to it, correct?
I'm object to the characterization of laid out. I would say spilled out. I don't think that laid
OFFS. Laid out, spilled out. Did you give the defendant as much leniency when you were discussing the tools on the front passenger seat of his minivan, sir? Question mark. Or the ones that were... The diffuser is a huge, huge reason countering the state's timeline. It was still operational, as I recall, past when it should have been able to be if Rosalio died when he did. Okay, so the podcast, Wrongful, the podcast, Stray was kind enough to put it in the chat just a few moments ago. 3 of the lovely ladies who have put together this podcast, this is the first case that they're covering. They're on episode 3. I know yesterday she was asking for a timestamp for something for episode 5. There, Stray, you're on top of things. Look at how wonderful you people are. It's really good. It's about 54 minutes each episode, I think, roughly. I get mine on Apple Podcast. And I tell you, normally I watch I listen to podcasts like, in accelerated speed. Not with them. It's so well organized. It's chock full of information. Josie, who has been in the chat, she's the narrator. Her voice is very soothing. And what a beautiful team they've assembled. But the diffuser, according to, I think it was episode 3 of the podcast, the diffuser, they actually got one that looked very similar to it. And it's their, according to their testing, the runtime for that, because, those diffusers, you fill them up with water and essential oils, and then you turn them on, and then they diffuse. But the runtime on that was like 18 hours. Well, the crime scene was stumbled across by Sadie at 11-ish a.m. Tuesday, the 19th of May. And he was last seen Sunday the 17th, or heard from Sunday the 17th. So 18 hours is the runtime, yet this diffuser was still going strong 30 some odd hours later. So they must have gotten, like a magic one for it to still continue to be billowing. Like, if it's plugged in, eventually the water runs out and you have to refill it with water. Otherwise it doesn't billow the, humidified-ish type of air, or, the puff. It's very interesting. And again, just even that one point there blows a hole in the timeline that they say Zach miraculously, said he was taking a nap for an hour or whatever it was, committed the crime, was able to come back and not have a lick of evidence. This is terrible.
laid out is an accurate.
Well, but the officer.
Oh, Salvador, listen to episode 3 of the podcast. The team there had got one they believe is exactly the same model, and they tested it, and it lasted like 18 hours before the water ran out. So, I mean, it would run, but when it runs without water, you don't get that, cloud that comes up.
There's the one who was testifying, so he can use
This case
whichever
is full of impossible.
terminology you want.
Oh dear, here comes the
Tools are next to the,
water
whatever
guzzling
you want to call it, the
and the
belt.
ear scratching.
Okay, and at some point, they were
I think it's
placed there by
episode 3.
someone, correct?
Objection. That would be speculation as opposed to
And-
falling out of it.
And
Did you test any of those items that are
Okay, so far, what have we learned, class? We've learned that as soon as Gravely as soon as she gets on something he knows is weak in his case, and she's on a roll, he decides to object and cry. And he has little tiny temper tantrums until he gets his way.
we can see on the floor, the hammer, the measuring tape, or the
Oh, and yeah, like LawKong Express says, the blood on his door for 37 hours without witnesses is strongest. Keeping in mind that his door was adjacent to the mailboxes for that whole apartment building. It was Tuesday that Sadie miraculously stumbled across the crime scene. Huh. And as far as I know, Memorial Day is at the end of May, not the 18th. So, the mail was delivered on Monday the 18th. Weird. Crazy.
nail gun screws or nails.
Tested for.
Pause again. Salvador, if Zach did it, he is the greatest criminal ever at covering his tracks. It's absurd. All right, so I said the other day, my summation of Zach is he's a hybrid of Superman, Chuck Norris, Martha Stewart, and Houdini. Who knew such a person existed in Wisconsin? Unbelievable.
Touch DNA.
No, I did not.
With the
And
bad
then
back.
when you had gone and looked at the contents of the freezer, you had located Mr. Gutierrez's license, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 177. Is this an accurate depiction of the license you found, or that was found in the freezer?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just tell the jury what Mr. Gutierrez's height and weight was listed on this license.
Objection. What based on?
See?
Why would it be relevant to put his height and weight in at this?
I don't know. Because the witness is how tall? How much does he weigh? Does he have any, musculoskeletal issues, sir?
In terms of this processor of evidence.
Because the state's whole theory is that Mr. Anderson moved Mr. Gutierrez's body.
But you're having him read an exhibit which is coming in by stipulation.
But he found this exhibit.
Oh, wait, that's what you're talking about with the water.
What it states.
It says what it says. It doesn't somehow
I don't think there's
sanctify.
anything that precludes me from asking a witness about a exhibit. The whole reason that we admitted this is so we could ask questions on any exhibit. That is what is placed in our stipulation. That it's the exact words of our stipulation, that we didn't need to have foundation so we could ask any witness of the contents of the photos.
I have to say, I don't want to call it.
I agree with that. I agree that that's true, that a witness can present it.
Thank you. Sorry, officer. If you could please just read his weight and height.
It says 6 foot, 270 pounds.
Thank you.
Boy, that Zachariah, he is Superman. I don't know, I'm not much of a height and weight expert. That would not be a good job for me at the fair. But he certainly looks smaller than that. And on top of it, if he was 200
questions at this time.
Any question?
Pause.
Yeah, I have a few.
Oh, of course. Why wouldn't he? All right. So, also, he was well, I don't know. But, I mean, he was a baseball player. Remember Detective John that came in here earlier? He's also a baseball player. And, muscle weighs more than fat, doesn't it? So, imagine the struggle, I guess is my point. Or not. I don't know what my point is. I might be getting a little tired. But let's continue.
Did you also take swabs for touch DNA at the exterior patio door handle?
Objection asked and answered.
These are two places where we did not.
I did ask him.
Well, because you asked him does not preclude the
How do you
district
like the
attorney
karma
to
there,
ask,
Gravely?
from asking the identical question. Overruled.
Did you also, so again, my question was, did you take a swab at the exterior patio door handle?
Actually, that's a good fact, Salvador. I'm not sure any of us are exactly honest on our weight on our driver's license. So I mean, he could have fudged the numbers too.
Yes.
And that was for touch DNA,
Correct.
as well as the exterior door lock?
Correct.
Oh, correct, straight. Dead weight is even heavier than actual weight. But he must be Superman and Chuck Norris.
Okay, so you saw a bedroom window. Had it been raining for several solid days and raining heavily before your evidence collection on this day?
It was.
Did that influence decisions you would make about collection of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, so when you, for instance, looked at the exterior or that window, the 3 inches open door window, would you have noted any signs of mud or any kind of way that wet grass might be reflected if somebody had entered that window?
Yes, there would have been some indicators that someone was standing in front of the window. There's a gap, probably about I want to say a foot, maybe less.
What if the
of
person
dirt.
left through
Any
that
sign
window?
of that having impacted that window in any way that would cause you to suspect entry?
No, that's why I didn't take
How
any
about
swabs
exit?
of. If there's any indicators of anything, I would have taken a swab
Maybe
of.
Now,
left out of the
Officer, you were
window.
asked about virtually every item in this entire house and whether you did touch DNA. You were asked about the dinette table. Do you have any idea when that dinette table was moved from the other indentations?
No.
Do you know if who moved that, including the victim's children?
I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know if that could have been moved in a struggle or when Rosalio Gutierrez might have been trying to steady or save himself in some fashion? Do you know that one way or another?
I do not know that.
If you move a dinette table, do you need to use your hands to move it, or can you move it using other parts of your body, if you know?
You can move it with other parts of your body.
Do you even have a way that you would do touch DNA about?
Pause. I've moved my piano by myself. Granted, it's only a spinette, but that's one heavy MFer. Granted, I've only moved it around like the living room area, but pretty sure most people can move. I mean, I've moved everything in this house. Even, I mean, that's ridiculous.
The movement of a table. How would you even do that? Would you have to DNA every part of it? Its legs, its top? I mean, isn't there a variety of ways you could move a table of that size?
Yes.
The same with the chairs. A person can move a chair with a body, either in a struggle or trying to steady themselves. Is that right?
Correct.
This dinette chair could have been moved by a child or an adult, correct? Any of these chairs?
It's a normal.
So, Salvador, I'm sorry about your dog. Was it a Labrador? Dead weight of an 80-pound dog. I'm a similar size to Zach, and I couldn't even do that without help, yet Zach, with a bad back, could do 3 times that weight without leaving any evidence. Trust me, I was, dripping sweat all over. It was awful and heartbreaking, but the experience told me about how it is impossible for this to be. Oh, I'm sorry. It's so hard to lose our fur babies. I've put so many dogs down out of sadness. So much more difficult. Well, even if, like, someone plays, like, dead fish. Have you ever... Well, Salvador, you used to watch that show, Psych. And remember in the opening credits, there's that part where Gus went... Did Gus go limp or Sean went limp? And then he had to, like, drag him. Oh, so sad. I'm sorry, Salvador. Hi, Mimsy. Merry Christmas Eve to you as well. Thank you for joining us. German Shepherd. Oh, they're supposed to be like the best guard dogs. Although I must say yellow Labradors are also excellent, especially the female ones. Oh, sad. Okay,
Almost
let's
sure,
listen to
yes.
this gas bag a little bit more.
And you could grab it from virtually any location and move it, isn't that right?
Correct.
And so is there even a way without literally touch DNA the entire chair that you would be able to account for whether it was moved in any fashion in that situation?
Unless there's some visual evidence of that, I did not see any.
Within a household, the furnishings, items that look like they're involved in food preparation, all those kind of things, those are you would assume as an evidence tech that those are routinely being touched by family members and various people, would you not?
Correct.
Okay, so in that situation, you were asked at one point whether your training precludes you from testing for touch DNA on items that you have a reason to suspect have been touched by other parties as well. What is your training about whether that is at all promising as a source of DNA? In other words, is that a place that you should be putting your time and attention based on your training if you know it's been touched subsequently or if it's being touched frequently? What is your training about whether touch DNA is efficient or is something that's recommended in that situation?
Well, anytime I have any evidence of an item being touched by someone, especially this kind of a crime scene, I would collect the touch DNA on it. Any items that I did collect is areas that I felt that the suspect would have either entered the place or exited the place or touched during the incident.
Here's what I'm asking though. If you have reason to believe that this is being touched by multiple parties or is a common area where it be multiply touched, or if you have reason to believe it's been touched subsequent to the incident, what is your training about whether those are things that are promising for touch DNA?
Yeah, I would not collect them based on that reason.
Okay, so why? What's your training about why that would not be something that would be promising?
Especially if it's after the fact. It would have nothing to do with the incident. The other thing would be if it is touched by multiple people, there's instances where the second person who touches it would take away some of the DNA with them and make it so there's not enough DNA for identification purposes.
You were asked about the couch and whether it had been moved. Again, that's an item that it is that. Do you have any reason to know one way or another whether that couch was moved in a struggle or when somebody is falling on it because they've been harmed in some fashion?
It was pushed backwards. I'm going to say I couldn't determine that.
Okay. The cigarette butts that were in the front yard area. Do you recall seeing those in general in this case?
Yes.
And would you characterize the area where those cigarette butts was located as a logical sort of apartment, that particular apartment building, smoking area for people who aren't smoking indoors?
It appeared that way based on by the main front door there.
Okay. And those were collected, were they not?
Correct.
Okay, so if any party at any point wanted to do testing on those.
Judge, I'm going to object. And if I could be heard outside the presence of the jury on this.
I think the time has come for a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break, rewatch, or listen to any account.
Scratch your ear a little
And
bit
any
more there,
questions
Gravely.
Other than when we start again? And let's say 1:30. Any questions?
Okay, I'm starting to get the impression that
you.
he's got a
Yes, sir.
tell. So you know when you play poker and certain people have a tell? I think it's his ear scratching. Is his tell that he's full of hooey and he's trying to spin a yarn. This is what's the worst miscarriage of justice is this man here. 1,000, as of today, 1,314 days. He's been incarcerated, which is a little over 3 years and 7 months. This trial was like 7-ish months ago. So at this point, he'd already been in prison for 3 years. It's my understanding that the prison guards had interfered, had done what they could to interfere with his sleeping during the course of this trial. I believe this came from the brother.
I'd like to play the card that was played by my co-counsel yesterday, which is that I feel like the break would benefit.
Oh, here's the
parties,
tit
and then
Portat
Well, we'll come back
moment.
at 1:20.
120?
Not gonna lie, Veal, that, or Vealhammer, that kind of scared me.
You both wanted to be here outside the presence of the jury, so here we are. Nice and cozy here.
Dad's dog, but we were close.
I apologize. My fault, Judge.
Aw.
What did you ask? Should I begin my argument?
Yeah, where were we?
Salvador, I'm sorry. Have I told you the story of my cat, Jambi, that died? My dad's a master carpenter, and my ex-husband, who was my husband at the time, was golfing at Rutgers. Turns out in Minnesota there's 3 different Rutgers, and I was calling all of them. I'm going to make this as short as possible. Couldn't get a hold of him. The only Rutgers that didn't answer the phone happened to be the one he was at, and there was no cell phone service, etc. So then in the morning, I had all night alone to try to figure out what to do. Called the vet. They said put her in the freezer so she doesn't start to smell. And then my dad had a cabin in Balsam Lake, Wisconsin. So as soon as I knew he was up, because he was a master carpenter and he got up early, you know, working with wood. And I asked him if I could go up to the cabin and bury her there. And then he said, yes, of course. You know, it's very rocky, etc., etc. And then I said, okay, well, I'm going to head up there at such and such a time. Yeah, her name was Jambi, after Jambi the Genie on Pee-wee's Playhouse. I put 2 A's in it because, like, when I named her and I went to the vet and I tried to spell out her name, when I did it with 1 A, it looked like Jambi, like Bambi. So she had 2 A's. I don't ask why. Anyway, so a couple hours later, like just as I was getting ready to leave, my dad calls and says, hey, I'm going to get off work. I'm going to start crying. I'm going to get off work in a couple hours, so meet me at my house. And he built her a tiny casket. And then he helped me bury her. So there's a story. Sad. A little tiny casket with little tiny nails.
We were, I had asked the
Oh, Jambi
question
too.
of Officer Widener, do both parties have an ability to get items tested if they wish? And that question was objected to.
Indeed. Well,
And the defense's position on that issue, Judge, is that it's not relevant if, it's basically implying, could the defense had requested those to be tested? It's not relevant what the defense did or didn't do in this case.
well,
And it goes to shifting, it's just not relevant, because at the end of the day, what other purpose of that question is than to try to use it for argument later that the defense had information that they could have asked to be tested, and then that's shifting the burden. We don't have to prove or disprove anything.
well, your point is
Whoever
correct.
said
The problem
yesterday
is,
that he was worse than what's her face on Amber Heardstein
testimonial
was totally right.
privilege allowed to the defendant
Elaine.
does not extend to
Maybe it's because it's Christmas time. I don't know. Or maybe because this is so heartbreaking
in
watching
fact, I tell the jury when
this
I
miscarriage of
start
justice.
at the beginning when I have to apologize. I didn't realize the defendant wasn't in the room, and he's just now walked in.
Okay,
So
again, grounds for appeal, sir. You don't even know the defendant is in the room.
we're just having discussion about Mr. Gravely's question about suggestive
You'll
of the
get
fact
your
that the
comeuppance,
defendant could
Mr.
have,
Gravely.
also had material tested, as indeed he could have. And you stated that
Salvador, excuse your language.
they're somewhat
Did you have
attempting
bad
to
language?
shift the burden, and it's irrelevant whether they had anything tested or not. Burden shifting is a concern. On the other hand, It is true that the defense, number one, has the right to have items tested and have items tested by the crime lab and or elsewhere.
Ooh.
And number two, unlike the defendant's right of silence, which is constitutionally protected, I'm not aware of any protection to the defendant's decision not to investigate what evidence there might be.
What?
But that, of course, that does coexist with the fact that the defendant doesn't have to prove anything. But when you've raised these issues, then I'm wondering, is it fair game for the state to say, well, if
G-Tech.
you were so concerned about the inadequacy of the police investigation, what did you do about it?
But then how is that not putting a burden on the defense?
I've had to bury 3 hamsters. 2 of them fit into a sour cream container. And no, cream cheese container, you know, the soft cream cheese. One of them was very large. She went into a ice cream cone box. And that was hard to dig a hole for the hamsters. I can't imagine burying a Labrador. I'm so sorry. Our fur I think it's Christmas time. And, you know, it's end of the year. You reflect on your family and your friends and your new friends, such as you all. And then our fur babies we've lost along the way. I don't know. It's like, I feel like Clark, you know how Clark Griswold in Christmas Vacation gets locked up in the attic and he starts dressing in women's clothes and looking through pictures and looking at videos. It's like how I feel at Christmas time.
To prove something or explain to the jury why we did or did not do something. It's completely irrelevant. Our whole theory is the theory of it was inadequate policing, inadequate investigation, inadequate testing of information. Those facts exist. It was in the possession of the state. They didn't test it. That doesn't then open the door to be able to say, oh, we're going to actually now point the finger at the defense that they didn't test anything. And also then it's forcing us to provide an explanation. And who's supposed to testify to that, Judge?
Well, the issue I think does arise. What evidence do you have that had such an investigation been conducted, it would have led in a different direction?
I have no such evidence. I haven't made a suggestion that it would have. In fact, we've affirmatively suggested the exact opposite, that we tested those items that were appropriate. And of course, every question of the defense, I mean, at this point, there was an hour of cross-examination prior to my question that was all about, did you submit this item to the crime lab? Did you analyze this item? I mean, you know, this has been a theme that has not just been a one-off argument.
I didn't know
it has
that.
been a theme that has been repeated for now hours in front of this jury. This is a standard question by this prosecution. I have, you know, for whatever, this is prosecutor training 101. You're not allowed to go any further. You have to ask only this question. I know the court has heard me ask this question several times in this courtroom. This question itself, do both sides have an ability to test the items?
Well, I don't know if I have told the jury that.
Yeah, you have.
I told this jury that. I told them at the beginning that everything is intended to be equal, other than the fact that the system is deliberately biased in favor of the defendant, but that both sides have the right to force witnesses. I guess I don't know that I mentioned testing, but certainly I did indicate that we tried to keep things on even keel here.
However, I've been here on prior occasions where the court has said that to juries, where you have indicated to juries that both sides have this ability.
There are people that wouldn't like to hear that you have cited me as precedent.
Well, it feels like the ideal court to do so. But Your
Oh,
Honor,
there. Let's flatter
for
the
me,
judge, shall
there is
we?
no case law that
Barf.
prohibits this. Frankly, there isn't a case the court will hear where this is more appropriate as the counter argument. And obviously, it is important that I not shift the burden. I can't say they have an obligation to test or anything that would color it in that fashion. I have to live with both sides have the ability to test. If the defense feels that it is appropriate to test, they have that ability. I'm limited to that argument, and that is as far as I intend to take it. It's a one question of this witness. It might be a question
wait a
asked
minute.
to other
And
witnesses in response
pause.
to certainly lengthy interrogation.
Pause. I got to go back. I got to hear about Mark Jensen. I might have gone too far back.
Had such an investigation
too
been
far back.
conducted, it would have led in a different direction.
I have no such evidence. I haven't made a suggestion that it would have. In fact, we've affirmatively suggested the exact opposite, that we tested those items that were appropriate. And of course, every question of the defense, I mean, at this point, there was an hour of cross-examination prior to my question that was all about, did you submit this item to the crime lab? Did you analyze this item? I mean, this has been a theme that has not just been a one-off argument. It has been a theme that has been repeated for now hours in front of this jury. This is a standard question by this prosecution. I have, for whatever, this is prosecutor training 101. You're not allowed to go any further. You have to ask only this question. I know the court has heard me ask this question several times in this courtroom. This question itself, do both sides have an ability to test the items?
Well, I don't know. I have told the jury that.
Yeah, you have.
I told this jury that. I told them at the beginning that everything is intended to be equal, other than the fact that the system is deliberately biased in favor of the defendant, but that both sides have the right to force witnesses. I guess I don't know that I mentioned testing, but certainly I did indicate that we tried to keep things on even keel here.
However, I've been here on prior occasions where the court has said that to jurors, where you have indicated to juries that both sides have this ability.
Oh, he doesn't
There are
mention it, but he
people
can say.
that wouldn't like to hear that you have cited me as precedent.
Well, it feels like the ideal court to do so. But Your Honor, this is, for me, there is no case law that prohibits this. Frankly, there isn't a case the court will hear where this is more appropriate as the counter argument. And obviously, it is important that I not shift the burden. I can't say they have an obligation to test or anything that would color it in that fashion. I have to live with both sides have the ability to test. If the defense feels that it is appropriate to test, they have that ability. I'm limited to that argument, and that is as far as I intend to take it. It's a one question of this witness. It might be a question asked to other witnesses in response to certainly lengthy cross-examination of this sort. Of course it is for purposes of the state making an argument later. Yes, that is the point.
Again, what the defense did or did not do is 100% not relevant in this trial. So for the state to try to say, oh, yep, now we may use this as an argument later, their only argument is that the defense could have had
She's
this
got
tested,
cojones.
and they chose not to. So then we're put in a really weird situation, Judge, where then it seems that one of us have to be called to talk about why we don't do that. And the state's saying that there's no authority to ban this type of questioning, that he's asked this hundreds of times. Well, perhaps the defense counsel has not been adamant about their appropriate objection when it comes to the shifting of a burden.
Well,
but regardless, there's also, and I stand that my objection is firmly rooted in law. I can find a case on the issue as far as burden shifting, requiring the defense to provide information to a jury. But I can also guarantee that there's no authority that allows the prosecutor to ask such questions that are completely irrelevant. relevancy, as this court is well aware.
I don't know how you can say it's irrelevant when you have,
It's irrelevant.
from the get-go in this case, you've said the case has been improperly or under-investigated.
Sure, so what does me having to do something, how does that change the police investigation? Am I the police?
No.
Okay, so then I'm not accusing myself of doing something wrong. I'm attacking the police investigation. What I did or didn't do has absolutely zero impact on police conduct in their investigation in this case.
Well, the jury has been and will be instructed again that the burden of proof is entirely on the state. And as I said a moment ago, the defendant's right of silence has no replication anywhere else in the array of criminal rights. That is a sacred right. So the fact that he's not permitted to comment on post-arrest silence, it does not follow from that he can't comment on failure to investigate, as long as the jury understands that he continues to carry the burden of proof.
But Judge, it's implying that we have some sort of obligation.
He, meaning the state, has a burden of proof. The defendant is innocent until proven guilty. You'd think that this would just roll off the judge's tongue after his many years on the bench. I wanted to point out Chrissy's comment. The prosecution has an abundance of resources for testing of items and investigating. Defendants do not usually. That's the thing. Look what they did at General Michael Flynn. They just keep going and threaten them and exhaust all of their resources, while they meaning the defendant, until they run out of money. Well, that happened to the Menendez brothers too. This is just disgusting.
And if in closing arguments, he gets up there and tells the jury, this defense could have had this tested and they did not.
Sorry, pause.
How is that not?
I'm laughing at Sal saying he's thinking about the orange in his robe, nothing else. Oh my goodness. You're so quick-witted, Sal.
Shifting the burden to the defense.
Because he's not telling the jury that you had to.
But it's implied. It's going to leave the jurors in the mind of that the defense didn't do something that they're required to do.
I believe me, he's not going to be allowed to tell the jury that the defense was required to conduct any investigation at all. But whether he can plant that seed with them.
But see, that's the problem. Planting a seed for what, Judge? For the conduct that the defense didn't take.
The jury.
How is that permissible under the law? That's shifting the burden.
No.
Saying we're planting
now
a seed.
you've got the burden. You've got to tell me why that isn't in accordance with our law.
Because it's you just said it, that he can plant the seed. Plant the seed for what? That the defense could have investigated things and didn't. Or should have and didn't. And that is completely irrelevant.
No, I haven't seen any orange.
When you say irrelevant, you're suggesting.
Sure, if I may, as the court knows.
Sal, I have not seen an orange, but yesterday his cell phone rang, and I'm pretty sure it was the theme song from Dallas, the old TV show. I could be wrong.
The rule of relevancy is, does it tend to make any fact of circumstance more or less likely, correct?
Well, let's put it in another way. Let's say the state did something suggesting, well, the defendant could have come up on the stand and denied all this. Now, why is that not allowed? Not because it wouldn't be a persuasive argument
Sal,
in a lot
please
of
send that
cases.
to me. I can put it on the screen, I
But
think.
because
I'm not sure,
the
but I could
Constitution
probably figure it
says
out.
the defendant has that right, and the state's not allowed to
Must
force him up onto the stand
adjust.
by
Oh,
challenging the jury to disregard the constitutional.
I'll have to listen to it again. So in the 2020 election, I went to early voting, never do that again. And there was a man standing in line. We had to stand outside in the cold for an hour and a half to get in to vote. And he lives on the golf course. Okay, so for those of you who are golfers, Hazeltine, the US Open was here, I want to say like 2018-ish. No, 2016, I think. And so there's kind of a fancy neighborhood that's on the golf course. Anywhooser, that's where he lives. Some of the girls' friends' parents live there. And we got to talking. He was in the radio business. And he knows Lee Greenwood. He has been to his house. They've been out for dinner, etc. So he told me all about Lee Greenwood and his story. Because we started talking about it, even though we're not supposed to disclose, like, you know, who you're voting for. I got kind of an indication of where he was going with his vote in the hour and a half. Okay, continue.
Privilege and hold the defendant to account for his silence. There's no a collateral right with respect to failure to investigate. You don't have to investigate, but I think generally the rule is that it's lawful for the jury to wonder why something which could have been done
Sure.
wasn't done when you're trying to show the police did a shoddy job,
But there is a constitutional right to the presumption of innocence,
right?
and for the state
Isn't
to
that
prove
kind of the core?
beyond a reasonable doubt that the things were committed. The presumption of innocence is that he is presumed innocent. He has no obligation to do anything.
I agree.
So
I was watching the
then
trial on
shifting and
RA's
saying
who's RA?
they could have done something to imply that they had power to do something is contradictory to that presumption.
You didn't have to use the
Sam
defense
short
that
of a
you're
picnic.
using.
A toy short of a Happy
You could
Meal.
have just said, let him prove it.
But the defense that we're using doesn't, we're allowed to present any defense that we want. And the defense that we're using does not then forget and get rid of the constitutional rights afforded to my client. So that just because the defense is that law enforcement did not do their job does not mean then that the state can bring in evidence that would be otherwise inadmissible or ask impermissible questions. There's no rule that states when you're attacking the police that law enforcement, that the state then gets to shift blame and plant seeds in a juror's mind that the defense could have done something that they didn't do.
So, Judge, we're in a posture where
I'm surprised Gravely let her
objection.
speak that
The court
whole time.
makes, essentially, I think, makes a ruling, and then counsel, to her credit, in terms of being an aggressive litigator, chooses another try.
Is that kind of hate speech, labeling her an aggressive litigator? That was kind of underhanded.
I feel the court has made a ruling and would ask us to be able to proceed. We have a number of witnesses. This is a long case, as the court is aware. I think the court's made a decision. We're ready to proceed.
Judge, could I be heard briefly?
Again, Judge, I think the idea of multiple attorneys arguing this after the court has already...
FFS.
Well, you know what? You're right, that is the usual protocol, and I invariably defer to the reporter because that's why the rule exists, is to protect the reporter from having tried to straighten out who's talking when. So I'm going to allow him a brief response. I don't think I've actually ruled, and yeah, you've been in here enough, you know that I enjoy a spirited discussion before I make up my mind, and I sometimes change it. Go ahead.
Both are true. Yeah.
Thank you. Hey, so really, this is more of a exploration of what Attorney Mueller has already said. However, what I think has been left out of this, besides the presumption of innocence, is that this whole defense, the criticizing the police conduct, the investigation, all goes to reasonable doubt. And reasonable doubt is the foundational principle of any trial verdict, where the burden is squarely on the state. And if the court allows them to then have the state turn around and say, well, I guess the burden's ours, but it's not really, it's kind of theirs too. That's the seed we're planting. And so we're kind of eviscerating, or at least seriously diluting, the reasonable doubt standard if you allow them to do that. Because I guarantee he's going to try and argue it.
Sea Higgs.
In some form or fashion. That's all I wanted to say, Judge.
I understand.
Is
The
Sea Hig
jury,
from Sigmund and the Sea Monster?
Well, while they're to consider only the evidence received at the trial, we also tell them
I think half
you can
Irish
use your
is right.
common
He was
sense
weak
and your
and delusional.
observations and experiences in the affairs of life. Now, the government has the wherewithal. They could have called on 10 times as many police and scientists to be
Sea Hig was in
involved
Popeye.
in the investigation of this case. Of course, the cost of that would have to be paid for somewhere else. And when
Pause. Kind of makes you wonder. At least it appears that Zachariah Anderson and his family had enough money to hire some competent attorneys. Can you imagine if his counsel was subpar? I mean, this is just, everything about this is wrong.
the defense rests upon the proposition that the government didn't put enough effort or money into the investigation, the jurors are not going to be told they can't think, well, there's got to be a limit to this. There's only so much to go around. And what they take out of this case, or what they put in extra to this case, they might have to take it out somewhere else. And so, can they consider that if the defense wanted something to be examined, and if they could have done so at either modest or no cost at all, I don't understand how that's some shifting of the burden for the jurors to try to put some proportionality in this attack on the police.
Okay,
I'll
pause.
leave it at that.
So I think the
Pause. All right. So here's my impression. Both the detective that was the first witness, and then the officer that we just heard from, I got the impression that both of them, they are under oath, and they do have to only answer the questions that they are asked. I got the feeling both of them wanted to say more. So, for example, Zachariah's girlfriend, what was her name? Christine. She answered all the questions she was asked. And then when she was cross-examined, she kind of unloaded and expressed her frustration. That was what I got out of it. It seemed to me like the police officers, wanted to say more. I think both of them were a little bit ashamed. I don't know. I just got that impression, I guess. I
The
could be
answer to
wrong.
that is that the implication is we would only be testing something
Hi, C
to
Swept. Yes, we are
prove our
still
client's
here.
innocence,
It's a
which
marathon.
is
You know how Ian Runkle did that like 24-hour live stream for charity? I think he raised like $100,000, or I don't remember what it was. We're not going to do that tonight, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel like Christmas. Well, I mean, it feels like Christmas. But I just think about this man sitting alone in that jail cell for 1,314 days. While we enjoy our freedom to go have macaroni and cheese and banana muffins and cookies. See, Swept, I'm so jealous Ian is your neighbor. But you know, like he did that for charity. So, I mean, and you're all here. There's so many wonderful people tuning in and out. How could I ever leave you? You just tell me when you want me to quit. I am in a recliner, so you know, I could always just fall asleep. Anyway, I'm just teasing. I'm not going to do that. But all right, let's continue. And last night I was up till 2 o'clock my time because after our live stream, I talked to my daughter, and then I went to the kitchen, you know, to get a snack or some dinner, and turned on my mobile device, and Detective John was on, and like 20 minutes later, he was like inviting people to like pop on, and some of his moderators said, you should go on. I'm like, well, I am all, like everything is all set up. So I was on till like 2 o'clock in the morning with him. That was actually really cool. He's so nice. Although StreamYard was glitching on me.
on us. It's literally a burden on the defense to come up.
Okay, pause. I'm going to add a thing on my Twitter account, which is, I don't know, I'll find it. And I'm going to have you all put your, okay, so Zhang, she's making a doggy blanket. She's knitting. Oh, here comes Stray. She's got, you're wonderful. She's got things under control. I bet she's going to put, oh, it's right there. So I'm going to do that right now. And then I want you to post pictures of the cookies that you are making, the cookies that you may be consuming, the doggy blankets you may be knitting, etc. That would be really fun to see that. Okay, continue. Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Up with something affirmative, and
I'm
that's
do it
just
right now.
not our. That's just not our system, you know. And
Oops.
you know, jurors speculate about 1,000
Oopsies.
things about
Share.
why this was done or wasn't done. And at the end of the day, they have to satisfy themselves that the state has met their burden, not that the defense has failed in some form or fashion.
Well, I agree with you there, and I'm going to tell them that in my instructions. But although I tell the jury that the entire burden of proof is on the state, when I tell them what they can consider, I tell them the evidence in the case. You've been around, I've been around when a lawyer on either side has tried to present some particular evidence, and it's like a torpedo hitting the ship. It has just the opposite effect of what was expected. And sometimes I've seen it happen. You haven't, because it wouldn't have happened in one of your cases. But
I gotta change the title.
Where I used to have a full head of hair until I heard some of the questions that get asked.
Me too, Judge.
Yeah, and I think, why is he asking that? And he gets exactly the answer that he ought to have foreseen.
Oh, we've got a paper. Somebody's doing paper crafts too. I just remembered. Post your crafts.
Leading up to it. And like it's
cookies.
The central focus of their entire examination, and it bombs like crazy and turns the whole case around.
Cheer.
And then I tell the jury, consider the evidence.
Below.
That includes when one lawyer or another lost the case in a single question.
I miss this clause.
But
Post.
he says it's a one-time thing. He's not going to go on about it. I think your perception that he's going to argue it.
That's exactly my perception.
Well, I think that's fair.
Because
That's what he said.
I am going to do that.
Sure.
As I have dozens of times and never had an appeal even rendered on it. Never, I've argued this dozens of times before courts where the court case was appealed and it's never even been the subject of an appeal. And any argument I've ever made, you know why? Because it's not, there is nothing impermissible about it. Otherwise, let me finish. Otherwise, appellate counsels would have pounced on this throughout my 30-year career. I have made this argument in this court as well as every court in this county many times. You know why? Because it is a valid argument to be made for the reasons that the court has clearly stated, and I'd ask the court to let us go because we got witnesses.
So in my 34 years, I have not seen it done. Maybe Kenosha is different. I've spent some time down here, but maybe not as much as Mr. Gravely. What I haven't heard is some sort of citation to authority that allows him to do that.
I haven't seen the contrary, and but I also don't recall his ever having done it in here. And if he did, if there was no objection, I probably just left it alone. But I can't tell you. I don't recall it ever happening in here. But I certainly don't doubt him when he said it might have happened in other courts.
But still no citation.
Stray, you are on top
correct.
of things. Thank you for
But,
putting
I mean,
Detective
that's
John's
good
channel
too.
in the
If
chat.
there's no citation to authority, then you don't let him do it.
So good.
Unless I think he's wrong. Well, if I think he's wrong, but I don't think he is. So the
And
objection.
LawKong Express. Look at how
Okay,
beautiful
okay.
you are. All of you. Oh, let's call the jury back in. Oh, good. LawKong Express. He's very busy. He has a landscaping business. He's in Florida,
Would you come out,
5
please?
children.
Okay.
Thank you.
But his perspective on things, being a detective for 20 plus years, is very
What's
enlightening.
that?
And he's got a heart of gold. Last night he had this beautiful woman and her 2 kids on. They were T-Rev's wife and 2 kids. If you would like to have some more tears over this Christmas, watch that live stream, the first couple hours of it from last night. He's so generous and kind. Stray does rock the mod world. I've never had a moderator before this week. Eris was my first one, and then Solomon Anderson was my second one. And after that, it's just a blur. This is really incredible. You people are so wonderful. I'm seriously considering doing the rest of this trial live stream in my closet, but let's just say when you're kind of in the process of getting ready to prepare to put your house on the market and the seasons just changed, let's just say the closet's kind of a train wreck.
Good afternoon, everybody, and again, apologize for the time. You're a wonderful jury. You've been very, very patient with us, and the only thing I can tell
You're
you
welcome.
is when we have these,
So glad you're here.
these
That
extended
elephant makes me
discussions down here,
smile.
we're working. We're not telling war stories and stuff like that. So, so let's
Pause.
continue.
I need to find some little tiny pause to put on the screen. Can I change my mouse pointer to pause? That would help. C-Swap just said, Stray, can you come mod my life? Yes, I would like to ask. Oh, that's funny. Okay, let's continue.
Yes, here we go. So
Tell those beautiful hearts.
There was an objection, Judge. What is the court's ruling? So
The objection has been overruled.
So again, officer, my question is
Pause.
to
Yeah,
your
pause.
knowledge, do both sides, in this case, have an ability to send items to the crime lab if they feel they are worthy or necessary of testing?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Yes, I do. On May 19th, 2020, is anyone allowed to come in and process the crime scene?
Describe anyone.
Other than law enforcement?
No.
So I wouldn't be able to walk in and process the areas that I would want, correct?
No, it's a crime scene area, and it's cordoned off as a crime scene area. Only authorized law enforcement is allowed inside.
Okay, so if I
Objection, he's
wanted
not a
to
lawyer.
test the
LawKong
Corona bottle
Express,
that
you're
was in the
fantastic.
trash, I wouldn't have been able to do that.
You wouldn't be inside the scene, no.
And if I wanted,
She would not be inside the scene, so no.
and if I wanted to test the light switches, I wouldn't have been able to take those swabs, correct?
No.
And I wouldn't have been able to swab the knives that were found next to the lines and next to that diffuser, correct?
Correct.
And I wouldn't have been able to test the ginger ale bottle that was in the trash, correct?
Correct.
Because I would not have access to that crime scene, correct?
No, you would not.
Only law enforcement had access to that crime scene,
Only crime scene investigators, yes.
nothing further.
See, doesn't it sound like he
But,
wants to?
for all the items that
wants to
the
cooperate
defense
with
asked
her?
you
I
whether
don't
they
know.
were sent on to the crime lab that were collected,
No.
both parties have an equal opportunity.
Objection asked and answered.
You're asking a legal question? He hasn't, you're asking him
I'm getting
to
confused. There's two
input
Irish,
if-
Irish
what is in the statute.
Tehana and half Irish.
Good. That's where it
Oh,
comes
you
from.
guys are so wonderful.
You're asking him not a factual question about what he observed at the scene of
The lit
event or-
incense, it was a diffuser.
or,
Pause.
what he heard. You're asking
See, now you're gonna get in the habit. Pause. The Irish Tehana, it was a diffuser. And in episode 3 of the Wrongful podcast about midway, they discussed purchasing a diffuser they surmised was roughly, it looked like it was the same one. They couldn't, confirm. But they did a test of it. And those type of diffusers, they're kind of like humidifiers, but then you put like some essential oils in it. So you plug it in and, after a while, the water evaporates out through and does the diffusing thing. And they said it had a runtime of around 18 hours. But as you can see in the crime scene photos, it's still going, yet he hadn't been heard or seen in over 30 some odd hours. We tested multiple diffusers. Well, actually, I have a humidifier. I mean, my diffusers don't last 18 hours without running out of water. Maybe they do, but they're from like Mary Kay. I don't know. I mean, that one looked bigger. The point is there any diffuser even on the market that will last 36 hours before needing a refill? Question mark.
him what is in the law.
My guess is no.
I
You
wasn't.
want the jury to know something about the law, you ask me, and then I'll tell them.
I apologize, Judge. I in no way meant to do that. Can I
Pause.
repeat?
LawKong Express, but it rained and Rosalio's window was open. The water must have gotten in. Well, depending on the rain and depending on the direction, like for example, in my house, if I leave the windows open and it starts to rain, certain windows I can leave open. Certain windows I have to shut depending on the direction and speed of the wind. Because there's like the things that hang over the eaves or whatever. Heck no. Is there any diffuser that goes that long on high? Oh, was it set on high? Huh. Interesting. That was a funny. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll just be
what I
quiet.
believe I said, and so that the court can indicate.
You can
You
can ask another question, and
Okay.
hopefully it won't be a duplicate of that one.
Okay, so officer, only as to those items where on cross-examination you were asked if items that were taken into evidence were sent to the crime lab. Okay, only as to those items.
Judge, I'm going to object. No, because it's already a mischaracterization.
Okay, every time you, sir,
You're saying what she said.
And it's not what I said. The items that I listed
Pause.
were not items that
so every time he interrupts her, does she look at him and say, "Pipe down, sir, I'm on a roll"?
were taken into evidence.
God.
Well, for instance, the cigarette butts.
I did not mention that on cross-examination.
She did. She showed
No, I
several
didn't.
pictures of cigarette butts.
On my recross.
Rosalio's bedroom door was shut. And again, when the officer testified, he said, because of the rain, etc., and the grass. I mean, although here in Minnesota, the grass is just starting to turn green, after the April showers and the Mayflowers are supposed to be brought. But they just kind of went along with, there was no evidence of anybody going into the window, but they didn't, if whoever this person was went out the window, I mean, we don't know if they went out the window. They could have gone out the slider. They clearly didn't go through the door that went out to the mailboxes. Which also, if there's so much blood out by the mailboxes, wouldn't that maybe been the first point of impact? Question mark. But anyway, my point is, even if he would have gone out the door, let's just say hypothetically, then you still should have tested the window. The fingerprints on the slide and etc. I don't know.
I did not mention that. He does not get to go back to everything prior.
Well, I've made pretty clear my adherence to that particular rule. Go ahead and finish your question.
But can I just point out that the argument was first that she didn't say it, and then that...
Why don't you quit when you're ahead? I said go ahead and ask your question.
You're right.
Quit when you're ahead?
As
is
to the
that?
items where you were specifically asked by defense counsel,
BRB, I
whether
have to
you
rinse out
sent
my
them to
glass
the crime
and
lab, do both parties
refill it.
have an ability to send items to the crime
Talk
lab
amongst
if they
yourselves.
feel they are necessary and appropriate?
Anything that I collect,
And you're asking him a question about what the law provides. And that's not for him to say. Instructions about what the law provides come from the judge.
Okay, so
If you want me to, I'll read it.
I think I understand what the court's saying. Can both sides send those items to the crime lab? Not is it appropriate,
Objection
but
has
can
been
they send?
answered.
Well, it actually hasn't been answered. Well, kind of, but go ahead, and you can answer it.
As to those items referred to, can they be sent to the crime lab by either side?
anything that I collect and put into evidence can be sent to the crime lab
By either side?
by either side.
Okay, nothing else?
No, Judge, nothing.
Give me a step down.
Thank you.
Your Honor, state calls Lisa Treffinger to the stand.
Remember?
Do you solemnly swear the testimony that you are about to give in this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated.
Ms. Treffinger, can you state your first and last name and spell both those names for the record?
Lisa Treffinger, LisaTreffinger.
Where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
And how long have you been so employed?
I've been at the state lab for over 25 years.
Can you indicate what the state crime lab does?
They receive evidence from outside agencies, and they do testing upon the evidence, write reports on the results, and provide testimony.
Pause.
And when you first began...
Who's this lady? The dodgy lady on the stand. Who is she? We have... Okay, this is so weird because it's 7:39 p.m. here in Minnesota. We have 52 degrees. Like normally it's -10. We have no snow. It's cloudy. It's raining. I haven't been outside for quite a spell. Actually, it was raining this morning. Like normally it's really cold here. Remember when Juicy Smollett had his incident with the, with the people and the bleach and the rope? It was like -40 degrees with the wind chill here. This is Treffinger? Lisa Treffinger? Oh, I've heard she's a treat.
Your
I'm
employment
going to mute
at
myself or I'll keep talking.
Wisconsin State Crime Lab. Well, I guess let me ask you this. Are you the primary agency that does the work you just described in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes, we have 3 labs.
So when you first began your employment at the State Crime Lab, what was your job there?
When I first started, I was in the DNA databank.
And what does that mean?
I worked on samples that came in to be put in the known database.
And mechanically, does that mean you operated a machine when you got a sample, or were you a data intake person? What were you mechanically doing in that particular job?
Well, back then we didn't have any automated systems, so I was doing it all by hand.
Okay, and the data bank you're speaking about, that's a collection of DNA results from individuals for various reasons in the state of Wisconsin?
Correct. It's known individuals and then casework samples and quality assurance samples.
And how long did you have that particular job in the crime?
12 hours of rain.
I did that for about 3 years.
We didn't have a lot of rain
this
this year. Okay,
now,
be quiet.
in terms of 3 years in?
We're about 2000.
Okay. In the year 2000, did you continue your work with the State Crime Lab?
Yes, I did.
What did you do then?
And then I became a forensic scientist in the DNA database and the DNA unit.
Okay. And what is a forensic scientist within the State Crime Lab?
So in this case, I worked in the DNA section, and I worked on evidence that was brought into the section, do testing on it, write reports, make comparisons, testify in court.
And how long did you do that particular job? So in other words, where your primary job was, is an accurate way to call that job a DNA analyst?
Yes.
Okay. So as a DNA analyst, how long was that your primary job?
From 2000 to about 2022.
Before we go any further, so wait, 2000 to 2022, 22 years?
Yes.
Okay.
Pause. Lynn Dalton, she says one of the USA's premier DNA experts wrote a very long and detailed complaint about this testimony to the state of Wisconsin. Does anybody happen to know where I might be able to find that? The complaint was fire, says he swept. I would love to read it. If we happen to know where it is. In your copious free time, I noticed Christmas Eve. Santa, just a real quick check on where Santa is. He is in Phillipsburg, St. Martin. Oh, he's still up in Iceland. No, he's in Greenland. No, he just left Phillipsburg. He's heading towards something island in Greenland. Oh, he's going to be probably in the U.S. very soon. Oh, look at the speed in which he's delivering those packages. Okay, continue. Oops, wrong window. Pause. Unpause.
Before we go any further, what
Oh,
type of
MLS did.
education
I gotta write
did you
that down.
receive
It's on the
to be
website.
employed
Okay,
at the
thank
State
you. I'll
Crime
find
Lab,
it.
particularly as a forensic scientist or DNA analyst?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Mount Mary College. I majored in biology and I minored in history. I have coursework in
I love Steve
molecular
Gosney
biology,
almost as
biochemistry,
much as I love
genetics,
Ian.
and statistics.
Before you become a DNA analyst, after having received that education,
Weather is
there
good
a
for
training
Santa
or
tonight.
apprenticeship type period that you also are involved in early in your employment?
Yes, when you start at the lab in the DNA analysis section, it's about a 3-year training process that you go through. It involves lectures, tests, written and oral, mock cases, proficiency tests.
And are you also being employed as an analyst during that 3-year period, or is that before you even become a formal analyst?
That's when you start your analyst duties.
Okay.
The reindeer
you,
would have
did you
gotten
go
wet
through
in
that whole
Australia. I
3-year
bet they
period?
smell like wet dogs.
Yes, I did. It was maybe a little bit
Buzz.
brief because I'd already been in the data bank, so
I'll
I had
just
already
keep
learned some
talking.
of that. And my previous employment, I had already had DNA experience.
What was the previous employment that caused you to have DNA experience?
I worked at the Blood Center of Southeastern Wisconsin, where I did DNA analysis on paternity cases.
So after 2022, well, let me just ask you, in 2020, did you have occasion in the capacity with your work as a DNA analyst to be involved in a case where you were attempting to assist the Kenosha Police Department in analyzing evidence where the case name for your lab was Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.?
Yes, I did.
Hi,
And were you
Mindy
the
over on
primary
Rumble.
analyst during the year 2020 and 2021
Hey.
as any evidence came into the crime lab on that case?
Oh,
Yes, for DNA
Mindy, the
analysis,
moderator
primary.
from Detective John.
Would
I'm
that
sorry, I
be
forgot
the way
to.
the lab usually works, where they would assign one person, there'd be a primary for as long as that person continued in that particular employment?
Yes, they may have people assist them, but there's usually a primary one person that writes the report in the lab.
And at some point during those 2 years then, did you get a variety of evidence at times, and were you asked to do a DNA analysis of that evidence?
Yes, I was.
And before I go further, during that period of time, 2020 and 2021, what was in place at the crime lab to try to assist you in making sure that whatever your conclusions were in terms of science were accurate?
Our lab is accredited. We have standard operating procedures that we follow.
SOPs.
And so what are the standard operating procedures that you can think of
I wrote
that
an
again,
SOP for Best Buy.
ensure accuracy in the results when you are the analyst during that period?
So during that time, we have a standard operating procedure manual that we follow. Part of that is once we complete our analysis and write our report, another analyst goes through your report and your findings and makes sure that you follow the procedure and that analyst would come up with the same results that you and conclusions that you have.
And what is that process called? What is there a phrase that describes that process that is a requirement at the crime lab?
Yes, all our cases go through a peer technical review.
Okay. And again, if I understand, that's a second analyst checking your work, making sure they have the same result.
That's correct.
Now, mechanically, when you take in evidence and you're testing for DNA, can you describe for the jury what mechanically you do? Are you in a lab? Is it a machine you're working? What are you doing that causes you to get a result?
So you receive the evidence and it's packaged. So then you take notes on what you receive and what you see. You may go through some screening tests. Then you go through an extraction of what you get. You do a quantitation of how much sample that you have. You amplify it, like making Xerox copies of what you have. Then you run it through an analyzer, and then you get the data. You take that data, and you compare that to any standards that you may have.
I found it.
And then you write the report, and then it goes through the peer review. It goes through an administrative review, and it goes out.
I'm going to put you on pause. Lisa, I just want to read this and put it on the screen. I'm not going to be able to read that though. Pause. What can you see and not see? Okay. Okay, well, you're just going to have to trust me because I have to bring it down here to read it. I actually think it will read it. Okay, so what I'm going to read you is found here, right there. Rumble, I'm getting over there. Got 10 people watching on Rumble. I appreciate you. Okay, so for those of you on Rumble, actually I'm going to put it in here if I can find it. I don't know if it'll go through to you on Kick. I'm unsure, hopefully. All right, this is just brief. So this woman here, Lisa. So the link I just posted in all of the chats, if you scroll pretty much almost down to the bottom, it says why Lisa Treffinger's DNA testimony is misleading. That's this woman that just took the stand. On October 3rd, 2023, so a couple months ago, forensic DNA expert Tiffany Roy filed a formal complaint with the Wisconsin Department of Justice Division of Forensic Sciences in regards to the testimony provided by this witness here, Wisconsin State Crime Lab analyst. During the trial, the state alleged, and thank you, Lynn Dalton, for pointing this out. During the trial, the state alleged that Rosalio Gutierrez's blood was found on the back of Zachariah's van. In fact, this information was released to the media by the prosecution's office years before the trial in order to make Zach seem like the guilty party to the local community and anyone reading the news about the case. Oh, you mean like, I don't know, taint the jury pool? However, in Lisa Treffinger's testimony, she states that only blood, quotes, found in Zach's van was item A1, which was one pinhead-sized speck of a reddish-brown substance. Pinhead-sized speck of a reddish-brown substance. The crime lab collected a swab from the stain, and Treffinger stated the DNA matched Rosalio Gutierrez. However, she confirmed no testing was completed to identify the substance of that swab because it was too minuscule to run both DNA testing and presumptive blood testing. However, the district attorney asked for Lisa Treffinger's opinion, and she stated her opinion is that the stain was blood-based on its appearance and the fact it provided a robust DNA profile, which wouldn't be seen with skin cells. As you will see in in Tiffany Roy's complaint, Lisa Treffinger's statements of opinion and other assertion of fact is unfounded, baseless, and at times scientifically untrue. The claims that Rosalio's blood was found in Zach's van are completely unsubstantiated and don't match the other evidence asserted in the case. All other presumptive blood tests of the van were negative, including several other reddish brown substance stains, which tested both negative for blood and for Rosalio's DNA. And then the letter is below. It's 6 pages. So please check out that link I just posted. And I'm going to be reading it maybe after I listen to her. There, let's continue. Okay, I just want to reinforce the fact that I hope you all know how much I appreciate you being here. I am new to this case. Thanks to Broken Baker for interviewing Soloman Anderson, the defendant's brother, the other day, and lighting a fire underneath my buns to, go down this journey. And then all of you wonderful people joining with me on this very Christmas Eve.
Up to the agencies.
And
I
Ms.
appreciate
Treppier, in the case of 2020, 2021, is that the exact process that you utilized in processing any evidence from Kenosha indicating Rosalio
oh dear,
Gutierrez Jr.?
you can see it. It's
Yes, that was my process.
Since 2022, have you changed jobs within the state crime lab?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and so what is the job, what was the next job you took on?
The next job, I became a specialist in the crime scene response unit.
And how long did you do that?
I did that for about a year.
Okay, and so now, are you still employed at the crime lab?
Yes, I am.
And so what do you do for the lab now?
Now, in January, I took a position in the quality assurance program as a specialist.
Okay, and so at this moment, are you still doing any DNA analysis?
No, I'm not. I do not work on the bench at this point.
That's what you call it, the bench?
The bench.
Okay, and at this moment, do you have a job where you go to crime scenes, crime scene response specialist?
No, I do not go to crime scenes anymore.
Okay. When you were a crime scene response specialist, was one of your duties to be sent around the state to crime scenes?
Yes, it was.
Have you in fact come to Kenosha in that capacity in the year 2022 on occasion?
Yes, I have.
And before you took on that job of a crime scene response
You're
specialist,
welcome, little
did you
peanut. I'm
also
so glad you're here.
go to crime scenes or assist in working crime scenes while you were a DNA analyst on many occasions?
Yes, that was one of my additional duties, and I did that for about 10 years.
So starting approximately when?
2012, 2013.
So if I understand you right, from 2012 or 13 to 2022, you were one of the people the state crime lab sent out when the state was requested to be of assistance at crime scenes.
Stray, you're
Yes, that's
so
correct.
wonderful. I
And,
need your address.
Why does the state crime lab get called to assist at certain crime scenes, if you know?
We assist the agencies. Maybe smaller agencies don't have the resources or the technology that we do. Maybe larger agencies they're so spread out, they just could need some help. They're looking for technical assistance in these cases.
And have you received formalized training in the processing of or the working through a crime scene as part of the duties you had for those 10 years?
Yes, I have.
And so in general, what was the formalized training you had to allow you to be qualified in some fashion to assist and work those crime scenes?
I took some online courses. I also went through our training program that we have at the lab. I attended evidence technician school that the state puts on. I also attended death investigation school that the state puts on. I've also attended different courses for blood stain pattern analysis, for trajectory. I've attended conferences.
Oh, Pixie, I worked for a software QA company as their finance manager for many years.
So Mr. Treppinger, in terms of your arrival at crime scenes and working crime scenes from 2012 to 2022, when that was one of your duties at the crime lab, how many times would you estimate you went to some other location in the capacity of the crime lab and were part of evidence collection and analysis in relation to a crime scene?
Yeah.
I've probably been to over 100 scenes in those years.
And is that always a team approach from the crime lab? Multiple people go?
Yes, we always send multiple people.
Okay. So there's photography that's sometimes done in those locations?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that something you do, or is that not a specialty of yours?
No, I'm not a photographer. I'm a team leader.
Okay. So when you say you were a leader, when did you become a team leader of the crime scene team that goes out from the state crime lab?
So that was when I finished my training, and I was probably signed off 2014.
And so how many of the scenes, you said approximately 100 scenes, of those, how many of them do you believe you were probably team leader? What's your estimate?
At least more than half of those. When you go out, you're not always the team lead because we send multiple people. So.
During your time period from, say, 2017 to 2020, no, let's just talk about this time period. During the time period of 2020 and 2021, how were you ranked in terms of the amount of experience of individuals at the crime lab who were specifically being sent to crime scenes? Were you one of the most experienced, one of the least experienced? Where were you?
Oh my God, I wonder if...
So at those years, we had 3...
Pause. Do you know, any of you follow Joe Giacalone? I call him Joe Giacalone because, you know, it looks like that. It looks like, you know, an Italian grandma would pronounce it that way. Anyway, he responds to me on X. I'm going to send him a message. I mean, yes, it is Christmas time. He was a longtime sergeant for the New York Police Department. He has a relatively new channel also on YouTube, and I love him too. He's a professor too. He also teaches criminology courses. I'm not sure which ones, but I like how his mind thinks, and like I said, he's usually pretty receptive when I comment. Boy, wouldn't that be something if we could get like Detective John and Sergeant Giacalone coming and helping us with all of, you know, the legal experience we're getting and the family experience that we're getting in this chat and etc. Boy.
3 team leaders at the lab, and I was probably the second most experienced. There was one other team leader that came after me. I take that back. There was another one, so there was 4 of us. So the 2 others were after me.
So you believe you were the second most experienced team leader in the state?
Joe.
No, at our lab.
Okay. In the Milwaukee crime lab?
Correct.
Okay.
Feelhammer Media is here. We are still here. Welcome, sir.
So in the Kenosha case, Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.
Okay. One thing that kind of rolled around in my head earlier today was this particular area of Wisconsin, like, how populated is it? I'm just kind of wondering, like, in comparison, like, how much experience would you have? For example, I'm out in the southwest suburbs of Minneapolis. There's not a whole lot of things going on out here other than when Prince died. That was probably the biggest thing. I think there's like a few things over the years, not much. So it'd be kind of interesting to see, like, so she's got 10 years of experience, but is it in like a Minneapolis type population, or is it in a fairly low crime area? Question mark. Look at all these wonderful people. Pixie's in Australia. She's a whole day ahead of us. Look at how wonderful this is. Look at the love. It's a Christmas miracle.
Was some of your work taking samples that had been provided by other parties and doing analysis on those? Is that part of what you did?
Correct. The evidence was brought in, and then I worked it from there.
Okay, so that's one of the ways you might be employed at the crime lab during this period, is that right?
That's correct.
But you say you were a crime scene investigator as
Somebody
well.
get him a tissue.
Does that
in
mean
the
at
past.
times you are collecting the evidence as well?
Yes, during that time, I did go to scenes and collected evidence as well.
And in this particular case, Rosalio Gutierrez, was there a point where you used your...
I promise I'm not going to interrupt anymore, but with all this Christmas wonderfulness, it's really too bad I can't play you. I'll drop the link in the chat. Oh Holy Night, Cartman. Cartman sings Oh Holy Night, and Mr. Garrison has a cattle prod, so every time he strays on the whatevers, I will link it in your chat. I would love to play it for you because it's wonderful.
Experience and techniques to collect evidence yourself as opposed to being dependent on some other agency to collect it?
There was evidence that was brought to the lab that I looked at and helped determine the collection of it.
I think Santa
that's a
disappeared.
different role than just taking in samples that somebody else has determined that were worthy, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the reason you're able to do that is because of the other crime scene experience work that you had done over the years, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And were there other people on your crime response team who you utilized or who were part of your review of some of the evidence in this case for the same reasons?
That is correct.
Okay. So, that said, you were not at any scene in Kenosha contemporaneous with May of 2020, right? You did not come to a bloody scene or anything else in Kenosha?
No, I did not.
Okay. At the time that you did analysis in the case Rosalio Gutierrez, so I'm now directing you to sometime around May of 2020, how many times do you estimate that you had done DNA analysis where you were taking an item and trying to figure out if you could match it to someone's DNA sample or control sample?
Thousands of times.
Okay. And that would be thousands of times over that entire career that you have talked about.
That's correct.
Now, can you indicate briefly to the jury whether you have a working knowledge of what the source of DNA would be from a human body? In other words, what are the types of places or things on our body that might give DNA so that a person like you could test and match it?
So DNA is found in nucleated cells, and that can be found in blood, semen, vaginal secretions, hair, saliva, skin cells.
So those would be the sources?
Those are the sources we use, yes.
Okay. And some of the
Today or in
sources that you talked about have particular physical appearances?
Yes.
Some of them are almost indetectable to the human eye, and depending on what quantity they're in?
That's correct.
Okay. And as a crime scene analyst from crime scenes, are you familiar with the appearances of those sources of DNA deposited at crime scenes over your long career?
Yes, I have seen those.
Okay. And then when you do results in the lab, are you also able sometimes to formulate an idea based on whatever available evidence there is about what the source is of those ones that you named?
Yes, we get a general idea.
Oh, shoot.
Okay.
Actually, it applies to
And
both, maybe.
I'm going to ask you if, as to any opinion you offer as to what the source of any DNA that we talk about would be, okay? And if we talk about whether you reach any conclusion that something is a match, whether you would please adopt the standard of to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. Would you do that with me?
Yes.
So if you offer an opinion, would you only offer an opinion if you feel it meets that standard to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty? Can you agree to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Rather than me ask you each time, are you reaching that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty? Give me no opinion that does not meet that standard. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. So, were you? I want to start by the items that were submitted to you by other sources. Were you sent some? Let me start with toothbrushes. Let me do this first.
Yes, Judge, I'm going to object as far as leading from her report. I think the more efficient and better way to do it is to provide the analyst her
Thank you,
report and ask
C-Swept.
what she received.
Thank you so much.
I'll leave it in his hands.
I like your suggestion. Real quick.
I like your suggestion, really.
30. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 39.
Oops.
Ask you if you
Oh, look, I can just put it off the screen. Okay, I know that's kind of childish, but...
Yes, I do recognize this document.
Now I gotta watch her body
And
language.
is this a document you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Let's see how many times he scratches his
Is it a
ear.
true and accurate copy of the report you prepared in your capacity at the crime lab as a DNA analyst that you have testified to already today?
Yes, it is.
Does it appear to be altered or changed in any way from the document you originally prepared? Other than a sticker being on?
Nope, it does not.
Okay. Judge, I move admission of the exhibit.
Objection.
No objection.
Actually, did you guys watch the Kerry Lake trial? The prosecutor for that one, he looked a little bit like Jiminy Glick. Do you know who Jiminy Glick is? He's Martin Short, like the guy with the big, thick black glasses, kind of overweight fella. And if you have a chance in your copious free time and want to laugh, do a search for some Jiminy Glick videos. So what I did during the Kerry Lake trial is I did a thing of Jiminy Glick and I would put it over the prosecutor. Yes, I might be 54, but I'm half child. I don't know. It makes me feel a little bit better.
What's the number on it, please?
Yeah, see, Jay's funny.
As we talk about this, does Exhibit 39 indicate some toothbrushes were sent to you?
Yeah, we got Santa
correct.
and
And
Zachariah's
did you
trial.
analyze those?
Yes, I did.
It is festive.
Did you come and so were those something that you looked at for instance, DNA?
Yes.
Did you also analyze item G, hair collected from a sofa seat cushion?
Yes, I did.
And H, hair reportedly collected from a sofa pillow?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so let's briefly go through each item. As to the toothbrushes, C through F, what findings, if any, did you make that would be relevant to us?
There was a single source profile from item D, toothbrush.
Okay,
Item C
Yeah.
was a single source item from a toothbrush.
okay.
Item E was a single source profile from a toothbrush. And item F was a mixture from a toothbrush.
Okay. Does mixture mean you couldn't make a DNA analysis or a comparison?
Yes, because it is
The kids are not coming back tomorrow
Okay.
because we're
And
doing
E1,
Christmas after
what was
Christmas,
your
so they're
result in terms of the sex of the
spending
individual?
Christmas Day with their significant others for part of the day. They'll be here part of the day.
And are you for any reason aware that Rosalio Gutierrez has a daughter?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you
How's your
aware she's a
doggy
minor?
blanket?
She's a child.
Jung Lee Minx?
As to C1, did
How's
you
the
identify
progress?
a single source male?
Yeah, I'll do another one tomorrow
And
for
without
sure.
stating the name, did that come back to an individual who you believe to be a son of Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And again, that's a child, correct?
Correct.
And then as to D1, what was your result in terms of how many source profiles there were?
D1 was a single source profile.
Okay. And were you able ultimately, through investigative means, to determine that single source profile what came back or was a match to a person identified to you as Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Oh, Pixie wrote to Zach last night. Doggy blanket coming along. Well, the thing with crochet, sometimes you can fix it. Sometimes you have to unravel. Sometimes you
Now,
have
I want to turn your attention to
Sometimes you have to make it into a...
hair samples from the living room. Do you identify
Oh,
those
you're
as
welcome.
K1A, K2A, and K3A?
Look at this love.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And those are 3 separate hair samples, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Do her pants start to smoke and flames? Combust, maybe? Does her nose grow in length? Look at this sad... Oops. Oops. Pause. Sorry, I missed my cue. Look at his sad face. Sad.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 97 and ask you if that has K1A, K2A, K3A in it, based on the pack.
Yes, based on the packaging, it does have K1, K2, K3 in it.
Okay, so very briefly, because I don't think the jury's heard this, can you describe why, just based on the packaging, without opening it, you have some degree of confidence that it's the right item? So what are you doing in terms of the packaging or labeling that allows you to be able to say that?
So when I receive a piece of item of evidence, I initial and date it, and I have done that on all the barcodes that were placed on here. I also initial and date the seal. I also make a note the date that I open something, and I initial it as well.
And as to this exhibit, were you able to, how many sources were there in your profile, and what was the sex, if you can recall?
So from this, there was 3 hairs that I tested, and 3 hairs that I got profiles from. And all 3 hairs were single source profiles, and they were Rosalio Gutierrez was the source.
Okay, so again, the same person who was on the toothbrush earlier in D1 is the source of all 3 of those hairs. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
Did you also take possession of and do testing on something identified to you as swab from a main doorknob, item W1, or W?
Yes, I did.
And were you able on that item to determine how many sources and whether it was a male or female?
Yes, I was.
What was your determination?
It was a single source male profile.
Does Exhibit 80, I'm sorry, I should have showed it to you. Exhibit 80 appear to be the item that we've spoken about thus far?
Yes, it does.
And what, if any, source could you identify as to this particular item, again, a swab from the main doorknob?
Hi,
It
Tootly
was
Pep.
a single source mail profile, and the source
Oh,
was
so nice to see
Rosario
you
Gutierrez.
too.
Okay, and can you tell
Look
me,
at
was that particular swab what is called a touch DNA swab, or was that blood, if you know?
I believe this was a touch DNA swab.
Okay. And so as to that doorknob, only one person was on it, and it was Rosalio Gutierrez Jr., correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then was there also a swab that was provided to you where it was labeled for you, a swab from the interior patio door handle?
Yes.
Okay. And at that, for that swab, how many people did you get in the mixture? This is item X1, I apologize.
X1 was a 4-person mixture.
And so there was some traces of 4 persons' DNA in your findings, is that correct?
That is correct.
Could you identify the sex of any of those 4?
Yes, I could.
And what was the sex you identified?
There was at least one male in the profile.
And is there something called a major contributor as well as minor contributors? Is that a thing in this business?
Yes, it is.
And what does that mean?
A major contributor is someone that stands out as to having the most DNA in the mixture.
Is that often in the touch DNA world, the person who touches something the most?
It could be. It's the person who left the most DNA there.
Okay. Sometimes the last person who touches an item?
Yes, it could be the last person.
Okay. And and if a person touches a surface with gloves on, would you expect to find any results for them in a swab of the item that they touch?
Usually you don't, if someone has worn a glove.
So were you able to get a major male contributor in this particular item, X1?
Yes, I was.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81. Again, this is a swab from the interior patio door handle. That's how it's identified to you. As to Exhibit 81, does this appear to be the same item that you are talking about based on its labeling that you tested and that you are reaching any conclusion that you are regarding?
Yes, that does.
Okay, so as to that exhibit, who is the major male contributor based on your findings?
For item X1, the major is Rosalio Gutierrez.
And as to those minor profiles, you mentioned
Wait, that's not even him, isn't he, Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.?
About those 3?
I can't say anything about the minor contributors. There's just not enough to make any conclusion.
Is that uncommon in the touch DNA world?
So she identified the father of the alleged victim?
Was there a
Question mark.
sample or something for testing? And again, as to X1, that item we just talked about, was that, can you indicate what the source of DNA was? In other words, skin, semen, all those possibilities you gave. What kind of DNA is that one, if you know?
Given that it's a swab from a handle, I would say that it was touch DNA, most likely skin cells.
Gonzo as in
now I'm
Waka
asking you
Waka.
about
Oh no,
item
that's
Y1.
Fuzzy Bear.
Identified as swabs of the pool of blood. Would that be blood as the source in that particular item?
Yes, it would.
And were you able to get any result in that one, item Y1?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 79. Ask you as to this item, can you tell, is this packaging consistent with the item that you have just described that you conducted testing on or analysis on for DNA?
Yes, it is.
And as to that exhibit, were you able to find out the number of sources and the sex of the individual who was any source?
It was a single source male profile.
And what, if anything, can you do in terms of results as to who that male profile is?
The source was Rosario Gutierrez.
Okay, and that's blood, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you at some point look at swabs from a cell phone identified as item Z1?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall whether Z1 was blood or skin cells, or what the source of that particular swab was, if you recall?
I believe that was touch swab of the cell phone, so this is skin cells.
Okay. And as to that item identified as Z1, were you able to identify male or female, and how many sources?
Single source male profile.
Okay, and this is touch DNA again.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 91 and ask you as to that item, is this packaging consistent with the item you just testified that you were involved in analyzing for DNA?
Yes, it is.
And what, if any, result did you get regarding that item?
Item Z, it was a single source male profile, and the source was Rosario Gutierrez.
And again, you believe that to be skin cells based on what you tested, correct?
That is correct.
Did you also test something identified as swabs of a stain from that same cell phone?
Yes, I did.
And was that item described by you as AA1?
Yes, it was.
And that's a crime lab number, is that correct?
Yes.
You determine that number for purposes of being able to keep these things organized, separated, et cetera?
Correct.
And as to that item, did you do testing?
Yes, I did.
And what was the source of that? Could you recognize whether that was a swab based on your ability to determine? Was it skin cells or semen, or what was it from?
In that case, the swab, we did do some screening tests on it, and we confirmed that AA was from blood.
So when would you do when you say screening test, what does that mean?
A screening test is something you can do that gives you an indication of what it is, and that's an indication, and then you can do a confirmatory test which confirms that it is blood.
So there's some chemical way to do that, is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you able to do that in every single circumstance where you have blood?
No, we are not.
And so what are the limitations? Why are you sometimes able to do that kind of chemical testing and sometimes not?
It depends on the amount, the sample size. If you have a lot, you can do that. If you only have a minor amount of blood, you save it for the DNA analysis.
Okay. And when you say a lot, it's relative to your profession, right? For us, it would not be a lot or a little, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you have a swab with a stain on it, that's a good amount.
Okay. So in this case, you had, in your professional estimate, sufficient amount to do some additional chemical testing. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And if you don't have that amount, does that mean that a person from the crime lab would never be able to make a determination about whether something was blood, or simply do you not have one of the tools available that you would use in other occasions?
Right. We wouldn't do an analysis, so I wouldn't say confirmatory, but we would have an opinion that we would use.
So in this case, you can't use the chemicals that you would assist yourself on if you had enough of a quantity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you as to Exhibit 90. Is this the swab from
I
the stain
grabbed
in
the
cell
wrong
phone
one.
that we just talked about?
Sorry. Sometimes I grab the wrong window.
Yes, it is.
So again, you list
I don't
that
have
as
them
AA1.
adequately sized. Now I grabbed the wrong window
what were your
again.
findings regarding that when you tested it?
A single source male profile.
And who was the source of that, if you could tell?
Rosario Gutierrez.
Now, at some point were you asked to take a look at swabs
fix
from
his
something
size.
identified as a tractor gear shift?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to get any profile of any of the people that were included for you to take a look at in this case?
No, I was not.
Okay, and one of the people included was a person identified as Zachariah Anderson, right?
That is correct.
So as to the tractor gear
see,
shift,
that's why
the swab did not have DNA.
I flew a little too close to
that,
the sun.
Included that person, is that right?
That is correct.
And then a swab was taken from a tractor steering wheel as well. Is that item AD1?
That is.
And again, is that one where everyone from Rosalio Gutierrez to Zachariah Anderson are excluded? They're not the source of any DNA you saw on that tractor steering wheel, is that right?
That is correct.
At some point, was there a straight razor that was submitted to you?
Yes, there was.
And was Rosalio Gutierrez as well as Zachariah Anderson excluded on that?
Yes, they were.
Now, were you also provided a swab from a stain from a piece of wood?
Yes, I was.
And was that identified as item A01?
That is correct.
And were you able to test that item?
Yes, I was.
And first of all, were you able to determine what that was in terms of skin cells or blood or semen or any of the others?
Yes, I was.
And how were you able to do that?
I was able to confirm that it was blood.
And how were you able to confirm that?
We do hemotrace tests.
Okay. And is that one of the tests you do if you have enough of a quantity?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this case, again, you had a sufficient quantity of the blood to be able to do a sample to determine if it's blood.
That's correct.
Okay.
In that situation, I'm going to show you.
Class, what have we learned? What have we learned so far? 2/3 of the way through day 4. We've learned that when Gravely reiterates repeatedly, it's because he knows there's a hole in his story case. Likewise, when he objects while the defense is putting on their, line of questioning, and he does over and over and over and over again. So basically, we're starting to learn his tell. He does this weird thing with the water, I've noticed. He also scratches his one ear a lot. Maybe he's got ear mites.
Exhibit 98 and ask you as to the swab from the piece of wood. Is that Exhibit 98 an exhibit that is the packaging of the testing you performed?
Yes, it is.
And what was the result on the swab from the blood from the piece of wood that was handed over to you?
It was a single source male profile.
And who was the source of that, if you know?
Rosalio Gutierrez.
The father of the victim?
Now,
question mark. I mean, like, technically, oops. Oh no, I'm missing my cue again. Pardon. What day does this little gem testify? Look at his sad face. Here, I'm going to repeat it. Who are these people sitting next to her?
Finding from this March 29th report in a minute, but first I'd like to I'd like to ask you if you recognize Exhibit 38. If so, could you tell me what that is?
I try not to hate people, but I strongly dislike several people in this room, in this trial so far. David's saying that should be an audio drop.
May 7th.
I hate both of their faces.
And when did
If you send
perform
it to
any
me, I
testing
can
that is
add it to
memorialized in that,
the sources board over here.
I'd have to look it back at my notes, but it would have been before May 7th of 2021.
And did this involve a couple of additional items that you were asked to perform an identical analysis of? In other words, looking for DNA and trying to figure out the source.
Yes, I was.
Okay, so in terms of the process or the fact that it was submitted, it was just submitted at a different time?
That's correct.
Okay, so was one of the items in the May 7th, let me ask you, as to that May 7th report, does it appear to be a true and accurate copy or report of your finding
Look at you,
regarding
little.
testing a couple of items and then reporting it May 7th, 2021?
Yes,
Look at all of you
And
warriors.
is it changed or altered in any way other than the fact that there's a sticker on it
Justice
with a number
warriors.
that you can see?
Crime Spies
No.
warriors.
I'd move admission of that report as an exhibit, Your Honor.
Putting this trial under the
Chief.
microscope.
So I'd like to turn your attention then to
The
a
magnifying glass, I
swab
should
from
say.
something called swab from the exterior door center. Do you see that listed as AR1 and AR2?
Yes, I do.
And when that came to you, that was in the form of a swab?
Yes, it was.
And can you tell me what that appeared to be sourced from? Was that hair?
MacGyver
was that
would be
saliva,
proud to see what you're
semen, something else?
It was identified as blood.
And did you do any additional testing to determine it was blood?
Yes, I did.
And what was your finding?
That it was blood, yes.
Okay. And then as to that exhibit, were you able to make findings about who the source of that was?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I'm going to show you then what's been marked as State's Exhibit 87 and ask as to Exhibit 87 if this is familiar to you in the context of what we just talked about.
Yes, it is.
What is that?
Item AR.
And so that is, again, the item that is described as swabs from the exterior door center.
That is correct.
And what, if any, finding were you able to make as to AR?
AR was a single source male profile.
And who was that?
That was from Rosario Gutierrez.
Same person as the other matches that we've talked about in your earlier report?
That is correct.
Oh, so
Then,
the
did you
victim's
also take
father's
swabs
DNA.
from the
That's
exterior
interesting.
door frame?
Is he
Yes, I
missing?
was able to work swabs from the exterior door frame.
And what was the source of those items, if you recall?
It was a single source male profile.
And do you know what the source or type of transmitter of DNA that was? Was that semen, saliva, those other things?
And it was blood as well.
How do you know that?
I did a confirmatory test on that.
So again, for both of these, you had a sufficient amount of...
Okay, so Jesus Enrique Rosas, if those of you who know him, is he Portuguese? Maybe Portuguese. He lives in London. I found him during the Johnny Depp trial, and I find him enchanting. He also is fairly receptive on the social medias. My point is, he's taught me well over the last year and a half. And like she just tried to answer that question, like she choked on her words before they came out of her face. That's her body's way of subliminally, like, you know, she's choking on her words because she knows that they're wrong.
Of the substance to be able to do a chemical testing as to help form an opinion, correct?
Wait, the father is technically missing?
As to AS1 and AS2 swabs from exterior door frame, were you able to make findings in terms of whether there was a person who you could identify as a source?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so I'm going to show you Exhibit 85, which again are the swabs from that exterior door frame. As to Exhibit 85, do you recognize what that is in terms of packaging based on what you testified to just moments ago?
Pause.
Yes, I have.
So just to reiterate what I'm thinking, there's blood outside of his door by the mailboxes, allegedly from Sunday until midday Tuesday. So clearly the first blow to him would have been outside in the hallway or outside his door. Perhaps as he was entering, putting his key in the door. Now, if he was hit outside by the mailboxes, his first blow, door opens, him and suspect go inside, wouldn't you think, and we know the door was locked, wouldn't you think the person that locked the door was the suspect? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Because he would have been injured, so the person that locked the door clearly wasn't the victim. Question mark?
And so is that, in fact, the same AS that you just talked about, swabs submitted to you from the exterior door frame per the labeling?
Yes, it is.
What is your finding in terms of the result of your testing regarding who the source is of the blood on that item?
Rosalio Gutierrez is the source.
The dad. Does she find any evidence of Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. in her evidence that she tested? You know, the victim here. I make it weird when I say it out loud. Is that me?
As to your May 7th report, do you recall
Appeared
who requested
weird.
that those additional items be sent
Pause.
to the crime lab? If you do.
I had to find
No, I
some
don't
pause.
recall.
Okay. Then I want to return back to the time period of around May of 2020 and ask you if there was a time when you were involved in
Do we
some
know what
work,
Zachariah's
on
favorite
a
color is?
vehicle that was transported to the crime lab.
Yes,
I can
did
turn
look at
it
a
up.
vehicle.
And do you recall when you
Testing.
were involved in looking physically at that vehicle and making any
Testing.
findings that you had?
I went out to the garage, I believe it was on May 21st.
I'll
May
pay
21st
attention
of
to the... Oh,
2020?
see, now it's too
That's
loud.
correct.
And when you say the garage, what are you talking about?
So at our laboratory, we have 3 bays that we refer to as the
No,
garage.
he was
and we're
intact
able to
inside
work on
first.
vehicles.
Pause.
And
So if he was attacked inside first, how in the world did the blood get all over the door out in the hallway by the mailboxes? The blood that nobody saw. She says that's her opinion. The pinhead stat was indeed Rosalio's. Pause.
So the garage, I believe.
When you were involved in looking physically at that vehicle and making any findings that you had?
I went out to the garage, I believe it was on May 21st.
May 21st of 2020?
That's correct.
And when you say the garage, what are you talking about?
So at our laboratory, we have.
And we know that chain of custody was, protected.
3 bays that we refer to as the garage, where we were able to work on vehicles.
And that it would be the standard place you would try to analyze a vehicle?
Yeah.
It's enclosed?
It's enclosed, yes.
And why would you care if you worked in an enclosed space as opposed to out in the open?
Well, we want it to be secured. We want to try to control it. We don't want it to be affected by the elements of the weather, sunlight, rain, things like that.
So let me ask you that. Does rain impact an ability to find DNA evidence or blood evidence if rain impacts any surface where there otherwise might be blood?
So the rain could potentially wash it away or dilute the blood.
Oh, pause.
So you don't want...
Pause, everyone. So C-Swept in the chat on the YouTube side, she was kind enough to take the time to send a message to Soloman Anderson to please share a Christmas message from the Crime Spies crew over here. Free Zachariah Anderson, Christmas Eve marathon, fight for justice instead of this injustice. And she said she just heard back from Saul. He will relay our message to Zach when he speaks with him next. heart, heart, and a bunch of these. I'm off center. Thank you, C-Swab, for taking the time to do that and to also get back to us. Let him know our hearts are broken for him and this injustice. And we're watching this to symbolize our commitment on this Christmas Eve to righting the wrong that happened here.
A vehicle you're going to work on, even if you're just going to work on the interior, you don't want any part of it to be exposed to the rain because you're worried that'll compromise an ability to look at DNA.
I love the pause.
Yes, you would prefer it to be protected and secured.
So at the point that in May, when you were looking at this in the garage, were you being assisted by anybody else?
At that point, I was actually assisting someone else. That analyst was assigned to process the vehicle.
And so when you said they were assigned to process the vehicle, what's that person supposed to physically be doing in that role at the crime lab at that time?
So that analyst is looking over the vehicle. They're taking notes, they're taking photographs of it, they're documenting, they're doing screening tests, they're collecting any evidence that they deem as probative.
And did that take place? Were you present for what you believe to be the overwhelming majority of that process as it was going on with this other analyst?
I was kind of in and out. Whenever she asked me to look at something, I would go there. I didn't stand with her the whole time. No.
So you were sort of a consultant.
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what about any photography that occurred in that process? Who was in charge of that?
I did not do any photography. She may have, or another analyst at the lab may have done the photography.
So I'm going to show you, first of all, what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1, photo 311. So again, this is Exhibit 1, photo 311. Looking at that, do you recognize the interior of some kind of structure that it seems like the vehicle is in this situation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what's the building we're in or the structure we're in?
We're in the garage at the lab. It's the center bay.
Okay, and is this in fact a photograph of what the scene looked like when you were being brought in as a consultant on this case?
Yes, it was.
Is this the van that you were involved in reporting in the first crime lab report we talked about March 29, 2021?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So it's identified as a Dodge Caravan in your report. Is that what you believe it to be?
Yes.
Okay. And is the condition of the Dodge Caravan as you see it in this picture the way you saw it in this consultation? In other words, with the carpet out of it, doors open, those kind of things?
Yes, yes it was.
Okay. And it wasn't your job to, with a fine-tooth comb, look at every area, right? You were just being brought in on occasion?
That is correct.
Okay. And so when you were being brought in, at some point were you consulted about an item that was on the driver's side, which you ultimately identified as A2, a swab with a stain? I'm talking about now the driver's side.
Yes, I think that we did discuss that. Yes.
Okay, and what do you recall being the thing you
That
were
was a
being
fake
asked
pause.
to consult on as to A2?
I have to tilt them.
And if I gave you a pointer, would you be able to give me an approximate location of A2 on this, or not really?
Not really.
Okay. Was it in the back section of this van?
That's for the next time I have to pause if I remember.
Okay. So without knowing exactly where, what was it you were being asked to consult on A2?
If it had the right coloring, would it be potential to be a stain? Should it be collected?
Okay. And Was there a chemical compound being utilized to do some assistance in detecting whether there was anything of evidentiary value as part of the process that you were being consulted on?
Yes, the analyst was doing some luminol, and I'm not sure if she had done this before or after, but
Wouldn't that be a detail you'd
luminol
want
is
to
what she was
know?
going to do or had done.
And was there a result regarding luminol on A2 that at least caused you, the two of you, to feel like a consultation was appropriate?
I can't remember if the luminol was done on that one or if it was just more a color that we saw and we collected.
Okay, in general, what is luminol?
She can't remember. She doesn't recall.
So luminol is a liquid that's sprayed over surfaces, and it gives you an indication if there is blood, but it also reacts with other things as well.
Like cleaning agents?
Yes, like cleaning agents, rust.
And
so wait, what is that, rust?
There was some indicating using luminol that would cause you two to want to discuss this. That's not, you don't remember one way or another?
Yeah, I did. So I didn't perform the.
Pause. Huh, that's interesting. So wasn't Zachariah, didn't his family have like a Christmas tree farm? Wasn't there some sort of, I don't know, chainsaw? I wonder if chainsaws rust at all. I'm not sure. All right, unpause. Wish I could do this at the same time. I can't.
The luminol, and I didn't write the report on it.
Okay. Who were you discussing, just so the jury knows if that person shows up later?
That would be Julie Avila. She's a specialist in the crime scene response unit.
Okay, so she had a job that was making interpretations at crime scenes, much like you did.
Pause again. So yesterday, I think, we were discussing the 5'7" missing. Okay, so there's a void in the carpet. There's a void on the floor in the victim's apartment. See, I'm in the orange zone. I think that's danger. There's a void in the carpet of the victim's apartment that's approximately 5 foot by 7 feet. The victim was 6 foot. I heard 6'2", and then I heard 6 foot. I heard 270 pounds, and I heard 280 pounds. So let's just split the difference and say, 6'1", 275 pounds. Fine. So if you're 6'1" and you're rolled up in a 5 foot, 5 by 7 rug, I wonder how that would work. And on top of it, you're put into a vehicle. I don't know the height and weight of the defendant here, but, he looks, fairly on the slender side, although he did work on a Christmas tree farm. Maybe he was more buff after he has spent 3 years wasting away in a prison cell for 3 years at this point of the trial. I'm speaking out loud. But don't you think that there would be more than just a pinhead size amount after the giant bloodletting event that happened in the victim's apartment? I mean, you'd think he'd have more than a pinhead size dot of blood. Unless it's some kind of magic rug. I don't know.
In terms of helping determine what might be of evidentiary value.
Correct. She is also a team leader. Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you guys take...
Well, and Sal was in here earlier. He had, was it 85-pound dog that had died? And he said, he's probably Zach's, roughly size. And dead weight, C-SWAP, dead weight, carpet burrito. God, I hate that the little heart. I mean, I love the little heart. Carpet burrito, mend something, don't bend, I don't imagine. With chronic back pain. Stray says, my ex was 6'6", that rug wouldn't have fit around his leg. Could lift me up, wrapped in a rug, and I'm 125 pounds. Yeah, dead weight. Bleeding and there's no blood anywhere. This is just such a horrifying
swab
thing.
Of a stain or an item in that back, in that rear cargo portion, based on the consultation we've spoken about.
Referring to on the driver's side?
A2, yes.
Yes, there was a swab that was collected and that I did work.
And what was the determination of that?
So A2, again, there was not blood detected on that.
Okay. And so that wasn't blood at all?
No.
Okay. And was there anything about that when you observed it where you said to yourself, oh, that's blood? Did you have that opinion at the time?
No, I think what I recall is saying it has possibilities. You should probably be collected and we'll try to see what we can get.
Okay. And you found it wasn't blood?
I do? Okay, hold on.
All right. Then was there another place that you talked about, identified as A1?
Yes, there was.
Okay, so I'm now going to show you, again, from Exhibit 1, photo 313. And is there a sticker there that...
Okay, so again, that link I dropped. Okay, so before this witness testified, I read that thing that Lynn was so happy to point us to on the website. I dropped the link. I did not read the letter yet. I'm actually waiting to read the letter till after she's done. But there was a really great summary, if you will. I just want to read out loud some of these comments. Hopefully you can read them on the screen. No drag marks, no nothing. I mean, no blood down the hall or walls or door frames, so he was walking down the hall like you play the game Operation. Saul said that Zach would have been laid up in bed for weeks after he had done if he had done what the state alleges with the victim. Drag marks. Well, like I said, I mean, you know, you can move. I move the piano, even though it's a spinet, but I only have to like move it across the room. It does take a while because, you know, it doesn't go very fast. But this is impossible. Unless he's Chuck Norris / oh, there's my pause. Should have gotten a different color. You know, Chuck Norris. He's some type of hybrid. It hovered out the door like Aladdin. Well, that's what I was kind of thinking, Nancy RN. It's nice to see you again. Carrying groceries is enough to set me off. Oh my goodness. After I go grocery shopping and put everything away, I gotta get the little... Do you guys have one of those little tens machines? I should show you. That thing is magic. I should put that on. Magic carpet ride. This is such a travesty of justice. And look at all of these wonderful people watching and chatting. And those of us that are new to this case are expanding our craniums.
Was only there because the state crime lab decided to place it there to mark something that they thought was...
Sorry, pause again. I wish I could figure out how to do it with the pause. Anyway, I think I just figured it out in my head. So for those of you who have minivans, look at how the carpet is cut from approximately mid, do you call that a wheel well, back? Well, I mean, I'm just kind of guessing that a minivan is probably the same size as like my SUV. And that's not a very big space sideways. Or from where the, you know, the back lifts up, the lift gate thing. You would think a 6 foot, let's say average 6'1", we split the difference, 6'1", 275-pound man. He would have, there's no way he could have fit in that little teeny tiny spot. Just saying.
Of interest.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask that the judge give you a pointer.
3
and the
foot area.
microphone.
See, so to be
Old school
honest with
pointer,
you, it's probably like
Trevor.
4 by 2 or 4 by 18 inches. I should take my tape measure and go out to the back of the.
So if you could just point out where the sticker is that is of interest, so the jury can be oriented as to where we're talking about.
If you can see it, it's like right there.
Okay, so really all you can tell in this picture is a sticker showing you a location, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, but you recall that being the location that was of interest?
Yes, that was the location.
Okay, and do you remember how you came to be consulted on that particular item? Again, only if you remember the specifics.
Yes, so Alice Avila asked me to come out to the garage. She said, I saw something.
Is that on? If it is, you need it a little closer to your...
For those of you watching
Now I
Santa, I gotta turn him back on.
Alice Avila called me out to the garage.
He just left Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. He's heading to
That's why I remember it.
Santiago,
And I looked at
Cuba.
it and I said, yeah, that's the right coloring.
I'll turn him
think
back
you need
on.
work
I have to
that
go
on
stretch
my
my legs. Oops, that's Gonzo.
And were you concerned about the quantity in terms of
There,
decisions
that's Santa.
you made at that time?
I gotta go stretch my
Yes, it
back.
was a
I'll be right
very
back.
tiny speck, like
And
a
I'm gonna check
pinhead
my Twitter.
dot, of a dark stain.
And so now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photo 314. Are we a little closer in on this picture?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And again, can you just point for the jury? You probably still can't, it's probably still not quite big enough to see, but is it under that little sticker?
Yeah, it's like right about there.
Okay. At that point, was a decision made? You said it should be collected, correct?
Yes, I said.
Was luminol put on it?
No.
Why not?
No, I didn't. I said do not luminol this because it's a spray, it's a liquid, it will dilute it, and you want to collect everything that's possible that's there.
And now I'm going to show you Exhibit 1, and this is number 315. Is that a picture where you can actually now, at this illumination or increase of size, I'm not coming up with the word. At this size, are you able to now see the speck visible in this exhibit?
So yeah, the previous photographs would have been called overalls. This would be what we would call a close-up. And at this close-up photography, you can see the stain right there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did say it. 315. And are you able to see any characteristics of it once you get it enhanced in terms of its size?
Yeah, you can kind of tell that it's a reddish brown stain on that photograph.
Okay. And is there a shape or anything else to it that was of any significance to you at any point?
It was more like it was a shape that maybe round, circular, more like something that you see that would be like a splash or a spray.
So you can go back to your seat, thank you, and you can use our normal microphone. Thank you very much. Are you the person? Are you the person then who took the swab, or is Ms. Avila the person who did that?
Julie was the one that actually collected the swab, and then she packaged it up and sealed it.
Okay, and then at that point, ultimately, you've seen it in person, correct?
Correct.
You've seen it in context. You know where it's located. You know its characteristics by being able to look at it, even enhanced, right?
Correct.
Okay, and now you are going to do an analysis of it, I assume?
That's correct.
Okay, using the usual machinery and methods as best you can, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. So you have told us previously on other samples that you did a chemical test for blood in multiple other samples. You recall that in your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Did you do that as to A1?
No, I did not.
Okay, so why? Why didn't you, if you thought this might be blood, why didn't you do it on this sample?
This sample was so small. I'm like a pinhead size. So again, I just wanted to use every amount that we had available for testing, for the genetic testing.
I'm going to go back for a second to number 311, Exhibit 1, 311. Did you, and I know you weren't the primary person, but did you overall take a look at this vehicle in terms of the back of it?
Yeah, I did. I looked around the vehicle, I looked inside the vehicle, and I looked in the back of it.
And do you see the whitish or discoloring stains that are located in some of the carpet that's above the cutoff portion of the carpet?
Yes.
And did that appear to be caused by a substance that there was an odor of in the vehicle, if you know?
I didn't smell it, but I recall analyst Avila telling me that it smelled.
Now, would you expect a person to clean a carpeting using a bleach?
I'm going to object as far as relevance.
She has experience with bleach and why it might be used in certain circumstances.
You got it? It's overruled.
Would you expect someone to clean something like an auto carpet with bleach?
Not really, unless they were trying to remove something.
Okay, so does bleach provide some advantage you're aware of if somebody does not want DNA to be detected in particular locations? Are you aware of the properties of bleach in your work that would make it the right item to use for cleaning a carpet if you want to make sure there's no DNA in certain locations?
I'm going to object as far as argumentative and speculation as to why someone would use bleach to clean.
There are specific properties she's aware of.
Restructure your question.
What if any properties are there in bleach that disguise what otherwise would be DNA at a location?
So bleach removes stains and it also destroys DNA.
It also
It also destroys DNA.
Thank you.
So you're aware of other items people use to clean carpets, right, that are not bleach?
That is correct, yes.
And are those items that also destroy DNA, or is bleach the particular agent that destroys DNA?
They may destroy DNA, but in our laboratory, what we use to clean down to get rid of DNA so we don't have contamination is a 20% solution of bleach and water to wipe down our benches and our equipment.
So this is the item of choice of the crime lab to remove DNA, is that right?
It is, unless some of the instrumentations bleach does corrode so that we don't use it on our instruments. But yes, on our bench tops, most definitely.
Okay, so you didn't do the chemical testing of A1 because you didn't have enough.
That's correct,
all right.
Yes.
But did you do DNA testing to find out if it was going to be one of those sources of DNA you talked about? Hair, semen, saliva, all those things.
Yes, I ran it through the typical process I run all the other items through, yes.
Just like all the other items we've talked about in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And as to A1, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 109, up here, yeah, 109, and ask you if, based on the packaging, you are able to tell that this is in fact the item that you did DNA testing on in regards to that item that we've shown you.
Yes, it is.
And what, if any, result did you get for A1 in terms of a DNA profile?
It was a single source male profile.
And whose DNA was that a match for, if any? What person was it a match for?
Rosalio Gutierrez.
Now, you don't know whose minivan this is, correct? At any given time.
Yeah, I didn't take the van in. It was not my primary duty, so I don't think I looked at any of the paperwork. No.
And you as an analyst are not focused on any particular suspect. You have no one in mind to figure out, you know, who's who in terms of the DNA determinations, do you?
No.
Now, are you able to give this jury an opinion as to whether the substance you tested for DNA in the stain or the pinhead you mentioned, whether that, are you able to form an opinion as to what the source of DNA is? In other words, when we talk about semen, skin, all those things, do you have an opinion for the jury regarding which of the various sources that DNA comes from?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is your opinion as to what the source of the DNA A1 is?
Based on my education and training and experience, given the color and the way that the stain looked, I would say that it would be blood.
And are you able to indicate that? You're able to indicate that by appearance. Is there something about the results that you had that also allows you to assist in that conclusion?
Yes, the type of genetic testing we do and the locations that we look at are human specific.
So this is human. This is the DNA of that is human DNA, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So let's do this. So are you able to do essentially a process of elimination as part of your analysis?
Yes, that's part of our analysis.
Okay. Did this, based on your conclusions and the results, was this human hair?
No, it was not.
Was it saliva?
No, it was not.
Was it semen?
No.
Was it skin cells that were simply skin cells without being another source?
You know, there may have been skin cells, but I couldn't say that for sure because you really can't see that. So I would say probably not skin cells.
So your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty is that this is the blood of Rosalio Gutierrez. Is that fair?
Yes, that is fair.
So are you familiar with an email that you sent to a person named Angelina Gabrielle back in the time period of December 4th, 2020?
Yes, I am.
And did you, in answer to a question in that email, say we could not confirm it was blood in regards to this sample A1?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so how do you reconcile that email with what you're testifying today about? How do you explain that you sent an email that said those words, but this is your testimony and conclusion as we speak?
She had asked me very specifically, can you confirm that it's blood? No, I could not. I did no testing to determine that it was blood. She did not ask my opinion.
And so now here expressing an opinion that wasn't contained in the email, wasn't asked for.
That's correct.
So in your experience as a crime scene investigator, have you had to, on many occasions, make decisions about what items will be taken from a scene to do further testing on?
Yeah, that's what we do at the scene. We look for the best evidence, the most probative evidence, what will have the most value to be tested.
And is that, in fact, that's one of the primary jobs of you as a crime scene investigator when you're there from the crime lab, figuring out what you're going to take back to the crime lab and do more about, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so how many times have you been to scenes where the blood evidence would literally...
So I won't rule on that. The remainder is oral.
So again, the question is, have you ever had an occasion in any of those circumstances to test of the thousands, either thousands or hundreds of different locations in those situations?
No, I've never collected thousands of stains. I've never collected at a scene hundreds of stains.
Okay. And why is that? What are you doing? I mean, they'd all be available, right? You could test any one of them. So why don't you do that? And what is the thought process you're using to only test a fraction or a portion of them?
Judge, I'm going to object to relevancy again. How is her testimony of what she does relevant to this case?
Yeah, this has been placed
an issue. The objection is overruled.
So as a person who does this for the state crime lab, do you understand the question? Please go ahead.
Could you repeat it one more time?
Sure. So of the thousands of stains, how do you prioritize which ones of those fraction that you choose to take out of there?
So you look at the stains and you kind of look for patterns, and so you look for a grouping. And so if you see an area that has a stain, you're going to look at it and you're going to take some random samplings of it. Then you're going to look at it to see, is there any part of it that maybe looks out of place? So like it may have come from a different source, like where they all fine stains and then all of a sudden you've got this big round circular drop. That would be something different, so that you would take that. You just can't collect everything. There's time, there's resources. It's just very difficult to do something like that.
Have a number of these scenes that you've been at been indoor scenes?
Indoor and outdoor scenes, okay. Yes.
So, if something happens, for instance, in a household, there's a number of household items throughout a home, correct?
Correct.
The house may have garbage.
Objection leading.
Well, he's not done with the question.
The house may have garbage, dishes, food stored. It may have clothing in different places. There might be all sorts of household items, almost thousands and thousands of household items. Correct?
Objection leading and relevancy.
Well, it overruled on the second ground. It's argumentative to get back to that. But you can answer.
Would you expect to see a household have thousands of items?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Do you ever on the crime scenes test every household item that is located in that household?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
No, we do not collect or test every item in the household.
Do you test every item that's in the garbage located at the household if it's not in the midst of the crime scene?
No, we do not.
Do you test every item that's in every sink in the house if you have no other evidence that takes you to those sinks?
No, we do not.
Do you test every item that is on display in the house if it does not have something that you see and observe as blood?
Judge, I'm going to object as far as cumulative at this point. I'm not, and if you need to have a sidebar on it again, relevancy and cumulative.
Sometimes there are questions that only lawyers would ask. That's when it's readily apparent, I think, where we're going and what's unfolding, and the matter is adequately covered, so move on to something else.
What, if any, testing do you focus on in outdoor areas that are not a part of the crime scene?
Objection relevancy as to outdoor areas that aren't part of a crime scene.
Cigarette butts.
Well, first of all, I don't know that we've actually had a decision made as to what is the quote crime scene. Overall.
You can go ahead.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. But it will be painful. What, if anything, or what do you, what, if anything, can you say about testing items outside of an indoor area where you see a crime or violent action occur?
Objection. The statement of a violent
I hate her face. I hate her face. I hate her.
Well,
this is cumulative information from.
If it was anything other than a violent event, like a party, it's not one I'd want to
Face.
be at.
hate her
Soloman,
face.
based on the previous testimony of the previous officer.
Overall,
Please tell me you remember the question.
I think I got it.
Okay, good.
So generally, you know, you stick to what's in the tape, what's at the scene or what's at the flight path. So it would be something that would be obvious, or something that would be fresh, something would be new, something like that.
Can you tell me whether you've tested cigarette butts in your life that have been outdoors?
Judge, I'm sorry, this is expert testimony.
well, less so than the fact that it's Friday afternoon. Let's move on.
Well, I'd like to
Did
ask
you
her
hear that
if
I hate her
DNA
face?
analysis on cigarette butts
I'm
is
trying to figure out how
impacted
to
by rainy
download it.
weather.
That's a fair question.
Okay, so that's what
It's
I'll
not
ask.
saving adequately.
Judge,
I have to
He's
screen
using
record
this
it.
witness as an expert witness in the field of crime scene investigation at this point.
If she knows,
But there's no notice to this and to her conclusions or her offering expositional testimony.
Is
They
this-
have to provide a notice. They did not do it. This should not be able to go down any further.
is this something that you feel competent for you, that you're competent to respond to this knowledgeably, based upon your experience
Yes.
and training?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I have tested cigarette butts. Yes, if they are exposed to the elements, again, if the weather, the sunlight, the rain can wash away the DNA.
Oops. Hold on, I gotta switch modes here. Just a moment. Those are C-Sweps treats. Her delicious treats. Let me fix this. Hold on. Oh wait.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
Yes, thank you.
Would this be a logical time to do a break?
Well, actually, it is.
Okay.
How lengthy would you expect your examination to be? And I'm not trying to rush you.
No, I'd say approximately 30 minutes.
Let's take a break, and please don't talk about the case during the break. You can watch your list when you call.
Can you see on the screen the delicious treats that C-Swept has made? Let's pause for one moment. Now, how can I still haven't quite mastered this, but look at these delicious treats that were posted by C-Swept. Thank you so much on Twitter. For those of you who are on formerly Twitter, now X, if you want to add your crafts or cookies or Christmas, please add it, and I'll add it to the image slideshow. Don't they look delicious? When can I come over to your house? When should I be there? It looks like she's got, what do they call those? Those ones. My grandmother used to make those. They're little bites of chocolate heaven with powdered sugar. And those, sorry, my contacts get a little dry. Are those ginger snaps? Those look like chocolate chip cookies. Take their word for it. Your comments are so wonderful. How are we doing? I'm doing fine. Do you want me to keep going here? We've got a great crowd. It's Christmas Eve. For some of you in other parts of the world, it might be Christmas Day. Santa, let's check on Santa's. Gotta see where that window went now. Santa is... Let's move this over here. Start this like this, just for a moment. And let's just see where Santa is. Oh my goodness. He was last seen in Richmond, Virginia. He's now heading to Milton, Delaware. Hopefully he's got some coal in his sleigh. If he's heading to Delaware. Oh boy. For those of you with little kids, make sure that they've got their eyeballs closed. Santa's on the East Coast. All right, well, let's keep going. I'll stay here as long as necessary.
On.
Oh, wait, pause. I gotta switch the window again. Hold on. This moment I have to... I'm just gonna move these off the screen just for a moment. And say a little prayer for Zachariah Anderson's family tonight. Send some good juju their way. Pray for justice. Pray this injustice is seen by all of us. Pray for some karma for some people involved in this trial.
March 10th, 2021, so nearly 2 years ago, just shy of 2 years.
But that's what she would testify about. What we're hearing today is trial by ambush.
Toddly Pip says, I don't know if I'm saying that right, Toodly Pip. It's 3:24 a.m. here. I fell asleep watching a Christmas movie, so I can't get back to sleep. Actually, there was something I did over on Rumble. I'm not sure if it was like an audiobook club or we were watching like a documentary or something last summer. And someone popped in and said, I can't fall asleep, and I turned on my Rumble and there you are. I'm so happy I found it. I didn't even remember what it was.
And very clearly, the statutory scheme is in 971.23 sub 1E, is that if they're going to offer expert testimony, which this is, even if it's expository, if they're going to offer that, they have to give notice. They gave notice about one part, but now they're trying to sneak in this other part. And just because, that they're trying to bootleg it off of some earlier testimony about crime scene analysis or, crime scene processing.
I'm going to interrupt you. I apologize, but I'm actually going to interrupt you.
Okay.
I'm sure that will come as no shock.
Oh, the judge made another funny. That's heartwarming.
I don't know. Did she actually give an expert opinion, or did she merely
I found my screaming goat.
State the historical fact that she has experience with cigarette butts that have been exposed to the elements, and whether she had been able to obtain any results in her studies?
Oh, Mr. Graves specifically asked her every single thing
I just realized
that you're offering an
something.
opinion about, which that is an opinion.
Pause. So Vilhelmer sent me that I hate your face thing. I hate her face thing. I bet I could make that into a stinger. I'm going to have to screen record it.
No, I said the historical fact. Have you been
On
able
my
to?
iPad.
I may be not. I may be wrong.
Well,
I didn't think he actually asked for an opinion as opposed to an experience?
Well, he asked both. He might not have used the word opinion, but he's asking both. That's essentially what he's asking for. And that's why he was going through her qualifications about all those years, responding to crime scenes and all of that, none of which we had notice of either. Yeah, and he's asking about the bleach questions in the van and all of that. That's all after he's already qualified as an expert and presented it to the jury like, she's the top dog over at the crime
Top
lab.
banana?
And she might be, but we weren't given notice that this was going to be part of her testimony. How do we respond to that? Do we ask for an adjournment so we can go out and find 2 more experts, one on bleach and one on, crime scene processing? We're sort of left flat-footed here without any recourse.
Well, and your recourse, before we got onto the record, I thought you were talking about striking something.
Yeah, I wanted to strike everything that's beyond the questions about, yes, I found
She can't ring a
Rosalia's,
bell, though. That's the
excuse me,
problem.
DNA on this sample, boom. And then everything going forward should be stricken.
Yeah, Judge, this is a jury, I guess, my answer to all of these questions is this is a jury trial. They have a notice of expert. They know it's a crime lab witness. They present through their cross-examination a theory of the case, a defense of the case. Everything else that the state is providing here is rebuttal. And so we are allowed
There's with the ear scratch.
we wouldn't
There's
have to
his
notice
tell.
a person in terms of rebuttal. I had no idea I was going to ask her the bleach question until the cross-examination
It's a
stuff has been
perfect moment
happening.
for this.
And so I formulated the bleach
It's the
question
bleach.
based on direct response to what's
Sorry
happening.
if that blew your
I had
ears
no
out.
idea
I
I was
don't
going to
know
ask
to
her about
fix the
cigarette
volume.
butts. It's come up because of the cross-examination. That's what rebuttal is. And I am rebutting it with the witness who's available and who is here. There is no requirement that to counter what the defense said. I had no idea they were going to show pictures of cigarette butts. I had no idea that they were going to indicate that this was not a clean
Oh, I'm sorry.
vehicle.
I know it's kind of loud. I
with
don't know how to
bleach,
fix it. I'm
stains.
sorry.
And so
I won't do it again. Oh no, I hope I'm not.
these
Okay.
are pieces of information that are being talked about in cross-examination. There's an available expert who provides some
A left
opinions
shoulder
about those
tick.
things based on her own
Interesting.
experience and knowledge. There is no way I would be able to notice about every different possibility. And that isn't the expectation of the law. Jury trials will have some moments of surprise. And the court has said a couple of times, when you ask a question, sometimes it doesn't turn out well for you because sometimes there's an ability to counter it from the other side. How would I ever be able to anticipate all the things I might ask an expert based on what they say?
Judge, rebuttal is when the defense brings something new to the table that then they want to react to. Everything, every single question that was asked on cross-examination, every single picture, every single item that was discussed here has all come from the state, all of it. So there's
Look at that poor
zero
man
surprise.
rubbing his face.
I'm so surprised about cigarette butts. We got the pictures from them.
But I'm working from my memory now.
Oh,
But I think that what
this
the
is
state
troubled
is
waters.
required to give the expert notice on is what the state intends to prove by expert testimony at the trial. Mr. Gravely is saying he didn't intend to offer this evidence and only has done so in response to what has been offered by the defense.
Yes, that would be a fine argument if that was something
I
that
think I was
offered
just so
by the
excited I
defense
found the
that
goat was still on here.
offered by the defense that was new. But none
And
of
then he
this is
said
new.
bleach,
None of
and
it.
it was
Well,
kind of
it is in the
it
sense,
was all blur.
there's such a universe of things that could have been offered by the defense. And we discussed them a few days ago, other
We
things.
weren't offering though, Judge. We were cross-examining their own evidence.
We're not reading the statutes the same way.
This is
You're
going
allowed
to be an
rebut someone's
hour-long
opening statement.
explanation.
Rebuttal is legitimate. There are moments in Wisconsin where opening statement can be rebuttal. And we don't have just that. We have
My dad had a dog
extensive
named
cross-examination
Daisy
time.
too.
Attorney Muller here. I'd like to make a point that the state used Analyst Treffinger as basically to provide expert testimony to the effects that
I think I have to
bleach
turn
has
off
on the
Santa. I
hemoglobin
think
protein
he's...
of blood. I have not cross-examined on products of bleach and the effect that that has, nor have I asked any questions about bleach cleanup in the van. I have not offered
It's
any
not
of that. I
bleach.
have not questioned
It's a
on
brand.
it. I have not done anything. Yet the state just used Analyst Treffinger as an expert to provide her opinion on the effects of bleach and cleaning in her experience.
It's not bleach. It's a brand. Clorox.
On that particular conclusion, and I want to make it known.
Well, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you now. Not yet.
Please.
Only if you get the first question right. Did you, was there a contemporaneous objection made?
Yes, I made
about the bleach?
Yes, I made the objection. I was objecting during that whole line of questioning about how it was calling for expert testimony.
Yes, you did.
But to my point before about, I want it to really be known that in the very beginning of the state's questioning of this witness, the state asked, when I'm asking about your opinion, I'm going to ask that you give your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. I'm not going to ask you to every single one of those. And then she gave an opinion about bleach and cleanup and the effects that that has on the protein hemoglobin. That's expert testimony. We were not provided notice of that, and that must be struck.
And just one final point. Mr. Gravely is talking about how trials have surprises sometimes, and there's going to be rebuttal. Yeah, that's fine, but it's not the gunfight at the OK Corral, okay? And so we have, we have a street fight, and then suddenly one of his people is up on the roof taking pot shots at us. And we have
It's
no
actually really
possible
great that we
notice
get to
that's
hear
happening.
this.
That's what this is.
Well, I'll think about it over the weekend. I will tell you that my current bias, and I've been told I shouldn't use that word in an explanatory sense, because it has such an ugly identification. But my current inclination is to overrule your objection, but I'll think about it over the weekend. Anything else before I call the jury down?
No, Judge, Ms. Treffinger, who is testifying here, has a funeral for a close relative. She leaves for tomorrow. So I'm just asking the court to, in any way we can, allow her to be done today.
Well, you're a part of that, you know.
I'm aware.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Would you come down, please?
Okay.
How long did that 20 minutes last? 30? We did pretty well.
Okay, so I have to figure out how, okay, so just in case you hear a screaming goat, brace yourself. Okay, that's much quieter.
Yes, the detective come in.
That might be too quiet. Okay, that's better. When do we get to see this delicious orange he's got in his pocket? Goat. Oh, I was whispering. So if I talk normal, this should be... Solomon Anderson is here. Hello, sir. God bless you and your strong family. We are having a Christmas Eve vigil as an army of justice warriors. This is our symbolism, if you will. Merry Christmas to you, sir, gracing us with your presence yet again. We are blessed to have met you. Oh, this is a perfect opportunity for me to screen record what I was going to do. Okay, the only way I can think of doing this...
Let's proceed.
Hate her face. I hate her face.
Okay,
I hate her face.
It's on repeat.
I hate her face. 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 I hate her face.
Oh shoot, I have to pause it.
Face.
I can't do it.
I hate her face.
Okay. Sorry. I'm gonna go grab my iPad. I'm gonna go grab my iPad and screen record it and do it a different way, since it's on repeat. Because I can't say, I've tried to save it from my PC, and it wants to save as like a web page, and I don't think that's...
I hate her face.
And then it does this. Okay, just pause. Alrighty, we were doing a Santa tracker. I think I turned the Santa tracker off. Oh, Solomon. Here, let us show you. Solomon here, on Twitter, people are posting their things that they're up to, crafts and cookies and more. So I wish we could send these to your brother. They're still on mute, the court. The cookies on the screen are from Sea Swept. They still don't have the thing on. So yeah, with a file in them. Little tiny files. Okay, as soon as they start talking, I'll look at those delicious cookies. There's still no volume yet. Hopefully it'll be one more moment. Are they molasses?
So when you were testifying about some of the items that were tested, there were several items, such as the traffic gear shifter, things included in State's Exhibit 39, that you had said the DNA of Mr. Gutierrez and Mr. Anderson were excluded, correct?
That's correct.
So I want to draw your attention, and this is more for purposes for understanding to the jury, to page 6 of your report, that being Exhibit 39. Zoom in here. So can you explain what this chart is for?
Under 31?
Correct.
So that's if a type of statistic is used. Those are the stats. Those are the way those stats are presented. Probabilistic genetic statistics. STR mix is what it is.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. And so when someone's excluded, when there's a mixture of DNA, and you note that they're excluded, that means that there's zero chance, zero probability that their DNA is included in that, correct?
Right.
So in these cases where you came to conclusions that Mr. Gutierrez was excluded, that meant there's zero chance that his DNA was located on those items.
Yes.
So in State Exhibit 39, I'm going to draw your attention to page 2 of 6. There was item Z, which were swabs reportedly collected from the cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And in your report, you had noted for item Z that, I'm going to zoom out just a little so we can see all of that, that there's additional possible trace allele was detected. However, no conclusions will be made regarding the allele. Can you explain what that means to a jury?
So that means that there may be 1, 2 location or items that are there, but they're just a trace, and you can't make any comparisons to them. You can't draw any conclusions to them.
And there's different types of trace, types of trace alleles. There could be trace and there could be an artifact.
An artifact is a little bit different than a trace.
Can you explain the difference?
A trace is maybe a little bit of DNA, but not enough, but it's showing up at this genetic location. An artifact is something that used to be more common, like in the analysis process, you would get a spike, an artifact, which may or may not have been DNA. It just could have been a blip in the machinery, things like that.
And so in this case, if I can just maybe more simplify it, so artifact, if you see an allele, that could be an artifact. It could just be a byproduct of the testing equipment, something that you cannot be certain is actually remnants of an individual's DNA, so can't make any conclusions.
That's correct, yeah.
But when you say something is a trace allele, then you're saying that it is trace DNA, so it is a component of someone's DNA structure.
Yes, it could possibly be from someone's DNA, but there's just not enough of it to render an opinion.
So for item Z, the cell phone, you had made the opinion and conclusion that it was a trace allele, not an artifact allele.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, just if you'd be so kind, and what was the exhibit number on that? 186? 186? I'm showing what's been previously marked as 186. It's going to show up on the screen. You don't have it. Okay, so before we get into what Exhibit 186, the reports that were just shown are just simply your final conclusions, correct?
Correct.
That before you do that, there are a lot of tests and a lot more documents that are produced that we didn't see in those reports, right?
Right, the paperwork associated with my case file, yes.
Okay, so the state's been kind enough to put up what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 186. Can you explain to the jury what is being shown before them?
I can zoom in further if she... Yes, please. Is that okay?
Yeah, you can go. Thanks. Thank you.
So that's what the data looks like when it comes off the analyzer. And this sample, this is a reagent blank number 5.
Hey, can you scroll down? Just right to the second one, yep. So how about this right here?
Yeah, that's the data from item Z1.
And in this case?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and you've seen this data?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and so I guess if you could explain to the jury, and I guess I'm gonna have it go to page 2, the top of page 2, a little bit further down, right there's perfect, thank you. So you see the yellow square box that says TH01?
Correct.
Can you explain, and then the other ones too, the VWA D21S 211, can you explain to the jury what those letters and numbers mean?
So the letters on in the yellow box and the green box, those are the locations that we're looking at. And then the peaks, those are, that is the type at that location.
And so those are, so under TH01 in this situation, and this is for item Z1, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And Z1 was the swabs taken from the DNA sample from the cell phone?
Yes, it is.
And so you had noted in your report that there was a trace allele detected. So in the TH01 locus, do you see the trace allele that you were referring to?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an allele that's very low, and that's what I'm calling a trace.
Which number is that?
I'm sorry. It's 9.3.
Okay, and so that's, the 9.3 allele is a trace DNA of an unknown individual, correct?
Yes, it is.
And in your report, you said you couldn't make any conclusions about that particular trace allele, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But you would be able to look at the locus of Mr. Anderson, TH01, and look at his alleles to determine if he carries that allele, correct?
Yes, I could.
I'd ask that Exhibit 186 be moved into evidence.
Objection.
No.
Received.
Thank you. Pulling up on the Elmo, what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 187. Doesn't zoom out anymore. So first, before I show this, I'm going to hand it to you. And if you could just say what Defense Exhibit 187 is.
It is an overall of the profile that I developed from item U1.
And what was item U1? I think there's notation on there.
Oh.
How did I get even close to 300?
It's a standard from Zachariah Anderson.
Okay, thank you.
That would be a
And
Christmas
you'd say
miracle
that
also.
Is it loci, loci? I can never remember.
Locus.
Locus, okay. And then all of those are listed and the alleles for Mr. Anderson, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So when we look at
the TH01 alleles, and I'll zoom in here as much as I can. Which
Okay, for
alleles
those of you on
does
Rumble, you're going to
Mr.
get a
Anderson's
special
DNA
treat because I
carry
just
for
figured out how to
TH01?
make what I'm
7 and a
making
9.
as an
And so
emoji.
the trace allele that you had
Oh.
found or located on item V1 was 9.3, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And Mr. Anderson does not carry that allele.
No, he does not.
So that trace DNA on the cell phone does not belong to Mr. Anderson.
I can't make an opinion on that. I don't know whose allele it is.
But
or isn't.
The 9.3 allele scientifically could not be Mr. Anderson's.
It does not show up in his profile, no.
The state had asked you a series of questions about item A1, which was the swab taken from the stain in the back of the van. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
And so, and you testified that this stain was the size of basically a needlehead or a pinhead.
It's a pinhead, yes.
Very, very, very small.
Yes, it was.
And so when you swabbed that, did you swab that yourself?
No, I did not.
But you'd agree that when an item is swabbed, did they take the whole stain off?
Her face.
Do you know?
I hate her face.
That's what, when in our conversation with the analyst, I had said, collect the whole stain, get as much of it as you can, onto one swab.
Okay, so when they swab that, they're also getting any potential items, anything really, that could have been on top of the stain, correct?
Correct. Anything in that area that they swabbed would be collected on the swab.
So anything that could have been below, underneath the stain as well, correct?
That is possible, yes.
So you had talked about how the state had walked you through exclusion and not exclusion, about the source of the DNA in this case, and the state asked if you were able to give an opinion on whether it came from blood. You remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
The state had, though, asked you about the possibility that it could come from skin cells, and you said that there could have been skin cells present, correct?
Yes, that's possible.
So it's also possible that the DNA was from skin cells, correct?
Yes, that could be a possibility.
I hate her face.
Oh my God,
And
I
if
hate
I
her
can
face.
go back
What am I
then
doing
to,
Wait.
you're obviously extremely qualified. You've been running tests to these natures, and in your day-to-day field, when you give a report about whether something is or isn't blood, at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, there was
test done on that stain.
So there's no way to confirm that item A1.
Confirm is an argumentative question.
Where did my pause go? Pause. 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 Really? Thank you. Christmas miracle. Because it's been 1,304. Well, not the one on the screen. He's a jackhole. Since this fine Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated for a crime he clearly did not commit, according to what I'm seeing and hearing. This injustice.
Sorry.
Aw.
Do you need me to?
Yes, please.
I love
Yes,
you all
so
too. Hurt.
based on the fact that there was
Oh,
no
you
testing,
can't even see me.
that there's no way to scientifically
Oops, you
confirm
can't see the body.
that
Just
the
never mind.
stain or what the swab or the whatever it was
See, I'm in
blood,
studio mode.
correct?
Hurt.
I did not confirm
Hurt.
the swab for blood.
Hurt beating.
So it's possible that it could be blood. Also possible it could be from
Feel the
not
love.
the stain, but the DNA could be
Still trying to
from
figure this.
skin cells.
Hopefully it
That would be
went.
a possibility.
Aww.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Well, you've indicated it's possible that it's skin cells. Is that the opinion you are rendering here today to a reasonable
Oops,
degree of
that's not what I
scientific
wanted to
certainty?
do.
It's possible that skin cells, in my experience, skin cells don't give such a robust profile because you need a lot of them. They have to be viable. Blood gives you a very good profile.
So based on how robust this profile is, do you continue to have the opinion you've indicated previously that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that this sample was blood?
That is my opinion, that it was blood.
Nothing else?
Any questions?
No.
Give me a step down.
Oh. No.
I would ask to,
Okay, I'm trying to get this thing up here. Let's get back to Santa.
Let's see.
Oops. Goodness gracious.
We just confer for just a minute.
You may.
Scheduled.
Oh, Santa. Wait a minute. Where does Ian Runkle live? Because Santa is currently in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. He's heading to Radisson, Quebec, Canada in 1 minute 42 seconds. I forget. I should know where he lives since, you know, I have a certain affection for him. So if anybody is, you know, to Alberta, Canada. Okay, I'm not really very good with, you know, geography. But I hope he's sleeping. I'm sure Santa will give him all the gifts. You know what? Actually, one of the first times I saw him, Ian Runkle, he had said that his dream is to defend people who don't have any money to defend themselves, to work pro bono. That's warms my heart. Western Canada. Oh, so he can stay up for a little while yet before he has to sleep. Or Santa will skip his house. Okay, so since we've got a little pause in this. Oh, I hate her face. Shoot. See, no, I don't have it quite uploaded yet. Because it's too hard to explain. But isn't that like he said, well, you know, I'm hoping sometime to be able to work on a pro bono basis for people who clearly need a defense attorney and can't afford one. Because that's another broken part of our judicial system. Well, he's in Canada.
For purposes of scheduling, we believe this to be a short witness, and we do not anticipate any additional witnesses today.
Short witness.
Short.
That's what we anticipate.
Like in stature.
That was the subject of our
brief.
It's 9 o'clock here. It's 10 o'clock here. So Western. Okay, so I'm starting to
Good point.
calculate where he lives.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth.
Isn't that the job,
and
like
nothing
the
but truth,
lady
so
in the?
Please be seated.
This is Rosalio's son's mother. Oh, the baby mama of his daughter. Okay, I'll be quiet.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Christy Raditz Ortiz, KRISTY-RADDATZ-ORTIZ.
And Ms. Raditz Ortiz, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes,
How many times?
twice.
Oh,
Did you know somebody named Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was Rosalio Gutierrez to you?
He was a
pause. Isn't he Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.? I mean, you'd think that they'd kind of tie up that loose end. Oh my goodness. Sea Swept, you are so lucky. He has 2 baby mamas. Interesting. Okay, unpause.
a former partner, and he and I have a 14-year-old son together.
And that 14-year-old son back in May of 2020, would he have been 11?
Yes.
Oops.
And
Now you got cap cut over the
when
face.
did you first meet Mr. Gutierrez?
Cap cut is
best
not
you can
good.
remember?
Around 2001.
Gotta turn off Santa, I think.
And what year in general was your son born, your joint son?
2008.
And obviously you guys broke up, fair to say?
Yes.
After the two of you stopped your romantic relationship, did Mr. Gutierrez remain in your son's
Oh,
life?
I know, because it's up there.
Yes, most definitely.
Would you have considered him to be an
FFS.
involved parent?
Very involved.
And I'm assuming as your son got older, he and his father had interests in common, things they liked to do together.
Very much so.
What kind of things did they like to do together? What were their in common interests?
One of them was baseball, but they both loved the outdoors and just learning together, learning anything.
And you talked about baseball. Was that a lifelong passion for Rosalio?
It was.
And was he happy when your son also picked up that same kind of passion for the game?
Yeah.
What kind of things revolving around baseball would they do together?
They would go out in the yard and play catch together. They would go to baseball games when they could. They would watch the Little League World Series and that on TV. They would
Pause. Okay, so for those of you who watched the live stream last night and we ended on 11:11 Eastern Standard Time, and in my world at 11:11 you make a wish. I was wishing for a Christmas miracle and Zachariah Anderson would get out of prison. This is weird. So CapCut, the Nut Gucci video editing thing, the template is called Zach King, but isn't that a coincidence? In my Crime Spies world, coincidences are not coincidences. Like it's a sign. Maybe you don't believe in that, but I do. And it is Christmas time. Sometimes we believe in
practices. He was always there for practice. He was always there for his games. They would go beyond. They'd go early, stay late, those types of things.
And your son's actually pretty good at baseball, from what I hear. Is that
He is,
accurate?
yeah.
And so was he both back in 2020
FFS.
on a local Little League team, but also on some travel league teams?
He was on a local Little League team, I think, Kiwanis, and was getting ready to start the traveling team.
And did Rosalio take on a coaching role for that Little League baseball team?
He did.
And was that something that Rosalio was excited about?
Yes, very excited.
Had he been looking forward to being an official coach?
Do you object as far as hearsay and speculation as to what Mr. Gutierrez was or was not looking forward to? And if there's going to be questioning on it, there needs to be better foundation.
I think that's a fair observation.
Mr. Ortiz, did you have occasion to observe Mr. Gutierrez during these practices and these games of your son while being present?
Yes.
And were you able to, based on your observations of how he was acting and what he was doing at these different practices and games, develop an opinion about what you would characterize his behavior like?
Yes.
And based on your observations of Rosalio at these practices and games that you've described, how would you describe what you observed to be his feelings regarding being involved in your son's baseball career?
Enthused.
And obviously you knew that your son was in the Little League team?
Oh my God.
And as part of
Pause.
signing him up, was there also a sign up for coaching?
So the aforementioned template, the very first one is, I can't see. The very first one is him taking a Christmas ornament and a baseball bat and hitting it. Just seeing, what are the odds?
Yes.
And for the season.
Just telling you, we're
for
on the right track,
2020,
folks.
Based on your knowledge, was Rosalio Gutierrez set to be a coach of your son's Little League team?
Yes, he was.
And was that slightly different than in years prior, where he had been more of a volunteer, if you know?
Yes.
So he was actually going to be an official on-field coach. Fair to say, in knowing Mr. Gutierrez, that he didn't have a ton of money.
Yeah.
But was baseball something that he, for your son, sought to spend whatever money he did have on?
Yes, he would.
And how did he do that?
I don't object as far as speculation and relevance.
Judge, if I may.
And the question actually doesn't seem like it's seeking information that will be outside of her personal knowledge. She tells me it's going to be brief examination, so I'm going to take her at her word. So,
and Judge, when has baseball ever not been relevant?
well, we can argue with that. So go ahead.
So would Rosalio spend what money he did have on things like baseball for your son?
When he could, yeah.
And would that involve things like extra hitting lessons, coaching lessons, things like that?
Yeah.
Now, at this time, back in May of 2020, who did your son primarily live with?
He lived with me.
And distance-wise, how far approximately was your residence at that time from Mr. Gutierrez's residence?
About a 3-minute car drive, so very close.
And so I know that this was COVID time back in May of 2020, but around this time frame, how often was your son seeing his father?
Probably at least 3 to 4 times a week, because we would switch back and forth with who had him during virtual school.
And I guess prior to the world ending in COVID in 2020, was your son's actual school bus pickup stop outside of Mr. Gutierrez's residence?
Yes, it was.
And so on days when you would have your son and you would bring him to the bus stop, would he occasionally see his father then as well?
Yes, we would.
Would you consider your custody arrangement to be casual in terms of where your son would be staying on any given day?
Very casual. Sometimes it changed, at the last minute.
And at this point in May of 2020, did your son have his own cell phone?
Yes, he did.
And was that a way he would communicate with Mr. Gutierrez when he wasn't with him?
Yes, all the time.
How would you describe the frequency of that communication when you had your son with you and he would be reaching out to his father?
Probably at least once a day, if not multiple times.
Pause. I thought she said okay, so reading the chat, LawKong Express, please note neither mothers of Rosalio's children mention rain. Did her child come to the house with baseball equipment? ? Did your child know his father was not pay his child support? And then Lynn says, C-Swap says, exactly, that's why he shared a bank account with his mom and his truck was in the stepdad's name, avoiding child support. Oh, that's an interesting nugget of intel.
So they talked a lot?
Yes.
He sounds like a real winner.
As far as hearsay.
I think I proved.
Well,
Remember we had the big long lecture on hearsay yesterday?
Now directing your attention to May 15th and May 16th of 2020, for that weekend leading up to Sunday night, the 17th, where was your son staying for those days?
He was with his father.
And was that unusual?
No.
And besides your son and Rosalio, were you aware if anyone else was also with them for those couple of days leading up to the night of the 17th?
His younger sister, Ava.
I'm just going to show you a picture of what's been marked as State's Exhibit 55.
Now, who's this? This woman on the screen.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 55. Can you just tell me if you recognize the people in this picture?
Yes.
And just for brevity's sake, would this be Mr. Gutierrez, your son, and his other daughter?
Yes.
Judge, I would move State's Exhibit 55 into evidence and ask to publish it to the jury, not on the electronics.
Oh, your ex is a pro to
Given the
avoiding
identities
child
of the children
support.
that we would against.
I actually had to pay my ex-husband child support in the beginning, which was super dumb. Look at his sad face. I wonder what his face looks like right now as it's Christmas time. Let's see. This would be 2020, 2021. This is the 4th Christmas he's spending behind bars in his 1,314 days away from his children, half of his twin boys' life. This is not justice. This is injustice. God. Biting lips. What does Jesus Enrique Rosa say about that? Looking down, ashamed.
Talked a lot about how close your son was with his father. After the breakup of your relationship, did you and Mr. Gutierrez remain close?
We did.
Would you have considered him to be a good friend of yours in May of 2020?
Yes.
When you would exchange your son on those different days, would you often have conversations with him?
Pause. The lady on the end, so like at the end of the, do they call those pews in the church? The end of that bench? On the other side of the man sitting next to Sadie, that's his mother. I need to know her skincare. She does have really nice skin. I wouldn't have thought she was.
Yeah.
Did you keep in touch with each other in your lives?
Yes, we did.
Direct your attention to May 17th in the hours close
Although
to
my
8
contacts
p.m.
are dirty.
Do you recall being at your house roughly a little before 8 p.m. that day?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recall happening that day regarding your son and Mr. Gutierrez?
I recall my son being dropped off by his dad. I didn't see him drop him off, but I recall him dropping him off. He came in and said, "Hey, Mom, I'm home," and brought his things to his room, and we got ready for the next day. My fiance, who was in the driveway, saw him drop him off, and they waved at each other, and that was that.
Since May 17th of 2020, have you heard from Rosalía Gutierrez at all?
Not at all.
To the best of your knowledge, obviously in raising your son, has your son heard from Mr. Gutierrez at all?
No.
Have there been any further contacts from Mr. Gutierrez to your son's phone since May 17th of 2020?
No.
Was Mr. Gutierrez the type of person that would have just disappeared from his son's life?
No, he wasn't.
And how do you know that?
Because I don't think there's anything in this world that could separate him from his son and his daughter. There's just nothing I could imagine that would. He loved his kids. That they were his world.
And obviously, we're talking about almost 3 years ago now. So Mr. Gutierrez would have missed countless birthdays,
Yes.
first days of school,
Yep.
sporting events,
Mm-hmm.
important school events?
Yeah.
And do you believe that's something Mr. Gutierrez would have voluntarily ever did?
Never. No.
Question from May 17th. Do you know roughly what time your son was dropped off on May 17th?
It was somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. I think it was between it was a little closer to 8, maybe 7:40, something like that. And I don't remember the exact time, but yeah, between 7:30 and 8 p.m.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you remember speaking with officers, in this case, I believe it was one officer, Officer Ruhal?
Yes.
And you had explained to him what had happened when your son was dropped off on May 17th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And you had information that Mr. Gutierrez was going to be going to Eileen Knoll's house to check on her sink after dropping off your son, correct?
I don't recall.
If I were to show you a copy of your written statement, would that help refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just written there.
There, we got Santa back. Luma wipe. Okay. My kids haven't heard from their dad since 2018. Wait, pause. Pause. Sea swept. Remember Detective John was in here earlier? I was telling you about him. So last night on his channel, he had a live stream. The very beginning of it, I will find the link. You should watch that because that's, I don't know who this T-Rev is. Trev757. He's got a channel. Like 52,000 subscribers, something like that. You should watch the beginning of Detective John last night. He had on T-Rev's wife and 2 children. They haven't Stray, you are on top of things. You deserve all the Christmas cheer and love. Look at that. It's like magic. So Stray has and it's just the one from last night. The very end of it, you'll see Crime Spies on there. But you should watch that. You should watch it. They haven't seen their dad in so many years. And Detective John had just like this super kind opening and asked the audience to, contribute to the family. The daughter, I want to say the daughter's like 13 and the son is like 15 turning 16. Oh my God, Stray, you're like a magician. Yes, that's it. Watch the beginning of it, the first 2 hours. It will warm your heart. That'll give you an idea of this Detective John and his heart and how he fights so hard for justice and righting the wrongs in the true crime world. He's really a warrior. Oh, and I was going to say, Detective John, if you are tuning in for the rewatch of this, the live chat, look in the live chat. I know I have it turned on so the live chat replays. Sea Swept has a deadbeat, her children. 5 years now. God. Oh, yeah, it'll just warm your heart.
Did that help refresh your recollection?
I'm still reading it.
Oh, sure,
It's okay.
sorry.
I was telling Detective John that I got triplet girls, so let's just say when the cosmetic section goes on sale, I stock up. And so I've got all like the new unopened, stuff in a certain area. And the daughter last night, she's 13.
Repeat your question, please.
She's putting on like lip gloss and stuff. I think it was like chapstick.
Did you receive
I think I should throw that in a little basket and
Mr.
send it to her.
Gutierrez was heading over to Eileen Knoll's house to check on her
pause.
sick?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This calls for hearsay.
C-swept. Mine never paid. It was my punishment for leaving. He was a preacher. C-swept. One of these days, we're going to have to talk about this because I'm doing this craft and crime thing. Again, we have to start on YouTube and we have to switch over to Rumble and Kick. And there are these cults. A lot of them have to do with religion. Actually, the Mother God one turned out way different than I had anticipated. But it's really an interesting road. Cults and some religions, which really gives legitimate religions a bad name. That is interesting.
Very specific in the statement that is coming in through a third-party witness.
Sure, I'm using it for, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but rather effect on the listener for other reasons than of what this witness's perception of was of what Mr. Gutierrez could have possibly been going to do.
Your Honor,
which she...
Effect on the listener is not an exception to the hearsay rule.
Yes, it is.
It is?
Oh, look at all the...
Present sense impression.
You guys are so special.
I've never heard that particular exception
It's a miracle.
expressed that way. I'm not saying you're wrong. I've just never heard it said that way. And that is the least favorite of all of the exceptions to the hearsay rule.
Your Honor, if I may be heard on this.
Why not?
The answer calls for what a third party told her at some point, supposedly, but then also this isn't a present sense impression
Why
because
do they call it Kismet? How do
later
you
that
spell
allegedly
Kismet?
she's telling it to law
It's
enforcement.
Christmas
So
Kismet.
it's a level of hearsay.
How do you spell it?
It's not appropriate
I don't
to
even
come
know if
into
that's
evidence
right.
given exactly what's written
Is
in
it
the statement.
serendipity? Kismet?
And also, it clearly is for the truth of the matter asserted, otherwise she'd be speculating on.
Well, she said it wasn't for the matter asserted. It was
Yeah,
for the
it's-
effect on
it's
the
a
listener.
Christmas
But I didn't buy that.
Kismet.
That's fine.
That's almost always irrelevant.
Pause.
Well, I'll rephrase it.
It's Kismet. Kismet. Destiny or fate. Kismet. Christmas Kismet. On Crime Spies. With all of you wonderful people. With hearts of gold. Fighting for justice.
You had a guess of where
Christmas
Mr. Gutierrez
Kismet.
was going on May 17th, 2020, correct?
Objection, it calls for hearsay to answer her speculative guess on where he may have been going.
Well, it actually,
Christmas Kismet, yes.
I think this question is probably okay, but it's going to be the end of the line.
2023.
Yeah, that's fine. If you need to look at your written statement again.
I had,
Well, wait a minute.
Right.
Oh, it's also
That's
serendipity.
kinda hearsay.
Pause.
I'll
It's also serendipity, which means the occurrence and development of events by chance in a happy or beneficial way. Serendipitous. Is serendipitous? Is serendipitous a word? Serendipitous? Pause. This is very important. Serendipitous. It is. Occurring or discovered by chance in a happy and beneficial way. Serendipitous. It's serendipitous. Okay. I used to love my favorite rom-com. Well, is Princess Bride, really. And then the second one was Serendipity with John Cusack. Until, for those of you who have watched Crime Spies, John Cusack and I got into an argument on Twitter. And it went back and forth a few times. And he is no longer in my second favorite rom-com, which is a shame because I had a huge giant crush on him. I figured, he's never been married. Maybe he'll show up at my doorstep like Mr. Big with his limousine. I don't want that to happen anymore. He's crazy.
Rephrase it. I'll just ask it
The
straight
most
up.
serendipitous
Do you think
Christmas
that Mr.
Kismet.
Gutierrez might have had a date that night and didn't want to tell your son?
It was a political fight. I'll just leave it at that. I'm pretty sure it's on my Twitter somewhere because that's my personal Twitter account since my... Oh, no, it might have been on my political one that got 86. Oh my gosh, I used to love John Cusack. Oh, not anymore.
No.
Looking at a sink is...
No, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you. Go
Mimsy, she nailed it.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be struck from the record as argumentative.
Okay, I'm paying attention now that we figured out it's the most
Well, I don't know if
serendipitous
I'd
Christmas
embrace
Kismet.
Those reasons, but you could disregard, what response there was to the question.
Say anything.
Go ahead.
With the
You
boombox.
had knowledge that Mr. Gutierrez started dating a woman with the Facebook name of Sadie Jane, correct?
Not until after we realized he was missing.
And did you ever meet Sadie Jane prior to May 17th, 2020?
If I didn't know of her, then no, I did not. No.
And Mr. Gutierrez, you said you had spoke with him on a regular basis,
Yes.
correct? And he never mentioned her to you?
No, he did not.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Any questions?
Nothing based on that.
You may step down, ma'am.
As promised, Judge.
Very well done. All right, then we're done for the day? Okay.
No.
A well-earned weekend. And please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Don't discuss the case with anyone.
We are at the end of day 4. So the next one is day 5. I'm still awake. It's only 10:34. I don't know what I should do. So the end. Should I end? Or should we keep going with our serendipitous, the most serendipitous Christmas Kismet? Watch Sadie. Oh. Does Sadie testify on day 5? Well, let's just go a little bit longer. Okay.
Anyone, even with another juror or a member of your household? Any questions, anybody? Have a great weekend.
Oh my God, I just missed my cue. After like an hour, I finally figured a workaround with CapCut. Okay, so I have a So CapCut, you're supposed to be able to create like a cloud. And because my computer is a Windows 11 and my iPad is as it is, chain of custody. If you're crafting, you should go on my Twitter account at ShanWaPow. And we've got here, let's just take a moment to let's take a moment. Let's take a moment to see what C-Swept sent us. These chain of custody, you could post a picture of what you are crafting, and I'll add it to the photo slideshow. Oh, she doesn't till day 9. This is our Christmas Serendipitous Christmas Kismet crafts and Christmas treats slideshow. I know, actually I have okay, don't hate me, but I got some bakery goods the other day. Oh, did she? Okay, I'll add it to the list. And I have a red velvet cake. I could put a little like candle in it, and we could have a little birthday party for Jesus. Oh, you don't have Twitter. That's okay. Oh, if you're on Truth Social or Gab, I'm on there. Christmas Kismet Craft and Cookies. See? It's a serendipitous Christmas craft and cookies. Good thing I'm not a drinker. I wouldn't be able to say that. Okay. All right. Well, let's just continue. Let's just continue. As a symbolic gesture to Mr. Zachariah Anderson.
Direction to pass on to the jail.
Well, then they should sit there until the next merch day, right?
Yeah.
Oops, what have I done here?
After spending a few days in there, she made us say
Oh, look at all of you. Mims. Jung. Jung, how's your doggy blanket going? Look at this love. This is amazing. It's a serendipitous Christmas Kismet miracle. Look at Stray. You're amazing. I don't think anybody's ever read down as far as you have in the description. Look at that. Oh, and Feelhammer's still here too. Wow, you guys are awesome. Okie dokie, here we go. Buckle up, buttercups. I stopped for the night. I'll be back at it in the morning. Oh, God bless you. Merry Christmas. Feel the serendipitous Christmas Kismet, Crime Spies. Love. Aww. Serendipitous. I should do like some type of little banner. Okay, Jung, I'll tell you, for a while there, I thought my thumb was sprained. Like, I'd have to, like, it's still a tiny bit sore. Oh, here he comes. Look at, through all this tragedy, he can still, give a smile. Now, keep in mind, I heard through the chat the other day that the guards in his jail cell / prison cell, probably, I'm guessing he was in jail. Oh, actually, okay, so we were talking about Richard Allen last night on Detective John, and I asked his opinion on why Richard Allen is in prison versus jail. And he said because he is accused of the unaliving of 2 minor girls.
Alrighty.
He'll get, according to Detective John, the security is tighter in prison versus jail, just because it's such a high profile thing, which that makes sense. So I wanted to share that. 9:40. It's 10:40 here. It's almost Christmas. I could bring up my Christmas red velvet delicious cake with a birthday candle for Jesus if we make it till midnight. I did make it till 2 last night. Oh, Lynn, pause. Lynn, I'd bid you all a very merry, serendipitous, Kismet-style Christmas, and to all a good night. Oh, good night, Lynn. Merry Christmas. All the Christmas love and magic your way. Jail is pre-conviction and prison is post-conviction. Yeah, that's what is normal, but the way Detective John described it, it made sense to me. I asked him, well, in the link to the video last night, I'm in like the last couple hours. It's in there somewhere. Maybe I'll find it and snip it. Good night, Lynn. Oh, look at the love. Look at all the love in the Christmas Kismet, Serendipitous Christmas Kismet live stream.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, I was about to call you down, but one little matter. It'll just be a couple minutes. I'll be calling back.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Attorney Birdsall will be making the record.
Judge, we just want to make a record about, excuse me, the analyst Treffinger that would
The
testify Friday
microphone
afternoon.
sounds a little bit
And
weird.
You remember we had a big
Oh, it sounds better now.
skirmish, I guess, about her extra testimony that we weren't on notice of. So
Yeah, if you're
we
on the
didn't
East
cross
Coast,
her on
let's see.
the bleach and
Wait.
what else?
Her opinions about
Yeah, the
crime scene.
crime scene investigation, because we would have wanted to consult with an expert, but we just didn't want there to be some question from this record about why that wasn't done. That's all.
What? Pause.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Attorney Birdsall will be making the record.
Judge, we just want to make a record about, excuse me, the analyst Treffinger that would testify Friday afternoon. And you remember we had a big, skirmish, I guess, about her extra testimony that we weren't on notice of. So we didn't cross her on the bleach and what else?
Her opinions about
Yeah,
crime
the
scene.
crime scene investigation, because we would have wanted to consult with an expert, but we just didn't want there to be some question from this record about why that wasn't done. That's all.
Sorry.
Did you want to say anything, Mr. Griffey?
I just want to say that I believe I found a case that is can be only cited for persuasive value. It's an unpublished opinion from 2013.
Is today the day
State
Marquand
versus
Washington
Gimino,
testifies?
GIMINO at 347 Wisconsin 2nd to 550. That's all I wanted to put in the record.
I hope I'm not being burgled. I
347, 550.
Yep.
thought I heard the door.
Again, just for persuasive value.
I understand. I would say this.
What's it with the way he drinks the water? Like he finishes it and looks around. Like, look, I did it. I drank a sip of water. Aren't you proud of me? Maybe it's
Provided
Santa.
it's the outcome of the trial.
Okay, so for those of you who have teenage children, there was a period of time that the triplets, say age, they're 17 now, like the 15-year age. I talked to my ex-husband, and I really did think that I was going to be in the grave by two of them, one or the other. Well, so the way this house is, it's kind of hard to explain, but for the most part, it's sort of easy to kind of monitor the front door, but sort of not. And then I've got 3 levels, so then you got the issue with the basement. Okay, so let's just say we had a problem with a couple of them trying to sneak out, and in one instance, successfully snuck out of the house. So, let's just say I put them in the car, went to Home Depot, and went into the, the aisle with like all the door handles. And I pulled up to someone. I'm going to call him Randy. Not because, it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure somebody I've dealt with over there's name is Randy. We're just going to go with it. So I went up to him and I said, "Excuse me, sir, can you help me out today?" Meanwhile, keep in mind, I've got the 3 15-year-old girls behind me. And he's like, "Yes, what can I help you with?" And I said, "Yes, I'm looking to replace my lock on my front door. Do you have one that will keep these girls in my house?" And I gave him kind of a wink. And then he goes, "Oh," and he gives the girls a look and he goes, "I think I have something for you. Come right over here." And it turns out there's a front door deadbolt that you need a key to go out and a key to come in. So that's what I had. And I put the key around my neck. Then I got these like little things that, so the windows have that, when you shut the window all the way, you twist the little bracket in the middle. Well, they sell these things. That you can, that are like locks. So when you flip the switch on your window when you shut it to keep it shut, you can lock it with a key. Cold Truth, hello. Here because of last night's show with Detective John, hello. Oh, Cold Truth, you're going to love these people. So we just started day 5 of the Wisconsin versus Zachariah Anderson trial. And we have decided that tonight's episode, live stream, is going to be called the Serendipitous Christmas Kismet live stream. So, there you have it. We're just kind of, staying live. We just switched over days. And, this poor man has been in prison for 1,314 days, and we're kind of watching the injustice of our justice system unfold. So, thank you so much for joining us. Cold Truth, stay as long as you like. Wait one more moment. If you follow me on Twitter, people are posting their crafts and cookies, etc. There's a little slideshow here. Here are some delicious cookies that Sea Swept has baked and posted on Twitter. Feel free to add to our Christmas Serendipitous Christmas Kismet live stream in support of Mr. Zachariah Anderson. And Cold Truth, Zachariah Anderson's brother Soloman was just here a little while ago. So they got a little baby. His wife Jen RN was here earlier. We've had 3 lovely women on and off over the last couple of days from the Wrongful podcast joining us. So what a beautiful community. And Cold Truth Detective John popped in earlier today. He is probably one of the most perfect people I could think of to put this trial under the microscope. Oh my God, did you buy fudge? My favorite fudge is the chocolate with the cherries in it. I don't prefer the nuts in it, but I do love that. Fudge, oh, drool. Okay, here we go. Cold Truth, welcome. Welcome to the Christmas Eve, almost Christmas Day. Look at Stray. You're awesome.
I think that I would expect the
Eggnog fudge.
defense during a break, something to get underway with trying to get a search for evidence that might undermine the evidence given on behalf of the state. I'm not saying that would make a difference, but I would say if you arrive at a much later date and contend that the ruling was incorrect.
Look at how stray. She's got the Cold Truth channel up.
You think
Also,
you would need to come armed
hold on.
with evidence that you had attempted to get contrary evidence assembled.
Oh, this is
before
it.
The jury goes to verdict.
This is the live stream from last night.
And that's all I'll
This,
say.
oh, pause.
All I
Hold
would-
on. Pause. We were just talking about this. Pause. Oh my goodness, I might have to put some saline in my eye. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Expand? No.
Theft or burglary or car break, something like that, doesn't mean that there's not other types of crime.
Okay, so this is last night's
One of the worst types.
live stream. And down here in this window, this is the family. He talks for like 17-ish minutes.
Right now, that's why.
Yeah, probably.
Mom's getting embarrassed.
It's not
Look at.
talking yet, so when it's their turn, they're probably gonna be the same way.
So that's T-Rev's wife and the 2 children. This'll warm your heart. And Stray, thank you for putting that link in the chat. And that's Detective John. I encourage you to watch that. I tell you, Stray, you are on the ball. You get all the
remark on that
Christmas
is that it's very difficult
sparkles.
to find and retain experts. That's why we want to do it far in advance of trial.
You're
That's
a
why we
miracle
want notice.
worker.
It's kind of hard in the heat of the battle to find the time to do that, or the resources now.
Yeah, I made the observation.
I understand.
And I did give some thought to this over the weekend, and I'm comfortable with where we're at now, but I understand that you're not, and I'm just saying that
Bourbon fudge.
if you suddenly arrive here tomorrow or Wednesday and said, here's what this expert says, which is contrary to that which is now in
Goodness.
evidence, that would
Wait, did I cover
cause
up
me
Santa
to do some more
again?
thinking on the subject. Okay?
Don't make me get
All right.
another monitor.
One other
I
small
don't think
thing,
I have
I
space.
did alert Mr. Gravely to this, is that going forward now during the direct examinations, excuse me, I'll be handling the objections and arguments on that, and then Ms. Mueller will be handling the cross-examination.
Oh,
So that's not a surprise.
Okay.
Oh, he agreed to
Okay.
that.
All right.
Interesting.
Anything else before we start?
Oh, wait.
I hate her face.
Did you see that? Is that too loud?
Yes.
The moment has come.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, the judge made another funny. Cold Truth, did you watch this trial? Because I'm just seeing it for the first time. And actually, the testimony began on day 3. So we've only gone through 2 days of testimony. Now I noticed when I imported it in here, it kind of got smushed. CapCut, you're on my bad list. Look at his face. You have not watched. Oh my goodness. Cold Truth, you are in good company here because all these people here and the aforementioned podcast people and family members of this man have been popping in. There's a website that has so much information on it. It's in the description box, and I have it right here. Copy. Actually, this page here is the unseen evidence page. Where's the home page? Hold on. Home. Here, this one. It's chock full of information.
Good morning, everyone, and
This is
welcome
an
back. I hope
injustice of
everyone
the
had a
highest order.
Wonderful weekend, and that we have a great week this week. And let's continue with State's
Does
case.
he have a fisherman's friend in his mouth? I want to know when the orange appears out of his robe. Or maybe I don't. Thank you, Cold Truth.
June case on the calendar. You're still on the roll.
Wonder how long that judge is going to be entertaining that fisherman's friend, Lozenge.
Should I begin, Your Honor?
Please do.
Officer Van Wee, can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
So this is the first witness of day 5. Look at Beelhammer.
How are you employed?
Pause.
How long have you been so employed?
For 20 years.
And during that 20-year time period, what has been
Pause.
your basic job?
Pause. Wasn't this guy here somebody that I'm supposed to pay close attention to? Kind of along the lines of that, what was her name? Lynn something finger. Was the Van Wee was the Dobert hearing? Okay. Unpause.
Job?
I've been
I have to
a
switch
patrol officer on various shifts, third shift and day shift for the most part.
At some point during your career, did you take on additional duties other than simply patrol?
Yes.
And how long have you done those additional duties?
I've been a field training officer for approximately 17 years and an evidence technician for 16 years.
What is an evidence technician?
Evidence technician responds to crime scenes in order to examine those scenes for evidence, as far as obtaining fingerprints or DNA or just collecting evidence.
Oh dear.
And have you been doing that continuously for those 16 years that you've indicated?
Yes.
Okay. And what sort of training did you have to receive to be a person who was allowed to be an evidence technician with the Kenosha Police Department?
I went through a school for 80 hours in 2006.
And what did, in general, what was the coursework that caused you to be qualified as an evidence technician?
It covers everything from scene management to scene processing of evidence to photography.
And at this point in your career, do you have any specific duties other than patrol that you do now?
I'm currently the forensics examiner for the Kenosha Police Department.
And when did you get that role?
It was in August of last year.
And what does that mean to be the forensic examiner for the Kenosha Police Department?
I oversee the evidence technicians for the Kenosha Police Department and the forensics program. I'm also on standby or on call, if you will, for any major crime scenes that may occur. And I have other duties which include processing evidence.
I might need to find a fisherman's friend.
Or other cases involved they may need follow-up on.
So you indicated you oversee the evidence technicians. If you know how many Kenosha Police Department evidence technicians, does that mean you oversee?
We currently have 26.
And so do you do normal patrol duties any longer, or is this evidence work that you've just discussed your primary, or is that your major duty at this point?
It's my major duty.
Have you received any advanced certification and as part of now becoming the forensic examiner for the Kenosha Police Department?
Throughout my career as an evidence technician, I've attended various schools for advanced skill set.
I want to specifically focus for a minute on bloodstain pattern analysis. Have you received advanced certification through any kind of coursework in that regard?
Yes, I have.
And when did you receive that, if you know?
In 2021.
And what was that?
It's a bloodstain pattern analysis class. It was 40 hours of advanced training in order to determine bloodstains and how bloodstains are projected on different areas or different targets.
Who was conducting that training in general?
It was Forensic Pieces is the name of the organization.
And was this a 40-hour course that was focused on law enforcement officers?
Law enforcement, and also it could be civilians that were in the field of doing evidence work.
And did you complete that 40-hour course then?
Yes.
So prior to that course, had you had experience in the field where you had come across bloodstain patterns and had to think about what am I preserving, how am I going to preserve this, and also what other law enforcement decisions have to
Pause for a moment. Merry Christmas to those of you on the Eastern time zone. Let's check in on Santa and his reindeer. Man, he's down in Guatemala now. He was just going to Delaware. Huh. All right, Merry Christmas to you all on the East Coast. It'll be hitting us here in the Central Time Zone very soon. Well, 57 minutes. And hopefully, oh, you lit a candle for baby Jesus. Thank you. I should do that. I'm trying to think. I will find something. I should go get that cake and find a candle. Merry Christmas, Jamie. On our Serendipitous Christmas Kismet live stream. Okay, continue. Too bad we can't play music or YouTube will kick me off.
to be made as a result? Is that something you've come across prior to May of 21?
Yes, many times.
And in your course, would this be a fairly common task within this evidence tech assignment that you had had previously?
Yes.
In the course of your career, so from 06 when you received evidence tech training to today's date, do you have a general estimate on how many times you have gone to a scene where there was blood and you had to make basic decisions about what to preserve, what it meant, and then what to do next as law enforcement?
Yes, it'd be a very large number. I'd say definitely in the hundreds, if not more.
Pursuant to your evidence tech duties, did you come to be assigned to come to a scene on May 19, 2020, located at 3709 15th Street, Apartment B?
Yes.
And was that before or after you had attended this advanced certification for blood stain pattern analysis?
That was before.
Okay. after having received that advanced certification, were you asked to take a look at what had happened at the scene on May 19th, 2020, and form some opinions about what those blood stain patterns might mean?
Yes.
And when you offered those opinions, what, if anything, can you say about whether you had been a personal observer to the stains and the blood back on May 19th of 2020?
On May 19th, I was at the scene. I observed firsthand all the blood stains that were at the residence at the scene. And then also a year later, when I went to this bloodstain school, I went back and looked through the photos that I took in order to determine evaluate those stains further.
Pause. LawKong Express, for those of you watching on Rumble and Kick, the lower left-hand quadrant of the screen, hopefully you can read that, is the chat from YouTube. We have some really excellent people in there. LawKong Express, comment, "This testimony is your best opportunity to see the apartment." Thank you so much, LawKong, for your guidance through this injustice.
Now, in terms of any opinions you offer today, have you testified as an expert in that regard prior to today?
No.
Okay. So I want to turn your attention back to...
So is Kenosha, Wisconsin, Eastern time zone or Central? Because I might have to change the date to 1315 days. I suppose I could have Googled that versus interrupting you.
May 19th, 2020, and ask you about what time did you first come to that location?
I was off that day, and I was called in by my supervisor, and I believe it was around 1 or 2 o'clock when I got called in.
And do you know why you were called in the context of what your duties were at that time?
I was a lead evidence technician for the department.
And so when you were called in, did you arrive at the scene?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what the weather was like?
I know it had been raining out previously.
When you got there, were other law enforcement already there?
Yes.
From the outside, briefly describe what it looked like when you arrived.
When I arrived, there was crime scene tape that was already in place. There were officers and detectives and supervisors were on the scene.
I'm going to show you it's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1, photo number 1, and ask if you recognize what this is a picture of dating back to May 19th, 2020.
Yes.
Okay.
That is when I arrived. That's the north side of the 3709 15th Street.
And at this location, when you got there, what did you do first?
I consulted with my supervisor and the lead detectives as far as what occurred.
I believe the judge has a pointer. Judge, can we borrow your pointer?
Yes.
And he also has a handheld microphone, which I believe he will give you.
So,
Officer, you mentioned crime scene tape. If you see any of that in picture number 1, could you proceed over to the exhibit and just point that out for the jury?
Yes.
We can't hear you, officer.
This yellow tape that you see right here, and across this way.
Okay. And officer, is that how you would expect the crime scene tape to be sort of in general utilized at a scene like this when you arrive?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat again. So when you are working as an evidence tech as opposed to the first on the scene set of officers, do you have a separate duty than the first officers who'd be on scene?
Yes, I do.
And so how does your duty distinct from theirs?
My duty would be to conduct the
I just want to be able to see
evidence work,
this.
so crime scene management, as far as evaluating what kind of evidence we have.
Then I will switch the
on
windows back.
scene to determine what
They
needs to
were.
be processed.
And that would not be the duty of the original patrol officers who arrived?
Correct.
Okay.
Let me interrupt if I might. When the witness went on the stand, I remembered him having been sworn, which he was, but
Yes.
not in this trial. It was,
Sure.
It was another hearing. And so I'm going to give you, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you were about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help me God.
Okay, isn't this
And,
another
has all the
grounds for
testimony
the
you
fact that the
given
judge
thus
doesn't
far
know what the
today
hell is going on in this trial? Question mark.
True and correct, to the best of your knowledge, I believe. That's right. Okay. Any question about this?
We'll make the record that we're not going to have the state go back and redirect Officer Van Wee on everything that he's previously testified to. That would just be ludicrous. But I do too just want to make the record that although that was a separate hearing in so much as that the jury wasn't here, that was still after the trial had commenced. That was an afternoon after, I believe, our first day. So the defense has no issue with the state continuing, and if the officer is comfortable with the stipulation, we would stipulate that his previous testimony should have been accepted as if it was under oath.
This morning?
Correct, this morning.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why I asked him that follow-up question.
Because we had already commenced,
Pause.
I'm not sure any of that was.
I know I asked earlier if any of the jurors have been interviewed since this trial concluded. Do we know if any of the attorneys on the defense team have had any interviews, either in a large or small venue? Channel? Question mark. Just curious.
Was
absolutely
necessary, but it was a good cautious approach. But
well, I'll tell you what happened is when he came on the stand, I thought, oh, this worked him the other day. And that's pretty typical that say you've already been sworn and the oath continues to apply. And then the reporter mentioned that he hadn't been sworn. And it dawned on me that insofar as in the presence of the jury, he had been. So that's explains it. And any question? Okay, so they've stipulated that it is as if he had been promptly sworn this morning. And I do also agree that it probably wouldn't make any difference because he has been sworn in the context.
I gotta
of
find the
this
pause
case.
in a different color
But you know,
for
we
the
lawyers,
pauses.
Want to cover everything. So, all right.
All right. So for the record, we are also stipulating. So
Yes, and I apologize for the my error. And go ahead.
Oh, appeal process.
So
I
Officer
gotcha.
and we, when you arrived at the
Pause.
scene, you consulted with detectives.
Okay, so for those of you who know that I covered the Tim Bleefnick trial, couple months ago. Well, Chrissy, she's in the chat. Her and I did a live stream together a couple months ago. With, let's see. He was on, it was either 48 Hours or 2020, did an episode with him. And he actually was interviewed. I think it was with Aaron Moriarty. I could be wrong. And I know that they're going through an appeal too. So now then, actually, this is interesting because between Dateline 48 Hours and 2020, what was the name of that one guy with the like the gas mask on? It's like the zombie killer thing. It's weird because Dateline and 2020 and 48 Hours, all within like a 2-week process, did a documentary on that guy. That was weird. And then the Bleefnick one, like 2 of the 3, there's been a couple now where they've done exactly the same story, but on different shows. It's really weird. Oh, unpause.
Did you have an opportunity to see the front of the residence that was not, where your viewpoint was not blocked by vehicles as it is in picture 1?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photograph 2, and ask you, is that a less obstructed view of the same location?
Yes, it is.
And if you can you point out for the jury where any entrance to apartment 1B is located on this exhibit, again, if you know?
Yes.
I think this is 3709 15th Street, apartment 1B.
So this door right here is the common entry door, and then this door right here is the sliding glass door, the patio door for apartment 1B.
And ultimately, did you
I hate her face.
observe the area that was essentially taped off?
Okay,
in
BRH,
case
stray.
anybody wanted to monitor any evidence?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture number 1. I'm sorry, Exhibit 1, picture 3, and ask you, does that is that a viewpoint that gives you a good idea of the area that was taped off?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the area around 1B's sliding door area?
Yes, it is.
Now, ultimately, did you go inside the main entrance door that we see depicted on all 3 of these pictures?
Yes.
And when you went inside that, can you describe briefly what happens when you go inside the hallway? You can sit back down, sorry.
Yes, so I walked inside the hallway, and on apartment 1B, I saw dried red fluid stains all on the door itself and around the door.
When you walk in, where is apartment 1B's door in relation to this front entrance?
When I walked in, it would be immediately to the right. There's a staircase, and then there's the apartment 1B door.
Is it on the first or the second floor?
On the first floor.
So is it the very first right? Is that 1B?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photograph 4, and ask you, do you recognize what that is a picture of in the context of this case?
Yes, that is apartment 1B, the exterior door.
Is that the door you've spoken about already?
Yes.
So for those of you who are new to the trial, here's the staircase. Here's the staircase. Here's the mailboxes. There are 8 apartments in each one of these buildings. This ground level apartment here, this is the door to the victim's home. This door was found locked from the inside. However, there is evidence on this door and around this area we're going to see that indicate blood. Now, I'm merely guessing, but considering inside of the apartment is where all the blood evidence, significant amount of blood evidence was discovered, except for the 5 by 7 foot void on the floor, indicating possibly there was a rug there. It's no longer there. But if there's blood on the outside, that means he was hit, I would assume, out here. And then the door was locked. So, I mean, one would reasonably conclude, I would think, that he probably wouldn't have gotten whacked and been bleeding and then gone in with said suspect and locked the door himself. However, it sounds like they didn't do any type of fingerprint analysis or testing of the interior lock. Continue.
Is that the stairwell you just brought up?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So what is the vantage point of this picture, if you know?
It's just showing everything in context as far as the stairwell, the mailboxes, and the apartment 1B door.
Where's the photographer at the point? Where's the photographer standing at the point this picture is taken?
A few feet inside the main entrance door.
So this is your view when you see the main entrance door?
It's a couple feet inside, yes.
Okay. When you looked at the area around the door at apartment 1B, you immediately saw some things that caused you concern?
Yes.
And did you, when looking at those, have an opinion as to what those items were in relation to you being concerned?
Yes.
What was your opinion about what you might be seeing?
It appeared to be blood on the exterior door and door frame and the walls around the door.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Picture or Photo 5. Does this picture begin to depict the what you've identified as something that appeared to you to be blood stains?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Could you approach this and simply point out for the jury the places you saw something you thought appeared to be blood?
Yes. So all of these darker stains you see on the red door, all of these stains here are, I suspected, were blood stains.
There's a number of those. Did you count them all?
I did not.
Is
Yeah, that's quite a bit. Huh, okay, never mind. Here we go.
You
suspected were blood stains.
Now I gotta figure out how to make
There's
it
a
smaller
number
again.
of those. Did you count them all?
I did not.
Is in this photograph, were you attempting to depict them in a broad view?
No.
Okay. Do you recognize, based on your training and experience, that type of blood stain?
Yes.
Okay. What is that type of blood stain?
Impact spatter.
And if you could, I'm going to ask that you sit back down for just a second. You're going to be doing a lot of this. I apologize. Can you explain to the jury, when you use the phrase impact spatter, what do you mean?
Pause. Detective John, this was an area of his expertise. So I really do hope that he listens to this testimony. You're at the 10-hour 21 mark. I think this is the longest one I've done. We're really close to it. We are warriors for justice. It's a Serendipitous Christmas Kismet live stream.
So impact spatter is when there's some kind of force which impacts on liquid blood. So force would hit the liquid blood and it would disperse into small blood drops and it would just...
Pause. Yeah, I just did the Duger documentary. Okay, so watch that. It was a re-traumatization. I grew up in a church that followed the teaching of that monster. That was really good. That was another one we had to start on all three. And then as soon as we got into the documentary, we switched it over to the other two channels. Like I said, Rumble and Kick, they leave me alone. But, YouTube is where, you find each other and then you figure out a way to migrate and watch all that stuff. There's a ton of really good documentaries, especially lately.
Scatter out onto a surface.
I'm sorry you had to grow up in that church.
So what sort of object causes that sort of blood spatter?
It's either blunt force trauma or gunshots.
what is blunt force trauma? So that the jury.
Blunt force trauma would be somebody getting struck with some kind of object like a bat or a hammer or some sort.
And what, if anything, can you say about whether those kind of impact stains that you're talking about would occur when someone is originally struck, or does the surface already have to be bloody for this impact to occur? Does that make sense?
Yes.
If a person's not bleeding, would we see this? Or is it, hold on, or is it after someone is bleeding?
There would have to be liquid blood. So somebody would have to have blood on them in order to cause this.
And based on what you see in this area of the hallway on the door and any other area in this immediate area, can you form an opinion based on your training and experience about how many blows would have to occur onto that bleeding surface?
My training would indicate two, at least two, I should say, a minimum of two. The first one, normally when somebody gets struck a first time, that's what causes the bleeding. And then the second time is where that blood would actually come off that person and disperse.
And are you able to tell, based on the evidence in the immediate vicinity of the outer door of a 1B and in the hallway, whether this door...
Pause. Okay, I was busy typing. Pause. So for those of you watching on Rumble and Kick, hopefully you might not be able to read the chat right now because I have it kind of shrunk. But LawKong Express knows this case inside and out. Here's some comments. No blood described on ground outside door. So the door was open, maybe. Some of the blood shows upward direction from less than a foot off the ground. Take a look at the lower part of the left side of the door. Thank you so much, LawKong. I think, I'm not sure if I can do it on the fly. I might be able to monkey with the color, so you can see it better. Oh my goodness, it's terrible. Here, let's just.
The first time.
And your training and experience about how many blows would have to occur onto that bleeding surface.
My training would indicate two, at least two, I should say, a minimum of two. The first one.
I bet Detective John can answer this.
When somebody gets struck a first time, that's what causes the bleeding. And then the second time is where that blood would actually come off that person and disperse.
That would make sense. I mean, unless you're, wouldn't...
And
I don't know.
Are you able to tell, based on the evidence in the immediate vicinity of the outer door of a 1B and in the hallway, whether this door was open or closed at the time of these initial blows that you've described so far?
Judge, I'm going to object that this goes against the prior ruling that you can't talk about sequence of events.
Boy, she's on top of things.
Well, I'm not talking about sequence. I'm asking whether you can tell if somebody is outside or inside.
There's speculation involved.
It's not, and I can explain why.
I think there is.
Okay.
All right, we'll have our first 5-minute break of the day. Let's go in the library just for a second.
Oh. Hey, well, the judge must have taken his ginkgo biloba.
If you need to go upstairs
or maybe he's been, maybe this is when his diet of oranges kicked in, that vitamin C level. He actually thought to remove the jury. This man. His twins, Cold Truth, his twins are now 8 years old. They're boys. He's been in prison for 3 years, 7 months, and some days. This is the 4th Christmas.
The basis on
away
which
from
he
his
would be
family.
able to answer the question, which was, is the door
And
open
he's got
or
a
closed,
daughter who is,
in that outer, that outer door, is because in the interior of the
I
door
think,
jamb,
12.
which is not something that's visible inside, there is blood that's in the interior, which can only happen if a door is open. So the door opens inside. If the bleeding or the impact occurred while you were inside the apartment, the door blocks it, so the jamb is only visible in the outer hallway when the door is open because it opens in. So his basis of opinion, it has nothing to do with testing or anything, it's that if you have blood in that interior door jamb, the only way that can happen is if the bleeding, that the spatter happens in the hallway, and the door must be open enough so that that door jamb is visible. That's it. That door jamb is not visible from the interior.
My recollection of the state's question was not of that nature. It was more so of how many blows had happened prior to that happening. It was more of then a sequence and then asking I can't remember it verbatim, but then it was calling for a speculation on a series of events. I think that a proper question based on our prior ruling with Officer Van Wee would be, what other stains did you observe? I observed stains in the interior door jamb. And did you make an opinion about that? But trying to tie in all of the stains that we can see in this area and then asking for a sequence of events should not be permitted based on the court's prior ruling.
And that's the exact point.
Merry
That point
Christmas,
is the one that
David.
I was
Pause.
concerned about. Did the question relate to specific areas where blood was located, or was the question specific?
Pause. Merry Christmas, David. We are watching, we just started day 5. We're on a we're having a Serendipitous Christmas Kismet live stream marathon in protest of Mr. Zachariah being in prison 1,314 days, almost 1,315 days. Also, please don't be mad, but Veilhammer Media sent me this. It's a little loud, but I blame CapCut for being a pain in my hiney. I'm just going to play it for one moment. It does kind of apply to this judge. Where is it?
I hate her face.
No, I don't know how to fix that. It got kind of shrunk. And if we do it again, you can see your MLS symbol is still left in the upper left-hand corner. I don't know how to fix the volume on it. As I said, CapCut is giving me a pain in my hiney.
I hate her face.
So, Merry Christmas. And also, hold on one moment. Just for Mr. Delightful here. I was told that you have a special affinity for, or you had called him as such. So, we've been thinking about you, David. Now let's continue where we were. No, I forgot. I should have paid attention. Jesus God. Where was I? Where was our sidebar? Oh, FFS.
Outward into the hallway or inward
Okay,
into
we were
the
past
apartment?
this.
Inward into the apartment.
And based on your observation of that,
There would be
this, okay, Now I'm going to show you what's been marked.
Where was I?
Door.
About, yeah,
And then the door's facing east. Correct.
so a move.
So in this case here, the
How
blood was
far?
traveling
I don't remember this
downward
part.
here, and then over here at angles and downward all over here. So all
Where
these
was the
tails are
pause?
indicative of
It was here.
Door was opened when it is an the door. Your observation door is visible
Were we
or
this
not
far?
visible from the hallway.
If the door opens
I'll just
up,
get there.
the
I
door
guess after
jamb
10 hours, my brain really
is-
gets bad.
It's visible from the hallway and then from the threshold of in
Note to
between the
self, I should
apartment
pay attention to the
or right
timestamp.
just inside the apartment door.
And if you are inside the apartment,
No, it was right here.
he would be able to answer the question, which was, is the door open or closed in that outer, that outer door, is because in the interior of the door jamb, which is not something that's visible inside,
Okay, we were already
if
there.
the bleeding in,
Got it.
that the spatter.
Okay, got it.
To that happening, it was more of then a sequence and then asking I can't remember it verbatim, but then it was calling for a speculation on a series of events. I think that a proper question
We are all
based on our
warriors
prior
together.
ruling,
You
with
complete
Officer Van
me
Wee would be, what other stains
our
did
mission
you observe? I
for
observed
justice.
stains in the interior door jamb. And did you make an opinion about that? But trying to tie in all of the stains that we can see in this area and then asking for a sequence of events should not be permitted based on the court's prior ruling.
And that's the exact point, or last point is the one that I was concerned about. Did the question relate to specific areas where blood was located, or was the question specific to the door jamb area?
The question that I asked that was objected to, probably because counsel is anticipating I ask a sequence question, but I did not do. I had not done that. My question was, essentially the question is, can you tell whether whether these blows that you've talked about so far occurred with the door open or closed in the hallway?
Right.
Okay, because he can do that definitively because of the door jamb evidence. He can't say what order things happen in.
I beg pardon?
He can't say what order things happen in. He can only say, as to these stains I see out in the hall, the door had to be open.
But there are an array of stains, some of which are in the door jamb, and that is apparently the focus of your question.
Right.
But there is additional material that appears to be blood on the outside of the door, which could have occurred prior to the opening of the door, or if the door had been shut sometime in the.
But they had to occur in the hallway.
I'm not going to disagree with that, but I think you need to reformulate your question as to what exact blood you're talking about.
Yeah, I tried to, but I will do it again.
Well, maybe I missed it.
Yeah.
But
I meant
There
to,
again,
so I
he's
will
admitting his
Maybe you did.
incompetence.
And I missed it. I don't. But let's ask the jury to come back.
Isn't the judge supposed to be in charge of what's happening in the courtroom? Also, since I am only an accountant and I don't count beans, Detective John is a blood splatter analysis, 20-ish years as a detective. He's with his mother and family right now. But if he's watching oops, see, just as soon as this happens.
I hate her face.
Just as soon as just as soon as I take spatter, not splatter. Thank you, LawKong Express. This man imprisoned. I said, it's a good thing. I mean, it sounds like his family was able to hire
Be seated. All right, I've asked Mr. Gravely to
sufficient
rephrase the question
counsel.
to tweak it a little bit. So go ahead.
Officer Van Wee, what if any evidence did you
I'm gonna
see
mute.
of blood stain patterns that would lead you to conclude that the door was opened when a impact occurred?
Pause. One thing I learned from, I think it was watching Dexter. No, granted, this could be fiction. But when you look at the little dots of blood spatter, isn't there like a little tail on each spatter mark that indicates the direction of the spatter? Question mark. Like a little
in the hallway.
tail.
I'm going to object to speculation that the stain that we see in the door jamb was caused by being in the hallway.
It cannot occur from inside.
Well,
There's only two
you
choices.
know what? That's argumentative.
Pause. LawKong Express said there's no blood on the floor. Or did they even take photographs of the floor? Because, like, that's what I was thinking, was maybe he was, like, putting his key in and got, attacked. But it does make more sense. Oh, Soloman is here. Hello, Soloman. We are still here. We're trying to make it until at least Christmas in your area. Merry Christmas. God bless you, sir, again for gracing us with your presence. I think I might have mentioned this last time you popped in. We are having a Serendipitous Christmas Kismet marathon live stream in protest of your brother being in prison for 1,314 days. Very nearly 1,315 days. God bless you, sir, and your family and your strength. We are praying for you. This is just horrible what has happened. All right, let's continue.
It really is. That when we talked about argumentative,
It is an opinion that he can express based on his training and experience about where it's located.
I don't think it's really an expert question at all, frankly. It's a common experience of mankind and humanity. And that's why it's actually argumentative. Why don't you give it another tweak?
Officer Van Wee, as to the door at apartment 1B, does it open outward into the hallway or inward into the apartment?
Inward into the apartment.
And based on your observation, what, if anything, can you tell us about when the door is opened, whether the interior door jamb of that door is visible or not visible from the hallway?
I don't know why it won't
If
let me
the
do
door
more than
opens up, the
one kind of
door
emoji
jamb
at a time.
It's visible from the hallway and then from the
I can
threshold of
imagine
in between the
Soloman.
apartment or right just
That's actually a really good point. I hope we're not like taking the knife and twisting it into your heart every time, you're asked to come in or, I don't know how you found Little Crime Spies. I can't even find myself on the YouTube world. But there's been as many, if not more, people watching this over on Rumble. So keep that feather in your cap. Like I said, Detective John was popping in earlier today. He's had over 1,000 views of that video from last night, and I'm on like the last couple hours talk a little bit about it. So Who knows how many people are... Well, actually, no. Cold Truth, if you're still here, Cold Truth, this is Solomon Anderson in the chat now. I'm assuming he's going to bed because he's got a little one at home. This is the brother of the defendant. And Cold Truth came in here because of last night being on Detective John. We have to dig through the trial for sound bites and clips. Oh, God. Actually, Solomon, a piece of advice from, I don't know if you follow Dan Bongino, but he always makes this point by using audio clips of their own words. Actually, Detective John, his channel, is kind of the same philosophy. I kind of had the same opinion. He was describing it, and I said, you know, it's kind of like Libs of TikTok on Twitter. Like, all she does is take clips of people's ridiculousness and post it unedited. And I told Detective John, like, his concept was sort of the same way. Yeah. Oh, heart. Merry Serendipitous Christmas Kismet to you and your family.
Inside the apartment.
So sad.
And if you are inside the apartment, is the door jamb visible at all?
Oh, see, that's
the
perfect.
The further you go into the apartment, then the less you would be able to see that door.
It's so powerful to use, like, their own, like, that's perfect. I think we might have talked about that a little while ago. Like, you know, taking little bits and pieces and using their own words to put together, like, a longer thing of the injustice of the justice. I need another notebook. Maybe I can pay attention. Cold Truth, Solomon Anderson. Solomon Anderson, Cold Truth from Detective John's channel. See, look at this. It's a serendipitous Christmas Kismet miracle. We're all finding each other slowly but surely.
And was there blood? Was there any blood that you noticed on the interior door jamb?
Yes.
Nice family.
What, if anything, can you say, based on your training and experience, about whether blood could be located on that, or where a person who experienced an incident where their blood,
we've got the chat
where there was an
really
impact
small. I just want
blood
to
stain,
have these pictures.
would they, where would they have to be located for their blood to end up on the interior door jamb?
There would be somewhere, as long as that door, when the door's open, as long as the end of that door doesn't block that blood from getting to that door jamb. So from outside or directly inside of that door space, or a little bit inside the apartment.
Okay, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photograph 6. Is this a close-up and another view of some of the same stains?
Correct.
Anything of significance here in terms of your observations?
Just that its impact's better.
Pause. Just humor me one moment. Well, that's probably not a good way to put it, but... Okay, so when so again, look for like little tails. Like, okay, so if you cut your finger, let's say you cut your finger and it's like dripping, and if you stand in one spot and it drips to the floor, there's no like tail on it. You know? I don't know. I think I might not understand. Okay, here, let's just keep going.
And this is just another view of that same impact spatter?
Correct.
Okay, now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photograph 7. Is this a little further up on the door?
Correct.
And what, if any, significance is there of this?
It also shows the impact spatter.
Okay, so when you say impact spatter, are you referring to an opinion that that would be blood?
Yes.
Lily is
And
here.
so
Pause.
there's a number of dark sort of spots on this.
Pause. See that cute Lily right there? That's my daughter. Lily. Lily. Oh. Solomon Anderson is the name above your hi mama. And he just popped down here. Lily, Lily's my daughter that, now you're gonna make me cry. Anyway, I've been up a while. No, she cares about this case too, see? All right. It's a Christmas miracle.
This and the other photographs. What, if anything, can you say about whether those spots are what you're referring to in terms of blood spatter?
The darker, small circular stains on the door are what I'm referring to.
Then I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 8 from Exhibit 1. Is this now almost to the very top of the door, so even a higher view?
Correct.
Okay, and what does this show of any significance?
The same, that it's the impact spatter stain.
Yeah, he
So
is the
that
family.
proceeded up to
He's
the very
the brother.
top of the door.
Correct.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as
I had to put Poppy in your room. I'm
photo
sorry.
9
She
of
was.
Exhibit 1. Any new significance to this, or is it just a further view of the same blood spatter?
Further view is showing it going a little bit more to the side of the door.
Okay. Now Exhibit 1, photograph 10.
And same thing, just the impact's better.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to Exhibit 1, photograph 14, and ask you if that what that's a picture of.
That's the exterior doorknob of apartment 1B.
It's a Christmas
and,
miracle.
Is that all it's meant to depict?
And you can also see the impact spatter above and below the doorknob and the lock.
Can you point that out to us?
Yes. You can see the small circular stains that are all over in here, and even below the lock and in this area.
Right. I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 15 or photograph 15 of Exhibit 1.
Oh, hi, Truman.
Is that a vantage point you recognize as well?
Correct. It's another photo of the impact spatter on the exterior door.
Okay. Can you point out to the jury on this picture where those impact spatters are that you're speaking of?
Yes.
Oh.
Same. We're looking at the darker.
Good night,
small
Solomon.
circular
Merry
stains around the
Christmas.
exterior of the door. So you can see them
Thank you so much for
going
coming
all the way
here.
up in all these little darker spots that you see.
So, officer, about center of that, near the bottom third, there appears to be a sort of a wavy line there. Is that something of significance?
Talk about this? I do not believe so. I'd have to look at it from a different angle.
You're not attaching any significance to that.
I am not.
I'm going to show you now what's Exhibit 1, photo
It's a
19.
miracle.
And what area does this depict, if you know?
Sure. That is on the west side of the door, and stains that are both, you can see both on the wall here, and you can see stains coming
Lily.
on the wall
Lily,
on the side.
this is almost
Okay,
11
I'm going to
hours.
show you what's been marked as photograph 21.
What's so sweet?
Ask if this is a more, is that the same area?
Yes, it is.
Where is he
Little,
going with
the
this? Oh,
photograph
heart.
captures it a little better.
Correct.
Okay, so one more time, describe what you're seeing here.
Well, let me do that.
And I'm seeing stains that are both on the wall here. This wall right here would be the same as far as like the way it's facing, the same way as the door. So it's facing to the east. So this wall is the east wall. And then the door's facing east, and then this side right here is to the north. So you have a north and then the east side, which both displays blood.
And the door opens in?
Correct.
So an open door would not block this area at all in terms of any blood spatter, is that correct?
That's correct.
And it appears that these have like a tail, or they have some movement to them. Is there anything different about the characteristics of these than the dots that we were seeing on the door earlier?
Yes. So
when the time comes,
tails, when you have stains like this, the tails that you see here, we're going to call all these lines that come off the.
Did he just wipe his boogage on the table and then now he's gonna grab a drink of water?
So in this case here, the blood was traveling downward here, and then over here at angles and downward over here. So all these tails are indicative of the actual direction of travel.
And if you know why on the door aren't there similar tails?
Pause.
It has to do with
Lily said when we pause. You know, we add these paws on here. Although I forgot to ask Solomon again what color his brother likes. See our pause for our pause, Lily? Get it? Anyway, he's talking about those tails. So apparently what I learned from Dexter is actually reality. So that's good. Anyway, here we go. I'm going to just rewind back one little inch here.
Can you area at all in terms of any blood spatter? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it appears that these have like a tail, or they have some movement to them. Is there anything different about the characteristics of these than the dots that we were seeing on the door earlier?
Yes. So tails, when you have stains like this, the tails that you see here, we're going to call all these lines that come off the.
Look at him. He just wiped his boogers.
Tails.
Then now he just untwisted his water.
That the blood is traveling.
Look at Zachariah's
so in this case here, the blood was traveling downward here, and then over here at angles and downward all over here. So all these tails are indicative of the actual direction of travel.
And if you know
Did you
why
see
on
that?
the door
Notice.
aren't there similar tails?
Wait. Watch.
It has to do with are indicative of the
Watch Zachariah's eyebrows.
Actual direction of travel.
And if you know
Squints
why
his
on the
eyes,
door aren't
turns
there
and
similar
looks.
tails?
It has to do with both the amount of blood that was deposited here as compared to the door, and the fact that these were down at an angle.
Sorry, pause one more time. Do you see how powerful this is? We've got a 17 and 19 years old, is German? 17 and 19-year-old on Christmas Eve, 2 minutes before it's actually Christmas Day, here on the Serendipitous Christmas Kismet live stream, marathon and protest of him being in prison, and support of him and his family. And we've even got the the young kids joining in our movement. It's beautiful, isn't it? It's a miracle.
When somebody's struck at a higher speed straight on, it's going to be small circular stains. The more of an angle those stains get deposited on the surface, then the more you're going to start seeing
1 minute.
More of an oval shaped stain as opposed to being round, and the tails on the stains.
Look at him. He's like, huh?
I'm going to show you now photograph 24 of Exhibit 1.
And then look at this jackass.
Is this lower or higher on the door, if you can tell?
This is about medium, mid-door.
Okay. And what, if anything,
Those
you see
pictures
here
are
of
terrible, and I know my
Same
contacts are
thing, you're
probably
seeing
dirty,
these
and these
stains
glasses
that
are
have tails
dirty.
and directionality to them, which are both on the east and the north walls.
And what, if anything, does the directionality tell us other than what you've already testified to? Anything else?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photo 25.
Merry Christmas, everyone. It is officially Christmas. Thank you so much for your support of Zachariah Anderson. It has now been 1,315 days that Zachariah Anderson has been incarcerated. Wow. Look at this. It's midnight, Philhammer Media. Philhammer Media, meet my daughter Lily right above your head with the smart glasses on. Cold truth. Oh, my Lanta, I have to go to bed. Okay, so you must watch Publicly Buzzed and Steve and Jay. I will take a look at this case after I finish my huge project going over all the cases I have covered on my channel, taking forever. Merry Christmas, Cold Truth. Thank you for joining us for our Serendipitous Christmas Kismet Marathon. It's a miracle. Oh, have a wonderful, beautiful, blessed Christmas day. Please say a prayer to the Anderson family. Oh, look at all this love and hearts. Isn't this neat, Lily? Lily should join me one of these days. Maybe we can encourage her. All right. Thank you for joining us, Cold Truth, in our search for truth and justice.
Are we now at the bottom of that door frame?
Yes, we are.
Oops, unpause.
So this is the bottom of the door. As you can tell by the door plate at the bottom. And then same thing, you can see that the stains are on the wall.
Look at all the little loves popping up on the screen. Oh, it's a Christmas miracle.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to photograph 26.
Isn't this neat how people find each other? I think it's super cool.
Is this is this picture of the door opened?
Yes, it is.
Have you or individuals with you opened the door to cause this photograph to be able to be taken?
Yes.
Originally, when the door was closed, was there something you were not able to see that after you opened the door?
Pause. I'm sorry to keep pausing. Lily, I forgot to tell you, I was on with Detective John last night for a couple hours. That's Cold Truth that is saying goodnight. She found me from that. Remember when I went and talked to you after I was done with mine? I went and had like a tiny little break. And then I popped on and was on until 2 a.m. Just to let you know. And yes, Poppy was with me.
You were able to note?
Yes.
What was that?
So this white is the door jamb. And in the door jamb, there are blood stains like right here. And then you can see some down in here. These stains could only be posited if this door was in the open position.
And are they only visible then when the door's open as well?
Correct.
So I'm going to show you now what's photo 27. These are all exhibit 1. So photo 27. Is this a close-up and a slightly different angle of the same area?
Yes, it is. You can still see the blood stains on the door right here and then down in this area right
I'll
here.
go get Poppy.
And you had previously shown us in the door frame a series of blood spatter stains with tails. Are those partially visible in this picture as well?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Is there a piece of tape or paper that's in the middle of exhibit 27 there?
Yes.
And who put that there, if you know?
Officer Widener.
And why is that?
Just taking a scaled photo of the blood that's on this wall right here, and then the arrow just pointing downward to show direction.
Okay, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as photo 28. Does that have some additional depiction of that interior door frame?
Correct. It's a closer picture of the door, in the door jamb, of the blood, I should say, in the door jamb.
Okay. And is that the area you've testified is not visible if the door is closed?
Correct.
To your knowledge, your training experience, is there a way that blood could be located there if the door was closed?
No.
Okay. And what is the stain or pattern that you see in that door jamb? So what is that, and what does it show you?
I'm not making a determination as to how this stain right here was deposited, only to say that you can see how there's a little bit of flow to it, and it's where it's kind of drying up here, and a little more solid down in this area.
Officer, sometimes
Did
when
you
you
see
speak
your
in the
baby,
mic, we
Lily?
lose a little bit of it. So can you say that one more time and just be as clear as you can?
Okay, so I'm
I
not
hate
making
her
a
face.
determination on how the stain was deposited on the surface, but I will say that you can see how the stain flows in a downward where it's drying up here and it's a little more solid down here.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you to take a look at photo 29. So is the door jamb also in the middle in this picture?
Yes, yes.
All right, so it looks like you have three different surfaces here: door jamb, door, and then wall, right?
Pause. Okay, see this over here? So this indicates that the blood is dripping down. Wait, where's my mouse? So see how it's oval? Okay, I could be wrong. I'm an accountant. I count beans. But it hit at a direction, like this is like where it hits, and then see how it dripped down. Well, I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's let him explain.
Your door frame?
Correct.
Okay, so could you go through each one and just describe what you see there?
Sure. So,
and LawKong said to look at, I think, the bottom hinge, he said looked damaged.
So as stated earlier, these are the oval stains that you see.
I think the oval stains indicate like speed. Look at the spatter to the left of the hinge. Just a moment. That's all we can see. How big can I make it? See? And then it drips down because of gravity. Down and to the right. Facing it, directional. But like when it first, okay, so for example, okay, I really shouldn't probably speak because I don't know what I'm talking about. But see how it's oval here before it drips? So that indicates, has something to do with direction that it's coming from, and I believe speed. I don't know. Okay, let me fix this so that it goes to screen. Okay, continue.
And you can see how they line up, and they have the directionality of falling into a downward position. So,
okay, and let me stop you. And those are impact pattern?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
So this stain here also has the same similarities as these stains over here, to where you can see the oval stain here and then the tail coming off of that oval. And you can also see that they're all, if you drew lines going up, at some point up there, they would all converge.
Okay, and I showed you something that you took a look at in picture 28 just before this. Is this a different part of the door jamb that we're looking at now?
It's lower on the door.
It's lower, so it's not the same location. We haven't seen this location in a photo.
Correct.
Is this an impact pattern?
Yes, it is.
Okay, on the door jamb?
Yes.
Okay. is that an impact pattern that you believe could occur if the door was closed?
No.
Is it an impact pattern that could occur if the door was open and a person was in the interior of the apartment?
No.
Okay. And then the last part is the door itself. Are those depictions of the same blood spatter that we have seen previously in other pictures of the door?
We're looking at the lower part of the door, closer to the ground, and then the corner of it, and then you can see also these stains are consistent with both direction and as these stains over here.
So do they appear to you to be the same
Is there a
impact?
reason why his
Yes,
mouth
they do.
has got like that big gaping? Gonna go, but oh, good night, and Merry Christmas
Right, I'm going
from
to show
your
you now
baby and your
what is
mother.
photo 30 of Exhibit 1.
So good night, your mom.
Is this a different location in the 3 areas that we see?
Merry Christmas, my little peanut.
It's above where we were just looking.
Mommy loves you.
Okay.
And Truman.
What, if anything, do you conclude
And Poppy
from
does
these
too.
3 areas? Again, door jamb, door frame, and door.
We will see you soon.
The same where you have the door jamb, the door, and then the wall.
Say a prayer for
You can also
Zachariah
see on
Anderson
this
and his
photo,
family,
you can see more of
please,
the stains
before you
on
go
the
to
door that
sleep.
have the directionality. So these stains are coming down, hitting the door, down, hitting the jamb, and also here.
Lily's tree is fantastic. All these people are
So
fantastic.
there's an area, if you went
Good
upward
night,
and
baby.
put a line through all these.
For the
it would
record,
converge
Lily is
somewhere
the
up there.
she's the last
So
of the triplets. She was
the-
born last.
The impact, are these all impact stains?
Yes, they are.
And so as for the impact stains on all 3 surfaces, do they appear to you to be the same impact blow?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Then I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 31. As to 31, is that a different angle but a good view of the door jamb, the stain that you've already talked about?
Yes.
Okay. And then as to 32, is that an even more close-up of the stain in the door jamb that you've already testified to?
Yes.
Oh man, I hope
Okay,
she doesn't hang me with her antics.
Is there anything else
here.
that you noted that you thought was of importance in the outer hallway,
Hi,
outer
Tammy
door,
Lee.
or
Oh,
door
you
frame
saw me
or
there
door
too.
jamb
Merry
from the
Christmas,
outside of
pause.
the apartment?
Pause. Tammy Lee, new subscriber, saw you on Detective John last night. Merry Christmas to you, Tammy Lee. Cold Truth from last night's live stream was in here. She just left. We're having a Serendipitous Christmas Kismet marathon live stream watching this injustice unfold with Mr. Zachariah Anderson. I'm not sure if you are familiar with this case, but a lot of people in the chat have already watched it once. We actually had Zachariah's brother in here just a short while ago wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. Oh, it's a Christmas miracle. Look at all this beautifulness. Oh.
Just the fact that there was impact spatter stain on the door.
This just warms my heart.
And then on both sides of the door, and then in the actual door jamb itself.
And so far you've indicated that you observed what you believe is at least 2 blows based on what you've talked about.
Correct.
Okay. After having observed this area in the hallway area,
Tammy,
did you
this
proceed
is
into the
something
apartment as
else.
well at some point?
Yes.
And did you observe things within the apartment that also caused you concern?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Let me turn your attention then to Exhibit 1, Photo 34. And if, in general, can you tell me what this area is if you recognize it?
So that is the inside of the door of apartment 1B, the door we're just looking at in the hallway. This is the inside of it. And then you can see all these dark circular stains all over the wall and all over the door, which are consistent with impact spatter.
Okay, and so this is the door closed?
Correct.
So where is the photographer approximately located when they take this picture?
Probably about 4 or 5 feet away inside the apartment.
Okay. And if I go into the sort of open doorway off on the side there, what room am I going into? On the, what would be on the right of the exhibit?
Inside of here is the kitchen area.
Okay. What part of the door are we looking at here?
We're looking at the lower part of the door with both directions.
Which hinge? I was looking at the
Location,
hinges.
anything do you conclude from these?
In the lower.
Just a moment.
The impact stain, what's view of the door?
Pause. So is it this hinge here? LawKong, did you see the damage to the hinge? Look at the top. This one here, right in this vicinity, is what I was looking at. Here, hold on, Mom. Here's the magic of OBS that you can't do. Oh, once you find your mouse. Where am I? Who am I and why am I here? This is what I was thinking. I mean, it looks like it's bent that way. So would that mean that there was maybe weight put on from the inside to the outside? Maybe he got hooked up on the door handle, maybe? I don't know. Does look kind of bent. But those hinges do look kind of old, too. Interesting, isn't it? All right, continue. Hold on, let me put it back the way it was. Picture screen. Oops. I know Lily has left, but I think Mama flew a little too close to the sun here. Tried to get a little too clever. Oops. All right. Oops. Oops. There. I think I got it back. Okay. Continue.
Jam, the stain that you've already talked about?
Yes.
Okay. And then as to 32, is that an even more close-up of the stain in the door jamb that you've already testified to?
Yes.
Fidget screen.
Okay. Is there anything else that you noted that you thought was of importance in the outer hallway, outer door, or door frame or door jamb from the outside of the apartment?
Just the fact that there was impact spatter stain on the
Wait,
door.
is he mouthing the words?
And then on both sides of the door, and then in the actual door jamb itself.
And so far you've indicated that you observed what you believe is at least 2 blows based on what you've talked about.
Correct.
Okay. After having observed this area in the hallway area, did you proceed into the apartment as well at some point?
Yes.
And did you observe things within the apartment that also caused you concern?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Let me turn your attention then to Exhibit 1, Photo 34. And if, in general, can you tell me what this area is if you recognize it?
So that is the inside of the door of apartment 1B, the door we're just looking at in the hallway. This is the inside of it. And then you can see all these dark circular stains all over the wall and over the door, which are consistent with impact spatter.
Okay, and so this...
God, this guy is something else. You know, it does look from here to here, like the top of the door. What, I mean, I would think if something large hit the door as it was getting open and got hooked on that door handle, you know, then it would bend this way, which would cause the hinges to bend that way, which to me it looks like it's a little crooked. Did they measure the distance here and here? Narrower, larger? My contacts are dirty.
And then you can see all these dark circular stains all over the wall and over the door, which are consistent with impact spatter.
Okay, and so this is the door closed?
Correct.
So where is the photographer approximately located when they take this picture?
Probably about 4 or 5 feet away inside the apartment.
Okay. And if I go into the sort of open
Are they going to bring
doorway
the
up
door
on the side there,
into the
what room am I
courtroom?
going into?
And
On
the door, well, no, they won't have
what
to
would be
do
on the
it,
right of
yeah.
the exhibit?
Inside of here is the kitchen area.
Okay. What room are we in from our vantage point looking at this door?
The living room.
Okay. So now I'm going to turn your attention to photo 35. What else does this show us in terms of pieces of furniture that we may be focused on, or area of the apartment that we might be focused on? What additional things can we see at this vantage point?
So this photo, you can see that this floor mat here, you can actually see the outline on the floor of where it used to be. And then if you look, you can see the little
Who
circular
moved the
stains
floor
from the
mat?
impact spatter on the wall. There are actually impact spatter stains on the wall behind this, which would indicate that this floor mat was moved to that position after those stains had arrived there.
And then what is the piece of furniture in general that we see on the right side of the exhibit against the wall?
Did they
It's a great table
pause?
cabinet.
And what is the black piece of furnishing that's
So the floor mat, just easier to see. So this floor mat here was in this vicinity here, and as he described, there is some blood in the vicinity. The floor mat is now up against the wall here. There's blood behind it, which indicates that it was here, and it got moved here after the blood letting event. So I'm assuming this was processed for any type of, you know, DNA, or what material is it? Is it carpet? Is it one of those rubber mats? Question mark.
So this photo, you can see that this floor mat here, you can actually see the outline on the floor of where it used to be. And then if you look, you can see the little circular stains from the impact spatter on the wall. There are actually impact spatter stains on the wall behind this, which would indicate that this floor mat was moved to that position after those stains had arrived there.
And then what is the piece of furniture in general that we see on the right side of the exhibit against the wall?
It's a
Sorry, oops.
great table or cabinet.
And what is the black piece of furnishing that's on the left end of the exhibit?
See how he acts with his stupid smart behavior?
Now I'm going to turn
Look
your
at the
attention
confusion
to
on Zach's face,
exhibit,
because
photo 36.
this is probably the first time he's ever seen this.
So is this that same door?
Yes.
Okay, could you point out what, if anything, you see that causes you to reach any conclusions in photo 36?
The same, there are those circular red stains that you see all over the door, consistent with impact spatter.
And then on the far right of this exhibit, is there something that you can see as well?
It's another stain.
Okay.
A blood stain right there.
Are the stains that we see in this picture, is it your opinion those are blood based on what you have seen in this case?
Yes, it is.
And are those impact stains?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so are they a distinct blow from the blows that you've talked about so far that were where we talked about the hallway and outer door evidence, or are they could they be the same blow as you've already talked about?
These stains are similar to the stains that you saw on the exterior of apartment 1B door.
Okay, similar meaning that they could be the same blow or not?
Not the same blow, the same pattern.
Okay, but my question is, could they be the same blow?
They could not.
Okay, so this is a different impact.
Correct.
And this one, based on where this is located, is the evidence is in the interior of the apartment?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to ask you now to take a look at photo 37. Is this even closer up for a portion of the door?
Yes, this is showing the mid door and then lower down on the mid door, the impact stains that are all, you can see.
There's a number of them throughout the photo?
Correct.
Now I'm going to show you photo 38. Is this the top of that door?
Correct.
What is of significance here?
The same, you can see the impacts.
Some low stains and some stains that are above the door. Should that have any significance to us based on your training and experience, that some are so high and some are low?
It depends on the distance that the subject was standing when he was struck.
Okay. So without knowing more, you're not able to make a conclusion about that?
Correct.
Okay. Then I'm going to show you now what's been marked as photo 39. Is this also that door, but over on the side of it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So what do we see here that's of significance?
Same, you got impact sparrow stains. You can see
Is that
some
normal to
small
have a
ones
camera
that
flash?
have tails on that indicate that the blood is traveling downward.
And do you have an opinion based on your training and experience why some are larger than others?
Impact sparrow stains are going to come off in all different sizes and shapes.
So again, that doesn't mean anything specific?
It does not.
And that is consistent with your training and experience?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as photograph 41. Exhibit 1. Is this a close-up of some of what we've been observing?
Yes, it is.
And so when we get close up, what do we see that matters to you, if anything?
You could just see that, again, same as prior, that the drop is hitting the surface, and then as it flows down as it dries. So if that's dry, and it wound up being,
but when it hits it's more of a circle than it was out on the door frame.
Function of how much
was more
blood
of like
is
an
located
oval.
in the droplet?
Yes.
Okay. If it's a
That
smaller
means-
one, it doesn't have a tail?
That's not necessarily true.
Oh, okay.
If it's smaller, if it's a very just a pinhead type stain, then you're not going to see this little bit of flow in it.
Gotcha. All right, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 42. Are all the dots we see, again, consistent with impact pattern bloodstains?
Yes, they are.
And then
See
I'm
how
going to
they're
show you
so
Exhibit
circular,
43.
kind of? I don't
Is
know,
that
maybe
a
I
close-up
shouldn't
of
say
some of those
anything.
same pattern bloodstains?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 44. Is this above the entire door frame? Is that a close-up of some of those that we saw in the larger photo?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 45.
Pause. Something else I should write down for some type of detective that is familiar with this type of stuff. See how like the last picture that they had? Do you see how like the blood was kind of... Okay, so if you had like arterial spray, for example, or you were shot with one of those metal objects, or if you were hit with a baseball bat, like do different types of weapons / injuries have like a particular kind of pattern Wait, if it would be like above the door, you know, the dots were farther apart, if you will, so that's got to mean something. If the state's theory is correct, at some point, Rosalio and the attacker switched places. Are those questions for Detective John? I love that. Well, if he's watching on the rewatch, and we have a couple of his loyal subscribers here, and frankly, I know today, can't say tomorrow, no. Today is Christmas. I'm going to reach out to Joe Giacalone, and ask him if he, you know, in his copious free time, could maybe take a gander at this testimony of this guy here. I don't know. I know that has something to do, like you would think that you'd be able to look at something and say, yeah, they were hit with some type of, you know, heavy object, or this is indicative of probably some type of, you know, sharp object, or this type of pattern is indicative of a fist fight. Look forward to knowing who it is. Rosalio has to be the closest to both sides of the door. I don't know. I have to think about that. I still say, if there's blood on the outside of the door and there's blood on the inside of the door jamb, then my initial theory from a few hours ago, just ignore that, because the door would have to have been opened for it to get into the jamb. I still say, if you're being attacked, if you're in your doorway there, you're being attacked, the door was found locked. Wait a minute. Oh, the slider was open. So the door had to have been opened at some point. It had to have been locked at some point. If he's being attacked, you would think he wouldn't say, oh, could you just stop for a moment? I need to lock the door. I don't, you know, like, what's the point of locking the door while you're being attacked? So whoever was the suspect or a member of the, or part of the attackers, plural, would have had to have locked the door. And then they either left, unless they had a key, they either had to have left out the slider that was open or the window that was open. So their whole theory about someone coming in the window and leaving like grass doesn't make sense either, because the door was open when he was being attacked, like likely first attacked. So it wasn't even possible for someone to come in the door, in the window, I wouldn't think. And wouldn't that indicate that he would have opened the door, like ding dong, oh hey, how's it going? Attack, while the door is open.
Again, a closer up on some that we saw in the more distant one before.
Correct.
And then I'm going to show you 46. Again, even a little more close as to some of the specific ones we saw, much smaller in another photo.
Correct.
Now those is that the door? Oh, the door is, that must just be from
As to the
paint, or is that orange peel?
Blood stain impact pattern evidence that you've talked about around the door and this wall, are you able to reach a conclusion in this area of the apartment as to how many blows caused the blood stain impact patterns?
A minimum of one.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as photograph 50. As to 50, about midway between the light socket and the mat, are there a couple of things that caused you interest or concern? A few things?
Yes, you can see impact.
Why don't you let him know that there's a few things you're looking for him to answer?
And then I'm going to focus you or ask you to take a look at a photo 51. That's the area you say where the mat was located previously, correct?
Correct. You can see the outline in the carpet from where the mat was.
And one more time, based on something on the wall, can
One
you also
more
tell that the
time?
mat has been moved
What's with
after
that?
the blood impact hit or not?
Yes, so we
One more time for
away
those in
that
the back
mat,
who
and you
didn't
can
hear
see
you the
blood
first
stains on the
time.
wall. So that mat had been placed there after the stains were deposited on the wall.
To simplify, otherwise the mat
Asked
was
and
blocked.
answered, isn't that?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked then as Exhibit 52.
Can't believe this.
What is this? What matters to us in terms of this vantage point, if anything?
It's a different angle looking at their blood stains on where you can see almost in totality from them being on the wall above the door and how low they go on the door.
And how low do they go on the door?
To the bottom of the door.
Okay. Show you what's been marked as Exhibit 53. Does this, again, give you an opportunity to see some things close up?
Yes. And again, same thing where you're seeing the impact spatter on the back of the door.
Was the door handle or door knob that we see in this picture, was that of note to you as well?
There was actually blood stain on the doorknob and locking handle itself.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 54.
Did you test it for DNA?
Is that visible on that?
Yes, you can see
Or fingerprints?
Right there, the stain right there.
Oh my god. I hope the cat isn't being inappropriate. I can't really see.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at a different vantage point of that same room that
good,
we were
she's
in,
behaving.
picture 55. Do you recognize that vantage point?
Yes, I do.
So where's a person standing or located when they point their phone or camera this direction?
They're near the patio doors.
So that couch we've talked about and that table we've talked about, correct?
Yes.
There appears to be another room. It's got a bike located in it. What is that room, if you know?
Dinette area.
Okay. And what, if any, blood evidence are you seeing in this picture that was of note to you?
This picture, you're seeing overall some stains in the living room, both on the couch, where you can see saturation stains which have low pattern on them here, and also that's saturated pool of blood in the middle of the living room.
Can this guy sit still for 2 seconds?
So where was the largest concentration of blood you saw on this scene?
Look at him staring in disbelief.
Is that in this picture?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how would you characterize that concentration of blood based on your experience at crime scenes? How would you concentrate it? How would you characterize that, if you would?
Passive blood stain, which means that the blood that arrived here is from gravity, just natural. It's not projected out in any kind of way. So it's pool of blood, which means that the source was in the same area for a while, and blood is just coming off of that source and then just saturating.
His squinting is intense.
Now, when you say a while, do you mean hours, or do you mean minutes or seconds? What do you, or do you have any idea?
As far as this calls for speculation and an expert opinion that Officer Danby would not be qualified to provide.
Great, good question.
Sure. Do you have any idea how long somebody would be there to bleed that much?
Again, I'm going to object as far as speculation.
Just wait.
Officer, you've been to crime scenes before, including scenes where people were bleeding actively?
Yes.
From a variety of types of wounds?
Correct.
Okay. How many times have you been to scenes where you were aware of and know that people were actively bleeding?
A great number.
Okay. At more than 100?
Yes.
Okay. have you had an opportunity then to do the evidence work? In other words, to observe the blood and be the one who took all the notations, did all the recording of where persons bled and how much they bled?
Yes.
Pause. So I'm having a little dance with the devil over on ChatGPT, and I just asked it a question. Sometimes I feel like I'm asking a Ouija board a question, which is a big no-no. But it's not a passive. Well, there probably could be passive stains. Are results from the force of gravity and include drips, drops, and pools. We don't see any transfer stains. So like if it was a wet, bloody surface that comes in contact with another surface. So we don't have that. But this is interesting. Projected or impact stains, results from force or energy applied to the blood, such as beating or a weapon, creating patterns like spatters, splashes, or arterial spurts. Arterial spurts. I don't think we see any evidence of that. Cast-off stains occur when blood is flung off an object in motion, say a bat, like a weapon, onto a nearby surface. Result from blood forced by air. Okay, so we don't have any expirated blood stains either. Those are like mist, I think. So, have we danced with the devil in the pale moonlight? Yep. That's from Batman. I think that was the Batman movie. I know it had Jack Nicholson. I always get the actor and the golfer's name and mixed up. I think that's the one that Prince had the song Bat Dance. Okay, so I guess my point in pausing for a moment was because I was thinking, I wonder if he's going to explain which one of these are caused by a blow to the victim that splashes up on the surface versus stains that are flung up to the wall as a result of like coming off of a bat. You know, hit, blood goes on it, and then when they, haul back to hit again. Where does he get all those wonderful toys? Those were really good Batman movies. I always thought Michael Keaton made a good Batman. Who's the guy? Christian Bale with the teeth? I don't know. He looks like Dracula. No, it's
Based
okay.
on all of that experience,
I'm distracted looking up blood spatter.
would it
At least
take
Poppy's sleeping. Look at
hours
how
for
cute
somebody
she
to
is.
deposit this much
Again,
blood, or minutes?
I'm going to object as far as speculation, because this officer
Look at how
doesn't
sweet
know,
and
and
cute. It's a
Foundation,
Christmas
this
miracle. She
officer
finally
has
fell
no
asleep.
idea what type of injury led to that pooling of blood.
Isn't that cute?
Other than the, and so this particular blood, based on the pattern, is somebody bleeding onto the floor.
Look
Is that
at her
correct?
little face.
It's not an impact stain. It's none of those. Okay.
It's passive. It's from gravity.
Okay. Is there other blood that you haven't pointed out yet in this picture that cause you concern
I'm
or that
determined to
wasn't
finish
known?
this.
Yes. So in this area here, you can see the darker spots. All these are, again, they're drip stains. And those drip stains are, again, from gravity. It's from falling down off of a person. It's not from being projected in any kind of way. So just gravity causing those stains to just fall down to the floor.
And those go from where to where in the apartment? It's kind of hard to orient ourselves in a picture. So those
comes.
start.
I hate her face.
It's really loud. I might have to fix that.
I don't mean. I'm sorry. I didn't mean where they begin and end. I just mean for purposes of your pointing them out. What's the length?
They are roughly between the dinette area over here, and
I'm not gonna lie. I want to watch this trial
down below the saturation state
and analyze body language
Can you
after
characterize
I've
the
absorbed
distance
the
we're talking
bullshit.
about there in general?
It's probably approximately 4 or 5 feet.
He lost it now. Look at his face. You know, he just sits there.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 56, photos 56. This was that table again.
For the millions of you that are going to watch this in the future on a rewatch, because you're going to tell everyone that this is an injustice. Just so you know, there's something that was in the podcast about his hair, and apparently, like when this trial was going on, people were making fun of his hair. I don't know. I mean, it looks nice and tidy to me. So in the podcast, they revealed that apparently one of his children, I'm assuming one of the boys, who was, 4 at the time, had a fear of having his hair cut. And so they would get their hair cut together. And so that's why his hair has grown so long, because of that. Which actually, again, kind of reminds me of that Tim Bleefnick thing. Again, I'm not 100% sure he was involved, but I can tell you this much. The state did not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was guilty of premeditated first degree. And that's what bothers me with that. But when he was first arrested, his mugshot, his hair is like shoulder length, and they were making fun of his hair also. Turns out he was growing his hair for Locks of Love, which is the charity that Lily, who was in the chat, well, all 3 of the girls donated, well, Lily and Ellie donated a foot of hair, 12 inches, because then there was like 10 inches of usable hair. And then the other triplet, she didn't have a foot, but she had 10 inches. So she had to go to a different place. And then they send the hair to places that make wigs for cancer patients. So my point is, Zachariah's hair is long because of aforementioned child who had a fear of getting his hair cut. And Tim Bleefnick's mugshot with his long hair, the reason behind that was, again, he was growing it out to donate it to charity. My neighbor did that too. His hair got really long. I'm like, what's up with your hair, man? And he's like, I'm donating my hair because his mother died of cancer. I met her when I first moved here. She was here, and then she died like a year later. It's awful. Yeah, I mean, I know lots of people that have had long hair.
Against the wall, sort of near that first entry door. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were there things that were of note or items of note in your mind on this?
Here's what I would like to know. What's up with this thing here? Isn't that the diffuser? Here, I'll just be quiet.
Exhibit.
Oh, yes. You can see more stains on the top of the
Look at this, says laugh. Did anybody notice that before? So if this says laugh, where's the live love? Because it goes as a pattern, unless it's underneath it. Continue.
table itself. You can see stains are directionally on the wall here, and then stains consistent with impact pattern, unlike the user.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit picture 58. Is this a close-up of some of what you just described?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so what do we see here? Please point it out and explain it where the jury can maybe see it a little clearer.
The same, where you can see stains that have that directionality on them, and then stains that are consistent with impact spatter.
Okay, so these are not those drip stains. These are, again, impact spatter?
That's a good
The
point.
small
Men
ones are, I cannot
men
give you
don't
a
color their hair
determination
or
on
use
some of these
curling
large
irons
ones
on
are in
it.
the
It's probably way
back
better to donate.
The stains around it are satellite stains.
They didn't let
so
him
you
get a
have
haircut
them,
for 11
because
months,
of
so
the
he said,
surface that
screw it.
fell on,
Oh.
the blood drop hit the surface. You have the center being the parent stain, and then small little droplets will form off of that. Which we
What
call
kind of
satellite
prison
stains,
is
and
he
that's just
in?
because of the surface that it struck.
Okay, so which of what we see on here are impact stains? So in your mind, they are stains caused by blunt force impact.
These stains that have directionality here, and then these smaller stains that you see throughout.
I still have a hard time wrapping my
Okay, I'm going to
brain,
turn your attention to photograph 62. Exhibit
brain around
1.
the fact that the same jury pool for Rittenhouse
Now, you mentioned some stains
was tapped
behind on
into
the
for
wall.
this
Are those visible in this picture?
trial.
Yes, they are.
Okay, where are those so the jury knows where you're talking about?
Stains right.
I must mute.
Right
I'm
here,
joking.
visible, here, all with directionality.
Okay, so again, can you characterize what type of stain these are?
Impacts.
Okay, so those are blunt force trauma related stains in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to show you photo 63. Is that a close-up of some of those same stains we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do they show
there's
any other
Russell
qualities
Stover
than what you just
Easter
pointed out, or are they just a
egg
closer
candy.
picture that shows a more detailed look at
Which
what
is
you
not
just told us?
Gucci.
Just a closer picture.
Okay. If we think about the stains you talked about, there were over on the door and the wall as if you were leaving the apartment. And then this table
I'm going to go back through this
that
and
is
take
up against the wall,
screenshots.
but not the same wall as those other stains you
I know
showed us.
there's a
Is
way
that
I
accurate?
can
Yes.
enhance the pictures.
In your opinion, are these the same? Are the origin of
Actually,
these
you
the
might be
same
able to
blow,
see that stuff
or
better
is
than
it a
me
different
because
blow than the blow you showed us on the door and the wall that would exit the apartment?
This would be different.
Okay. And can you tell us how many blows you believe would be needed to cause the impact stains you see over by this table?
I'm going to object as far as speculation.
volume.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
A minimum of.
Oh yeah, you can see much brighter. Maybe I should just watch this. Good morning, Broken Baker, and Merry Christmas to you, Americans. Broken Baker, we are having a Serendipitous Christmas Kismet marathon, almost 12 hours, but we're going to probably be done very soon.
Officer, I still
To
want to
show
talk
support
about this
for
table
Mr.
a little bit that
Zachariah
we've
Anderson
spoken
and
about.
his
I'm going
family.
to ask you to take a look at
Solomon
picture
came
64.
in about an hour ago
Is
to
this
wish
an
us a Merry
overview
Christmas.
of the side of the table sort of facing towards that outer door we talked about?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
My
And then
daughter
I'm gonna
came
show
in,
you
her and her
a
boyfriend
photograph,
made mommy
65,
cry.
and ask you, is that a close-up of that same side of the table we just saw?
Yes, it is.
When we look at this in close-up, does 65 show you anything that is of interest or note to you in terms of blood evidence?
The same as pointed out earlier as far as the stains having directionality. You can see that they're all
breaks my
coming
heart.
from line
My heart
up,
hurts.
source up above where they would converge.
Okay, just for the jury purposes, they don't know how tall this table is. What would be your rough estimate? If you could just show
No,
the
we
jury
don't want
how
rough
tall,
estimates, sir.
this
We need
table
exact
appeared to
estimates.
you.
A minimum of 3 feet.
What's this
This is all, everything we see in this picture is on the side of the table.
Pause.
That's correct.
Previously, we saw those pictures which were on the top of the table, right?
Yes.
And the wall behind that table?
Yes.
Now let me show you pictures.
Pause. Pause for a moment. Is that normal that you've got like a rough estimate, approximately 3 feet? Is that how we do our calculations now in criminal trials where a man's life is on the line? Question mark.
Picture 66 and ask you, what is that a view of? Is that the same table?
It It is the corner of the table leg, and I'm just pointing out that this stain is not impact spatter stain. It's different from the other stains that you see. You can see a flow pattern from this stain coming down. It's a thicker, larger volume of blood that struck that table.
Okay, and so
What would
what
explain
be,
that?
so that's not an impact stain, or is it?
It is not.
Okay, and so instead, what would be? Do you have an opinion based on your training and experience? What sort of
That's
thing would
true.
cause that stain of that appearance?
It's all because of you, Baker. I saw you with Solomon. And now I'm obsessed.
And then are there stains then on the, is the far right of this exam the front of that table or not?
This would be the front of the table.
Okay, and does that have blood as well?
Yes, it does.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to show you what's been marked as 67. Is this then is this depicting lower? So if I understand correctly, the thing in the center is the corner piece, the corner leg.
Right.
And then one part is the side, and the other is the front of the table if you're looking from the living room. Is that right?
So this is the
He's got kind of tiny hands compared to his big giant
Okay. What do we see on
head.
the front, if anything, of note in this picture?
The smaller stains that you see all throughout are consistent with impact spatter. This stain right here and this stain right here almost appear to me to come from the same source, which is different from the impact spatter.
Okay, so even though they don't face each other exactly, you think they appear
He's
to
got
be the
almost
same
women
source?
hands.
Okay, but surrounded around them are impact spatters.
Wait, should we?
Yes.
In both areas.
Does Baker know what?
Okay.
Oops. Sorry. Well, I talked about this and other injustices in our judicial system.
Then I'm going to turn your attention then to Exhibit 70.
There's been a couple people in here too that came over
So
because of
orient me
last
now.
night.
Are the blood spatters
This
we
is
just
so
saw
heartwarming that everybody's
part of an
paying
area
attention.
of this photograph?
Yes, they are.
Can you just circle for the jury with your pointer the area we saw, if any, on the front of the table that we just saw those blood spatters on?
Right in this area here.
Okay.
Yeah, he was
and
here
then that
earlier.
table leg or that was in the center, is that visible in this?
It's right here.
Okay. And then the other part, the side view, is sort of shadowed in this picture, but it's visible as well?
Correct.
Okay. On the floor, right in front of this front of the table, was there an item that you thought was of interest?
Yes, there's a.
Don't
small
ask a
piece
question
of
you don't know
wood
the answer
that was
to.
right here that had a reddish stain on it.
Okay, I'm going to then ask you to take a look at photo 71. Is that a close-up of that same piece of wood?
Yes, it is.
And then I'm going to ask you to take a look at 72.
Oh, there's a little piece of wood. Pause.
Is this another picture that orients where that piece of wood is vis-a-vis the stains and blood evidence you've already...
Please tell me they know what kind of wood this is. And wait a minute. Is this the wood that he mentioned in the beginning of his opening in his opening statement? This little tiny sliver of wood? Or is there like a bigger piece of wood somewhere else? I'm almost afraid to have that question answered.
already testified to regarding the table?
Yes.
There appears to be a reddish item directly between the table and that piece of wood. The piece of wood is almost pointed towards it. Do you see what I'm talking about? Is that an item that is of any note to you?
Are we talking?
Oh no, I'm moving.
Yep.
Okay. It appears to be a blood stain.
Okay, and is there any significance to that
These
blood
pictures
stain?
are terrible.
No.
All right. Again, I'm going to show you exhibit.
Pause. LawKong Express. Nothing really bigger. So you're saying there's just that little teeny tiny piece of wood? And did he just guess that it could have been from... I mean, was it like part of like a railroad tie? Or, you know, a piece of scrap lumber somewhere? Or possibly like a piece of furniture? It's a pretty tiny little chunk. I mean, yes, it's a clue, but...
Picture 73. So is that a close-up of the item in terms of the piece of wood?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, is it... Can we see a little bigger picture of it?
Let me show you exhibit 74, picture 74. Does that, is the piece of wood in that item?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Can
where
we
is that?
put like